Not bad. Leng Ruoxue praised as she caressed Feng Zhan's feathers. Master, I'm also a transcendent divine beast now. Charm also jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her. Yes, not bad. Leng Ruoxue caressed Charm's soft fur with satisfaction. Charm had advanced to a level 1 transcendent divine beast after this advancement. Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to the other beasts and was very satisfied after looking at them because all her beasts had advanced except Baby and Ball this time. Among them, Darling, Quill, Rise, and the other beasts had advanced to level 9 legendary beasts, while White Dawn had advanced to level 5 transcendent divine beasts. Although it had only advanced one level, it was still the strongest among all her beasts. Hey, kitty, I'm a transcendent divine beast too. At this moment, Feng Zhan flew in front of White Dawn and deliberately provoked it. You damn bird. Even if you become a transcendent divine beast, your level isn't higher than mine. What's there to be smug about? White Dawn raised its eyes slightly and said with slight disdain. Master, I request to spar with this damn cat. Feng Zhan looked at Leng Ruoxue and said indignantly. Sparring? Alright. I approve. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Why did Feng Zhan and White Dawn like to fight so much? I don't want to spar with you. Leng Ruoxue agreed, but Bai Su was displeased. Damn cat, are you afraid? Feng Zhan continued provoking it. It had to fight this stinky cat anyway because it wanted to know how big the difference between them was now. TCH, you're only a level 2 transcendent divine beast. I'm level 5 now. Why would I be afraid of you? White Dawn said with a disdainful smile. Why don't you dare to spar with me since you're not afraid of me? Feng Zhan glared at him with his small red eyes and said with displeasure. It's not convenient for me these few days. White Dawn rolled his eyes at Feng Zhan and said lightly. It's inconvenient for you these few days? Huh. Do you think you're a female beast? And it's inconvenient for you for the next few days. It's really too funny. Feng Zhan laughed hysterically. He actually lay on the ground exaggeratedly and even covered his stomach with his little wings while laughing. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was full of black lines when she heard what White Dawn said. She couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Did White Dawn eat the wrong thing? Why was it so abnormal today? The beasts didn't laugh as exaggeratedly as Feng Zhan when they heard what White Dawn said, but they also turned their heads and covered their mouths to snicker. Can't it be inconvenient for me for a few days? Humph. White Dawn looked at Feng Zhan and the beasts with slight displeasure. Yes, yes. Since it's inconvenient for the little kitty these few days, I'll spar with you when it's convenient for you. Huh, this king knows how to be protective of the fairer sex. Feng Zhan said with a smile. Get lost. White Dawn roared and jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms, burying its head in her arms and only showing its little butt outside. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little snowball in her arms and was surprised. There was really something wrong with White Dawn. Why would it do such a thing in the past? What happened to it? Schwer, let's leave this place. The freak also saw that something was amiss with White Dawn. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, stored the beasts in the bracelet, and left with the little peacock on the freak. After returning to the room of the carefree pavilion, Leng Ruoxue brought the freak directly into the bracelet. Empty was sitting on a stone chair in front of the purple bamboo house, waiting for them. Congratulations. Empty said after seeing their strength. Thank you. Have a good chat. I'll go see White Dawn. Leng Ruoxue felt that something was amiss with White Dawn and Wayless. She was really worried. She went straight to White Dawn's residence after speaking. What happened to White Dawn? Empty asked in puzzlement. Schwer had closed the connection between space and the outside world when she advanced just now, so he was not very clear about what happened in the mountain stream. I don't know. It said it's inconvenient for the next few days. The freak sat down beside Empty and said speechlessly. This was the first time he heard that male beasts also had inconvenient times. Could it be that their menopause had arrived? Pfft. Empty spat out the mouthful of tea he was drinking after hearing the freak's words. Calm down. White Dawn said it himself, the freak hurriedly comforted. Schwer's beasts are very different. Empty came to an important conclusion. Yes. They're all good at acting, the freak said through gritted teeth. Sometimes, he hated Schwer's beasts to the core, but sometimes he was very grateful to them because they liked to compete for favor with him and protect Schwer. Alas. So conflicted. Empty looked at the freak and couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he knew very well how depressed this man was. However, it couldn't be helped. Schwer's beasts liked their master so much. What's so funny? The freak rolled his eyes at Empty and said gloomily. Empty laughed even louder. Leng Ruoxue came to the bamboo hut where Bai Su was staying with Empty's hearty laughter. She knocked on the door gently and pushed it open to enter. Bai Su was curled up in the corner of the bed like a ball in the room, looking pitiful. Leng Ruoxue's heart ached so much. Bai Su. Leng Ruoxue walked to the bed and hugged Bai Su, who had curled into a ball. Master. The transmogrified White Dawn looked up at Leng Ruoxue with watery green eyes, aggrieved. White Dawn, what's wrong with you? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. In her impression, White Dawn was not a beast that liked to cry. Why was it so weak today? Today is my birthday. I miss home, White Dawn said with a slight sob. Boo-hoo. It was too embarrassing. It had never thought about home after staying in the mystic realm for so long. However, after being with its master, it saw the warmth between its master and its family and actually missed home. Especially yesterday, it remembered its parents and its siblings who often fooled around with it. Be good, don't cry. You might not have a family by your side now, but you still have me, your master, and so many beast companions. Leng Ruoxue quickly coaxed. She felt quite uncomfortable seeing White Dawn like this. Fortunately, she had always been with her family. Otherwise, she would probably be as sad as White Dawn. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Yes. White Dawn nodded. Its master was right. It was not alone. It still had its most beloved master and so many beast companions. Then don't be secretly sad, understand? Leng Ruoxue ordered. Alas. She thought she cared about her beasts, but she didn't even realize Bai Su's thoughts. She was such a failure. She wasn't a good master. Boo-hoo. Okay, White Dawn answered obediently. White Dawn, let's go out and celebrate your birthday together. Leng Ruoxue suggested. She didn't seem to have a birthday all along. It seemed like no one around her had a birthday. No need, master, White Dawn said shyly. It was too embarrassing to cry in front of its master. Why not? Master has decided. The people and beasts around me have to celebrate their birthdays in the future, Leng Ruoxue said resolutely. She left the bamboo hut with White Dawn in her arms after speaking. After exiting the bamboo hut, Leng Ruoxue carried White Dawn to the table where the freak and Empty were sitting. After placing White Dawn on the table, she called out softly, Qingju. Big sister. Qingju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Qingju, call everyone and the beasts out. I have something to announce. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Okay, Qingju answered and then disappeared. Soon, Leng Ruohan, the others, and the beasts emerged from their rooms. Shuer, why did you call us out? Leng Ruohan asked curiously after walking to Leng Ruoxue's side. I have two things to announce. Firstly, the freak and I have just advanced to Mystic Monarch. Of course, we took the silver snow pill to advance directly, so you have to cultivate diligently and strive to become great mystic as soon as possible. You can take the silver snow pill then. Leng Ruoxue announced with a smile. Wow, miss, is this true? This is great. Fengde couldn't help becoming excited as soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking. This was really good news. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be displeased. Shuer, congratulations on advancing to Mystic Monarch, Leng Ruohan said happily. The stronger his sister was, the happier he would be as an elder brother. Big brother, you will also become Mystic Monarch soon, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Her elder brother and the others had very good aptitude. It was only a matter of time before they advanced to Great Mystic. Yes, I will work hard, Leng Ruohan said resolutely. Shuer was already a Mystic Monarch, so he couldn't lag behind his sister too much. In fact, he would have entered seclusion long ago if he didn't want to accompany Shuer more. Miss, what's the second matter? Fengde asked curiously. The second one. It has to do with all of you. I've decided that from now on, each of your birthdays will be celebrated for you. Leng Ruoxue continued to announce. Birthday? Everyone was stunned and looked at Leng Ruoxue in surprise. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement when she saw their expressions. Miss, I don't celebrate my birthday. Fengde scratched his head and said helplessly. He was not a child. Why should he celebrate his birthday? Miss, I don't know my birthday. I'm an orphan. Lin Yuan said. He had never had a birthday since he was young because he didn't know when his birthday was at all. Moreover, no one had given him one. It's okay. It's CAEB the same day as me if you don't know when yours is supposed to be, Leng Ruoxue said. These subordinates and beasts were her family, so she had to make them feel at home. What happened with White Dawn couldn't happen again. I want mine to be the same as Big Sister's, Qingju said happily. He was an artifact spirit and didn't have a birthday. Okay. Anyone who doesn't know when their birthday is can celebrate it with me, Leng Ruoxue repeated. Big sister, I don't remember my birthday, Baby said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. It couldn't remember when it was born, so it couldn't remember when its birthday was. Baby, you can have the same birthday as Big Sister. Leng Ruoxue coaxed. Okay. Baby nodded. It was going to celebrate its birthday with Big Sister on the same day. It was so happy. Tell Qingju the dates of your birthdays if you know them. Tell him if you want to celebrate on my birthday. Qingju, remind Big Sister at all times from now on. Leng Ruoxue ordered Qingju after speaking to everyone and the beasts. Okay. Qingju nodded. Today is White Dawn's birthday, so we'll celebrate it later. Everyone, go and prepare now. We'll be giving White Dawn a birthday gift later. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. It was already very late, but it was a birthday. It only happened once a year, so it had to pass late as long as it wasn't past midnight. Okay. Everyone hurriedly ran back to their rooms to prepare after hearing this news. Swear, I want my birthday to be the same as yours too, the freak said. Did you forget your birthday too? Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. No, but I want it to be the same day as you, the freak said willfully. He was jealous seeing that other people or beasts could celebrate Swear's birthday with her, so he wanted to celebrate with her too. Okay, you can celebrate on the same day as me too, okay? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Empty, what about you? Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Empty and asked again. I've lived for too long. I don't remember when my birthday is anymore, Empty said awkwardly. The little beast didn't remember its birthday because it couldn't remember, but he forgot because he had lived for too long. Boo-hoo. This was really too embarrassing. I don't remember either, Icy said gloomily. Alas. It was the only Kirin in this world, and it didn't even have a clansman, so it was really jealous of those dragons and phoenixes sometimes. They had so many clansmen. Boo-hoo. Alright, stay with me, Leng Ruoxue said quickly. Alas. She was really afraid that these two would cry directly if she said too much. Yes, yes. Empty and Icy hurriedly nodded. However, today is White Dawn's birthday, so quickly prepare your birthday gifts, Leng Ruoxue urged. Swear, what birthday present do you intend to give? Empty asked curiously. He didn't know what kind of birthday present to give the white tiger. What did the tiger like? He had saved up a lot of good things, but he didn't know what to give. How worrying. You'll know later if I don't tell you. Empty, a birthday gift is just a token of your sincerity. It doesn't have to be too expensive. Leng Ruoxue reminded him and then pulled the freak to help her. Empty looked at White Dawn lying on the table and hesitated for a long time before asking, White Dawn, do you have any gifts you want? I don't. White Dawn frowned and said after some thought. Then what should I give you? Empty was in a dilemma. Boo-hoo. What should he give I? Anything. It's okay if you don't give me a gift too, White Dawn said. It was already very happy that they had this intention. It really didn't care what they gave. How can that do? I'll think about it carefully. Empty held his chin and started thinking. Master, help me gift something to it too. Icy reminded. Boo-hoo. It didn't have much wealth. Okay. Empty nodded and continued thinking. After a long while, everyone and the beasts gathered in front of the purple bamboo hut. Where's Master? Charm asked curiously when it didn't see Leng Ruoxue. She went to prepare a gift, Empty said. Boo-hoo. He hadn't thought of what to give. Oh. Charm nodded, its heart full of anticipation. It might not be its birthday today, but it was still very curious what gift its master would give White Dawn. Fengda and the others took the initiative to prepare food when they saw that their miss was not back yet, so the silver snow fish in the pool suffered again. Moreover, almost all the fish, prawns, and crabs in the pool were not spared. Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned after they prepared the food. You're fast. Leng Ruoxue looked at the table full of food and was speechless. How many days were they planning to eat? Could they finish so much? If she remembered correctly, they had just finished the silver snow fish banquet not long ago. Isn't today White Dawn's birthday? Of course we have to prepare more. Fengda scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Can you eat it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Yes. There won't be a problem eating a cow, Lin Yuan quickly promised. Okay. No one is allowed to sleep if you can't finish it, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. She hated wasting. Master, don't worry. We can finish it, Ling promised. It hadn't eaten to its fill previously during the silver snow fish feast. Now that it had the chance to eat to its heart's content, of course it had to seize the opportunity. I can tell. You're all foodies. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Everyone and the beasts laughed foolishly. Where's our birthday girl? Leng Ruoxue looked around but found no trace of Baisu. Master, I'm here, White Dawn said shyly as it poked its little head out of the corner. Why are you hiding there? Are you shy? Leng Ruoxue teased as she hugged White Dawn. I'm not. White Dawn would never admit that it was really shy. Boo-hoo. It was not young anymore. It was just a birthday. How embarrassing. This was too abnormal. Okay, no. Leng Ruoxue didn't expose it and directly placed it on the table. She took out a small birthday hat from her ring and brought it to White Dawn's head. Miss, what is this? Fengda asked curiously. He had never seen anything on Baisu's head. This is called a birthday hat. You will also wear it on your birthday in the future, Leng Ruoxue explained. She remembered that she would bring this thing every time someone celebrated their birthday in her previous life, so she also got one for Baisu. It felt pretty good. It's pretty good, Leng Ruoxue praised as he looked at the slightly shy Baisu. Thank you, Master, White Dawn said gratefully, its green eyes a little moist again. Silly, I still have a gift. Leng Ruoxue took out a table from her ring and placed it on the ground. Then she took out a large cake that was half the size of a person and placed it on it. Master, what is this? White Dawn opened its green eyes and asked curiously. Oh, this thing smells so good. Is it food? This is called a birthday cake. It's eaten on birthdays, Leng Ruoxue continued to explain. She had been in the alternate world for almost 2 years, and this was the first time she had made a birthday cake. In the past, she had only made longevity noodles for her grandfather once on his birthday. Alas! At that time, there was no condition to make a cake. After she refined the oven, she didn't have time because she was either in seclusion or her grandfather and the others were in seclusion, and they had never been able to gather together. However, after this time, she had decided that she would make birthday cake for everyone and the beasts for their birthdays as a celebration whenever she had time. Master, thank you. Boo-hoo. White Dawn was so touched that it cried. White Dawn, why are you crying? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. It was just a cake, but it actually made White Dawn cry. What should she do? Master, I'm so happy, White Dawn sobbed, crying even harder, its fur wet. Don't cry if you're happy. Be good, everyone is looking at you. Leng Ruoxue hugged the crying Baisu and coaxed. That's right, little kitty. Why are you crying? This isn't like you. Don't embarrass the beast. Feng Zhan said mockingly. In fact, he was very envious of Baisu. Boo-hoo. No one had celebrated his birthday for him since he was young. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Damn bird, I'm crying from joy. None of your business. White Dawn wiped the tears off its face with its little paw and roared at Feng Zhan furiously. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Feng Zhan said aggrievedly. Humph. Who wants to appreciate your kindness? White Dawn said nonchalantly. Alright, stop arguing. Baisu, you're the birthday boy today. Blow the candles quickly, Leng Ruoxue urged as she lit the candles on the cake. Oh. White Dawn answered obediently and then gently blew out the candle. Huh, White Dawn, happy birthday. This is a gift from the freak and me. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile and handed him a beautifully wrapped gift. Thank you. White Dawn hugged the gift Leng Ruoxue gave it with its little paw, very happy. Hee, if it remembered correctly, this should be the first time it had received a gift in its life. Happy birthday. Everyone and the beasts mimicked Leng Ruoxue and presented their gifts. In the blink of an eye, White Dawn's face was full of gifts. Thank you. White Dawn sobbed again, and its green eyes welled up with tears. Kitten, this is my gift to you. You will definitely like it. Feng Zhan also took out the gift he had prepared and deliberately placed it in White Dawn's arms. Thank you, damn bird. White Dawn said irritably. You're welcome. You'll give it to me on my birthday too. Master said it's called exchanging gifts. Feng Zhan said proudly. The gifts are all here. Everyone, you can cut the cake now, Leng Ruoxue hurriedly urged lest these two started fighting again. Miss, I'll do it, Feng De volunteered. Then he picked up the knife on the table, cut the cake into several small pieces, and distributed them to all humans and beasts. Everyone and the beasts ate the sweet cake, tasted the delicious food, and chatted happily. Time passed by slowly. It was almost dawn outside the bracelet after they celebrated Baisu's birthday. Leng Ruoxue urged everyone and the beasts to quickly rest when she saw that it was getting late. She then pulled the freak back to the purple bamboo hut. Leng Ruoxue and the others almost didn't sleep for the entire night. There were also people who didn't sleep for the entire night in the Alchemist Association of Carefree City. In the main hall of the Alchemist Association, Sun Wei sat on the president's main seat with a gloomy handsome face. Several elders of the headquarters were sitting below him. The other elders and the former president had been locked up by him, so there were not many people who could work for him in the headquarters now. How is it? Did you find him? Sun Wei suppressed his anger and asked his subordinate standing in the middle of the hall. Young master, the Sun family's yard has been cleaned up, but we didn't find any trace of Zheng En, a man in his 30s reported. Didn't find anything? Continue searching. Sun Wei ordered furiously. Humph. The big explosion in the Sun family's side yard today must have been done by Zheng En's accomplices. Even though the figure of the male corpse found in the cell was similar to Zheng En's, he didn't believe that the person was Zheng En because that person had long been smashed beyond recognition by the exploding cell. There was no way to identify him at all. Humph. He had chased Zheng En for more than a decade and Zheng En was still alive and well, so he didn't believe that Zheng En would die so easily. Moreover, Du Min, who was locked up in the Alchemist Association, was also gone, so he had even less reason to believe that Zheng En would die. Young master, the Sun family's side yard and the Alchemist Association have searched and didn't find any traces of anyone escaping. However, I think it's very possible that they have already left Carefree City, the man analyzed. Impossible, their movements won't be so fast. They must still be in Carefree City. Search the entire city from tomorrow onwards. Sun Wei denied his subordinate's deduction and ordered. Search the entire city? The man was stunned and said in surprise. What? Is there a problem? Sun Wei glared and questioned with slight displeasure. Young master, it's probably inappropriate to search the entire city. This is Carefree City after all. Those mystics won't agree if we search the entire city, the man reminded. This was not Sun Zhou City. The Mystic Association would definitely intervene if the Sun family was too arrogant in Carefree City. You don't have to worry about the Mystic Association headquarters. We'll just search you. Sun Wei said impatiently. Humph. He could ask his aunt to settle the Mystic Association headquarters, so he didn't care about the reactions of the mystics at all. Yes, the man answered and left. President, His Excellency Du Min has also disappeared. Will he come back to cause trouble for us? An elder asked worriedly after the man left. Humph. Everyone has escaped. What's the use of worrying now? I told you long ago to send more people to watch him, but you didn't take it seriously, Sun Wei said coldly. He was very angry with these elders, but he still had to rely on their support now, so he could only bear with it. President, you can't blame us. No one realized how he was rescued at all. The guards at the door didn't see anyone enter that room, except for Miss Lan Ninger, another elder said. Do you want to say that Ninger released Du Min? Sun Wei questioned. President, that's not what Elder Wang meant. However, Miss Lan Ninger does have the intention to release His Excellency Du Min. Everyone knows that. Do you think His Excellency Du Min agreed to take Miss Lan Ninger as his disciple, and Miss Lan was afraid that we wouldn't agree to let him go, so she secretly let him go? An elder in black said. Impossible. Ninger will tell me if he wants to let her go, Sun Wei said with certainty because he had told Ninger that he could let Du Min go for her sake as long as Du Min was willing to take her in as a disciple. However, as far as he knew, Ninger had never been able to convince Du Min to take her in as a disciple. Therefore, Ninger would definitely not let that old man go. President, women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Is Miss Lan really on your side? An elder asked doubtfully. He heard that Lan Ninger was no longer so favored in the Lan family, so he didn't think that Lan Ninger would have any feelings for the president at all. Humph. How many young ladies nurtured by families had true feelings? Most of them were just pawns. Moreover, everyone knew that Lan Ninger liked the young master of the Leng family. It was not that he belittled their president, but no matter how outstanding the president was, he could not be compared with the young master of the Leng family. What do you mean? Sun Weidong stood up from his seat and glared at the elder who spoke just now. His fierce gaze seemed to want to poke a hole in him. I don't mean anything. I just hope that you don't trust women so much, President, especially a woman who doesn't care so much about you, the elder said bluntly. Humph. Everyone could see that Lan Ninger was just using the president, but the president was dazzled by beauty. This isn't your business. You don't have to worry. Sun Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and roared. I'm doing this for the president's own good. Forget it if you don't want to listen. The elder closed his eyes and stopped talking after speaking. It's getting late. Elders, go and rest. Sun Wei took a deep breath and said. President, rest early too, the elders sitting said politely and then stood up to leave the hall. Sun Wei sat alone in his seat for a while after everyone left. Then he got up and left. Sun Wei strode back to his residence. There was a huge explosion in the Sun family's yard, so he temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Association. This used to be his master's residence. Before he approached the room, he heard sobbing coming from inside. He pushed the door open and walked in directly to see Lan Ninger lying on the bed crying very sadly. Ninger. Sun Wei came to the bed and embraced the crying Lan Ninger. Did you find him? Lan Ninger wiped the tears off her face and asked in a choked voice. No, I've already ordered the entire city to search tomorrow. They will definitely be found, Sun Wei promised. Yes, we have to find the person who saved Zhengyan. I want to chop him into pieces, grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Lan Ninger said with hatred. Humph. She wouldn't have been so embarrassed if it wasn't for the person who saved Zhengyan. She had lost all her face now. How could she marry Big Brother Leng in the future? If Big Brother Leng knew about her and Sun Wei, he probably wouldn't want her anymore. Boo-hoo. Therefore, she hated Zhengyan's accomplices to the core. I will. Ninger, do you think Leng Ruoxue and the others are the ones who saved Sun Wei? Sun Wei guessed. He felt that Leng Ruoxue and the others were the most suspicious. He really couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to go against him other than them. Possibly. Lan Ninger said through gritted teeth. She also hated Leng Ruoxue and the others to the core, especially that damn little red bird. Her status in the Lan family wouldn't have plummeted if it weren't for that damn bird. How could she be miserable to the point of hanging out with Sun Wei? Leng Ruoxue, humph. How dare she go against my Sun family? She's really tired of living, Sun Wei said hatefully. Leng Ruoxue's beasts had beaten him up badly in Blue Cloud City. If he hadn't escaped after recovering, he would probably have died in the hands of those people now. The Sun family? The Lan family doesn't care either, so you don't have to be too angry. Lan Ninger leaned into Sun Wei's arms and comforted him. Seems like Leng Ruoxue is the common enemy of our two families. Sun Wei said with a somewhat smug smile. Humph. He didn't believe Leng Ruoxue could still have a foothold in the boundless heaven continent after offending the Sun and Lan families. Humph, those old farts from the Lan family don't treat Leng Ruoxue as an enemy at all, so don't expect them to deal with Leng Ruoxue with you. Lan Ninger immediately doused Sun Wei with cold water and reminded. So what? Do we need two superfamilies to deal with an elementary mystic? The Alchemist Association headquarters would be enough to settle her, Sun Wei said confidently. In fact, he didn't take Leng Ruoxue and the others seriously at all. He just didn't know their whereabouts all along, so he had no way to deal with them even if he wanted to. Leng Ruoxue's strength is nothing. However, I heard that her beasts are very powerful. Lan Ninger frowned slightly. Even the mighty second elder of the Lan family was afraid of Leng Ruoxue's beasts. He was so scared that he trembled whenever he heard the words Leng Ruoxue. So what if the beasts are powerful? We have so many mystic sovereigns as our fighters. Can't we deal with a few beasts? Moreover, President Wu hates that ugly monster to the core. It won't be a problem to deal with Leng Ruoxue at all with his help, Sun Wei said with certainty. Really? Lan Ning'er said doubtfully. In fact, she didn't really believe Sun Wei because she didn't know the grudge between Wu Gong and Leng Ruoxue. Of course, Sun Wei said and told Lan Ning'er about the conflict between Wu Gong and Leng Ruoxue. After hearing this, Lan Ning'er immediately broke out into a smile and said happily, "That's great. Humph. Leng Ruoxue is dead meat this time. By the way, tell President Wu immediately to deal with her as long as we find her whereabouts so that we can reap the benefits." Hee, Ning'er, you're so naughty. However, I like it. Sun Wei hugged Lan Ning'er tightly and smiled wretchedly. Then he began to stroke Lan Ning'er again. Aya, you're so annoying. Lan Ning'er said with a coquettish smile and dodged Sun Wei's hairy hands and feet everywhere. Soon, the two of them rolled onto the bed again. The next day. In the carefree hall. Leng Ruoxue and the others were still sleeping soundly in the bracelet when they were woken up by Qing Ju's urging. "Qing Ju, what's the matter?" Leng Ruoxue still had her eyes closed and said with some displeasure. It was almost dawn before she slept. She was still not awake yet, but why did Qing Ju wake her up so early? She hated it when others disturbed her sleep the most. "Big sister, someone outside wants to search the rooms of the inn," Qing Ju said softly. Alas, he knew his sister's habits very well. He wouldn't have woken her up if it weren't for the urgent matter. "Oh. Got it." Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes very reluctantly and woke the freak up. The two of them washed up simply, called empty, and left the bracelet. Someone knocked on the door just as they returned to their room. Before Leng Ruoxue and the others could open the door, the person outside the door was a little impatient. He kicked open the door and barged in. Previous chapter. Why are there 3 people in this room? The leader looked at the 3 people in front of him in amazement. Why can't there be 3 people? Leng Ruoxue asked in displeasure. Humph. If she was not mistaken, these should be people sent by Sun Wei. How rude. Shopkeeper, why are there 3 people in this room? The leader turned to the shopkeeper beside him. What's there to fuss about? The rooms are reserved by guests. How can I bother about how many people want to stay in the same room? The shopkeeper said nonchalantly, not taking the leader seriously at all. Who are you? What right do you have to barge into our room? Shopkeeper, your carefree pavilion is the best inn in Carefree City. Such a thing actually happened. How disappointing. Leng Ruoxue looked at the shopkeeper, her beautiful face full of anger. Miss Yi, I'm really sorry. President Wu agreed to this, the shopkeeper said helplessly. Humph. What does President Wu think we mystics are? He actually sent people to do ward rounds? Leng Ruoxue questioned. Miss Yi, right? Something big happened in Carefree City yesterday, so I was tasked to search the city by the presidents of the Alchemist Association and Mystic Association, the leader explained. He didn't want to anger this beautiful young lady either. Alas. He really didn't expect that there would be a woman more beautiful than Miss Lan Ning'er in this world. Oh, I wonder what happened. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be curious. Someone attacked President Sun's yard yesterday, so we're searching for those people, the leader said. Do you have any leads? Leng Ruoxue asked with a slight frown. Yes, but we haven't found the whereabouts of those people yet, so we searched everywhere. Please forgive us if we were rude, the leader said apologetically. Oh, it's okay. I can understand. Your president's son is really unlucky. Send his regards for me. Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically. Okay. Miss Yi, we'll take our leave then, the leader said very politely and left the room with his subordinates. Miss Yi, I'm so sorry for scaring you, the shopkeeper said apologetically after they left. It's okay. I know it's not your fault, Leng Ruoxue comforted. She had a good impression of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper bowed to Leng Ruoxue and the others and left the room. What do you think? Leng Ruoxue asked the freak and Empty after the eyesore left. It's expected, Empty said calmly. It would be abnormal if Sun Wei didn't search the entire city like this. Then shouldn't we do something? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. Alas. Sun Wei searched wantonly like this. How disappointed would he be if he couldn't find anything in the end? Schwer, what do you want to do? The freak asked curiously. Schwer had so many ideas, hee. Isn't he looking for us all over the world? How can he find us in the inn? Why don't we go out for a walk? Leng Ruoxue suggested. No, if he sees you, he might have designs on you. The freak objected resolutely. Boo-hoo. Schwer originally said that she would leave after saving Zheng En and the little old man, but it seemed like she had to deal with Sun Wei now. What are you afraid of with Empty around? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In fact, she didn't intend to show herself in front of Sun Wei at all. Alas. The freak was thinking too much. All right then. The freak said very reluctantly after looking at Empty. Alas. He naturally had to cooperate well since Schwer had already thought of a plan. That's more like it. Leng Ruoxue praised as if she was petting a puppy. Schwer, where do you intend to go? Empty asked in realization. Do you think the little old man will be angry if I blow up the Alchemist Association? Leng Ruoxue said uncertainly. Alas. The little old man was now considered half of her own people, so she was a little hesitant. I don't know if the little old man will be angry, but I know that Sun Wei will definitely be mad. Empty said with certainty. Alas. The Sun family's yard had already been blown up. If the Alchemist Association headquarters continued to destroy it, then Sun Wei would probably be sleeping on the streets. Hehe, I just want to anger him to death. Empty, how about I blow up the Mystic Association headquarters while I'm at it? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and suggested. Although Empty had said it before, she believed that the relationship between Empty and the Mystic Association headquarters was definitely not shallow. Therefore, she naturally had to greet Empty since she had such thoughts. Empty was at a loss for words. This girl was addicted to the explosion. But what could he say? Swear, what about Lan Ming's master if you blow up the Mystic Association headquarters? The freak frowned and said awkwardly. Right. It's better not to blow up the Mystic Association headquarters then. Empty took the opportunity to reason. But I still want to blow up those two headquarters. What should I do? Isn't there a saying that the new won't come if the old don't disappear? These two headquarters are very rich, so let them build a new one. As for little Lan Lan's master, I'll empty his seclusion place, hehe. Leng Ruoxue said her plan with a smile. Then her beautiful eyes looked at the two handsome men in front of her without blinking, hoping to obtain their support. Swear, blow it up if you want to. As long as you're happy, the freak hurriedly said. Boo-hoo. Schwer's tender gaze made his heart beat non-stop. Empty. Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Empty after obtaining the freak's support and looked at him very attentively. Blow it up. Empty sighed helplessly. Hehe, I knew you would definitely support me. Let's go quickly. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Then she summoned Ling and got her to cast an invisibility spell on them before the three of them left the inn. After the three of them left the Carefree Pavilion, they set the Mystic Association headquarters as their first destination. After reaching the Mystic Association headquarters, Leng Ruoxue released her beasts and distributed some explosive balls to them. Then she gave them some instructions and got them to split up. Half an hour later, the beasts who completed the mission returned to Leng Ruoxue's side excitedly. Beloved master, we have completed the mission. Darling jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and acted coquettishly. Good, well done. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue praised and then turned to the freak and Weiless. Okay. The two of them nodded, and then the three of them left the Mystic Association headquarters. After leaving the Mystic Association headquarters, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the Alchemist Association headquarters with familiarity. After telling their beasts to split up, Leng Ruoxue and the others came to the door of the cell. After burying an explosive ball at the door, the three of them quietly left. After waiting for a while at the entrance of the Alchemist Association, Leng Ruoxue's beasts ran out and snuggled up to her, reporting their work to her non-stop. Master, it's done, Dazzle said. Master, it's all buried, Ling said. Hehe, master, the mission is completed. Fengzhan smiled evilly. Apart from completing the mission, he also gave Sun Wei a small gift. Yes, well done. We can go back and wait for news. Leng Ruoxue stored the beasts in the bracelet after speaking, and the three of them slipped back to the Carefree Hall. After returning to the Carefree Pavilion, Leng Ruoxue and the others went directly to the living room. Lan Ming and the others were already sitting there waiting for them. Little Snowy, you're already a mystic monarch? Lan Ming stood up from his seat in surprise when he saw Leng Ruoxue. How long has it been? These two perverts were actually mystic monarchs. Boo-hoo. This was a huge blow to him. Yes, calm down. The freak and I took the silver snow pill, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Alas. She didn't want to take the pill to advance if the enemy wasn't this strong. Silver snow pill? Where did you get the silver snow pill? Lan Ming was even more surprised. Silver snow pill was a pill that was priceless. The success rate of refining it was very low, so it had always been difficult to obtain with money. I refined it myself. Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Lan Ming and said calmly, as if what she said was a very ordinary thing. You can even refine the silver snow pill. Amazing. Lan Ming really didn't know what to say. Alas. In fact, he should have adapted long ago, right? It hadn't been a day or two since Leng Ruoxue and the group of perverts knocked his common sense out. It's okay, Leng Ruoxue said modestly. Miss, are you an alchemy supremacy? Cheng Wu couldn't help but interrupt as he listened to their conversation. He knew that Leng Ruoxue was an alchemist, but he had never thought that she could actually concoct a heaven-grade pill. I don't know either. I've never done a level test. To put it bluntly, I'm an unlicensed mystic who knows alchemy. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. What do you mean by an unconfirmed mystic who knows alchemy? Cheng Wu asked in puzzlement with 2 drops of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. You don't understand? I'm an unregistered alchemist. I might know how to concoct pills, but it's not legal, so it's best not to ask me for pills. Otherwise, I won't be held responsible if they die from eating them. Leng Ruoxue said very irresponsibly. Everyone was a little confused after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. They thought, Miss, we've eaten a lot of your pills, and you're only telling us now? However, the effects of Mrs. Pills were really extraordinary. After they ate them, their old illnesses that had not healed for many years actually healed, so they would be alright even if they died from eating them. Huh, don't be scared. You didn't take poison. You won't die. Leng Ruoxue looked at their expressions and laughed happily. Miss, we're not afraid, Cheng Wu said speechlessly. Alas. They had not been with Leng Ruoxue for long, but they more or less knew some of Mrs. Bad Taste. That's good. By the way, why are you all gathered here? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Miss, Sun Wei has already sent people to look for us everywhere in the city. We mainly want to ask if Miss has any plans, Cheng Wu said bluntly. He's not looking for us. You have to calm down. As for the plan. Not yet, Leng Ruoxue comforted. Lass, don't you have a plan yet? The little old man happened to hear Leng Ruoxue's words after coming to the living room and couldn't help asking. Alas, he felt uneasy if he didn't teach Sun Wei a lesson early. Grandpa Du, let's talk after Zheng En recuperates. There's no hurry. Leng Ruoxue comforted him. Hee, she hoped that Grandpa Du wouldn't blame her after knowing what she had just done. Okay, that's good too. Swear, you've advanced to Mystic Monarch, the little old man said after some thought. He saw Leng Ruoxue's strength and was shocked. It had only been a night, how did Swear become a Mystic Monarch? He remembered that Swear was only an elementary mystic when they split up previously. She was also a great mystic yesterday. He hadn't seen her for only a night, but this girl had already become a Mystic Monarch. Would Swear become a Mystic Supremacy if he woke up after a night's sleep? It was not impossible with this girl's abnormal cultivation speed. Yes, I took the silver snow pill last night, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. In fact, she didn't want others to think of her as too abnormal. Oh, I see. The little old man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought, fortunately, it shouldn't be possible for someone to be so abnormal. Swear, where did you get the silver snow pill? That thing isn't easy to obtain, the little old man said in surprise. He was originally thinking that he would ask his old friend for a few silver snow fish to refine some silver snow pills for Swear after this matter was over. He didn't expect this girl to obtain it herself. I refined it myself. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. Alas. Why did Grandpa Du ask this as well? Swear, you can refine the silver snow pill, the little old man asked in disbelief. He knew that Swear was an alchemist, but he didn't expect this girl to be at the level of an alchemy supremacy. Boo-hoo. He was an alchemy supremacy at such an old age, but Swear was already an alchemy supremacy. She's still young. This was too shocking. Your Excellency Du Min, don't take it to heart. Lan Ming looked at the little old man's expression and said with some pity. In fact, he slowly got used to it after being attacked for a long time. Yes, I won't. The little old man patted Lan Ming's shoulder and said empathetically. Alas. He could understand Lan Ming now. Swear and the others were indeed abnormal. Grandpa Du. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Did they have to do this? Their expressions seemed to suggest that they were deeply affected, but she really didn't think she was anything extraordinary. Lass. I'm fine. Alas, I'll get used to it slowly, the little old man hurriedly said. Grandpa Du, how is Zheng En? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic. Almost healed. Lass, Sun Wei sent people to search just now. Fortunately, Zheng En and I were invisible, so we weren't discovered by them. By the way, do you have any good plans to get rid of that ingrate? The little old man asked angrily. Grandpa Du, don't worry. Tell me when Zheng En is completely healed. I promised Zheng En to let him take revenge personally, Leng Ruoxue comforted. Yes, I know. I'm just asking, the little old man said shyly. He was a little anxious. Grandpa Du, will you be angry if the Alchemist Association disappears? Leng Ruoxue probed. Why did the Alchemist Association disappear? The little old man's face was full of question marks. Could it be that Swear did something again? Just as the little old man was puzzled, a loud bang answered him. He was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Could Swear have even blown up the Alchemist Association? Immediately after, there were several loud bangs. The little old man was confused. Did this girl want to blow up Carefree City? Lan Ming and the others quickly left the living room and ran out to watch the commotion after hearing the commotion. They returned a long time later, each with a very calm expression on his face. Then, neither of them said anything and sat directly in the chair. What's the situation outside? The little old man couldn't help asking when he saw that no one was speaking. It's still all right. Cheng Wu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said calmly. He couldn't make a fuss lest he was laughed at by Miss and the others. Where did the explosion come from? The little old man didn't believe him and continued asking stubbornly. The Mystic Association headquarters and the Alchemist Association headquarters, Lan Ming answered the little old man's question very kindly. Luckily, the place where his master was in seclusion was safe and sound. So what if the Mystic Association headquarters exploded? He didn't care. Did it all explode? The little old man asked with a black face. Alas. The girl was really ruthless. Yes, except for the cells, the Alchemist Association headquarters is in ruins. As for the Mystic Association headquarters, only the place where my master was in seclusion was intact. The other places have also become a junkyard, Lan Ming explained. He actually wanted to laugh when he thought of the situation he saw. I'm afraid the president of the Alchemist Association and the Mystic Association will be sleeping on the streets this time. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face full of gloating. They won't sleep outdoors. They can stay in the inn. Empty said lightly. What if their luck is bad and wherever they stay explodes? Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Then they're really unlucky. Cheng Wu said sympathetically. He didn't have to guess now to know that this matter definitely had something to do with Mississippi Miss was really fast. Boo-hoo. She actually lied to them that she didn't have a plan. So she went to play by herself. Yes, they will definitely be plagued by bad luck recently, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. She would definitely not let those people have an easy time since they dared to hurt her. Unlucky. She would definitely find them and definitely in a way they didn't expect. Miss, do you need us to do anything? Cheng Wu said expectantly, his handsome face red as he said, arrange something for me to do. Yes, there are indeed some things that you need to do, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile, her beautiful eyes circling Cheng Wu and the others. Miss, can you not look at us like that? We're scared. Cheng Wu couldn't help but say when Leng Ruoxue looked at him. You're too timid. How can you do this? You have to train well. Leng Ruoxue looked at Cheng Wu and the others for a while and then said earnestly. Yes, Mississippi. What training do you want to arrange for us? Cheng Wu asked bravely. Boo-hoo. Why did Mrs. Gaze make him so uneasy? He wouldn't be sold off by Miss, right? Come closer. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Yes. Cheng Wu obediently handed over his ear, his little heart racing anxiously. Leng Ruoxue whispered in Cheng Wu's ear. Immediately, everyone saw the expression on Cheng Wu's face was very strange, as if he was suppressing something. It alternated between green and white. Let's go. Cheng Wu turned to the mystic sovereigns present after hearing Leng Ruoxue's arrangement. Yes, the mystic sovereigns hurriedly replied and then left the living room with Cheng Wu. Little Snowy, where did you get them to go? Lan Ming asked curiously. I asked them to return to their rooms to look for Ling. Leng Ruoxue said very honestly. She had asked Ling to protect Zheng En after returning to the carefree pavilion just now. Cheng Wu and the others' mission required invisibility, so they naturally had to look for Ling to help. Therefore, she didn't lie. Is that it? Lan Ming looked at Leng Ruoxue doubtfully. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy was so naughty. She didn't even tell him anything fun. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. At least for now. Alright, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Do whatever you want. Leng Ruoxue wanted to sleep again after settling everything. After speaking, she pulled the freak back to her room uninvited. I want to enter the space, Empty interrupted before the freak could say anything. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded with a smile. Of course she knew. However, Empty always entered their room like this. It would definitely cause a misunderstanding over time. It's broad daylight. Why are you entering the space? Play outside yourself. The freak glared with slight dissatisfaction. You are all going to sleep. What's the point of me being alone outside? Empty said aggrievedly. Tears welled up in his beautiful eyes as if he was about to cry. Freak, stop teasing him. Let's go in and sleep too. Leng Ruoxue kindly helped him out. Alright then. The freak was a little unwilling, but he would let Schwer go since she pleaded for the big light bulb. After the freak finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue brought the two of them into the bracelet with a thought. Empty, play by yourself. We're going to bed. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak into the purple bamboo hut. Empty sat down in a chair not far from the purple bamboo hut and took out a cup of tea from his ring to drink alone. Alas, master is so pitiful. Suddenly, Icy's sympathetic voice sounded from the corner. Stinky Icy, how am I pitiful? Empty frowned and said speechlessly. How did Icy view that he was pitiful? Alone, with no one to accompany you. Icy raised its little head. Boo-hoo. It was the same. Don't I have you? Empty said nonchalantly. How can it be the same? We are both male. Icy said gloomily. Alas. Little Snowy's beasts were also male, but Little Snowy was female. Alas. It would have found a female owner back then. The embrace of the female owner was fragrant. Icy, are you despising me? He picked Icy up from a corner and raised it in front of him to look at him. Of course not. Why would I despise master? Icy quickly denied. In fact, it was just a little envious of Little Snowy's beasts. It definitely didn't despise its master. Icy, it's too late even if you despise master. We two males are destined to be tied together in this life. Empty gloated. I know. Boo-hoo. Icy wanted to cry but had no tears. What a waste. Empty laughed happily seeing Icy's depressed appearance. Alas. Icy sighed heavily and lay in its master's arms to sleep. Leng Ruoxue and the others went to rest peacefully. However, everyone in Carefree City was panicking. The people from the Alchemist Association and the Mystic Association were even more nervous like birds startled by the bow because they were very afraid that the sudden explosion would descend on them. After the big explosion at the Mystic Association headquarters, Wugong had no choice but to temporarily stay in an ordinary mansion in the outskirts of the city. This yard was also the property of the Mystic Association headquarters. However, because no one had lived here for many years, it had been neglected for many years and could no longer be lived in. He sent someone to clean it up simply and then moved in. Alas! Living here was better than staying in an inn to let others point fingers at him. At the same time, Cheng Wu and the others, who had accepted the mission, divided into two groups according to Leng Ruoxue's instructions. They prepared to monitor Sun Wei and Wugong's every move day and night, and occasionally play dirty. In Wugong's temporary residence. Big brother Cheng, Wugong went to the toilet. A mystic sovereign, who was monitoring Wugong, whispered to Cheng Wu. Okay, prepare to move. Cheng Wu, who was hiding in an empty room, stood up from his chair. Hee, big brother Cheng, we have to let that old man taste the feces pit this time, a short mystic sovereign said excitedly. Yes, we are invisible now anyway. No one can see us. We can play however we want, hee. Cheng Wu said with a naughty smile. This mission was really too enjoyable. He could finally prank people as he wished. Big brother Cheng, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly, a tall and thin mystic sovereign in black said anxiously. He had never done such a thing in his life. He was really a little excited. Don't be anxious. Prepare the tools first, Cheng Wu reminded. Then he took out a white jade bottle from his ring and held it in his hand. Okay. After seeing Cheng Wu's action, the others also took out tools that they had long prepared from their rings. Some took out a stick that was twice the size of an adult's arm, while others took out ropes. Let's go. Cheng Wu ordered when he saw that everyone was ready. Let's go. Cheng Wu led the mystic sovereigns to the toilet and swaggered in. In the toilet, Wugong was squatting on the toilet with his pants half off. Cheng Wu and the others couldn't help covering their mouths and noses after entering because the smell in the toilet was really too unbearable. They wouldn't be willing to come to such a place if it wasn't for the mission. Big brother Cheng, do we attack? A mystic sovereign asked softly. Okay. Cheng Wu nodded. Then he poured some powder from the jade bottle and blew it at Wugong. Wugong collapsed in just a few seconds, and the spot where he fell happened to be in the toilet. Wow, Mrs. Medicine is so effective, the tall and thin black-clothed mystic sovereign exclaimed. Of course, but this Wugong really knows how to find a place to lie down, Cheng Wu said with a naughty smile. Hee, the smell of the toilet might be a little bad, but seeing the vice president of the Mystic Association lying in the toilet pit, such a scene was probably rare to come by in 1,000 years. I'm the vice president of the Mystic Association headquarters, so my sleeping place is naturally different, the short mystic sovereign said matter-of-factly. Alas. Fortunately, Wugong was unconscious. Otherwise, he would be angered to death if he heard this. Makes sense. Should we let him lie down for a while more, or should we fish him out now to bask in the sun? Cheng Wu asked for everyone's opinion. Previous chapter. Let him lie down for a while more. He has so much to do every day. It's very tiring, the tall and thin black-clothed mystic sovereign said very kindly. All right. Then let him lie down for 10 minutes, Cheng Wu said after some thought. Yes. The mystic sovereigns nodded. 10 minutes later. The mystic sovereign holding the rope made a circle and wrapped it around Wugong's neck. He was about to pull him out of the toilet when he was stopped. Wait, the tall and thin black-robed mystic sovereign stopped him. Hey Z, what's the matter? The mystic sovereign asked in surprise. Don't let me take my tools for nothing. The mystic sovereign, who was called Haizi, said with a naughty smile. He looked at the stick in his hand and smashed it fiercely on Wugong's head without hesitation. Immediately, blood flowed down Wugong's head. Alright, drag it up. Blackie said after the fight. Aren't you going to smash it a few more times? The mystic sovereign suggested. Hee, in fact, they didn't have any deep enmity with Wugong, but the young miss did. The young miss's enmity was their enmity. Therefore, they didn't have to mention how happy they were seeing Wugong suffer. I want to, but I'm afraid I'll crush him to death. We won't have any fun then, Blackie said regretfully. Then don't fight first. Let's take it slow. There's still a long way to go. We won't have any fun if we kill him, the mystic sovereign said. With that, he pulled Wugong out of the toilet like he was carrying a dead chicken. Big brother Cheng, where should we put this fellow to dry? The mystic sovereign asked with a face full of disdain. Why was Wugong so stinky? It was so stinky. Hang it at the city gate. There are many people there and the air is good. This city will stink to death if it's in Carefree City. Cheng Wu covered his nose. Big brother Cheng, how can we get him out in the middle of the day? Hey Z couldn't help asking. It probably wouldn't be easy to hang the vice president of the Mystic Association on the city wall in broad daylight. The difficulty was really extraordinary. Hee, look who this is. Cheng Wu took out a small golden snake with a white jade horn on its head. The snake opened its sleepy eyes and looked at the stinky Wugong with slight disdain. Then it cast an invisibility spell and hid Wugong. After doing all this, the little snake crawled back into Cheng Wu's arms and continued sleeping. Isn't this Mrs. Beastrise? Big brother Cheng, why are you here? Hey Z asked in surprise. Of course Miss lent it to me. Let's go quickly. Cheng Wu urged. Then he left the stinky toilet first. After leaving the toilet, Cheng Wu and the others sat on their beasts, hung Wugong on a rope, and were carried to the city gate by the beasts. After reaching the city gate, Cheng Wu took out Ling from his arms. Ling opened his eyes, lazily undid Wugong's invisibility spell, and crawled back to catch up on sleep. He Zi and the others hung Wugong on the highest point of the city gate, stripped him of his clothes, and left. They didn't forget to spread the news on the way back. The vice president of the Mystic Association, Wugong, accidentally fell into the toilet, so he committed suicide at the city gate. After the pedestrians on the street heard this news, it spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Soon, all the mystics and alchemists in the city heard it. They didn't know where this news came from, but everyone simultaneously ran to the city gate to investigate on the basis of everyone's gossip. After reaching the city gate, everyone found that there was indeed a naked middle-aged man hanging on the city wall. Wasn't he the vice president of the Mystic Association headquarters? Move aside. At this moment, people from the Mystic Association headquarters arrived. The elder leading the group frowned when he saw Wugong. Put President Wu down quickly, the president hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Alas! Who did this? The Mystic Association headquarters had really lost all their face this time. There were rumors that President Wu committed suicide, but as one of President Wu's trusted subordinates, he absolutely wouldn't believe this nonsense. Elder Hao, President Wu committed suicide because he wanted to die, a subordinate reminded. What he implied was that if they meddled and saved President Wu might blame them when he woke up. Why don't they let President Wu go like this? Nonsense. Why would President Wu want to commit suicide? Elder Hao roared furiously. Humph. It was understandable that those mystics who didn't know the truth said so, but he didn't expect his subordinates to think so too. President Wu would be angered to death if he knew. Didn't President Wu commit suicide because he fell into the toilet? The subordinate said foolishly. He also felt that President Wu was a little too exaggerated, but with President Wu's identity and status, it was reasonable for him to not accept the fact that he wanted to commit suicide because he fell into the toilet. After all, President Wu was not an ordinary person. Do you think that's possible? Elder Hao roared angrily. Alas! How could he have such a stupid subordinate? That's possible, the subordinate replied seriously after some thought. Possible my A*S. Let me tell you, that's impossible. It's impossible for our President Wu to commit suicide. Elder Hao roared at the top of his lungs. Immediately, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. What are you looking at? What's there to see? Disperse. Whoever surrounds here will be expelled from the Mystic Association headquarters and Alchemist Association headquarters. Old Hao threatened as he looked at everyone's strange gazes. TCH, the Mystic Association headquarters is really becoming more and more depraved. They use expulsion to threaten mystics all the time. Truly a crooked stick, someone said from the crowd. That's right. He's obviously a vice president, but those bootlickers just have to call him president. What a joke. Now, the only vice president who has fallen into the toilet one by one in the Mystic Association for thousands of years. Huh, someone said with a wild laugh. Who? Who said that? Come out if you dare. Elder Hao roared furiously. He searched several times but didn't find anyone present with their mouths agape. He was really angry. Why would I come out just because you asked me to? Who do you think you are? Cheng Wu, who was invisible and mixed in the crowd, said disdainfully. Those words were said by the few of them just now, but this flattering elder couldn't find their seats at all. This feeling was really too satisfying. He's Mao Gui Wu's lackey. He Zi said viciously. Oh, then he will definitely fall into the toilet. He has to be Master's partner. Cheng Wu predicted and laughed hysterically. Who is it? Come out here. Elder Hao's lungs were about to explode from anger as he roared while jumping up and down. Lackey elder, I won't scram. Why don't you scram for me to see? Cheng Wu provoked. Hurry up and find these two troublemakers. Elder Hao was so angry that his entire body was trembling as he hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Yes, his subordinates answered helplessly. Then they went to the crowd to search and reported directly, Elder Hao, we didn't find the whereabouts of those two people. How is this possible? Could there be a ghost? Elder Hao roared without caring about his image. That's right. We are ghosts. You won't be able to find us. Cheng Wu gave Blackie a look after speaking. The two of them immediately attacked at the same time tacitly, punching and kicking Elder Hao fiercely. Aha! Aha! Elder Hao's painful wail kept coming out of his mouth, making everyone's hearts tremble. There's really a ghost. Elder Hao's subordinates were so scared that their faces were pale, their legs were trembling, and their bodies were trembling as they said. That was because they only heard Elder Hao's painful howl and saw blood constantly seeping out of Elder Hao's body. However, they didn't see who attacked, nor did they feel any fluctuation of mystic energy. This was enough to show that the person who beat Elder Hao up was not a human. Could it be Elder Hao's enemy? They couldn't help guessing. Save me, save me. Elder Hao pleaded weakly. Elder Hao, how can we save you if we can't see those ghosts? The subordinate said very awkwardly. Alas, how could they be a match for the ghosts? Moreover, they didn't want to be entangled by those evil ghosts after saving Elder Hao. Whoever dares to save him will suffer the same fate as him. Cheng Wu threatened. Indeed, no one dared to move after he said that. A few minutes later, Elder Hao, who had been beaten beyond recognition, finally fainted from exhaustion. Cheng Wu and He Zi clapped their hands as if they hadn't had enough. Their gazes collided, and they looked at each other with smiles. Then, the two of them tacitly said with slight dissatisfaction, "You really don't resist the beatings. Your bodies are too weak." Hehe, beating someone up with their fists was also quite enjoyable. No wonder Mrs. Beasts often used physical attacks in close combat instead of mystic techniques. This feeling seemed to have a greater sense of accomplishment than using mystic techniques. They also learned this move from Mrs. Beasts. They tested it today and indeed didn't disappoint. Everyone present and Elder House subordinates couldn't help but be at a loss for words when they heard the slightly displeased voice coming from the void. They thought to themselves, aren't you just pretending after benefiting? Alas. Poor Elder Howe. This was really an unexpected calamity. Tell me, why did he have to provoke these two unknown jinxes? Great, he was beaten up now. In fact, the mystics present were not fools. How could they not see that it was not a ghost at all? President Wu had obviously offended someone, so he was messed up so badly. How could someone who dared to mess with the vice president of the Mystic Association headquarters be afraid of an elder? Therefore, this Elder Hao was a big fool in their eyes now. Cheng Wu and He Zi were about to leave after beating him up when Wu Gong, who had been hanging on the city wall, suddenly woke up. Wu Gong endured the headache and opened his blood-stained eyes. His brain was still in a daze because of the blow to his head. He looked at the environment in front of him in confusion and asked foolishly, where is this? Why am I here? Huh, so our high and mighty Vice President Wu has woken up. Congratulations. Cheng Wu gloated. Where am I? Who are you? Wu Gong looked down and realized that he was surrounded by people. Moreover, everyone's gazes were sympathetic and strange. He couldn't help but be surprised as his mind gradually cleared. Vice President Wu, your current location is on the city wall at the city gate. As for me, just take it that I'm here to collect debts from you, haha. Cheng Wu said with a fake smile. On the city wall? Wu Gong lowered his head and looked at himself. What he saw almost made him faint again. Damn. Not only was he naked, but his body was also covered in yellow feces. At this moment, he was emitting a foul smell. Damn it, who did this? Come out if you have the guts. Wu Gong's mind was completely awake. His aura, which had been in a high position for many years, was unleashed. Even though he was in a sorry state, the domineering aura of a superior increased without reduction. It's you. Vice President Wu fell into the latrine. You can't take the shame, so you came to commit suicide at the city gate. We came to watch the commotion when we heard the news, He Zi explained understandingly. What are you waiting for? Put me down quickly. Wu Gong ignored He Zi and roared at his subordinates from the Mystic Association. Yes, yes. The dazed subordinates reacted and hurriedly saved Wu Gong from the city wall in a fluster. Take off your clothes. Wu Gong ordered a subordinate with a body similar to his. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly took off his coat and handed it to Wu Gong. What happened to Elder Hao? Wu Gong frowned and asked in puzzlement as he looked at the bloodied Elder Hao lying on the ground after putting on his coat. Report, Elder Hao was beaten up by a ghost, a subordinate reported very seriously with an abnormally serious expression on his face. Nonsense. How can there be ghosts in this world? Wu Gong kicked the subordinate angrily and reprimanded with a displeased face. Previous chapter. President, it's true. The fallen subordinate hurriedly got up and said stubbornly. How can our Vice President Wu believe that there are ghosts in the world? He might have done many guilty things, but he won't believe in retribution. Cheng Wu's voice sounded again. Who's pretending there? Show yourself if you have the guts. Wu Gonghua roared. The enemy in front of him couldn't see or touch him. He was really helpless. Vice President Wu, do that for me first. If you scram well, I'll reward you with some money, Cheng Wu said frivolously, treating Wu Gong as a monkey performing tricks. Humph. So you're also a coward. You don't dare to fight me seriously at all. You only know how to scheme in secret. Wu Gong forced himself to calm down and pretended to be calm. Of course there's no need to deal with shameless people openly. Come and arrest me if you have the ability. Don't go to the toilet so often in the future if you don't have the ability. Otherwise, you will still fall down, haha. Cheng Wu reminded. With that, he quietly left the city gate with Blackie. Hehe, it was time to go back to sleep after watching the commotion. Damn it, I won't let you go. Wu Gong was so angry that he lost his mind. Countless mystic energy gathered in his hand and were released into the air non-stop because he couldn't determine the exact location of the enemy, so he could only casually cast it into the void. Run. President Wu is crazy. The surrounding people scattered in fright when they saw the light blue mystic energy wreaking havoc in the sky. Their lives would be in danger if they were swept by the mystic supremacy's mystic energy. President, stop. Stop. They've left. His subordinates hurriedly hid and shouted when they saw the irrational Wu Gong, hoping to stop his madness. The might and aura of a mystic supremacy were not a joke. They did not want to lose their lives even though they were only subordinates. Wu Gong, who was in a frenzy, ignored their words. He continued to use the mystic energy in his hand until the mystic energy in his body was exhausted. He fell to the ground dispiritedly and murmured, he really escaped. Yes. Those two people are long gone, a subordinate said honestly while suppressing his fear. Find them. Find them for me. Even if you have to dig up every inch of the ground, find those who dare to oppose me and kill them without mercy after finding them. Wu Gong's eyes were bloodshot as he ordered with hatred. Humph. He had been in charge of the Mystic Association for so many years and had never been bullied so badly. He couldn't take it lying down if he didn't find those people and reduce them to ashes. Yes, the subordinates answered hurriedly. After that, they sent Wu Gong and Elder Hao back to their residence and began searching the world. Cheng Wu and He Zi had already left the city gate when Wu Gong went crazy. They returned to Wu Gong and the others' temporary residence and sneaked into the empty room. Everyone in the room, who had been waiting for a long time, asked curiously about the situation at the city gate after seeing the two of them return. Cheng Wu and He Zi sang well and described the situation vividly to everyone. Everyone laughed hysterically with joy after hearing this. After laughing, a mystic sovereign couldn't help asking, "Big brother Cheng, what should we do next?" "Hehe, of course we're going to continue causing trouble," Cheng Wu said with a smile. It hadn't even been a day, but Wu Gong was already covered in dirt. "Hehe, if they stayed here for a few days, Wu Gong might go crazy." Okay, it's good to cause trouble. "It will save us a lot of trouble if we can drive Wu Gong crazy," a mystic sovereign said excitedly. He had never done such a thing in his life. However, it felt quite novel, hehe. "Big brother Cheng, what should we continue causing trouble for?" He Zi asked excitedly. "I intend to drug him and make him stay for half a month. Then, I'll drop a few more latrines, hehe," Cheng Wu said with a naughty smile. "Big brother Cheng, you're ruthless." The mystic sovereigns looked at Cheng Wu with admiration and praised him. Alas. Big brother Cheng was such a steady and upright child back then, but he actually learned bad things now. Mrs. Enemy is our enemy, and being kind to our enemy is being cruel to ourselves, so of course we can't let ourselves down. Cheng Wu said righteously, his expression abnormally serious. Big brother Cheng is right. Let's quickly drug him, the mystic sovereigns said impatiently. Okay, I'll give you the medicine. Let's split up. Cheng Wu distributed the medicine Leng Ruoxue gave him to everyone. Then, everyone split up to administer the medicine. Wu Gong and the others were in deep trouble the following days. Wu Gong had suffered, and Sun Wei, Wu Gong's ally, naturally would not have it easy. As the overall in charge of this matter, Cheng Wu divided his team into two groups. He oversaw the mansion where Wu Gong was, and he handed in another relatively stronger mystic sovereign, Song Di, to be in charge of Sun Wei's place. After the explosion of the Alchemist Association, Sun Wei arranged his residence in the inn in Carefree City, which was second only to the Carefree Pavilion. He also booked the inn as the temporary construction site for the Alchemist Association. At the inn where Sun Wei was staying, Song Di and the others were hiding in the empty room next to Sun Wei's room. At this moment, they were discussing a strategy in the room. They already knew about Wu Gong and were deeply inspired. Therefore, they had been discussing how to not be inferior to what Cheng Wu and the others had done. Big brother Song, Wu Gong lost his face. We can't fall too far behind, a mystic sovereign couldn't help but say. Yes, we have to discuss it properly and see how we can leave a deep impression on Sun Wei. Song Di agreed with his partner's words and said with a naughty smile. A soft moan sounded from the next room as everyone was discussing. They immediately perked up when they heard that. Everyone looked at each other and smiled tacitly before leaving the room. At the door of Sun Wei's room, everyone turned invisible and listened for a while. Then, Song Di gently pushed open a crack in the door and threw a small pill into the room. After waiting for a while, a scream suddenly sounded in the room, followed by the angry voice of a woman. What's the matter with you? Why did you suddenly become like this? Lan Ninger's beautiful face was full of displeasure in the room. This man was really too useless. He actually couldn't continue anymore. Alas. How irritating. I don't know either. It was fine just now. Sun Wei's face was equally depressed. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He obviously wanted it very much, but a certain part of him was disappointing. Did you indulge too much and do it too many times? Lan Ninger questioned with a face full of disbelief. At this moment, she was thinking that Sun Wei must have gone to find another woman, which was why he was so powerless in front of her. Ninger, you have to believe me. There's really no one else but you, Sun Wei promised sincerely. Boo-hoo. Why was Ninger so unreasonable? He was with Ninger almost every day. He had to have the time to find other women even if he wanted to. Then what's going on? Humph. We won't be done if you don't explain it to me clearly. Lan Ninger said stubbornly. Ninger, I really don't know. Perhaps the pressure has been too great recently. Sun Wei guessed. Something kept happening around him these 2 days, but he couldn't find the instigator. How could he not be angry? In that case, rest early today. Lan Ninger said impatiently. She despised Sun Wei's uselessness in her heart. She even felt that this man's mental endurance was too poor. If Brother Leng encountered such a matter, he definitely wouldn't be as useless as him. After speaking, Lan Ninger turned around and went to sleep with her back facing Sun Wei. Ninger. Sun Wei's already annoyed heart became even more depressed seeing Lan Ninger's actions. Sun Wei lay beside Lan Ninger and listened to her even breathing, but he couldn't sleep for a long time. After some time, Sun Wei felt his sexual desire again, and even that desire became stronger. Moreover, a certain part reacted again. After a while of silence, Sun Wei felt that not only was he unable to suppress the burning desire, it was becoming more and more intense. He had no choice but to wake Lan Ninger up and roll over to press her down. What are you doing? Lan Ninger opened her eyes and questioned with a displeased face. She was already asleep, but Sun Wei actually woke her up. Humph. She would definitely not let Sun Wei go if he couldn't give her a reasonable explanation. Ninger, I want it so much. Sun Wei's hands kept swimming around Lan Ninger's red fruit body, and his hot lips kissed Lan Ninger's snow-white skin. You want it? Can you do it or not? Lan Ninger questioned impatiently. She didn't want Sun Wei to fail again halfway. One had to know that the feeling of neither going up nor down was very uncomfortable. You'll know if I can do it or not if you try. Sun Wei said angrily. No man could bear Lan Ninger's doubts, and he was naturally no exception. But Sun Wei couldn't keep it up again in no time. You're really too useless. Lan Ninger roared furiously. Her sexual drive was just aroused when Sun Wei collapsed weakly again. How could she not be angry? Ninger, don't be angry. I'll try again. Sun Wei said angrily. Humph. He didn't believe that he couldn't finish it. After giving up and trying a few more times, Sun Wei still couldn't harden up. Lan Ninger completely lost her patience and was even angrier. Sun Wei, you're really too useless. Lan Ninger roared angrily. Humph. He couldn't even be a normal man. She really didn't know what else this man could count on him for. Ninger, this was an accident. Really, I promise. Sun Wei quickly coaxed. He might be unable to make himself lose face as a man, but he really didn't think that this was his problem. He always felt that he was normal. An accident? What can you guarantee? Lan Ninger's beautiful eyes glanced at Sun Wei, obviously not believing his words. Ninger, let's try a few more times. I definitely won't have any problems, Sun Wei discussed. Do you still want to do it? How long do you want to torment me for? Lan Ninger was angry. She was aroused but couldn't get off every time. This feeling was not good, so she really couldn't cooperate with Sun Wei anymore. Let's try a few more times. It will definitely work, Sun Wei said, unwilling to give up. He couldn't believe that he really couldn't. After all, if he couldn't do this, it would be a fatal blow to any man. Do it yourself if you want to. I'm going to bed. Lan Ninger said coldly. Then she turned her back to Sun Wei and went to sleep. Ninger. Sun Wei called out softly, but Lan Ninger didn't give him any response. This made him even more annoyed. Moreover, the fire in his body began to stir again for some reason. Sun Wei looked at his excited self and pressed down on Lan Ninger without any explanation. Lan Ninger was woken up by his actions again. She glared at him with a displeased face and said, What do you want to do? I said I want it. Sun Wei continued. However, Lan Ninger was a little impatient by his slightly crude actions. She swatted away Sun Wei's large hand that was wandering on her body and roared furiously, Don't touch me. You are my woman. Who else should I touch if not you? Sun Wei's anger rose. He also didn't feel good repeating this torment. And Lan Ninger was so uncooperative, so this couldn't help making him a little angry. Let's talk about it when you can do it. Lan Ninger's beautiful face was full of disdain. What she implied was that he couldn't do it now. I can do it now. Sun Wei roared furiously. Then, he ignored Lan Ninger's refusal and wanted to use force. A few minutes later, Sun Wei couldn't keep it up anymore again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. This is what you mean by you can do it now? Lan Ninger was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She had been tormented countless times in this short period of time. Moreover, Sun Wei, who always doted on her, actually used force on her. However, it was fine if he used force to finish it, but the result was the same every time. The repeated torment made her lose all her patience, and the contempt for Sun Wei in her heart gradually deepened. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Ninger, don't be angry with me, Sun Wei said guiltily. Can I sleep now? Lan Ninger asked coldly. The word impatient was obvious on her face, and the disdain in her beautiful eyes was already too lazy to hide. Sleep. I won't touch you anymore today, Sun Wei said helplessly. Alas. He didn't blame Ninger because his mood was not much better than Ninger's. I'm going to bed. Lan Ninger turned around and went to sleep with her back facing Sun Wei. Sun Wei sat alone until dawn and had a sleepless night. The few people hiding in the room next to Sun Wei also had a sleepless night. However, they were different from Sun Wei. Sun Wei was so depressed that he couldn't sleep, but they were too excited to watch the commotion and had insomnia. Hee, Big Brother Song, you're really evil. You actually tormented Sun Wei repeatedly. At this rate, I think it won't be long before he becomes impotent even if we don't drug Sun Wei anymore, a mystic sovereign said with a wretched smile, gloating. Humph. Who asked him to provoke our miss? So what if he's from the Sun family? We'll still teach him a lesson. Song Di said nonchalantly. He had always had an unruly character. He had really never submitted to anyone except Leng Ruoxue. Sun Wei might be from the Sun family, one of the three major families, but Sun Wei was nothing in his eyes. That's right. We have to teach him a lesson no matter who he is, another mystic sovereign echoed. Yes, yes. The mystic sovereigns nodded in unison. Just like that, a few mystic sovereign powerhouses hid in the guest room and found small trouble for Sun Wei and Lan Ninger from time to time. In just a few days, Sun Wei and Lan Ninger became dispirited and lost a whole lot of weight. In the room, Sun Wei and Lan Ninger sat on the bed in the room with their heads lowered, thinking about something. Ninger. Sun Wei finally spoke after a long silence. What is it? Lan Ninger said indifferently with a very cold attitude. Ninger, don't be like this, okay? Sun Wei said helplessly. Alas. He knew that Ninger had been very unhappy these few days, but he also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Then what do you want me to do? Lan Ninger roared furiously. Sun Wei wanted to try every day during the past few days, but it didn't work every time. In the end, she was unwilling to cooperate, so Sun Wei directly used force. This made her feel abnormally disgusted. Ninger, I'm sorry, but I really don't think it's my fault, Sun Wei explained. In fact, he had a very strong feeling every time, but he just couldn't complete it every time. It's not your problem. Could it be mine? Lan Ninger glared with her beautiful eyes and questioned very unpleasantly. This man obviously couldn't satisfy her anymore, but he always pretended to be strong. In the end, it made the two of them abnormally painful. That's not what I mean. I think someone is messing with me. Sun Wei voiced his doubts. For a few days, there was no reaction whenever he wanted to do it. When he gave up, the feeling was very strong, so he suspected that someone was scheming in the dark. Humph. Stop finding excuses. You're obviously the one who is unable to do it anymore. Lan Ninger said disdainfully. There were rumors outside that Sun Wei was impotent now, so she also believed it. And if that was the case, it was impossible for her to hang out with Sun Wei anymore. Ninger, why can't I? I'm very healthy. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Sun Wei quickly coaxed. He knew that there were many rumors that were disadvantageous to him outside now, but he had never been able to capture the person who spread those rumors, so this made him very depressed. You can. It's been a few days. Have you satisfied me even once? Sun Wei, if you can't find the reason, then there's no need for us to be together. Lan Ninger directly gave an ultimatum. Ninger, can you not be like this? You have to believe me. Someone is really messing with me. I suspect it's Leng Ruoxue and the others, Sun Wei said with certainty. Is that so? Then quickly capture that ugly freak. Lan Ninger roared. Leng Ruoxue's name was like a nightmare to her now, so she would lose her reason from anger as soon as she heard this name. Ninger, don't worry. I've been sending people to look for their whereabouts. President Wu is also sending people to look for them. Sun Wei comforted. President Wu wanted to find the whereabouts of Leng Ruoxue and the others more than him. Therefore, he sent many people to look for them, but they still found nothing. Now, President Wu had diarrhea every day, and his road was basically a little unstable. Therefore, President Wu was much worse than him. There are so many of you looking for Leng Ruoxue, and you've been looking for her for so many days. Logically speaking, Carefree City should have been searched several times already. Why haven't you found her yet? Lan Ninger asked with a face full of doubts. She really doubted if they had done their best to look for her. If they had really been looking, why hadn't they found a single strand of Leng Ruoxue and the others after so many days? Ninger, we've almost turned Carefree City upside down. We've sent people to check every inn and residence, but there's none. Alas. I don't know which rat hole they're hiding in. Sun Wei said very gloomily. He couldn't find the whereabouts of the person he wanted to find, but he couldn't find anyone. This made him very angry. Then what should we do? Are we going to continue like this? We won't be able to have peace every day if we can't find the whereabouts of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Lan Ninger was a little angry from embarrassment. Sun Wei had been experimenting non-stop these few days, provoking her every time. However, he was not responsible for watering her. She had not been satisfied for many days. This prevented her anger from accumulating and her temper from growing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel. Ninger, calm down first. I know you hate Leng Ruoxue. In fact, I also want to chop her into pieces, burn her bones, and scatter her ashes. However, the prerequisite is that we have to find them. Otherwise, we can only sulk ourselves. Sun Wei stretched out his arms and hugged Lan Ninger to console her. I don't know where is Leng Ruoxue hiding. Why can't we find them? By the way, did you search the Lan family's yard? Lan Ninger suddenly asked. It was normal to let them stay in the Lan family's yard with Lan Lai's relationship with Leng Ruoxue. However, she hadn't heard that Lan Lai was also in Carefree City. Yes, they are not in the Lan family's yard, Sun Wei said helplessly. They had almost dug 3 feet into the ground in Carefree City, but they could not find the whereabouts of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Then where will they hide? Could they really burrow underground? Lan Ninger couldn't help guessing. Probably not. They're probably hiding. Sun Wei said with certainty. This conclusion was obtained after discussing with President Wu. The two of them didn't believe that Leng Ruoxue and the others had already left Carefree City because they had been fooled these few days. Are you sure they haven't left yet? Lan Ninger asked doubtfully. They definitely didn't leave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been fooled by others. Sun Wei was very sure of his guess. So what if they didn't leave? We can't find them at all. Moreover, we're in the open, and they're hiding in the dark. They can deal with us however they want, but we can't find them at all. Lan Ning'er said gloomily. This helplessness was really too unbearable. She didn't know if she would go crazy if this continued. Ning'er, don't worry. Bear with it for a few more days. We will definitely find them, Sun Wei coaxed. All right. I'll give you half a month. I'll leave Carefree City if you can't find her by then. Lan Ning'er said her thoughts. Are you leaving me? Sun Wei said in disbelief. Ning'er was already his woman, but she still wanted to leave him. Humph. He would never allow that. What else can we do? I don't want to worry all day about someone coming to cause trouble, but we are unable to capture her, Lan Ning'er said nonchalantly. Ning'er, you're already my woman now, Sun Wei reminded. Humph. So what? You're so useless. I probably won't have a good life with you. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Lan Ning'er said nonchalantly. In fact, she didn't like Sun Wei at all. The reason why she mixed with him was only to borrow Sun Wei's current power. Therefore, it was only right for her to leave since Sun Wei couldn't satisfy her now. Ning'er, I won't let you leave me, Sun Wei said very seriously. Ning'er was his, even in death. He would never allow his woman to lie under another man and beg for love. You're so useless. You can't even capture a woman, and you are impotent now. What's the point of me being with you? Lan Ning'er's beautiful face was full of disdain. I said that someone is messing with me. I'm a normal man. Sun Wei roared angrily. He was abnormally angry at Lan Ning'er's doubts. However, he couldn't do anything to Ning'er. After all, Ning'er was the woman he liked. Then quickly go and catch her? What's the use of just telling me? Lan Ning'er rolled her eyes at Sun Wei and didn't pity his encounter because Sun Wei was already on the same level as useless in her eyes. Don't worry, I'll definitely capture them. I'll let you know that your man is 100 times stronger than all men. Sun Wei roared. After shouting, he abandoned Lan Ning'er and left the inn angrily alone. After Sun Wei left, Song Di and the others followed him until they followed the depressed Sun Wei into a deserted forest. Sun Wei walked without feeling anything. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and then he lost consciousness. He didn't know anything. When he woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Where is this place? Sun Wei couldn't help muttering to himself. The fear in his heart gradually deepened as he looked at the white surroundings. This is hell. Huh, Sun Wei, I didn't expect this day to come for you. Zheng Yan's voice sounded from the empty corner. You are Zheng Yan? Zheng Yan, quickly come out. Don't pretend to be mysterious, Sun Wei shouted fearfully. Cold sweat couldn't help flowing down his forehead. Hehe, do you think there's a need for a dead person to pretend? Zheng Yan said with a light smile, his voice abnormally cold as if it was transmitted from afar. Dead person? You're dead? No. That's impossible. Sun Wei would not believe that Zheng Yan really died. In his heart, Zheng Yan was an unkillable cockroach. Otherwise, he would not have chased Zheng Yan for more than a decade, but Zheng Yan was still alive and well. What's impossible? Didn't a huge explosion happen in your Sun family's yard? Do you think I can dodge it in my current state? Zheng Yan asked coldly. You. Weren't you rescued by your master? Sun Wei questioned doubtfully. I want to, but my young miss doesn't know my current situation. How can she come to save me? I died in the explosion that time, Zheng Yan explained. Then what about your master? He's a mystic supremacy. He can't be dead too, right? Sun Wei probed. Didn't you lock master up? Why are you asking me? Zheng Yan pretended to be in disbelief. He ran away. Sun Wei said gloomily. He wouldn't be so nervous if Du Min hadn't run away. He was on tenterhooks all day because he was really afraid that Du Min would seek revenge on him. Are you sure my master escaped and wasn't killed by Wugong? Zheng Yan asked doubtfully. Yes. He really escaped. President Wu didn't kill him. Sun Wei said honestly. He was very sure about this. Previous chapter. But I don't believe you because I did not see my master. However, I want to know what happened to your master, you bastard who bullies your master and destroys your ancestors. Zheng Yan scolded. He really hated Sun Wei's actions because alchemists like Sun Wei who betrayed their masters and destroyed their ancestors in this world were absolutely considered strange. I was forced to. I didn't want to, Sun Wei pretended to be pitiful. Nonsense, who forced you? It's obvious that you have ulterior motives, and you still have the cheek to quibble. Sun Wei, as a man, you have to be daring. You're not worthy of being a man at all. Zheng Yan's voice was full of disdain, and the temperature here suddenly dropped a lot just as he finished speaking. I. Sun Wei crossed his arms in front of his chest and couldn't speak properly. Why was it suddenly so cold? What was going on? He couldn't understand. Could Zheng Yan really be dead? That was impossible, right? He still couldn't believe it. What about you? You are a scumbag, a bastard, a scumbag who bullies his master and ancestors. You will not have a good end, Zheng Yan said disdainfully. Zheng Yan, don't pretend. Come out if you have the guts. Sun Wei gathered his courage and roared loudly. The place he was staying now was gloomy. Moreover, he could only hear Zheng Yan's voice but couldn't see him. This made the pressure in his heart very big, and the fear in his heart deepened. I said I'm dead. Don't you understand human language? Moreover, do you think ghosts have guts? Zheng Yan said with a light smile. Sun Wei's heart was not so good compared to his relaxed mood. Can you tell me where this is first? Sun Wei composed himself and asked. He was skeptical of Zheng Yan's words, but he didn't even know where this place was. This made the pressure in his heart increase. This is a place where only people who have done bad things will come. Hehe, so you're here. Zheng Yan gloated. He felt so good seeing Sun Wei's pale face and trembling body in the dark. No. That's impossible. Aren't you here too? Sun Wei hurriedly asked in return. I'm here to seek revenge on you. You don't know, right? The Underworld Lord already knows what you did, so he's very angry at you for deceiving your masters and destroying your ancestors and framing your friends. He also agreed to let me come find you personally to seek revenge. This is probably the so-called retribution for evil. You've done too many bad things. You won't have a good life even if you go to hell. Zheng Yan said with a smile, his laughter seemed to have the joy of having avenged a great enmity. No. I didn't. I was forced. Sun Wei still wanted to quibble. Forced? Who forced you? Zheng Yan questioned coldly. He was really very disappointed with Sun Wei's true nature. He also couldn't understand why he treated Sun Wei as a lifelong friend back then. His taste was really not good. Of course it's my family. You're not me. You don't know how much pressure I'm under, Sun Wei said pitifully. Stress? Can you frame me just because you're stressed? Zheng Yan questioned. I don't have a choice either. If I don't do that, I won't be of any use in the family. I don't want to become an abandoned son, so I have to become the disciple of the Alchemist Association's president. That way, I will have a place in the family. Sun Wei said honestly, his face still full of fear. Humph. You did all the bad things yourself, and you actually said that your family forced you. Sun Wei, I find that your skin is really extraordinarily thick. Zheng Yan snorted coldly and said mockingly. Really, I had no choice either. You were my biggest rival back then. I wouldn't have had the chance if I didn't frame you. Boo-hoo. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. Sun Wei said with a slight sob, as if he had suffered a lot. Sun Wei, don't quibble anymore. You obviously have ill intentions, but you actually said that you were forced. Are you a man or not? It's really embarrassing for a man to be like you, Zheng Yan said disdainfully. Of course I'm a man, but I'm not anymore. I'm even impotent now. Boo-hoo. Sun Wei even used such a reason in order to live. He thought he knew Zheng Yan very well, so he knew that the more he pretended to be pitiful, the greater his chance of survival. Sun Wei, you're really too shameless. Zheng Yan was speechless. Sun Wei was really unscrupulous in order to survive. He actually abandoned the dignity of a man. I'm telling the truth. I really am impotent. Boo-hoo. Sun Wei cried. This matter was very embarrassing, but it was better than losing his life. Sun Wei, stop pretending to be pitiful. I won't pity you, Zheng Yan said coldly. Humph. Sun Wei really underestimated him. Did he think he was still the overly kind man from back then? Then what do you want? I can do anything as long as you let me go, Sun Wei pleaded. He didn't want to die, boo-hoo. Tell me how you framed me back then. If you satisfy me, I might consider pleading with the Underworld Lord to let you live. Zheng Yan said after some thought. He had to let Sun Wei reveal the truth himself. Only then could he completely wash away his innocence. Otherwise, all the arrangements made by Miss would be in vain. Will you really let me go if I tell you? Sun Wei said uncertainly. Of course. The Dark Lord said that this is our personal grudge. He won't pursue it if I'm willing to let you go, Zheng Yan said very sincerely. Okay, I'll tell you. Sun Wei hesitated but still said. Tell me quickly, I'm listening. Zheng Yan urged. Zheng Yan, you are actually a very good friend. I'm sorry, Sun Wei said emotionally. Stop talking about this. I don't want to hear it. Just tell me how you framed me, Zheng Yan said without any emotion. Do you still remember that patient from back then? Sun Wei asked. Yes, Zheng Yan answered. How could he not remember? It was said that the patient died because he took the pill he refined. At the same time, it changed his fate. Previous chapter. In fact, that person didn't die at all. He recovered quickly after taking the pills you refined. I gave him benefits, so he was willing to cooperate with me to frame you. Sun Wei explained. He didn't die. Then where is he now? Zheng Yan asked while suppressing his anger. He really didn't expect his momentary kindness to cause him an undeserved calamity. I don't know either. However, he should be living a good life now because I gave him a lot of money back then, Sun Wei said. Living a good life? Sun Wei, why didn't you kill that person to silence him? Didn't you silence many people who worked for you back then? Zheng Yan said in puzzlement. I wanted to kill him, but that person was very cunning. He slipped away by himself before I could do anything. I've never found his whereabouts. Sun Wei said gloomily. Alas. He wouldn't have chased Zheng Yan for more than a decade if that person hadn't disappeared. I didn't expect you to fail as well, Zheng Yan said coldly. Yes, I didn't expect him to slip away so quickly either, Sun Wei said with slight regret. Sun Wei, you did all sorts of bad things and bullied your master and ancestors. Don't you have nightmares at night? Zheng An asked very curiously. I didn't. I was forced. Sun Wei defended himself. Huh, Sun Wei, I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone as thick-skinned as you, Zheng An said disdainfully. I had no choice, Sun Wei emphasized. Sun Wei, was there any other reason why you framed me back then besides being jealous of me? Zheng An couldn't understand. If it was just jealousy, he shouldn't have been tortured to death. No. I want to become the disciple of the president of the Alchemist Association. However, your existence is too much pressure on me, so I had no choice but to attack you. In fact, I also treat you as a friend. Sun Wei tried to move him with affection because he thought he knew Zheng An very well. Zheng An had always been a very kind and righteous man in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have successfully framed him back then. Sun Wei, don't insult my intelligence. You've never treated me as a friend. You approached me with a reason from the beginning, Zheng An said very coldly. He really didn't expect Sun Wei to still want to use his kindness now. Alas. Did Sun Wei really think he was still the Zheng An from back then? I'm telling the truth. Sun Wei's attitude was abnormally sincere. Sun Wei, no one will believe you anymore, including your master, Zheng An reminded kindly. Master? Where is my master? I want to see my master. Sun Wei heard the word master as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Sun Wei, don't waste your energy. Your master doesn't want to see you. Zheng An looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said honestly. No, no. Master won't treat me like this. Sun Wei didn't believe that his master, who had always loved him, would not recognize him. You don't even acknowledge your master anymore. It's only right for your master to treat you like this, Zheng An reminded. I was forced. I was really forced. Master, believe me, save me. I don't want to die. Sun Wei shouted crazily, but he didn't receive any response. Even Zheng An's voice disappeared. In the forest. Leng Ruoxue looked at the dozens of old men with different expressions around her. These old men were the elders of the Alchemist Association who were once locked up by Sun Wei. Sun Wei's master, Renli, was naturally among them. Now that you know the truth, do you have anything to say? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked coldly. She wouldn't care about the lives of these old men at all if it weren't for the sake of justice for Zheng An. An elder wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. What? So? Is returning justice to my subordinates making things difficult for you? In that case, there's no need for you to live anymore. Leng Ruoxue said very ruthlessly. You can't kill us. We are respected alchemists, another elder said in disbelief. Respected alchemists? Huh, this is too funny. In my eyes, you are just stray dogs. Since I saved you but you can't be used by me, then there's no point in you living. I don't raise idle people. Transcend as early as possible. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Swear, they won't be able to reincarnate even if they die, the freak said gloatingly. That's true. I'll keep their souls for refining pills. It's said that in ancient times, there was a pill that required souls to refine, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Lass, you know that too? The little old man said in surprise. Yes, Grandpa do you know that too? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. Huh, lass, I also read about it in an ancient book. I heard that pills with souls added could be nurtured into pill spirits, the little old man said with great interest. Grandpa let's refine a pill spirit after we find all the herbs. It will save us a lot of trouble with the pill spirit. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Her beautiful eyes kept circling the dozens of elders as if she was looking for a suitable soul. Leng Ruoxue's conversation with the little old man made the hair on the bodies of the elders present stand on end. Boo-hoo. This woman was really too ruthless. They didn't want to be refined into pill spirits. Okay. Hee, I'm afraid only you can refine an alchemist spirit. Well, my good disciple also has a chance, the little old man said with envy. The conditions for refining an alchemist spirit were very stringent. Apart from having a soul, the requirements for alchemist's flames were also very high. There was no way to refine a soul unless it was a divine flame. Yes, there are so many souls. If we find enough herbs, we should be able to refine many pill spirits. Grandpa I'll give each of you one then, Leng Ruoxue said very generously. Hee, lass, I'll wait for you to say that. Leave the soul extraction to me. I know how to do it, the little old man volunteered. Humph. These elders really didn't care about face. They actually dared to put on airs at a time like this. The lass would not tolerate them. Okay, Grandpa then I'll have to trouble you to deal with these people first. They occupy too much space. Leng Ruoxue said very disdainfully. Humph. She wouldn't have saved them if she knew they were so stubborn. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me, the little old man replied. Then he raised a hand above his head and prepared to attack. Wait. Leng Ruoxue suddenly stopped the little old man before he could do anything. Lass, don't be soft-hearted. Some people are not worth it, the little old man advised. Grandpa you're mistaken. I want them to pay for the rooms and meals over the past few days. I'm not obligated to raise them for nothing, Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. After saving these people, she hid them in the guest room she booked for Carefree Hall, so she paid for their meals and lodging these few days. Yes, that makes sense. Return the money you owe the girl first, and then I'll deal with you. The little old man nodded and ordered the dozens of elders with very ugly expressions. Your Excellency Du Min, your status in the Alchemist Association is extraordinary. How can you help outsiders bully us? An elder questioned with slight dissatisfaction. In fact, he didn't think Du Min would really kill them, so he was fearless. Outsiders? To me, you are the outsiders, the little old man said emotionlessly, despising these elders who still couldn't see the situation clearly. Your Excellency Du Min, everything is negotiable. It's really a little difficult for us to seek justice for Zheng En now, another elder mediated. What do you mean? The little old man narrowed his eyes and asked lightly. Your Excellency Du Min, you should be aware of the situation in the headquarters. We are also being investigated by the headquarters now, so we have no way to clear Zheng En's name, the elder explained with a troubled expression. Yes. The other elders quickly echoed. Do you mean that you want us to help you snatch back the Alchemist Association headquarters? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile, her beautiful face full of realization. Humph. These old foxes finally revealed their fox tails. If you are willing to help, we will immediately clear Zheng En's name after we obtain control of the headquarters, the elder said hurriedly. He might not have interacted with Leng Ruoxue for long, but he was very impressed with Leng Ruoxue's methods. You're negotiating with me. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, no joy or anger on her beautiful face. We just hope that Miss Leng can help, the elder said very sincerely. No. We don't care even if you can't clear Zheng En's name. Anyway, the Alchemist Association has been laid to waste. Isn't it not so important to clear her name? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. The person who could threaten her hadn't been born yet. How could she be threatened by a few disheveled old men? The elders were stunned. None of them expected Leng Ruoxue to refuse so directly. This was a little unexpected and also made them not mentally prepared because this was far from what they had originally imagined. The reason why they didn't immediately agree to return Zheng En's innocence was also because they hoped to hold the initiative in the negotiation. However, Leng Ruoxue actually didn't play according to the rules. Miss Leng, what should we do to make you willing to help us? Another elder couldn't help asking. Sun Wei was in Leng Ruoxue's hands, and they couldn't take back the authority of the headquarters with their strength, so they really needed Leng Ruoxue's help. It's impossible for me to help you, but you can pay me. I can help you if the remuneration is satisfactory. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. In fact, she had decided to ruthlessly kill them since she sent people to save these old men. Who asked them to actually dare to bully her people? Humph. Then how much do you want, Miss Leng? An elder asked while enduring the pain. Not much. I just want 2/3 of your headquarters assets, Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the elders, and their hearts fluttered. Wasn't 2/3 more than that? One had to know that it was the wealth accumulated by the Alchemist Association for thousands of years. 2/3 of it was gone in an instant by her exorbitant demand. It was really too despicable. What? You can't bear to? Then forget it. Leng Ruoxue shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Miss Leng, can we discuss it? An elder asked. Okay, discuss it nicely. However, my patience is limited, Leng Ruoxue warned, implying that she would not wait for them for long. Okay, the elders replied. Then they walked to another corner and discussed it. Miss, will they agree? Zheng En asked curiously. Just as Miss said, it was no longer important if the Alchemist Association did not clear his name because Sun Wei had already said it himself, and many people had already heard it. This was enough for him. Yes, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Little Snowy, you're ruthless. Lan Ming said with admiration. Boo-hoo. He realized that the price Little Snowy offered him was already considered very cheap. We have to attack when the time comes. Who asked them to care so much about the Alchemist Association? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Those who dared to bully her and dared to threaten her had to pay the price. Miss, what should we do with Sun Wei? Zheng En suddenly asked. Do you want to kill him? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. Sun Wei was now in an illusion that she got confound to set up. That illusion had a huge impact on people's hearts and would cause them to hallucinate. That was why Sun Wei thought he was really in hell, and fear had already taken root in his heart. No, I don't want to dirty my hands. Zheng En thought for a while and said. In fact, he really wanted to kill Sun Wei with his own hands previously, but now he felt that there was no need because Sun Wei's spirit in the illusion had already been greatly stimulated. There was no sense of accomplishment even if he killed Sun Wei now. Then hand him to confound. Leng Ruoxue signaled the little white snake wrapped around her wrist to get rid of Sun Wei after speaking. The little white snake understood and quietly slid down Leng Ruoxue's wrist, crawling toward the illusion it had set up. Half an hour later. The elders of the Alchemist Association returned to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Miss Leng, we've already discussed it. If you can help us take back control of the Alchemist Association, we are willing to pay 2/3 of our assets as remuneration, an elder said as a representative. Even though 2/3 of their assets made them feel pain, it was better than losing the Alchemist Association. Those who know the truth are outstanding. Your decision is wise, Leng Ruoxue praised. I wonder when will Miss Leng be able to help us take back the Alchemist Association headquarters, the elder continued asking. Anytime if you're not afraid of Wugong finding trouble with you, Leng Ruoxue replied with a light smile. The elder was a little depressed because they were not sure if Wugong would cause trouble for them now. However, they wanted to take back the headquarters quickly. Boo-hoo. How conflicted. You have to think carefully. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Miss Leng, we've decided to take back the headquarters as soon as possible. The elders exchanged glances before an elder spoke. Okay, but I can only cooperate with you in the dark. The main force to snatch back the Alchemist Association is you. Leng Ruoxue said. Okay. The elders nodded. Wugong's problem was not resolved. They couldn't ask Leng Ruoxue to help openly. They didn't want to be Wugong's first target. Then plan carefully. Tell me if you need my cooperation. By the way, don't forget to pay for the room and food. Leng Ruoxue said in a good mood. The elders were collectively speechless. They had already paid 2/3 of the Alchemist Association's assets as remuneration. Why did Leng Ruoxue still remember the small money for rooms and meals? Sun Wei's matter has been resolved. Let's return to the inn quickly. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak directly out of this uninhabited forest, Zheng En and the others following closely behind. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked directly into the living room after returning to the carefree pavilion. After sitting in the chair, Leng Ruoxue looked around at everyone in the hall and said, Song Di, you did well. Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. Is there anything else you need us to do? Song Di asked expectantly. Their mission was relatively easier because Sun Wei was too weak and there were no powerful experts around him. Have you dealt with Sun Wei's subordinates? Leng Ruoxue asked. It's been settled, Song Di reported. Oh, then go and help those elders from the Alchemist Association. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Miss, the people from the Alchemist Association headquarters are not strong. They don't need so many of us. Song Di said carefully. In fact, he wanted to help Big Brother Cheng and the others deal with Wugong, but he didn't know if Miss would agree. Then go and help Cheng Wu. The others will help those elders, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Miss, we also want to. A mystic sovereign said with some difficulty. He stopped mid-sentence. Go to Cheng Wu after you're done with the Alchemist Association's matters, Leng Ruoxue said. She knew very well what these subordinates were thinking. She couldn't dampen their spirits since they were so enthusiastic. Yes, Mississippi. We'll go find those elders now. The mystic sovereigns stood up and left the living room impatiently. Song Di, go too. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. When did these people become impatient? Impatient. Yes, Miss, Song Di quickly answered, stood up, and left the living room. Huh, lass, your subordinates are quite proactive in their work, the little old man said with a face full of envy. If the elders of the Alchemist Association headquarters were like these people, the Alchemist Association would not have become like this. Grandpa Du, I caused the Alchemist Association to bleed profusely. You won't blame me, right? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. No, no. Hehe, it's better than letting those assets enter your pocket than letting those ingrates benefit. Moreover, didn't you leave 1/3 of it for them? It's enough for them to rebuild the headquarters, the little old man said very generously. It was very easy for alchemists to earn money, so he had never taken those worldly possessions seriously. Hehe, it's good that Grandpa Du doesn't blame me. It's getting late. Let's rest early. Leng Ruoxue said as she looked at the sky. Okay. Everyone nodded and then returned to their rooms to rest. Leng Ruoxue and the freak entered the bracelet directly after returning to their room. Shuer, will the matter of the Alchemist Association be resolved tomorrow? Empty, who was waiting for them on the stone chair in front of the purple bamboo hut, asked. That will depend on the abilities of those elders. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Aren't you going to help them think of some way? Empty asked curiously. Not only are those old men stubborn, but they also want to play mind games with me. I don't care. However, I've already sent a few mystic sovereigns to help them. As for when I can regain control of the Alchemist Association, it's not up to me to decide, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Shuer, don't you want to receive the money early? Empty asked with a smile, his smiling black eyes full of teasing. I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, Wugong's matter isn't over yet. If those old men dare to renege on their debts, I'll send someone to inform Wugong. Hehe, Wugong will be happy to cause trouble for them if he can't find us. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. However, she was very confident that those self-righteous old men would not dare to renege on their debts. Shuer, you're so bad. Empty said happily. Those stubborn old men from the Alchemist Association were unlucky to have encountered Shuer. I respect people tenfold if they respect me. Those old men are not sincere at all. I saved them, but they still play mind games with me. Will I still be Leng Ruoxue if I don't teach them a lesson? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She had to take revenge for her enmity. Humph. Whoever provoked her would not have a good life. Previous chapter. Next. Those old men have been in high positions for many years, so they naturally won't take others seriously. They deserved it. Empty gloated. Empty, what should we do with the people from the Mystic Association? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked when she saw that nothing was wrong. Shuer, this is your business. Why are you asking me? You can decide for yourself. Empty said. Really? Then I've decided to destroy the Mystic Association headquarters. Leng Ruoxue said a little ruthlessly. What she meant by destroying was that there would be no Mystic Association headquarters on the Boundless Heaven continent in the future. Humph. She didn't believe that Empty wouldn't feel heartache. Swear, there's no need to do that, right? There might be black sheep in the Mystic Association headquarters, but that was only done by some people after all. If we destroy the Mystic Association headquarters, then there won't be any place to transmute spiritual power in the future, Empty advised. Alas. He didn't want to see the Mystic Association headquarters disappear from the Boundless Heaven continent. There's nothing we can do. The Mystic Association has been under Wugong's control for many years. The president is in seclusion. If Wugong dies, won't the Mystic Association be leaderless? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, I think you can take over the Mystic Association headquarters, Empty suggested. He could be at ease if Schwer took over the Mystic Association headquarters. I don't want to. You know I'm most afraid of trouble. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly refused. Humph. She had a headache even in Myriad Mountain City. She would definitely go crazy if she took over the Mystic Association headquarters. But I think you're the most suitable candidate, Empty said with a light smile. Aren't you thinking too much? Wugong isn't dead yet, and the Mystic Association is still under his control. The freak who had been listening to their conversation rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. This is called preparing for a rainy day. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face full of calculations. Yes, the fate of the Mystic Association headquarters is destined. Therefore, we have to think about it first. After all, this concerns the numerous mystics on the Boundless Heaven continent. Empty echoed. The effects on the mystics would be inestimable without the Mystic Association headquarters. Therefore, he had to think of a way to minimize this effect. It's not too late to think about it after Wugong dies. If there's really no other way, let Lan Ming manage the Mystic Association headquarters for the time being. Don't forget that his master is the president of the Mystic Association headquarters, the freak reminded. Lan Ming? His strength is too low. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone. Empty frowned and said after some thought. Destroy everyone who isn't convinced. Let's see who still dares to say anything, the freak suggested. You're ruthless enough, but what you said makes sense. Empty said after some thought. Then let Lan Ming take over the mess in the Mystic Association after Wugong dies. Leng Ruoxue gloated. Little Lan would be troublesome in the future. She didn't care who took over as long as she didn't have to care. Poor little Lan, your fate has been decided by the three of you irresponsible fellows just like that. Alas. Icy, which had been sleeping on the stone table, opened its ice blue eyes and said with slight sympathy. Little Icy, sleep on your own. Don't eavesdrop. Leng Ruoxue picked up Icy and covered its little ears with her hand. Little Snowy, I don't need to eavesdrop. I'm listening openly, Icy said nonchalantly. Then don't listen openly. Hurry up and sleep. Leng Ruoxue urged. Oh, right, little Snowy, you don't need my help to deal with Wugong. Icy asked, its beautiful ice blue eyes full of interest. Help? Wouldn't you help him if you wiped him out with a sneeze? Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She didn't intend to let Wugong live. Where could she find him if Icy sneezed? I don't have to sneeze, Icy said with a naughty smile. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy wouldn't think that it only knew how to sneeze. It was looking down on it too much. Master, leave Wugong to me. The transmogrified Feng Zhan flew over and landed on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder. You're only a level 2 transcendent divine beast. Wugong is a mystic supremacy. Can you beat him? Icy said with slight disdain. Humph. Damn stinky bird, how dare you snatch food from its mouth. It seemed like it had beaten too little. It had to teach this bird a lesson when it had time. TCH, I might only be a level 2 transcendent divine beast and might not be as strong as that long-legged Wugong, but I have many subordinates. I don't believe that we can't burn that Wugong to death with every bird and flame. Feng Zhan said confidently. Humph. Those stinky dragons wouldn't dare to provoke them if they attacked in groups. Icy's forehead was full of black lines. Boo-hoo. It was not a match for these stinky birds in a group battle. Alas. It was good to have many beasts. Poor lonely person. Schwer, I realize that your beasts are even more ruthless. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Boundless' forehead. Alas. Not to mention Wugong, even he couldn't stand the southern spirit flame of the Fire Phoenix clan. And each bird had a mouthful of southern spirit flame. Then Wugong probably wouldn't even have ashes left. He felt some pity for Wugong now. Of course. Their masters are too weak. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of pride. Your strength is low. You're already a mystic monarch. A mystic monarch can also be considered a powerhouse on the Boundless Heaven continent, Empty said speechlessly. But aren't there many mystic sovereigns and mystic supremacies? Therefore, mystic monarchs are nothing. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Master, I want to beat up that Wugong too. Charm jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and acted coquettishly. Charm wants to be beaten up too. Who else wants to be beaten up? Leng Ruoxue asked as more beasts gathered around her. Me. The beasts all rushed to speak. Hehe, they might not be as strong as Wugong, but they had to participate. They had to help their master no matter what if Wugong bullied her. I want to participate too, can I? The honest Big Hairy scratched its head shyly. It had been living with these beasts since old man Zhao went into seclusion. Therefore, it also treated itself as one of them under the influence of the beasts, even though it was not Leng Ruoxue's beast. Previous chapter. Next, I want to too, the little peacock said. It might be Fengzhan's subordinate, but Leng Ruoxue didn't contract with it, so it didn't know what its current identity should be. Fortunately, its boss's master would use it sometimes, so it felt that it was still useful. All of you. But you can't all go out. Otherwise, it will scare others, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. If others knew that she actually contracted so many beasts, wouldn't they treat her as a monster? Beloved master, let your darling train. Darling's beautiful silver eyes looked at Leng Ruoxue with watery eyes and pleaded. Master, you can't abandon Dazzle. The little black fox jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her non-stop while acting coquettishly. Master. Ling didn't say anything and just looked at Leng Ruoxue with its bright black eyes without blinking. Its eyes seemed to say, Master, bring me along. You. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. Alas. This was the difficulty of having too many beasts. Both the palms and the backs of the hands were meat, bringing anyone or not would make things difficult for her. And if a beast was sad because of this, she would not feel good either. She was conflicted. Huh, Schwer, it's really not easy to see your conflicted expression. Empty said with a smile. The Leng Ruoxue in his eyes had always been confident, but now she revealed such a conflicted expression. This was really too rare. Stop gloating. Hurry, think of a way for me. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Empty, her beautiful face full of displeasure. That's simple. Ask Ling to cast an invisibility spell on them as long as they don't show themselves, Empty said with a light smile. Ling, can you do it? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. She was afraid that Ling's body would not be able to withstand using an invisibility spell on so many beasts. There should be no problem as long as Master's pills replenish its mystic energy, Ling said after some thought. Well, this was also a huge test for it. Ling, just do what you can. Don't show off if you really don't have a choice. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Okay. Ling nodded in response. Alright, it's settled for the time being. Everyone, go back and rest. Leng Ruoxue said. Then she pulled the freak back to the purple bamboo hut. The next day. Leng Ruoxue brought the freak out of the bracelet and returned to their room in the inn. Someone knocked on the door. The freak opened the door and saw the old man standing at the door. He frowned and said, Elder Lien, what's the matter? It's like this. We've already discussed a strategy to meet with Miss Leng. Elder Lien braced himself. This man didn't seem to be too friendly to him. Alas. He was definitely ranked at the top among the elders of the Alchemist Association. Moreover, his words were very weighty, but it was completely ineffective against Leng Ruoxue. This couldn't help making him feel helpless. There's no need. It's good that you've thought about it. Moreover, didn't Schwer already get someone to help you? The freak blocked the way directly. He didn't have a good impression of these old men. Humph. These old men actually dared to plot against Schwer. They really didn't know how to write the word death. Alright then. Elder Lien had no choice but to turn around and leave with a wry smile. The freak closed the door with a bang when he saw Elder Lien leave, and then he returned to the inner room. Freak, who is it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. However, she was more surprised that the freak didn't let that person enter the house. It's Elder Lien from the Alchemist Association, but he was sent away by me, the freak explained lightly. Oh, what's the matter with him? Leng Ruoxue asked. It's okay. He said that they had already discussed a countermeasure and wanted to meet you. I said that there was no need. Let them decide for themselves. Then he left, the freak said innocently. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded with a light smile, not planning to expose him. Schwer, where are we going later? The freak asked curiously. He didn't know what Schwer would do since he woke up so early today. Freak, let's take a walk around Carefree City. Leng Ruoxue suggested after some thought. They had been staying in the inn most of the time since they came to Carefree City for a few days, and they hadn't had a good tour the last time. Okay. The freak didn't care what he was doing as long as he could be with Schwer. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue and the freak exited the room and arrived on the streets of Carefree City. At this moment, there were not many pedestrians on the streets of Carefree City because too many things had happened recently. Moreover, many people didn't dare to wander the streets at all. It was said that the vice president of the Mystic Association, Wu Gong, had gone crazy. He would send people to capture and interrogate anyone suspicious on the streets. This made the atmosphere in Carefree City even more tense. The two of them walked on the streets and unknowingly arrived outside Wu Gong's temporary residence. Leng Ruoxue and the freak's eyes met as they looked at the slightly shabby yard wall. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they took out a few explosive balls from their rings and buried them in the corner outside the yard wall. Ling, help us turn invisible. Leng Ruoxue summoned Ling and ordered while no one was around. Yes, master, Ling answered and cast an invisibility spell for the two of them. Ling, do you know where Chengwu and the others are hiding? Leng Ruoxue asked softly. Ling had been following Cheng Wu and the others for a while and had only been summoned back 2 days ago. Yes, I know, Ling replied and led the way, leading Leng Ruoxue and the freak to the empty room where Cheng Wu was hiding. Miss, why are you here? Cheng Wu and the others were discussing their next step in the room. They hurriedly stood up and asked in puzzlement when they saw Leng Ruoxue and the freak. We came out for a walk, Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh, miss, we're driving Wugong crazy. Hee hee. Cheng Wu said proudly. He had never known that teasing others could be so enjoyable. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Be careful. I'm afraid he'll be driven into a corner. Leng Ruoxue reminded them worriedly. Miss, don't worry. We already have a plan, Cheng Wu said with a smile, his resolute face full of mystery. Oh, what plan? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She had not participated in Cheng Wu and the others' plans since she started for them. Hee, she was also training Cheng Wu and the others' adaptability. After all, she didn't want her subordinates to not know how to use their brains and only know how to carry out dead orders. Miss, Wugong has many mystic sovereigns by his side, so we decided to attack those mystic sovereigns first. We'll cut off Wugong's claws and let him search every house by himself, hee. Cheng Wu said with a naughty smile. Others capture the leader first to capture the bandits, but you're doing the opposite. Not bad. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction and praised. Hee, Miss taught me well. Cheng Wu flattered. Stop flattering me. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I placed a small gift from this mansion just now, so you probably have to find another place to hide. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Miss, you're really too evil. Wugong finally calmed down. Now he has to find a new place. Cheng Wu said with pity. Alas. Why was Wugong so unlucky to have provoked his young miss? Yes, of course. Pack up and prepare to leave. Leng Ruoxue said without any sympathy. Okay, let's leave this place immediately. Cheng Wu said fearfully. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Little gifts were not to be trifled with. They would kill. By the way, have you seen Mrs. Sun recently? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She had long heard of the famous Mrs. Sun, but she had never had the chance to meet her. Alas. What a pity. No. I heard that Madame Sun left Carefree City after the big explosion at the Mystic Association headquarters, Cheng Wu said. That woman is quite heartless. Wugong encountered such an unlucky thing, and she actually left alone. Leng Ruoxue sighed. Alas. Was this the so-called flying off on their own when disaster struck? If she doesn't leave, do you think she can count on her and Wugong to go through thick and thin together? She's a married woman. She's already made a huge cuckold of the Sun family's deputy patriarch. If she continues to advance with Wugong, then there's no need for her to be the madam of the Sun family. Cheng Wu said disdainfully. Humph. He had never had a good impression of such a promiscuous woman. However, what surprised him was the attitude of the deputy patriarch of the Sun family. He didn't believe that the man knew nothing about this, so he really couldn't understand the man's thoughts. Yes, that makes sense. However, men's thoughts are really strange. Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak, then at Cheng Wu and the others and sighed with emotion. Schwer, why are you looking at me? I'm not such a useless man, the freak protested. Humph. He would never let that man go if any man dared to touch his Schwer. Miss, I'm not either. Cheng Wu said fearfully. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Gaze was really too. Quickly leave this place. It will explode later. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help laughing happily seeing the depressed expressions of the freak and the others. Okay. Everyone nodded. Freak, let's go back to the inn. Leng Ruoxue turned to the freak. Okay. The freak nodded. Cheng Wu, tell me in advance if there's anything you need my help with, Leng Ruoxue said and left with the freak. Not long after Leng Ruoxue and the freak left, the mansion exploded. Wugong and his subordinates, who were not mentally prepared, suffered varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, no casualties occurred. Wugong almost fainted from anger as he looked at the ruins in front of him. He gritted his teeth, looked at his subordinates, and ordered furiously, seal the city gate immediately and continue the carpet search. Don't even let out a fly. Yes, the subordinates said as they endured the pain. However, they had varying degrees of resentment for Wugong in their hearts. Humph. Would they have been treated like this if Wugong hadn't offended someone? Moreover, Wugong, as a mystic supremacy, couldn't do anything to a mere elementary mystic. This didn't prevent them from doubting Wugong's ability. Then why aren't you going? What are you waiting for? Wugong roared. President, what will happen to you if we go? A subordinate asked bravely. Now that they were all injured and didn't have a place to stay, he felt that they should find a place to stay first and search for Leng Ruoxue and the others. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and find someone for me, Wugong roared. Yes. The subordinates had no choice but to bite the bullet and search. In the corner. Cheng Wu and the others were hiding in the dark, watching Wugong and the others. Big brother Cheng, do you think Wugong's subordinates will listen to him? Hei Zi asked curiously. Of course not. Didn't you notice? They don't trust Wugong anymore. Hee, if I'm not mistaken, they will definitely obey but disobey in secret. Cheng Wu said understandingly. This This Wugong really failed as a person. Alas. If he was half as good as his young miss, he probably wouldn't have been deserted. Obviously, Wugong was not far away. Big brother Cheng, should we watch Wugong or his subordinates? Song Di couldn't help asking. Go deal with his subordinates. I'll watch over Wugong. Cheng Wu said after some thought. Okay, be careful. Song Di nodded. Then he led his men and quietly followed Wugong's group. Leng Ruoxue and the freak went directly to the living room after returning to the carefree pavilion. Lan Ming, Zheng En, and the little old man were sitting in the living room chatting. After seeing Leng Ruoxue and the freak, the little old man asked curiously, Lass, where did you go? I went out for a walk, Leng Ruoxue replied. Then she found a chair with the freak and sat down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss, I saw Lan Ninger leave Carefree City when I went out just now. Zheng En said. Oh, so be it. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She wanted to kill Lan Ninger, but she couldn't say this in front of Lan Ming. After all, Lan Ninger was a member of the Lan family no matter how bad she was. Little Snowy, I think Lan Ninger won't dare to return to the Lan family anymore, Lan Ming guessed. That might not be the case. Don't underestimate Lan Ninger's thick skin. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. But with what she did, she won't have a good life even if she returns to the Lan family, Lan Ming said understandingly. Super families like the Lan family were very prideful, so Lan Ninger would not have any status in the Lan family anymore. Little Lan, I don't care how your Lan family will treat her. I just hope she doesn't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't let her go again. Leng Ruoxue warned. Humph. She could let Lan Ninger go this time on account of the Lan family. However, if Lan Ninger didn't repent, then don't blame her for being rude. Little Snowy, if you want to get rid of her, you better do it secretly. Otherwise, some old fellows from the Lan family will definitely not ignore it, Lan Ming reminded. Yes, I will. Leng Ruoxue nodded very seriously. Hehe, Little Snowy, what's the next step? Lan Ming asked very curiously. I don't know. I don't have any plans. Leng Ruoxue shrugged innocently. Little Snowy, don't be like this. Tell me. Lan Ming pleaded with a bitter face. Really not. I've handed everything to Cheng Wu and the others to handle now. I'm just leaving everything to them, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her beautiful face full of pride. Little Snowy, why didn't you let me participate then? Lan Ming asked in puzzlement. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy's plans were all hidden from him. It felt very uncomfortable not letting him know. Your strength is too low and your IQ is low, so you can only be an audience. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Ming carefully for a while and then said very cautiously. I admit that I'm weak, but how is my IQ low? Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Lan Ming's handsome face was full of grievance. Little Snowy said that he was weak, but did it mean that he was stupid? He was so depressed. Weak in every way. Leng Ruoxue glared at Lan Ming and said without giving him any face. Lan Ming was conflicted, so depressed that he wanted to scratch the wall. Little Snowy was really too evil. Hee. Zheng En and the little old man couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing secretly when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. You're still laughing? How inhumane. Lan Ming looked at the two secretly happy people and complained. Hee, little Lan president, our miss is the head of the family. You just have to listen to whatever miss says. Don't refute her. Otherwise, you will be the unlucky one. Zheng En reminded very kindly. Boo-hoo. I know you all belong to the same country and only know how to bully me. Lan Ming felt wronged, very wronged. Alright, stop pretending. Little Lan, prepare to take over the Mystic Association headquarters. Leng Ruoxue's words were like a bomb, blasting Lan Ming's mind into a blank. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue dragged the freak out of the living room very irresponsibly. After a long while, Lan Ming's consciousness slowly recovered. He looked at Zheng En and the little old man in the living room and couldn't help asking, what did Little Snowy say just now? Miss said to prepare you to take over the Mystic Association headquarters. Zheng En said. He approved of Miss's words very much now. Lan Ming's intelligence was indeed a little weak. Moreover, his tolerance was very low. Why? I'm just a mystic monarch. I can't, Lan Ming said reluctantly with a bitter face. If Miss says you can, then you can. Don't refute. Otherwise, Miss will be angry. And once Miss is angry, you will be in trouble. Zheng En threatened. Lan Ming was depressed again. He was even more depressed than when Leng Ruoxue said that he was mentally weak. Boo-hoo. He could reluctantly accept being the president of the branch. However, he was not mentally prepared now if he were to manage the headquarters. Moreover, he did not think that the elders in the headquarters would submit to him. After all, where was his strength? Brat Lan, I think this girl's idea is good. Your master is the president of the Mystic Association headquarters. As his disciple, it's only logical for you to take over the headquarters, the little old man explained. I know. Lan Ming nodded helplessly. Then why are you complaining like a little wife? Hurry up and go back to your room to wash up and prepare to take over the Mystic Association headquarters. You have to know that this is a good thing that fell from the sky. No one can ask for it. Zheng En said with envy. Boo-hoo. The pie is too big. I can't eat it now. Zheng En. If you're envious, why don't I give you this opportunity? Lan Ming hurriedly said. The current him wanted to throw this hot potato out even more. How can that do? Your master is the president of the Mystic Association headquarters. What will happen if I take over the headquarters? Zheng En refused. He didn't want that big package. It's okay. I'll explain to master after he comes out of seclusion, Lan Ming advised stubbornly. That won't do either. I won't take over. Mystics is only my second profession. I mainly work as an alchemist. If I take over the Mystic Association headquarters, I will be neglecting my main profession, Zheng En said evasively. What if your master agrees? Lan Ming looked at the little old man expectantly. My master won't agree. Zheng En said very confidently. His master wanted him to take over the Alchemist Association, but he refused, let alone the Mystic Association. Yes, I won't agree. Otherwise, the Alchemist Association headquarters would have been his long ago, the little old man said very cooperatively with his disciple. If. Lan Ming wanted to continue persuading but was interrupted by Zheng En. President Little Lan, don't have any ideas about me. I want to wander around with Mississippi. It's impossible for me to stay in the same place. Zheng En said bluntly. Previous chapter. Next. You're still leaving? Lan Ming asked with some displeasure in his heart. Boo-hoo. Was he going to be abandoned again? These baddies. Of course. Miss said that we will go for training after the incident in Carefree City, Zheng En said. Miss and the others wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible, and training was the best way to improve their strength. What about Myriad Mountain City? Lan Ming couldn't help asking. Aren't there Cheng Wu and the others? Myriad Mountain City will depend on them in the future, Zheng En explained. His feelings for Miss had already risen to a new height since Cheng Wu and the others told him about Myriad Mountain City. Zheng En, do you really intend to go for training after settling the matter here? Lan Ming confirmed with a long face. Of course. President Little Lan, do you think I'm joking with you? Zheng En asked helplessly. Alas. Lan Ming didn't have to put on such a dead look when he heard that they were leaving. People who didn't know the truth would think that they had abandoned Lan Ming. No, I'm just not mentally prepared, Lan Ming said uncomfortably. A feeling of being abandoned slowly emerged in his heart. President Little Lan, Miss said that there is no such thing as a banquet that will never end, so don't be too sad. Be good. Zheng En coaxed patiently. Alas. I'm going back to my room first. Lan Ming sighed, then stood up and said lightly. He needed to be alone for a good time. Master, could he be suicidal? Zheng En couldn't help asking as he looked at Lan Ming's slightly lost back. Hard to say, the little old man gloated. Master, why do you seem so happy? Zheng En's forehead was full of black lines. Because I'm experienced and understand his feelings, so I'm very happy whenever I see someone struggling like I did back then, the little old man explained. Master, what's with your heart? Zheng En was speechless. Alas. He had always thought his master was a serious person. He only knew today that he was wrong. To gloat. The little old man said with a smile. Then he stood up and left the living room. Zheng En saw that he was alone in the huge living room, so he dusted his butt and left. The next day. In the living room. Leng Ruoxue sat in a chair and looked at the elders of the Alchemist Association, whose faces were full of smiles and excitement, and said lightly, has everyone's matter been settled? Thanks to Miss Leng's subordinate's help, the matter has been settled. Elder Lien said on behalf of the elders. He really didn't expect Leng Ruoxue's subordinates to be so efficient. This really surprised him. In that case, can you pay me? Leng Ruoxue reminded. This was what she was most concerned about. Of course, Miss Leng. This is 2/3 of the wealth accumulated by our Alchemist Association for thousands of years. Please take it. Elder Lien handed Leng Ruoxue a storage ring and said with a pained expression. Zheng En, check carefully. This will be our living expenses in the future. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and handed it to Zheng En. Okay, Mississippi. Zheng En took the ring with a smile on his face. It felt so good to see the pained expressions on the elders' faces. Check carefully. By the way, did you include the money for your rooms and meals these few days? Leng Ruoxue turned her beautiful eyes to the elders and asked after instructing. This is our money for the next few days. The corner of Elder Lien's mouth twitched. Then he took out a storage ring and said speechlessly, boo-hoo. Why was she still thinking about this bit of money? Elder Lien, you're very dishonest. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and threw it directly to Zheng En before saying with slight dissatisfaction. I'm old, and my memory isn't good. Elder Lien wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and explained helplessly. Boo-hoo. Why didn't this girl know how to respect her elders? In fact, how could he have forgotten? They felt that it was too embarrassing to be led by the nose by Leng Ruoxue, so they didn't intend to give it as long as Leng Ruoxue didn't mention it. Their idea was that they would have a sense of accomplishment even if they could take a little advantage of Leng Ruoxue. However, they didn't expect their little thoughts to make them even more embarrassed. Oh, Elder Lien, do you need me to refine some pills that can enhance your memory? Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. In fact, she had been laughing in her heart. These old men were not qualified to fight with her. No need, no need. I can refine it myself, Elder Lien said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. He didn't dare to eat Leng Ruoxue's food anymore. It was really too expensive. He was afraid of going bankrupt. Alas. Forget it, since Elder Lien won't give me face. However, Elder Lien, when do you intend to give me an explanation about Zheng En? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic and brought it to Zheng En. Miss Leng, you know the current situation of the Alchemist Association. We don't have a place to work yet. Can we give you this explanation after we rebuild the headquarters? Elder Lien discussed. No, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation before I leave Carefree City. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Leng Ruoxue warned. These old men's evasion made her very displeased because in her opinion, this was only clarifying Zheng En's innocence to the entire Boundless Heaven continent and informing the various Alchemist Association. There was no difficulty at all. The efficiency of these people's work was really too poor. Alright then. The company commander's little heart trembled as he answered. Boo-hoo. He had decided to stay away from this demon from now on. Elders, is there anything else? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. 2 words were written on her beautiful face: send the guests out. We're fine. We'll take our leave first. The company commander said. He had never seen Leng Ruoxue treat guests like this in his life. She actually chased them away without even letting them sit, let alone taking a sip of water. Boo-hoo. What kind of people were these? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Wait. Leng Ruoxue suddenly called out to them before the elders of the Alchemist Association were about to leave the living room. Miss Leng, is there anything else? Elder Lien asked in puzzlement. Zheng En, their remuneration isn't bad, right? Leng Ruoxue turned to Zheng En. Yes. Zheng En suppressed his smile and replied. Miss was really too evil. However, he knew that the reason Miss did this was to vent for him. Oh, that's good. Elder Lien, you can leave now. Leng Ruoxue seemed to be relieved when she heard Zheng En's words. Then she said to Elder Lien and the others whose faces were a little blue. We'll take our leave. Elder Lien suppressed his anger and left the living room with the elders. Lass. Aren't you afraid that they will bear a grudge if you do this? The little old man couldn't help asking with a smile after Elder Lien and the others left. Don't be afraid. If they dare to play any more tricks, I'll directly deal with them, Leng Ruoxue said without any emotion. Swear, don't worry. Those elders don't have the guts to plot against you anymore, Empty said with a light smile. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Miss. Leng Ruoxue and the others were chatting when Blackie ran in anxiously. What's the matter? What happened? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking when she saw Blackie's nervous expression. Miss, Big Brother Cheng and Wugong are fighting. And he's injured. Hey Z shouted worriedly. Why did they start fighting? Isn't he invisible? Leng Ruoxue stood up and asked in puzzlement. I don't know how Wugong found him. We saw the 2 of them fighting when we returned after cleaning up Wugong's subordinates. Big Brother Song and the others have already gone to help and asked me to inform Miss, Hey Z said while panting heavily. Let's go take a look. Leng Ruoxue looked at everyone in the hall. Okay. Everyone nodded and then left the living room with Leng Ruoxue. After Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the location of the fight, they saw several mystic sovereigns surrounding Wugong, who was cursing loudly. You cowardly turtles, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Wugong roared. He was really angry. He had finally discovered the whereabouts of the people who were secretly causing trouble, but he didn't expect there to be so many people. Moreover, they were all mystic sovereigns. He might be a mystic supremacy, but he couldn't withstand the group attacks of so many mystic sovereigns. Why should we fight you one-on-one? You, a mighty mystic supremacy, actually want a mystic sovereign to fight you one-on-one. Aren't you embarrassed? If I were you, I would have bought a piece of tofu and committed suicide a long time ago. It would be embarrassing to live anyway. Song Di shouted rudely. The other mystic sovereigns let out low mocking laughter as soon as Song Di finished speaking. Everyone looked at Wugong with contempt. Are you all so capable of surrounding me? Wugong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He kept complaining in his heart. Where did those damn subordinates go? Why didn't they scram back quickly? At this moment, he didn't know that his subordinates had already seen the gods. We're weak, so what can we do? Song Di said nonchalantly. He agreed with Miss very much now. As long as they could win, the process was not important. You. Wugong was so angry that he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he glanced at Leng Ruoxue and the others, who were walking over. He couldn't help but say angrily, Du Min, it's really related to you. Yes, it has to do with me. Can't I? The little old man asked with a chuckle, his face full of schadenfreude. How dare you repay kindness with ingratitude by staying in the territory of our carefree city? Humph. I've decided. Decided. I'll expel you on behalf of the Mystic Association. Wugong glared fiercely at the little old man and roared. Are you sure you have the right? The little old man asked mockingly. Of course. I'm the vice president of the Mystic Association. I call the shots in the Mystic Association, Wugong said confidently. You also know that you're the deputy? Then do you still remember that you have a president above you? The little old man reminded coldly. The president has been in seclusion for many years. Who knows if something happened. I'm the eldest in the Mystic Association now. Wu Gong emphasized. Nonsense, you're the one who had an accident. Lan Ming couldn't help cursing when he heard Wu Gong curse his master. Who are you, ugly freak? Wu Gong glared and questioned. Damn it, how dare you scold me? I won't let this ugly man go. I'm Lan Ming. Lan Ming gave his name directly. Then his lips curled into an intriguing smile as he looked at Wu Gong. Lan Ming? Impossible. How can Lan Ming be as ugly as you? Wu Gong said in disbelief. Humph. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Lan Ming before. How dare he lie to him? Believe it or not, Lan Ming said nonchalantly. Then he turned his head and ignored Wu Gong. Wu Gong, how did you find them? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously after taking a pill for the injured Cheng Wu. Huh, do you want to know? I won't tell you. Wu Gong laughed hysterically and said proudly. I know even if you don't say it. It's because of these powder. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. She had just found these unknown powder on Cheng Wu's body and guessed that it was most likely because these things were making monsters. How did you know? Wu Gong asked in surprise, his face full of disbelief. He thought no one would recognize the powder, but it was discovered by this woman so quickly. I'm not telling you either, Leng Ruoxue said angrily. You. Wu Gong was so angry that his face and neck were red. He kept cursing in his heart. How can there be such a despicable woman? What about me? Wu Gong, today is your death date. Enjoy the last moment of your life. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Previous chapter. Humph. Don't be too smug too early. It's not certain who will die. Wu Gong retaliated. Is that so? Then be smug to your heart's content. Oh, right, do you have any last words to tell your old flame? It's best to say it now lest you don't have the chance to say it later. Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. Can you tell me who you are? Why do you want to go against me? Wu Gong suppressed his anger and asked. It was really uncomfortable not knowing who his enemy was. Can't you guess? Seems like I overestimated your intelligence. I'm Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue said very honestly. Alas. Were these people from the Mystic Association headquarters all very weak in intelligence? You are Leng Ruoxue? No. That's impossible. Everyone knows Leng Ruoxue is an ugly freak. Humph. Do you think I've never seen her? Tell me, who are you? Wu Gong didn't believe the words of this drop-dead gorgeous woman in front of him. His first reaction was that this woman was lying to him. Believe it or not, I don't care. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly and then summoned her beast. Charm, Fengzhan, I'll leave this old thing to you. Leng Ruoxue said to her cute beasts with a light smile. Hee, master, don't worry. We'll definitely let him have an unforgettable memory, Fengzhan promised with a naughty smile. Okay, Song Di, you can leave. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction and then said to Song Di and the others. Yes. Song Di and the others obediently gave up their seats and left the venue to the cute but actually scheming and ruthless little beasts. They knew that they couldn't just look at the appearance of beasts since they knew their Mississippi. Do you think these little beasts can deal with me? I'm a mystic supremacy. Wu Gong couldn't help laughing when he saw the dozens of small and cute beasts surrounding him. He could kick these little things away with a kick. How could they be his match? Hey, didn't anyone teach you not to underestimate your enemy? Charm reminded very elegantly, killing intent flashing in its purple eyes. Underestimate your enemy? I can kick your little things away with a single kick. How can you be worthy of being my enemies? Wu Gong said with contempt. You want to kick us away with a single kick? How big must your foot be? Wu Gong, if you can't kick us away, every beast of ours will trample you into meat paste. Charm said without anger, a faint smile hanging on its fluffy little face. Charm, cut the crap with him. Let's attack. Fengzhan said impatiently. What's the rush? Didn't I already attack? We can save trouble if we can destroy him with words. Charm said with a light smile. It was an intelligent beast. Fighting was too barbaric. It had to use more brains in the future. That makes sense. Let's anger him to death. Fengzhan nodded in agreement. Infuriating? This is Darling's specialty. Darling said proudly. What are you so smug about? What's the point of living if you don't know how to anger people these days? Dazzle said very disdainfully. I don't know how to anger people. I just anger people to death directly, Ling said in distress, her tangled little face almost frowning. Get lost, the beasts roared in unison. Master, they were fierce to me. Tears welled up in Ling's eyes as she crawled into Leng Ruoxue's arms to seek comfort. Don't be scared. Leng Ruoxue comforted with 2 drops of cold sweat on her forehead. Alas. Why were her beasts so cute? Beloved master, don't be fooled by this guy who likes to pretend to be pitiful. Darling jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and deliberately stepped on Ling under its claws to remind her. Damn fox, take your stinky feet away. It stinks. Ling couldn't help shouting. You damn snake, your feet are the stinky one. Darling roared furiously when it heard what Ling said. Could it be your butt? How long has it been since you washed it? Ling was stunned and couldn't help asking. You damn snake, don't frame me. I shower every day. Darling roared, so angry that the fur on its body stood up. Why are you still so dark if you shower every day? Ling pretended to be puzzled. Are you colorblind? I'm a purple fox, but that fellow is black. Darling pointed at Dazzle with its little paw. Oh, you haven't showered for too long. You can't shower anymore. Ling said. Do you still want to deal with Wugong? Leng Ruoxue asked with a headache as she listened to the conversation between the two beasts. Yes. Darling and Ling said hurriedly in unison and ran back to the battlefield. Hey, you dirty and stinky Wugong. I want to destroy you on behalf of Master. Ling roared with a thunderous aura. Hee, little Wugong, I want to chop off your calves one by one so that you can't climb anymore. Darling said with a naughty smile. Darling, didn't you help him? How many pairs of shoes do you have to save if you cut off his legs? Confound said with disapproval, his cold eyes looking at Wugong non-stop. That's true. Then I'll keep his legs and chop off his claws, Darling said after some thought. Darling, is there a difference between Wugong's claws and legs? Fengzhan asked doubtfully. Hee, I don't think so. Darling said with a chuckle, its expression very wretched. Wretched. Damn it, are you done talking? Wugong felt blood rush to his head as he listened to the little beast's discussions. He couldn't control the anger in his body. Wait. Let's discuss whether to chop off your claws or legs. Darling said calmly. Damn it, you're dead meat. Wugong roared in anger. Wait? Could he wait? He would really be angered to death by these seemingly cute but actually vicious little beasts. Ah. Wugong is going to kill the beasts. Everyone, run. Darling suddenly shouted. Then the beasts cooperated and began to run around Wugong. Wugong was dizzy from them in a moment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Stop. Stop spinning. Wugong roared angrily. Boo-hoo. Damn it. Why were these beasts reacting so quickly? They were about to spin him unconscious before he could do anything. How could they be so shameless? We can't stop. You're going to kill us if we stop. Darling said as it ran, its fluffy little face full of fear. Stop. I won't kill you. Stop. Wugong couldn't take it anymore. Boo-hoo. Just run away. Why did they have to run around him? We'll stop if you ask us to. That's so embarrassing. Fengzhan said coldly. He flew around Wugong and threw small flames at him from time to time. Damn it, what do I have to do to make you stop? Wugong asked in exasperation. He was about to be angered to death by these beasts. What's the benefit of stopping? Charm suddenly asked, the smile on its little face so devious. What benefits do you want? Wugong asked while suppressing his anger. We want money, a lot of money, Charm said without thinking. Alas. It knew that its master lacked money. There's a lot of money in this ring. I'll give it to you. Stop spinning it. Wugong took off the ring and handed it to Charm. He really couldn't take it anymore. Since you've paid, let's help you. Charm took the ring and said understandingly. What do you mean? Wugong asked doubtfully. He felt that something was amiss, but he quickly understood what the little white fox meant. Brothers, let's be agile and help him. Charm said to all the beasts. Yes, yes. The beasts nodded in unison and began to use various means to leave an unforgettable memory for Wugong. You little liars. You lied to me. Wugong felt intense pain on his body and couldn't help cursing. Wugong, didn't you want us to stop? We stopped. Charm said innocently. Boo-hoo. They really stopped obediently. Charm, don't talk nonsense with this Wugong. Speaking of which, he has a lot of meat on him, and his skin is very thick. It's quite tiring to scratch him, Darling said with a displeased face. Boo-hoo. Its little claws were hurting from scratching. Stop scratching if you can't scratch him. We can teach him a lesson with a kick. Charm said after some thought. In fact, it didn't approve of using such primitive methods. However, it seemed that its master's beasts liked to use scratching. Alas. That was a method only low-level spirit beasts would use. Charm, that feeling is different, hee. Darling said with a chuckle. Do whatever you want. Charm said helplessly. Then it stood to the side elegantly to watch the commotion. Alas. This low-level method was not suitable for it. Charm didn't participate in the scratching army, but the other beasts were enough to make Wugong suffer. He was a mystic supremacy, but he was entangled by the small beasts and couldn't unleash his full strength. His body was covered in wounds in just a short while. Hee, Wugong, take this. Darling was tired from scratching. It condensed the water attribute mystic energy in its body into a water ball, gathered it in its claws, and threw it at Wugong. With a splash, Wugong, who was unprepared, was drenched by the huge water ball. Moreover, the water attribute liquid quickly seeped into his wounds, making him want to bang his head against the wall. Hee, Wugong, let me help you dry your clothes. Fengzhan said very kindly when he saw Wugong drenched in soup. He spat out a stream of southern spirit flame. Wugong's clothes were dried in the blink of an eye, but the flames on his body continued to burn. It's on fire. I'll help you. Darling said quickly and threw water balls at Wugong one after another. However, its water ball failed to extinguish Fengzhan's southern spirit flame. Instead, it made Wugong into a drenched chicken. Then the flames on Wugong's body dried Darling's water ball. They repeated this process over and over again. Before long, Wugong fainted. Obviously, he fainted from anger. Lass, these beasts of yours are really good. The little old man, who had been watching the commotion by the side, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Alas! These beasts were really too terrifying. Even the mystic supremacy fainted from their anger. Amazing. Hehe, it's okay. Leng Ruoxue said with a smug smile. She knew very well what her beasts were capable of, so she was not surprised that they would make Wugong faint from anger. In fact, she felt that Wugong's endurance was too poor. Humph. What a useless mystic supremacy. Master, this is Wugong's storage ring. He's very poor and doesn't have much money. Charm jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and said with disdain. Oh. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and threw it to Zheng En without looking at it. Master, this Wugong fainted. Fainted. What should we do? Charm raised its little head and asked. Hehe, this Wugong can't live anyway. Do as you see fit. Leng Ruoxue said with a malicious smile. Boss's master, why don't we use him to fish? I know of a type of fish that likes powerhouses the most. Moreover, that kind of fish is also very delicious, the little peacock suggested. Are you talking about the golden sand fish? Icy, which had been sleeping, opened its eyes and asked. Yes, that kind of fish is very difficult to capture. However, it will be very easy to capture with this Wugong as bait, the little peacock explained. Hehe, what are we waiting for? Let's go fishing quickly. Icy said impatiently. Golden sand fish were legendary delicacies. However, golden sand fish lived in the deep sea, and it was extremely difficult to capture them. And as little peacock said, it would be very easy to capture them if there was good bait. Hehe, if it remembered correctly, golden sand fish seemed to like it the most. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You want to use the mystic supremacy as bait? Leng Ruoxue asked speechlessly. Poor Wugong. Why did he provoke her? Now he was in the hands of these gluttonous beasts. Alas. She felt some pity for Wugong. Hehe, he's going to die anyway. Don't waste it. Icy said with a naughty smile. But isn't this too cruel? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. She couldn't bear to. Little Snowy, you're too kind. Alas. You don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me, Icy said, taking on everything. Alright, I don't care anymore. But Wugong definitely can't live. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, yes. Don't worry. We will destroy him after fishing, Icy said with certainty. Little Icy, where are we going to fish the golden sand fish? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. This kind of fish can only be found in the deep sea, Icy said. Then you're going to the sea. Is there a sea nearby? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of question marks. Yes, but it will take about 2 hours to fly there from Carefree City, Icy said after some thought. Boss's master, it won't take 2 hours with me around. Hehe, 1 hour will be enough, the little peacock said. It was a super legendary beast, so its flying speed was naturally very fast. Then let's go. Leng Ruoxue said. She was also curious about the golden sand fish. Moreover, she wanted to know how Wugong was going to be bait. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue stored the beasts in the bracelet, tied Wugong with a rope, and sat on the little peacock's back. She said after everyone sat up. Empty, have you heard of the golden sand fish? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking on the way. I've eaten it once. It's indeed delicious. However, golden sand fish are fierce by nature and not easy to capture, Empty explained. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Lass, the fish bones of the golden sand fish can be refined, the little old man said. Really? Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Yes, that fish bone is very sharp. It's most suitable for refining knives, swords, and other weapons, the little old man said. This is the first time I've heard of it, Leng Ruoxue said doubtfully. However, she couldn't help thinking in her heart, could the knives and swords refined from fish bones be sturdy? After flying for about an hour, the little peacock brought everyone to a large blue sea. The sea was endless blue, beautiful and deep. Lass, this sea is called the River of Gaze, one of the largest oceans in the boundless heaven continent. Hehe, the resources inside are very abundant, but it's also very dangerous, the little old man explained while pointing at the sea. Oh, where are we going to fish the golden sand fish? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. We have to go to the center of the sea. That's the deepest part of the sea, and also the golden sand fish's favorite place to live, Empty said. Little peacock, bring us there. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Okay, master. Sit tight. There are many sea beasts in this sea, the little peacock reminded. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. The little peacock flew directly toward the center of the sea, seeing that everyone was ready. Master, you can let Wugong go, the little peacock said after flying to their destination. How do we put it down? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Didn't fish have to have a fishing rod? Could they use a rope to fish? Hehe, boss's master, you just have to put Wugong in the sea. His blood will naturally attract the golden sand fish, the little peacock explained. The golden sand fish loved the smell of blood, especially the blood of the strong, so basically anyone who wanted to fish for the golden sand fish would use their blood as bait. However, fishing for the golden sand fish required a lot of blood, so not many people were willing to part with it. Oh. Leng Ruoxue understood. Miss, let me do this kind of strength work. Cheng Wu, who had recovered from the pill, said. Hehe, Wugong. I didn't expect you to be bait one day. Cheng Wu felt relieved seeing the unconscious Wugong. Okay. Leng Ruoxue handed the rope to Cheng Wu and then leaned in the freak's arms, preparing to watch the commotion. Cheng Wu brought Wugong's rope into the sea bit by bit. He held the other rope in his hand and lay on the little peacock's back, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Soon, Wugong's blood flowed into the sea from his wounds. Cheng Wu raised Wugong into the air to prevent him from bleeding too much and contaminating the sea. Is this little blood enough? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. It should be about time. If it's not enough, let it out later. Cheng Wu said with a smile. It wasn't his blood anyway, so his heart didn't ache. If you see the golden sand fish later, you have to move quickly. Empty reminded them. The golden sand fish were very cunning, and they might not be able to capture it even if they were attracted by the blood. This was also one of the reasons why the golden sand fish were difficult to capture. Yes, yes. Song Di and the others nodded repeatedly. They had only heard of golden sand fish and had never eaten them because they couldn't bear to part with their blood. Boo-hoo. Why was that fish's preferences so different? After a while, there was still no movement on the dark blue sea. Cheng Wu took out a dagger and stabbed Wugong with it, bleeding him. That bit of blood isn't enough, Icy said calmly with its eyes narrowed. Humph. The taste of golden sand fish was unique, and it didn't like the blood of non-powerful people. Moreover, it had to be a human powerhouse. Therefore, very few people were willing to use their blood to fish for the golden sand fish because it was very likely that they would die from excessive blood loss before they could fish. Not enough? Cheng Wu stabbed Wugong a few more times, waking him up from the pain. Where are we? What are you doing? Wugong looked at his surroundings and asked fearfully. Previous chapter. Next. Can't you tell? This is the sea. Cheng Wu gloated. Hehe, thanks to Wugong, he actually had the chance to taste the legendary golden sand fish. He really didn't know if he should thank him or anger him to death. I know. I'm asking what you want. Wugong asked fearfully. Boo-hoo. Couldn't he tell that this was the sea? He wasn't stupid. We're fishing, Cheng Wu said calmly. Fishing? Then why did you tie me up? Wugong asked gloomily. He was tied up like a dumpling. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. Boo-hoo. What rope was that? He couldn't break it. You're bait. What if you run away without being tied up? Cheng Wu said matter-of-factly. Fish bait? What fish do you want to fish? Wugong asked in disbelief. Damn it, these people actually used him as bait. Boo-hoo. He had a bad feeling that they weren't catching good fish. We want to fish for the golden sand fish. Have you heard of it? Cheng Wu asked with a smile. Golden sand fish. No, I don't want to be bait. Let go of me quickly, or I won't let you go, Wugong roared excitedly. Boo-hoo. Golden sand fish. He might not be able to fish them even if he released all his blood. You are now our prisoner, and you have no choice but to be willing, understand? Cheng Wu reminded kindly. Humph. This coward only dared to treat these mystic masters like them. He actually didn't even have the strength to fight back against those beasts that called themselves Mississippi Mystic Supremacies. How embarrassing. You. I'm the vice president of the Mystic Association headquarters. You actually dare to treat me like this. Do you still want to survive on the boundless heaven continent? How ridiculous. Wugong threatened without blinking. Huh, little Wugong. Do you really think you're still the vice president of the High and Mighty Mystic Association? You're just our captive now, Song Di said with a face full of mockery. He's too noisy. Leng Ruoxue narrowed her beautiful eyes with slight displeasure. Hehe, my young miss said you're too noisy. Stay in the water. Cheng Wu threw Wugong into the sea after speaking. You. I won't let you go. Hurry up and pull me up. I don't know how to swim. Wugong kept flapping in the sea while shouting. Little Wugong, be good and learn how to swim in the sea yourself. We'll pull you up when we catch the golden sand fish. Cheng Wu promised. I don't want to. I don't want to. Wugong cried out in a sorry state, his voice becoming lower and lower. Cheng Wu, is he dead? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking curiously when she saw that Wugong was silent. Miss, a mystic supremacy won't die so easily. He's pretending to be dead. Cheng Wu said in realization. Oh, empty, why hasn't the golden sand fish taken the bait yet? Is Wugong's blood too stinky? Don't those fish like it? Leng Ruoxue guessed. She despised Wugong in her heart. Humph. Why did he do so many bad things for no reason? He stinked the blood and didn't even bite the fish. Swear, you have to be patient when fishing. The golden sand fish won't be precious if it takes the bait so easily, Empty comforted helplessly. Oh, fishing isn't my thing. Take your time fishing. I'll sleep for a while, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. She closed her eyes directly after speaking. There's movement. Bring Wugong up quickly. Icy, which was pretending to sleep with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Okay. Cheng Wu hurriedly pulled the unconscious Wugong out of the sea when he heard Icy. After a while, the waves on the sea rolled, and huge black shadows quickly emerged from the sea. Hurry up and do it. Empty hurriedly sent a voice transmission after seeing the shadows of the fish. At the same time, he released threads of mystic power in his hand and stabbed into the bodies of the fish. In the blink of an eye, he brought the fish to the surface of the sea. Schwer, quickly gather the fish, Empty ordered. At the same time, his hands did not stop. The others also mimicked Empty and condensed their mystic energy into a line, piercing into the bodies of the fish, and fished the golden sand fish up easily. Okay. Leng Ruoxue had long opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the scene on the sea. At the same time, with a thought, she stored the huge fish into the bracelet. Everyone worked together for nearly an hour, and the golden sand fish that were attracted were all in their pockets. Then everyone left this sea happily with the little peacock. The little peacock brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to a remote mountain and descended. Master, is this place okay? The little peacock asked. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded after looking around. These fish are really beautiful. Leng Ruoxue took out a few golden sand fish from the bracelet and praised. The golden sand fish were very huge, about 10 meters in length. Moreover, their entire body was golden, and even their eyes were golden. She really couldn't understand why these fish liked to stay in the deep sea. Wouldn't their golden appearance be easily discovered by enemies? Schwer, these fish are very beautiful but also very fierce. Apart from the sea beasts, no creatures in the sea are their match. Moreover, they live in groups, so even sea beasts won't provoke them easily, she said calmly after seeing Leng Ruoxue's thoughts. Oh, what do you intend to do with this fish? Fish? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She didn't want to eat fish caught with Wugong's blood. Of course we're eating. Schwer, don't think too much. Golden sand fish are rare delicacies. Empty said with a smile. But I really don't want to eat fish caught by Wugong as bait. Leng Ruoxue said hesitantly. Lass, golden sand fish have to be fished with blood, so you really don't have to care too much who you use, the little old man comforted. Little Snowy, the golden sand fish are very clean, but only the smell of blood will lure them up from the bottom of the sea. In fact, they are all vegetarians. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Fish that were attracted by blood were actually vegetarians. Was this possible? Schwer, the main food of the golden sand fish is sea grass, Empty said. Sea grass? Are there enough sea grass in the sea for them to eat? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. How much sea grass did they have to eat for a meal looking at the size of the golden sand fish? Schwer, it will definitely be enough. Empty said with a happy smile. Schwer, we won't eat if you don't want to, the freak said. He didn't believe that this golden sand fish would be better than the fish in Schwer's space. Okay, eat. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. To be honest, she was not very interested in the golden sand fish. Moreover, she agreed to use Wugong as bait to prank him, hee. Miss, are you really not eating? I heard that this fish is very delicious. Cheng Wu couldn't help asking. Yes, I'm not too interested in this fish. Eat. Leng Ruoxue said. Then she pulled the freak to sit beside Wugong and released her beasts. Master. Beloved master. The beasts immediately stuck to Leng Ruoxue as soon as they emerged. They acted coquettishly and rubbed against her. Schwer, what are you thinking about? The freak asked curiously when he saw Schwer staring at Wugong thoughtfully. Freak, what do you think we should do with this thing? Leng Ruoxue asked. Isn't his fate destined? There's no other choice, the freak said with certainty. People like Wugong were a scourge even if they were left alive, so eliminating them was the best way. Okay. Fengzhan, I'll leave Wugong to you. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then said to Fengzhan. Okay. Master, leave this bad thing to me. Fengzhan patted his chest with his small wings and promised. With that, he spat out his southern spirit flame. Immediately, Wugong, who was unconscious and on the verge of death, was covered in raging flames. Lan Ming, let's go to the Mystic Association headquarters after eating the fish. Leng Ruoxue looked at Lan Ming after settling Wugong. Little Snowy, have you really decided? Lan Ming was a little depressed. He couldn't finish speaking. Little Lan, don't tell me you think I'm joking. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. I'm only a mystic monarch. Those elders won't submit to me, Lan Ming found an excuse. Boo-hoo. He really wasn't prepared to take over the Mystic Association headquarters. Why did Little Snowy have to force him? Kill whoever isn't convinced. Let's see who still dares to be unconvinced. Leng Ruoxue said very ruthlessly, not hiding the killing intent in her beautiful eyes at all. Alas. Lan Ming sighed heavily and accepted his fate. He knew that Little Snow wouldn't change her mind easily, so he could only be chased away. Boo-hoo. After Empty and the others finished eating the golden sand fish, Leng Ruoxue stored the beasts in the bracelet and everyone set off together. The little peacock brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to the Mystic Association headquarters. The Mystic Association headquarters was still tattered, but it could barely accommodate people after these few days of repair. At this moment, the elders of the Mystic Association headquarters were stationed here. Outside the tattered main door of the Mystic Association, the little peacock flew in the air and said hesitantly, "Boss's master, should we knock?" "Why are you knocking on the door?" "Little peacock, we're here to challenge the hall." "There's no need to be so polite." Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly and said nonchalantly. Her words definitely had the suspicion of teaching children bad things. "Oh." The little peacock nodded to show that it understood. "Boo-hoo. It was a polite child. Boss's master would teach it badly." "Little peacock, quickly kick the door open," Leng Ruoxue urged, her beautiful face full of impatience. "Yes, boss's master." The little peacock hesitated but still obediently placed its claws on the door of the Mystic Association headquarters, which was already on the verge of collapse. Immediately, there was a bang, and the door of the Mystic Association headquarters shattered into pieces. This door is too fragile," the little peacock said awkwardly after doing something bad. "Hee-hee, little peacock did well," Leng Ruoxue praised as she caressed its fluffy little head. "Hee-hee. As long as boss's master is happy," the little peacock said with a silly smile. It was so pleased to receive the praise of its boss's master. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Mystic Association headquarters?" Dozens of mystics ran out of the Mystic Association headquarters and roared loudly after the door shattered. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others ignored them. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," a mystic couldn't help but question. However, no one bothered with them. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Mystic Association headquarters?" The mystic roared furiously, seeing that he was ignored. "This Mystic Association headquarters is really broken now." Leng Ruoxue looked at the Mystic Association headquarters with her beautiful eyes and said with a light smile. Yes, the former Mystic Association headquarters was dazzling and majestic. Moreover, these mystics from the Mystic Association headquarters are not very strong now, Empty said with slight disdain, his handsome face full of contempt. "Who are you exactly? How dare you cause trouble in the Mystic Association headquarters?" The mystic suppressed his anger and questioned again. "Causing trouble? No, we're here to challenge the hall." Leng Ruoxue finally had time to deal with the mystic and said very kindly. "Is there a difference?" the mystic asked foolishly, his ordinary face full of confusion. "Of course there is. Causing trouble is very informal, but the kickhouse is very formal, meaning that we are here to officially cause trouble." Leng Ruoxue explained as if she was speaking a tongue twister. "Damn it, isn't it the same?" The mystic finally reacted and couldn't help shouting in anger, knowing that he had been fooled. "You're too unperturbed. No wonder you're only a great mystic. Alas. With your strength, you can only run errands in the Mystic Association headquarters." Leng Ruoxue said in realization, her beautiful face full of sympathy. Previous chapter. "What does this have to do with you?" the mystic roared in exasperation. "Boo-hoo. This woman cared too much. So what if he was just an errand boy? Couldn't he? Of course it's not my fault. However, let me tell you some news. The Mystic Association headquarters is about to change owners, so you're probably about to lose your job," Leng Ruoxue whispered mysteriously. How is that possible? Our Vice President Wu is a mystic supremacy," the mystic emphasized. He didn't believe Leng Ruoxue at all. "Alas. Your Vice President Wu ran away with someone else. I won't care about you anymore." Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. "Ran away? With who?" another mystic couldn't help asking. "Is there a need to ask?" Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and looked at the mystic like she was an idiot. "Could it be with Madame Sun?" The mystics guessed in whispers, completely ignoring Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless seeing the mystics who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws just now discussing Wugong's gossip. Alas. These mystics were really out of line. Moreover, their imagination was quite rich. Poor Wugong. He died and was wronged, Empty whispered with a light smile. "I didn't wrong him. These people from the Mystic Association are too imaginative," Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Alas. She couldn't tell these people that Wugong was dead, right? That would be a huge blow to them. "Yes, gossip is everywhere." Empty sighed and said helplessly. Alas. He also realized that mystics were becoming more and more foolish these days. "Yes, hey. Are you done discussing? We're here to challenge the hall. Hurry up and tell us what you think. Don't count on Wugong." Leng Ruoxue waited for a while and couldn't help urging the mystics anxiously seeing that they were still talking non-stop. She still had to go back to sleep after settling the Mystic Association headquarters. Therefore, she didn't want to waste time. It's not convenient for the elders of the headquarters to see guests now. Come another day, the mystic said after some thought. Alas. He had to quickly inform the elders about Vice President Wu and the others running away. Moreover, these people seemed to have ill intentions, so he really didn't dare to provoke them. Uncomfortable to see guests. Why? Are there also times when those old men are inconvenient every month? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. Huh, looks like it. The little old man laughed out loud without giving Leng Ruoxue any face when he heard this. The others couldn't help but chuckle softly. Of course not, the mystic quickly denied. Boo-hoo. This woman was too evil. She actually distorted his words. Wouldn't the elders skin him alive if they knew? What's so inconvenient about that? Anyway, we're here to challenge the school. Have you seen anyone who asks the challenger to come another day? Leng Ruoxue asked with a naughty smile. No, but... The mystic wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. Go and notify them quickly since you don't have any. Of course, I have no objections if you choose to go and pass the message obediently after being beaten. Leng Ruoxue gave them 2 choices and let them choose one themselves. Wait a moment. We'll inform the elders now, the mystic said fearfully. Boo-hoo. He was only a small great mystic. Why were these people giving him so much pressure? Yes, good. Those who know the facts are the best. Go quickly. I'll only give you 5 minutes, Leng Ruoxue reminded understandingly. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone is coming to challenge the hall, the mystic ordered the people beside him. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to go in to bear the nameless anger of those elders. Their menopause had arrived. Yes, a mystic answered and left the door. May I know your names? The mystic asked with a forced smile. Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue gave her name bluntly and then looked at the mystic with a spurious smile. What about them? The mystic asked. In fact, he was a little surprised because he couldn't understand how this woman could be Leng Ruoxue. He had seen Leng Ruoxue when she participated in the Mystic Association headquarters competition, and she was not like this at all. However, he didn't dare to ask. You don't have to know about them, Leng Ruoxue said coldly and ignored the mystic. The mystic couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, his heart racing. Did he really want to know? He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain when the elders asked. Since Leng Ruoxue didn't say anything, the mystics from the Mystic Association naturally didn't dare to speak either. The atmosphere immediately fell to an icy cold point. Elders, please enter. A moment later, the mystic who went to pass on the message returned and broke the slightly depressed atmosphere. Let's go in. Leng Ruoxue turned to everyone. Okay. Everyone nodded and then walked into the Mystic Association headquarters with Leng Ruoxue. A mystic led the way and led Leng Ruoxue and the others to a side hall of the Mystic Association headquarters. Headquarters. This was now the headquarters' temporary office. After Leng Ruoxue and the others walked into the side hall, they found more than a dozen elders sitting in the hall. Each of the elders released their auras in an attempt to take them down a notch. Hehe, is this how the elders treat their guests? Leng Ruoxue said coldly with a light smile. Upon seeing the provocation of the elders of the Mystic Association, Cheng Wu and the others naturally released their mystic energy, unwilling to be outdone. For a time, the two sides began to compete quietly. Leng Ruoxue, the freak, empty, and the little old man each found a seat and sat down calmly. The competition between experts was usually only for an instant, so soon, the elders of the Mystic Association headquarters were unable to withstand the might of Cheng Wu and the others. Although they were also mystic sovereigns, how could the auras of these elders, who lived like princes and princesses all day, compare to Cheng Wu and the others who were in life and death tests almost every day? Hehe, Miss Leng, we don't have any ill intentions, the first elder of the Mystic Association headquarters said apologetically after a while and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Oh, Leng Ruoxue answered lightly and gave Cheng Wu and the others a look. Cheng Wu and the others immediately retracted their auras and the pressure in the side hall immediately returned to normal. May I know why Miss Leng and the others came to the headquarters? The first elder pretended to be confused and asked. He couldn't help being surprised as he looked at Leng Ruoxue. Alas. He heard that Vice President Wu had been sending people to capture Leng Ruoxue, but he didn't expect her to come knocking on his door. Didn't the mystic tell you just now? I'm here to challenge the hall, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Hehe, I don't understand what Miss Leng means. The first elder said with a smile. What I mean is that I want the Mystic Association to change the person in charge, Leng Ruoxue said very bluntly. Humph. Old fox, do you still want to pretend to be ignorant now? Miss Leng, our president has been in seclusion for many years. The vice president is in charge of the headquarters now, so we have to obtain the vice president's permission to change people, first elder said awkwardly. First elder, don't think I don't know that you want to replace Wu Gong now. Leng Ruoxue exposed the first elder's lie rudely. Humph. Did this old man really think she didn't know what they were thinking? She didn't believe that this old man would support Wu Gong after being locked up by Wu Gong for so long. Miss Leng, this is an internal matter of our Mystic Association. You might be a mystic, but you are not qualified to participate in the affairs of the association headquarters yet. The first elder could only put on the dignity of the first elder seeing that he couldn't dodge anymore. Hehe, first elder, you're mistaken. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your headquarters. I just want you to recommend someone, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Who do you want to recommend, Miss Leng? The first elder asked very politely. Lan Ming, he's the president of the Windless City's Mystic Association and the disciple of your president. It's only right and proper for him to be the person in charge of your headquarters. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Lan Ming? How is he qualified? He's just a mystic monarch. An elder immediately objected after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Humph. They had debated for so long before deciding on the final candidate. Now, it actually benefited Lan Ming. If he's not qualified, then who is? Leng Ruoxue asked with a spurious smile. Humph. These damn old men were really shameless. Must they force her to use force? There are many people more qualified than Lan Ming in the Mystic Association headquarters. How can a mystic monarch like him manage the headquarters? The other mystics won't be convinced then, the elder said indignantly. Will the other mystics not be convinced, or will you not be? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly, the killing intent in her beautiful eyes so fast that others couldn't capture it. Of course the mystics won't be convinced, the elder said stubbornly, his expression a little unnatural. Let Lan Ming be the acting president. Anyone who isn't convinced, step forward if you have the guts. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glanced indifferently at the elders in the side hall. The elders looked at each other, but no one was willing to take the lead because they could tell that Leng Ruoxue definitely came with ill intentions. Moreover, they recognized Du Min, so they didn't dare to act rashly at all. Seems like you all don't have guts. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help mocking when she saw that no one dared to say anything after waiting for a while. Her beautiful eyes even glanced at the elder who spoke just now. I mean, there will be mystics objecting. The elder couldn't help quibbling because he was very embarrassed by Leng Ruoxue's gaze. Oh, why don't you call the mystics from the headquarters or Carefree City in? I'll see who's against it, Leng Ruoxue said casually. This isn't too convenient, right? The elder said with cold sweat flowing down his body. What's so inconvenient about that? Hurry up and call for help. I'll wait for them here, Leng Ruoxue said with very firm will. Humph. Don't expect me to leave obediently if these old foxes don't settle the matter for me today. Miss Leng, our Mystic Association is the largest association in the Boundless Heaven continent. Therefore, choosing the acting president can't be too casual, First Elder braced himself and said. Is it very casual to let Lan Ming be the acting president? First Elder, are you unwilling to let Lan Ming be the acting president or are you talking about other mystics? Leng Ruoxue asked impatiently. She was already a little annoyed that these old things were beating around the bush with her. It seemed that some people had to use force, or they would not learn their lesson. The First Elder was speechless. Alas. He couldn't say that they already had a candidate, but it wasn't Lan Ming. First Elder, you would probably have been locked up by Wugong if the Mystic Association hadn't been blown up, right? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Leng Ruoxue said lightly with an intriguing smile on her lips. Damn it, did you blow up the Mystic Association headquarters? Another elder was furious and couldn't help asking loudly after hearing her words. Isn't this Wugong's lackey, Elder Hao? Why, have your injuries healed? I heard you were beaten up by a ghost because you did too many bad things. Leng Ruoxue didn't answer him but said sympathetically. Damn it, how dare you blow up the Mystic Association headquarters? We won't let you go. Go. Elder Hao couldn't help shouting angrily when he saw his embarrassing matter being brought up again. Did I say that I blew up the headquarters? You idiot. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly with faint contempt in her beautiful eyes. You were the one who said it just now, but you don't admit it now. Elder Hao was so angry. Damn Leng Ruoxue, how could she be so shameless? How despicable. Elder Hao, looks like you've really been beaten silly. I only said that the First Elder should thank me. I didn't say that I would be the one to blow up the headquarters. Leng Ruoxue quibbled. Why you, First Elder, you can't let Leng Ruoxue go. Elder Hao was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he stammered a little to the First Elder. Elder Hao, the First Elder isn't your ally. You should worry about your outcome. Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly. Alas. She was really impressed by Elder Hao's hindsight. Didn't this old man think that the Great Elder would let Wugong go if he died? I'm an elder of the Mystic Association headquarters. Elder Hao was a little scared after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Yes. The First Elder had always been on bad terms with Wugong. The First Elder and the others were originally locked up by Wugong, but after the incident at the headquarters, Wugong released the few elders he locked up because he lacked manpower. The first thing they did after coming out was to chase Wugong off the stage. Wugong was in a terrible fix because of Leng Ruoxue, so he had no time to deal with the First Elder and the others. First Elder, are you really unwilling to let Lan Ming be the acting president? Leng Ruoxue ignored Elder Hao's final struggle and said directly to the First Elder. We need to discuss. The First Elder knew that Leng Ruoxue was threatening him, but he was helpless at all. Alas. In terms of strength, all of them combined were not Leng Ruoxue and the others' match. Okay, I'll give you half an hour. If you can't give me a satisfactory result in half an hour, don't blame me for being nasty, Leng Ruoxue said, half warningly and half threatening. She didn't want to continue wasting time with these stinky old men. Since they didn't give her face after discussing it nicely, she had to attack. Miss Leng, half an hour is too short, the First Elder couldn't help but say. Is that so? Then 10 minutes will do, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Humph. She hated others bargaining with her. Half an hour it is. The First Elder was helpless. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and discuss it. 2 minutes have passed, Leng Ruoxue urged, her beautiful face full of impatience. Miss Leng, please wait for a moment. The first elder gathered the elders present in a corner and began to discuss. Lass, will they agree? The little old man whispered curiously. From the looks of the first elder, they seem to have a suitable candidate to replace Wu Gong. They have no other choice, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Humph. Don't blame me for being ruthless if they don't agree. Leng Ruoxue had already made up her mind that she would attack if these old men refused to give her face. The elders of the Mystic Association headquarters who were discussing this in the corner were all depressed. First elder, what should we do now? An elder in the corner couldn't help asking. He had seen Leng Ruoxue in the Mystic Association headquarters competition last time, but she was only an elementary mystic the last time he saw her. It hadn't been long since then, and she was actually already a mystic monarch with so many mystic sovereigns protecting her. Alas. He had to suspect that Leng Ruoxue was from the Leng family now. Alas. Tell me first. The first elder sighed and said helplessly. He didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to be so domineering. It seemed like he had to make a decision today. Fortunately, most of the elders present were his people, so he could still influence their thoughts. First elder, if we really fight, we're probably not Leng Ruoxue and the others match, another elder said. He was still relatively rational among the elders. In fact, he felt that there was nothing wrong with letting Lan Ming be the acting president. After all, Lan Ming was the president's disciple. There's no need for you to say that. Even a fool can see it, another elder said with contempt. Humph. Would they have endured so much if Leng Ruoxue didn't have so many powerful subordinates by her side? Elder Lu, Elder Wang, stop arguing. Now isn't the time for us to coax each other, first elder said with some displeasure. He couldn't help being a little depressed as he looked at the elders in front of him and stole glances at the mystic sovereigns beside Leng Ruoxue. Alas. It was no different from not knowing. It was a shock when compared. Why were the mystic sovereigns beside Leng Ruoxue all stronger than the elders of the headquarters? He couldn't understand. The people the headquarters had always absorbed had always been the top. But why was it like this now? First elder, I think there's nothing wrong with letting Lan Ming be the acting president, Elder Lu said bluntly after hearing the first elder's words. How can that be? Lan Ming is only a mystic monarch. Our headquarters has been established for thousands of years, and there has never been a precedent of a mystic monarch in charge. Wouldn't the major families laugh at us if news of this were to spread? Elder Wang immediately objected. What's there to laugh about? Lan Ming is the president's disciple, and his aptitude can be considered top-notch. I believe that it won't be long before he can advance to mystic sovereign, so I support him as the acting president. Elder Lu took the lead to express his attitude. I support you too. Many elders began to agree after seeing Elder Lu's stance. I object, Elder Wang said in disapproval. Since most of them are supportive, let Lan Ming be the acting president of our headquarters. This way, we can have an explanation with the president when he comes out of seclusion, the first elder said resolutely and looked at the second elder, who had been silent, with a slight apology. The elder consortium originally chose the second elder, but now. First elder, Lan Ming can't convince the public at all by being the acting president of our headquarters. Moreover, what will become of the second elder by letting a young brat be the acting president of the headquarters? Elder Wang said without giving up. Humph. He had nothing to say if the second elder was the acting president. However, he was unwilling to let a young brat ride on his head. So be it. Don't use me as an excuse. I have no objections to Lan Ming being the acting president, the second elder, who had been silent, said lazily. His shrewd eyes kept sneaking glances at Leng Ruoxue. However, he realized that he couldn't see through this young girl at all. Elder Wang, second elder has no objections. Do you still object? The first elder asked lightly. How can I have any objections if the second elder doesn't mind? Elder Wang said helplessly. In fact, he despised the second elder, who he didn't dare to fight for. However, his status was higher than his, so he could only hold his anger in. First elder looked at Elder Wang with a slightly deeper meaning, and then strode to Leng Ruoxue and said, Miss Leng, we've discussed it. We agree to let Lan Ming be the acting president of the headquarters. First elder, your decision is wise, Leng Ruoxue praised. In fact, she had already seen through the thoughts of these elders through baby's mind reading just now. Therefore, she was very clear about those elders with ill intentions, and she did not intend to stay behind. Miss Leng, may I know where Lan Ming is now? The first elder searched among Leng Ruoxue and the others but found no trace of Lan Ming, and couldn't help asking curiously. First elder, I'm here, Lan Ming said speechlessly. Alas. Little Snowy's appearance-changing pills effects were really extraordinary. No one could recognize him. You're Lan Ming? Are you disfigured? The first elder asked in disbelief and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. In his heart, Lan Ming was a rare peerless handsome man. How did he become so ugly? No. I was afraid that Wu Gong would find out, so I changed my appearance. 2 drops of cold sweat hung on Lan Ming's forehead as he explained. Alas. The first elder's imagination was really rich. He was impressed. Oh, it's good that you're not disfigured. The first elder was relieved. In fact, he had a good impression of Lan Ming. He would probably have considered letting Lan Ming be the acting president long ago if not for Lan Ming's strength being too low. Little Lan Lan, eat this. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill and handed it to Lan Ming after hearing their conversation. Oh. Lan Ming took the pill and directly sent it into his mouth, waiting for the medicinal effects to take effect. Time passed slowly. Which one of you isn't afraid of death? How dare you cause trouble in the headquarters? Suddenly, a furious roar sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately after, a beggar covered in dirt barged in angrily. Leng Ruoxue looked at this uninvited beggar speechlessly and was puzzled. Who was this old man? When did such a person appear in the Mystic Association? With this in mind, her gaze couldn't help turning to the first elder. Don't look at me like that. I don't know this person either, the first elder said silently with his gaze. Elder Tsang's face was full of confusion. He was very sure that he didn't know this person. Why did this person look more anxious than him, the first elder? He couldn't understand no matter what. Who dares to cause trouble in the headquarters? The dirty beggar couldn't help shouting when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. However, no one bothered with him. May I ask what's the matter? First elder asked helplessly. Alas. He was the first elder, so he had to stick his head out sometimes. Of course that is something. I heard that someone came to the headquarters to cause trouble, so I came to support you. Humph. Who's here to cause trouble? Come out and show me if you have the guts. The beggar looked at everyone present with a deep gaze and said with full force. I'm sorry, senior. You're mistaken. No one came to the headquarters to cause trouble. The first elder sighed softly and said speechlessly. Alas. He really didn't know where this old man came from. Moreover, he couldn't see through the old beggar's strength, so his words were very respectful. You call me senior? The old beggar was stunned, and then he laughed hysterically. The first elder was a little displeased. This beggar was stronger than him. What was wrong with calling him senior? Did he have to smile like this? Your master. At this moment, Lan Ming, who had been observing by the side for a long time, asked uncertainly, his face that had recovered its original appearance was full of question marks. Little Minger, why are you here? When did you come? The old beggar asked in puzzlement. He clearly didn't see Lan Ming just now. Where did Lan Ming come from? You're really my master. Lan Ming was a little speechless. In his memory, his master cared the most about appearance. Why had he become like this now? Nonsense, how can I be fake? The old beggar roared angrily. Boo-hoo. It was one thing that the first elder didn't recognize him, but even his disciple didn't recognize him. Was his current image really that bad? What does my master like to eat the most? Lan Ming still didn't quite believe this beggar and couldn't help asking probingly. I can't tell you, the old beggar said with an awkward expression. He kept staring at his disciple. Boo-hoo. Stinky little Minger, you're really asking for it. Little Snowy, he should be my master. Lan Ming looked at Leng Ruoxue. What do you mean by should be? I'm your master, the old beggar roared with some dissatisfaction when he heard Lan Ming's words. So this is how your master is. He's really not as famous as he looks. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Lass, don't be mistaken. I'm not like this. I just haven't showered for too long, the old beggar said unpleasantly. Little Minger was with them, so they should be his disciples' friends. Boo-hoo. He knew that he had embarrassed little Minger. He hoped that this girl was not his future disciple's wife. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to see her in the future. His imagination began to run wild. Oh, I understand, Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. She really didn't expect this beggar to be the master that Lan Ming always mentioned. Since the president of the Mystic Association headquarters had already emerged from seclusion, there should be nothing for her here. However, she wanted to know who told him that someone came to the Mystic Association headquarters to cause trouble. Hee, it's good that you understand. The old beggar smiled happily. As expected of his disciple's friend, he was so understanding. President, you're out of seclusion? First elder, who finally recovered from his daze, asked in disbelief. The president's current image was really too unexpected. Nonsense. How can I stand here if I don't come out of seclusion? The old beggar glared and roared with some displeasure. President, why didn't you take a bath first after coming out of seclusion? If other mystics see you like this, it will damage your image, the first elder reminded. Humph. If I didn't hear that someone came to the Mystic Association headquarters to cause trouble and was worried that you couldn't handle it, would I have run over anxiously as soon as I emerged from seclusion? You heartless fellows actually dare to despise me, the old beggar complained with a wronged face, tears seeming to emerge in his deep black eyes. The first elder didn't know what to say. Boo-hoo. When did he despise the president? How could the president wrong him? First elder, where are the troublemakers? The old beggar asked in puzzlement. He hadn't seen anyone causing trouble even after coming for a long time. Humph. Damn it, how dare they lie to him? President, didn't I say that no one is causing trouble? The first elder said helplessly. But Elder Hao told me that someone will cause trouble. He shouldn't dare to lie to me, right? The old beggar's face was full of question marks. Did Elder Hao tell you? First elder asked while suppressing his anger. No wonder he hadn't seen Elder Hao. He had gone to look for the president. Yes. I happened to meet him when I came out of seclusion. He told me what happened recently and said that someone happened to be here to cause trouble now, so I rushed over, the old beggar explained, his black face full of anger because he didn't expect that Elder Hao would actually dare to lie to him. How ridiculous, this was not deliberately embarrassing him. Master, the people who are causing trouble Elder Hao mentioned should be us, Lan Ming said helplessly. However, he gritted his teeth in hatred for Elder Hao in his heart. Humph. Damn Elder Hao, he actually wanted his master to deal with them. He really had ulterior motives. Little Minger, what happened? The old beggar was confused. However, as the president of the Mystic Association, he still had intelligence. Now, he knew that he had almost been used. Master, this sentence isn't clear either. You should go and freshen up first. I'll tell you later, Lan Ming reminded. Alas. Master's current appearance was really too damaging to his image. Okay. But where is my room now? The old beggar asked in distress. He didn't expect the headquarters to be destroyed like this after only a few years of seclusion. President, I'll bring you there. The first elder said awkwardly. Alas. It would always end up like this. He really didn't have the face to see the president. Okay, bring me there quickly, the old beggar urged. He really couldn't stand his dirty appearance now. President, please follow me. The first elder brought the old beggar to his temporary room. After the first elder and the old beggar left, Leng Ruoxue called Cheng Wu to her side and whispered a few words to him. Then Cheng Wu left the side hall with Song Di and He Zi. Shuer, where did they go? Empty couldn't help asking curiously after Cheng Wu and the others left. To deal with Elder Hao, Leng Ruoxue said very calmly. Oh. Empty answered lightly. He was not surprised by Shuer's decision. On the contrary, he would feel that it was abnormal if Shuer let Elder Hao go. Little Snowy, let me out. Suddenly, Icy sent Leng Ruoxue a voice transmission. Okay, Leng Ruoxue answered. She released Icy from the bracelet with a thought. After Icy emerged, it found a relatively comfortable position in Leng Ruoxue's arms and lay down. Its ice-blue eyes kept glancing at the elders in the hall with a spurious smile. The expressions of the elders in the side hall became very strange when they saw the puppy that suddenly appeared. Some even revealed fear. Leng Ruoxue caressed Icy's soft fur and observed the elders' reactions. She couldn't help being a little helpless about Icy's bad taste. Alas. Little Icy's power was really unparalleled. Look at how scared those elders were the moment it appeared. She really felt some pity for those poor old men now. Why did you let this puppy out? Elder Wang, who was already a little guilty, was so scared that his legs were trembling and his words were a little shaky when he saw Icy. I'm happy. Why? Can't I? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Elder Wang and said irritably. Hehe, don't be afraid. I won't bully you, provided you have to be good. Icy comforted very kindly, its fluffy little face hanging with an amiable smile. Then why did you come out? Elder Wang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stammered. Boo-hoo. There was no one in Carefree City who didn't know about the glorious deeds of this puppy. Mystic sovereigns couldn't even last around in its hands, so he instinctively felt afraid after seeing this puppy. Boo-hoo. The pressure this puppy gave him was really too great. Moreover, he believed that if Leng Ruoxue revealed this puppy from the start, no one would definitely dare to oppose Lan Ming becoming the acting president of the headquarters. I want to come out for some air. Icy whispered aggrievedly. Tears flashed in its ice-blue eyes as if it was about to cry. It's good to take a breather. Welcome out for a breather. Elder Lu hurriedly coaxed when he saw this. He kept staring at Elder Wang, who almost made this puppy cry with his eyes, cursing Elder Wang half to death in his heart. Yes. Coming out to take a breather is good for the body, Elder Wang hurriedly echoed, but he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. Boo-hoo. Why did that puppy love to cry so much? He didn't say anything. However, his mind became much more well-behaved after Icy came out. Yes, I've gained weight, Icy said, very displeased. Alas. It had been eating too well recently, and it had become a little round, so it had to come out to exercise. Otherwise, Little Snow probably wouldn't be able to carry it in a few days. Little Icy, don't bite my master. Lan Ming pleaded worriedly because he remembered Little Icy saying before that it wanted to bite his master. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Depends on my mood. Icy said lightly. Humph. It came out to bite that old man. Otherwise, it would sleep in the space. Little Icy. Icy's tone made Lan Ming very worried. Little Lan, I won't bite him to death for your sake. Don't worry. Icy comforted her. Alas. It was so difficult to do things with acquaintances. It couldn't even bite people to its heart's content. Lan Ming didn't know what to say. It seemed like Little Icy had already made up its mind. Boo-hoo. Master. Take care, pray for yourself. Your disciple has already tried his best. The first elder and the old beggar returned to the side hall while Lan Ming was praying. Master. Lan Ming hurriedly called out when he saw his master in his memory. He secretly winked at his master, wanting him to be careful. However, the old beggar obviously didn't understand his disciple's intentions. Instead, he walked happily to Leng Ruoxue and the others and said, "Hee, I was rude just now. This is the real me. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Yulin, the president of the Mystic Association headquarters." Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim in her heart as she looked at the old beggar who had washed up and looked brand new. People really rely on clothes. She didn't expect this old man to be a rare peerless handsome man. Yulin looked to be about 40 years old. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His aura was completely restrained, giving people a very amiable feeling. "Miss Leng, I wonder if you and little Ming are?" Yulin asked curiously, the word gossip written on his handsome face. "We're friends," Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Could this old man have any thoughts? It was best not to. Otherwise, his outcome would be tragic. "Oh, just friends?" Yulin asked stubbornly. "Yes, maybe not even friends." Leng Ruoxue held the freak's arm and said lightly. That's too bad." Yulin's face was full of pity. "Master." Lan Ming glared at his master with great dissatisfaction. Alas. When could his master have some foresight? He was really very helpless against his master's dullness. "Why are you so loud?" "I'm not deaf," Yulin complained. Little Snowy, don't mind. My master likes to joke." Lan Ming ignored his master's complaint and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the freak apologetically. "It's okay," Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful eyes looking at the freak comfortingly. She didn't want the freak to fly into a rage. "Are you the president of the Mystic Association headquarters?" Icy asked lazily in Leng Ruoxue's arms in order to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, its ice blue eyes staring at Yulin. "Yes, I am," Yulin replied honestly, even though he didn't know why the puppy in front of him was asking him this. "Hee, I just want to confirm." Icy smiled maliciously. Then it opened its little mouth and bit Yulin's arm fiercely. "Aha!" Immediately, a heartbreaking scream spread through the entire side hall. The elders in the side hall looked at the puppy, which was biting the president's arm, in horror, and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Compared to the reactions of the elders, Leng Ruoxue and the others were much calmer. They watched this scene coldly, and no one spoke. After Yulin was bitten, he kept shaking his arm, wanting to shake the puppy off his arm. However, Icy didn't move at all. It only jumped away from the bloody arm after it had bitten enough. Icy returned to Leng Ruoxue's arms after biting her. It even closed its eyes to pretend to be asleep, as if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with it. Leng Ruoxue looked at Yulin's mangled arm and then at the composed Icy. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Little Icy was really ruthless. Fortunately, the body of the mystic supremacy was sturdy enough. Otherwise, this arm would have been bitten off if it were anyone else. "Master, are you okay?" Lan Ming looked at the injury on his master's arm and hurriedly handed him a pill and asked worriedly. "Boo-hoo. Poor master. Little Icy's bite was really ruthless. You'll know if I'm okay after being bitten like this." Yulin took the pill and threw it directly into his mouth. He said angrily, his eyes staring at Leng Ruoxue pitifully, and he was even more resentful in his heart. "Boo-hoo. Why didn't this dog tie itself up a little? How could it jump out and bite anyone casually?" He didn't know if this dog was sick or not. Boo-hoo. Should he take an injection? His imagination began to run wild again. "Master, I'm not the one who bit you." Lan Ming murmured aggrievedly and looked at Leng Ruoxue resentfully. Leng Ruoxue turned her head to the side, ignoring the pitiful gazes of the master and disciple. "Miss Leng, your dog bit me. Tell me what to do." Yulin could only say bluntly, seeing Leng Ruoxue not react under his gaze. "Oh." Leng Ruoxue answered lightly without any other reaction. "That's it? Your dog bit me?" Yulin said in disbelief. "I know. You said it." Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. "Don't you have anything to say since you know? Your dog bit me," Yulin reminded. "Alas. You're too careless." "Careless. However, my little Icy won't bite just anyone. You must have provoked it," Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of regret and irresponsibly pushed the blame to the unlucky Yulin. "It's my first time seeing it today. How can I provoke it? Miss Leng, you can't be like this. You have to be responsible for your dog biting me," Yulin expressed very clearly. "Humph. You can't pretend to be stupid. He wasn't someone who could be bitten by just anyone. How do you want me to take responsibility? Why don't I let you bite it too so that you can call it even?" Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. "I don't want to." Yulin objected strongly. "Humph. He was a human. How could he go and bite a puppy? If news of this spread, would he still want to survive on the boundless heaven continent in the future? You didn't want it yourself. Don't blame me," Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile as if she was relieved. "You're shameless. How can you do this?" Yulin sobbed. Don't tell me you're going to cry. You were just bitten. Is there a need to?" Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. "Could Yulin not be so childish?" "Boo-hoo. I was bitten by a dog. It hurts. I wonder if your dog has any illness." Yulin said worriedly. Damn it, you're the one who's sick. Biting you is because I think highly of you. I don't bite just anyone. Icy immediately roared furiously when it heard Yulin's words. Damn it, it was not a dog. Why did everyone treat it as a dog? Then don't think too highly of me. My arm was about to be bitten off by you. Yulin said speechlessly. Alas. This was the first time he had seen such a cocky dog. This dog was indeed a little different, but it was still a dog no matter how special it was. It was very troublesome to be bitten by a dog. Humph. I'll bite you to death directly if you're not Little Lonlan's master. Icy said fiercely. Little dog, do I have a grudge with you? I promise I've never eaten dog meat. Yulin asked in puzzlement. He really couldn't understand when he had offended this puppy. Look at what the Mystic Association headquarters has become now. Humph. Who asked you to be the president of the headquarters? Who else should I bite but you? Icy said matter-of-factly. In its opinion, this half-old man had to be punished because he couldn't manage the headquarters well. Therefore, he was bitten. The headquarters. Yulin was speechless. It seemed like something had happened to the headquarters. Alas. He saw that the headquarters was almost in ruins the moment he emerged. He didn't know what had happened, but the headquarters' current appearance shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? He had been in seclusion. Moreover, no matter what the headquarters became, it had nothing to do with this puppy, right? Why should it bite him? He felt especially aggrieved thinking of this. The headquarters is in this state now. As the president of the headquarters, you can't escape the blame, so don't think that you have nothing to do with it just because you're in seclusion. Humph. Would the headquarters have become like this if you didn't have poor judgment of people? Icy saw through Yulin's thoughts and said coldly. Can any of you tell me what exactly is going on? Yulin frowned and asked the elders in the hall with some displeasure when he heard Icy's words. Alas. This puppy's words made him a little ashamed. Yes. He might be in seclusion, but no matter what happened in the headquarters, he couldn't shirk the responsibility as the president of the headquarters. It seemed like he was really going back farther and farther as he lived. He was actually inferior to a puppy. He really deserved to be bitten. He didn't suffer this bite for nothing. He understood. The elders looked at each other, not knowing how to say it. Even the first elder lowered his head, not daring to look at Yulin. Master, I'll tell you. Lan Ming mustered his courage and said when he saw that none of the elders dared to speak. Alas. Hopefully, the master wouldn't be angry when he knew. One had to know that even though the master was usually polite and refined, no one in the Mystic Association headquarters could withstand it if he really became angry. Okay, little Minger, tell master, Yulin said while suppressing his anger. Lan Ming nodded. Then he described in detail everything that had happened in the headquarters during his master's seclusion, as well as what Wugong and the others had done. After hearing Lan Ming's words, Yulin's frown became tighter and tighter, and his face became darker and darker. In the end, the elders present didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Leng Ruoxue laughed in her heart as she listened to Lan Ming's vivid description. It seemed that her education of Lan Ming had begun to take effect. Lan Ming had actually learned to add oil to the fire. Moreover, he had even told her master about Wugong's gossip scandal, haha. Damn it, where's Wugong? Elder Wang, get Wugong here. Yulin ordered furiously after hearing his disciple's statement. President, Vice President Wu is missing. It said that she eloped with someone. Elder Wang whispered fearfully. Boo-hoo. He realized that after the president emerged from seclusion this time, his aura had become stronger than before, so he had no choice but to behave. Elope? Who did he elope with? Would anyone want that old thing? Yulin said with slight mockery. Probably with Madame Sunday. Elder Wang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said ingratiatingly. Which Madame Sun? Yulin was stunned and didn't react for a moment. She's the wife of the acting patriarch of the Sun family, Elder Wang explained carefully. Boo-hoo. This was a secret that couldn't be revealed by the super families. Why did it have to come out of his mouth? That old man Wugong is really too useless. He's still thinking about that old woman. Yulin said with a mocking smile on his face. He thought Wugong had a new lover when Lan Ming told him just now. He really didn't expect it to be that old woman. Alas. It seemed that Wugong was really hopeless. However, would that old woman really abandon Madame Sun's noble status and elope with Wugong? He was a little skeptical. Several black lines couldn't help but slide down the elders' foreheads, and they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts in unison. President. Don't say these shameful things. The Mystic Association headquarters would become a laughing stock if news of it spread. Elder Wang, send a letter to the patriarch of the Sun family. Tell him that his wife abducted the vice president of our Mystic Association and asked him to return her. Yulin said, wanting to see the world burn. His handsome face was full of gloating smiles. Humph. Wugong had done so many good things for the Mystic Association and bullied his disciple. He couldn't let that adulterous couple be too carefree. President, this isn't too good, right? This concerns Vice President Wu's reputation, right? Cold sweat rolled down Elder Wang's forehead as he wanted to cry but had no tears. Boo-hoo. Why did the president capture him as an able-bodied man? Why didn't he think of him for a good thing? He was so depressed. Previous chapter. What's Vice President Wu's reputation? I'm doing this for the reputation of our headquarters, so I have to capture Wu Gong and punish him. Yu Lin said with determination. Humph. Wu Gong caused so much trouble while he was in seclusion and caused him to be bitten by a dog. He had to find that damn Wu Gong to settle this score. President. Elder Wang called out softly, still wanting to make a final struggle. Why aren't you going yet? Yu Lin glared at Elder Wang and asked with displeasure with a dark handsome face. I don't dare to go myself, Elder Wang sobbed spinelessly. He could already foresee that he would definitely be skinned alive by the acting patriarch of the Sun family if he went to the Sun family alone. Look at your bear-like appearance. You are an elder of our mystic association. That green-furred turtle from the Sun family won't dare to do anything to you. At most, he will give you a good beating, so there's no need to be afraid. Go ahead boldly. Yu Lin encouraged nonchalantly. However, he didn't think so in his heart. In fact, he couldn't wait for that long-furred turtle from the Sun family to kill Elder Wang. As for why? Hee. It could only be understood but not explained. President, I really don't dare to go alone. Boo-hoo. Elder Wang cried as he spoke. People who didn't know would definitely think that he had been bullied by others with that pitiful appearance. Oh, this isn't easy to deal with. Yu Lin frowned, his handsome face full of difficulties. Elder Wang, how about this? Go ask those elders yourself and see if any of them are willing to accompany you. I won't stop them if any of them want to go. However, I can't force them if no one is willing to accompany you to the Sun family, right? Yu Lin continued after thinking for a while. Moreover, what he said implied that he was a good and understanding president who wouldn't force others. Or not. Elder Wang was resentful. You said you won't force them, so why must you force me to go? Boo-hoo. This is obviously contradictory. Moreover, he couldn't understand either. Didn't the president just come out of seclusion? He shouldn't have any leverage against the president. Why did the president scheme against him like this? With this in mind, he stole a glance at Yu Lin and then turned his gaze to the other elders. After seeing his inquisitive gaze, all the elders present turned their heads to the other side in unison, ignoring his plea for help. Anyway, the president said that he would not force them to accompany the unlucky Elder Wang to the Sun family, so they were not afraid. However, everyone was working together after all, so it was not good to be too stiff. Therefore, pretending to be muddle-headed was the best choice. Elder Chen, come with me. Elder Wang could only name names when he saw that everyone ignored him. Humph. Don't you want to hide, you ungrateful things? I won't let you have your way, so the first person he called was also the elder who usually had the best relationship with him. Elder Wang, I really want to accompany you, but I'm really sorry. It's inconvenient for me to travel these few days. Otherwise, it will bring you disaster. Elder Chen, whose name was mentioned, had a troubled expression on his old face. Boo-hoo. Going to the Sun family was not a good job. It was difficult to say if he could return alive. How could he be willing to accompany Elder Wang, who was despised by the president, to his death? It's okay. I don't mind, Elder Wang said through gritted teeth. Humph. Praising their usually good relationship, but Elder Chen actually didn't give him face. He hated it. But I mind. It's fine if anything happens to me alone. I'll feel guilty for life if I implicate you, Elder Chen said hurriedly. Hee, Elder Wang, don't force Elder Chen since it's inconvenient. Ask the other elders. Perhaps someone will be willing to accompany you. Yu Lin spoke before Elder Wang. His words made the extremely unwilling Elder Chen heave a huge sigh of relief, but it made Elder Wang extremely depressed. Elder Lu, accompany me. Elder Wang saw that he could not count on the elders who were usually on good terms with him, so he could only seek help from the elders who were not on good terms with him, hoping that there would be a righteous person among them willing to accompany him to the Sun family. However, his wishful thinking was wrong because Elder Lu ignored him at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Elder Wang was so angry that he almost vomited blood seeing this situation. Elder Wang, looks like you're the only one who can deliver the letter. Yu Lin said helplessly. Alas. In fact, he sympathized with Elder Wang because in his opinion, no one was willing to face difficulties with him because Elder Wang's social relations were too poor. Alas. Alright, I'll set off for the Sun family tomorrow. Elder Wang braced himself. In fact, his heart was bleeding. Don't wait for tomorrow. You can set off now, Yu Lin urged anxiously. President, it's getting late. If I set off now, I'll have to sleep on the streets tonight, Elder Wang reminded. Boo-hoo. He really didn't know how he had offended the president, why he He was so impatient to chase him away. Oh, then stay for the night and set off tomorrow morning. Yulin looked at the sky. Yes, then I'll take my leave and rest first, Elder Wang said, wanting to cry but had no tears. Alas. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he didn't know what the president would think of to mess with him again. Therefore, it was better to disappear in front of the president as soon as possible. Okay, first elder, go and rest too. Yulin nodded and said to the first elder and the others. President, we'll take our leave first. The first elder bowed slightly and left the side hall with the elders after speaking. Leng Ruoxue looked at Yulin openly when she saw that the elders of the Mystic Association headquarters had left. To be honest, she originally thought that Yulin was an old man out of line. However, Yulin's performance just now showed her his scheming and protective side. Alas. It seemed like he was another old man who liked to pretend. Lass, I'll be embarrassed if you look at me so intently. Yulin said shamelessly when he felt Leng Ruoxue's inquisitive gaze, his handsome face even revealing a shy expression. Leng Ruoxue was sweating profusely. She retracted her evaluation of Yulin. This fellow was an old man who disconnected frequently and was occasionally normal. Old man, I'm not looking at you attentively. Don't flatter yourself, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Why was this old man so familiar with himself? He was Miss Leng previously. He had become a little girl now. What did you call me? Old. Old man? Am I that old? Yulin was a little angry when he heard Leng Ruoxue call him that. His eyes were full of accusation as he looked at her with tears in them. You might look very young, but you're already an old man. Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. We don't care about age, only appearance, Yulin said shamelessly. Boo-hoo. He was determined not to be called an old man. Otherwise, he would have maintained himself so well for nothing. Old fart, don't embarrass yourself because of your old age. I'm blushing for you, the little old man scolded helplessly. Why are you here, old thing? When did you come? Yulin said in surprise. He didn't see this fellow just now. This was a genuine old man. It's not your fault that your eyesight isn't good, the little old man said with a spurious smile. Humph. He had known Yulin for more than a day or two, so he knew his shortcomings very well. Yulin often couldn't see others unless that person took the initiative to talk to him. Hee hee. Yulin laughed dryly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Humph. The little old man snorted and ignored Yulin. Lass, he's the old man. I'm different from him, so don't call me old man. You'll call me old do. Yulin said to Leng Ruoxue very seriously, seeing that the little old man was ignoring him. But you're also an old man in my eyes, Leng Ruoxue said stubbornly. Lass. Yulin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. Grandpa do, empty, let's go. Leng Ruoxue looked at the people around her. With that, she stood up and pulled the freak out of the side hall, and the little old man and the others naturally followed closely behind. Lass. Yulin hurriedly shouted from behind, seeing Leng Ruoxue leave. However, he didn't receive any response. Master, stop shouting. Rest early today. Lan Ming also left behind Leng Ruoxue and the others after speaking. Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to the carefree hall after leaving the Mystic Association. After returning to her room, Leng Ruoxue brought the freak and empty into the bracelet. Big sister. Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Qing Ju, what are they doing? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking curiously when she saw her beasts gathered together. Big Harry and Second Harry suffered a blow, so everyone is comforting them, Qing Ju explained. What setback did they suffer? Leng Ruoxue and the others' faces were full of question marks. No one should be able to bully the two bears if they stayed in the space. Moreover, they were transcendent divine beasts and were powerful. People who wanted to bully them had to think twice. The president of the Mystic Association headquarters said that Elder Wang looked like a bear just now, so they were unhappy, Qing Ju said speechlessly. Alas. These two bears were still sentimental. Aren't we talking about Elder Wang? What does it have to do with them? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. They think that the president is calling them stupid. Qing Ju said, his pink face full of helplessness. Leng Ruoxue was also speechless. Were Big Harry and Little Harry thinking too much? What Yulin scolded Elder Wang really had nothing to do with them. Hee, swear, your beast is quite interesting, Empty said with a chuckle. They're not my beasts. They're old man Zao, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alas. She really didn't know who these two beasts took after. Why were they so suicidal? Aren't they in your space? They are yours, Empty said matter-of-factly. In fact, in his opinion, those beasts were equivalent to her even if they didn't contract with Schwer, just like his Icy. If Schwer encountered danger, Icy would take the initiative to help her without his orders. You mean little Icy is mine too? Leng Ruoxue looked at the puppy sleeping soundly in her arms and deliberately distorted Empty's words. Pretty much. Icy spent more time with you than with me. Empty reminded, his tone slightly complaining. Empty, are you jealous? Leng Ruoxue asked in realization. I'm not, Empty quickly denied. How could he be jealous of Schwer? It was a little. But he wouldn't admit it. Let's go see Big Harry and Little Harry. Leng Ruoxue couldn't be bothered to expose him and said to the freak and Empty. Okay. The two of them nodded slightly and followed Leng Ruoxue to the place where the beasts were gathered. Big Harry, Little Harry. Leng Ruoxue called out softly. Miss. The two beasts raised their fluffy heads and looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in its black eyes. They called her Miss just like Leng Ruoxue's subordinates because they were not Leng Ruoxue's beasts. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll teach them a lesson. Leng Ruoxue said knowingly to the advisor, but she couldn't help sighing in her heart. Alas. Look at these 2 cents, as if they had suffered a lot. Was it that serious? Miss, we are really not so stupid, nor are we so timid and incompetent. Therefore, can you humans not bring us bears along when cursing? We are very aggrieved. Big Harry complained with a long face. Big Harry. In fact, this really has nothing to do with you, so don't think too much. Be good. Leng Ruoxue coaxed helplessly. You humans often hurt the self-esteem of us beasts. When you scold others, you are either talking about pigs or bears. Boo-hoo. We just look a little clumsy. In fact, we are not stupid at all. Tell me, how did we provoke you? Why are you making things difficult for us? Big Harry was aggrieved, very aggrieved because it often hurt itself being scolded innocently in Myriad Mountain City. However, its reaction at that time was not as big as it was now. However, it knew that beasts also needed self-esteem and self-love after hanging out with Leng Ruoxue's beasts. They could not be bullied and scolded by others. Therefore, it was angry. If it hadn't been stopped by the other beasts just now, it and Second Harry wanted to go and teach that president a lesson. Previous chapter. Big Harry, I'll apologize to you on Yulin's behalf, okay? He really didn't do it on purpose. Leng Ruoxue caressed Big Harry's head. Miss, I want to teach him a lesson personally. Big Harry pleaded. It knew that this person was Lan Ming's master, so it didn't want to make things difficult for Miss. Big Harry, Yulin is a mystic supremacy. Leng Ruoxue reminded him. Alas. Big Harry's defense might be very powerful, but his strength was still inferior to a mystic supremacy, so she was very afraid that Big Harry would not be calm. Miss, I know. I'll join forces with Little Harry to teach him a lesson. Big Harry scratched its big head. Hehe, it was not so stupid to deal with a mystic supremacy by itself. Little Harry and it were level 4 transcendent divine beasts, and their strength was equivalent to a human mystic sovereign. With their powerful defense, they might not necessarily be able to defeat a mystic supremacy, but it would not be a problem to teach him a lesson. Alright. However, I don't want you to be injured. Leng Ruoxue said very cautiously. Yes, we will be careful. Big Harry promised. With Mrs. consent, it could teach that old man a lesson freely. Hehe. Alas. Poor Yulin. Empty whispered with a light smile, his handsome face full of gloating. You seem very happy. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. The three of them sat down on the stone chair in front of the purple bamboo hut after persuading Leng Mao. Of course I'm happy, but I'm afraid someone won't be happy. First he was bitten by a dog, and then he was beaten by a bear. Alas. Poor fellow. Empty said sympathetically, but there was no sympathy in his tone. Master, I'm not a dog. Icy, which had been closing its eyes, suddenly opened its ice blue eyes and said with slight dissatisfaction. Boo-hoo. Master was too evil. He actually called it a dog. Hehe, Icy, your transmogrification looks like a puppy. Empty smiled nonchalantly. Then I won't transmogrify anymore. Icy roared furiously. It was really infuriating. That won't do. Little Icy, if you don't change your appearance, I won't be able to bring you out in the future, Leng Ruoxue reminded helplessly. Boo-hoo. I don't want to be treated as a dog. Icy looked at Leng Ruoxue with tears in its blue eyes and said aggrievedly. Little Icy, calm down. Just ignore those people with poor judgment. Why fuss about it with them? It's beneath your dignity. Leng Ruoxue coaxed. Yes, little Snowy is right. I'll bite whoever calls me a dog in the future. Icy said as if it had made a big decision. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. That was really not what she meant. Hehe, Schwer, it's getting late. Let's rest early. The freak smiled gently at Leng Ruoxue. Okay. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly nodded. Then she placed the Icy on the stone table, pulled the freak away, and left. She didn't dare to continue chatting. Otherwise, she was really afraid that all her beasts would become violent beasts. Why did little Snowy slip away so quickly? I'm not done yet. Icy murmured to itself in puzzlement after seeing Leng Ruoxue and the freak leave. Icy, do you really intend to bite whoever you see in the future? Empty asked curiously. Hehe, then he would really become a mad dog. Master, when did I say I'll bite whoever I see? I mean, I'll bite whoever calls me a puppy. Icy corrected. Boo-hoo. Master is a baddie. Hehe, Icy, the dog that bites isn't a good dog. Empty said fearlessly. Icy, I'm going to rest too. Seeing that Icy was crying, Empty hurriedly escaped. Hey. Icy couldn't help revealing a smug smile seeing that its master was scared away. The tears in its blue eyes had long disappeared. Little dog, you're quite good at acting. White Dawn appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the stone table with slight provocation. Kitten, what do you know? This is called wisdom. Icy said nonchalantly, its face full of pride. It's not good to bully your master. White Dawn reminded. It's okay. My master is used to being bullied by me, Icy said shamelessly. Alas. Your master is so pitiful. White Dawn said with a sympathetic face. It was also very important for the master to find a better beast. Kitten, outsiders won't understand the way I interact with master. Icy closed its eyes and said nostalgically. Little dog, continue bullying your master. I'm going to bed. White Dawn jumped off the stone table and returned to its room. Alas. It's also painful not to be understood by beasts. Icy sighed and then fell asleep. The next day, Leng Ruoxue and the freak went directly to the living room after leaving the bracelet. Little Snowy, you're up. Lan Ming hurriedly greeted Leng Ruoxue and the freak when he saw them. Lass, you really can sleep. It's almost noon, Yu Lin complained as he sat beside Lan Ming. Did President Yu specially look for us? Leng Ruoxue asked very politely. However, she couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Humph. What does it have to do with you whether we can sleep or not? We didn't ask you to wait here. Of course, little girl. Thank you for taking care of my disciple during this period of time. Also, you called me old man yesterday. Why are you calling me President Yu again today? Yu Lin pretended to be displeased. Old man still sounded more friendly. Yesterday was yesterday and now is different. Moreover, you don't have to be so polite. In fact, we didn't take care of him much. He has to pay for his food and lodging, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. At the same time, she became alert because she felt that there seemed to be a hidden meaning in Yu Lin's words. Could there be a trap? Lass, I'm not being polite. You took good care of me even if I paid. Yu Lin said with a smile. Previous chapter. President Yu, since you've emerged from seclusion, we have nothing to do here. We intend to leave Carefree City tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. They had just discussed this in the morning. Leave? Lass, how can it compare to Carefree City? Why don't you stay in Carefree City? This is the holy land in the hearts of mystics. Moreover, not just any mystic can settle in Carefree City, Yu Lin coaxed, his expression like a big grey wolf that was deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Thank you for your good intentions, President Yu. We already have a place to stay. Moreover, we won't stay in the same place for too long, Leng Ruoxue said. She didn't know Yu Lin's intentions, but she didn't intend to let him have his way no matter what he thought. Little girl, are you talking about Myriad Mountain City? To be honest, how is it very chaotic? How can it compare to Carefree City? Yu Lin persuaded stubbornly. In fact, he naturally had his reasons for wanting Leng Ruoxue and the others to stay. Alas. The situation of the Mystic Association headquarters was very bad now, so he really hoped that Leng Ruoxue could stay in Carefree City. Who asked her subordinates to have so many powerful mystic sovereigns? He didn't want Leng Ruoxue's power to be possessed by any family. Leng Ruoxue didn't intend to rely on any family according to Little Minger, but he couldn't be completely at ease if he couldn't leave them in Carefree City. We don't intend to stay in Myriad Mountain City for long either, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Lass, where do you intend to stay? Tell me, I can help you find a suitable residence, Yu Lin asked expectantly. We don't intend to stay in any place for long, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She was very helpless against Yu Lin's stubbornness. Alas. She could finally tell that Yu Lin was determined to rope them in. Lass, no matter where you want to go to train, you have to have a fixed residence. This way, if you're tired in the future, you'll have a place to rest. You have to know that the feeling of home and inn is different. Yu Linxiao said with affection. Yes, President Yu is right, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Alas. Yu Lin might be right, but she had the dry Kun bracelet, so it was the same wherever they were. They might not stay even if they had a fixed residence. At most, it was to fool others. In that case, I'll arrange a residence for you in Carefree City. In this way, you won't have to stay in an inn when you come to Carefree City in the future. Yu Lin said very warmly. All right then. Leng Ruoxue answered reluctantly. Alas, it seemed that Yu Lin would not give up if she didn't agree. Then come with me quickly. I'll bring you to your residence now. Yu Lin stood up and said impatiently. So soon? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She didn't expect Yu Lin to be so impatient. I've already prepared. Just come with me to take a look, Yu Lin said happily. The place he arranged for Leng Ruoxue and the others belonged to the Mystic Association headquarters. They didn't have to look for it on the spot, so how could it not be fast? Okay, let's go. Leng Ruoxue and the freak's eyes met, and they both saw helplessness on each other's faces. Alas. The two of them sighed softly, then stood up reluctantly and left the carefree hall with Yu Lin. Little Snowy, I'm so sorry. My master made things difficult for you, Lan Ming, who was following Leng Ruoxue and the freak, said shyly on the way. It's okay. It's just a residence. We can't refuse your master's good intentions for your sake. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. In fact, she really didn't care much. Anyway, whether they stayed or not was up to her. Yulin couldn't force them to stay. Thank you. Lan Ming said softly. Little Lan Lan, Big Harry and Little Harry intend to teach your master a lesson, Leng Ruoxue said after some hesitation. She felt that Lan Ming should be mentally prepared so that his heart wouldn't ache when he saw his master getting beaten up later. At the same time, she told Lan Ming not to interfere in this matter. Why? My master shouldn't have offended them, right? Lan Ming asked in puzzlement. He really couldn't understand why his master was targeted by those two bears when he had just emerged from seclusion. Alas. Poor master, what bad luck did you have? Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically and didn't tell Lan Ming the whole story. Lan Ming was very speechless after hearing it because he felt that his master was really too unlucky. This was simply an undeserved calamity. Little Snowy, can you let those two fur claws show mercy? Lan Ming pleaded. Boo-hoo. He was really afraid that those two bears would beat his master up too badly. Little Lan Lan, your master will definitely be angered to death if he hears you say this. He's a mystic supremacy. How can you not have confidence in him? This is called boosting his beastly aspirations to destroy his master's prestige. Leng Ruoxue said in disapproval. In fact, she was looking forward to the battle between the two hairy beasts and Yulin. Hee. What are you talking about? Why are you walking so slowly? Yulin couldn't help asking curiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others walking slowly behind and even chatting as they walked. Nothing. Just chatting. How far are we? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. Where did this Yulin want to bring them? They seem to have walked far away. We're almost there, just ahead, Yulin said mysteriously. Master. Lan Ming looked at Yulin and hesitated. Boo-hoo. He really wanted to remind his master. However, he was afraid that Little Snowy would be unhappy. It seemed like Little Snowy also wanted his master to be taught a lesson. Alas. Master, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm really helpless. Little Minger, what do you want to say? Why are you stuttering? Yulin asked in puzzlement, his handsome face full of question marks. Nothing. I just want to tell the master that I miss you a lot. He gave in seeing Leng Ruoxue's glare. Boo-hoo. Master, Little Snowy's abuse of power is really too powerful. I'm afraid of my disciple. Little Minger, you don't have to tell master about this. Master understands your intentions. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Yulin's forehead as he said unnaturally. He couldn't understand why his disciple was so mushy today. Master, you have to take care of your body. Lan Ming said very implicitly. Alas. Hopefully, master could understand his hint. Don't worry, master will definitely take care of his body, Yulin said in puzzlement, his handsome face full of confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand Lan Ming's hint. Leng Ruoxue was secretly amused as she listened to the conversation between the master and disciple. Little Lan Lan was so gullible. He actually really thought that she didn't allow him to tell her that he wanted to find Yulin for a duel. In fact, she didn't glare at him at all because of this, hee. You two really have a deep master-disciple relationship. Leng Ruoxue said with slight envy. Of course. I raised Little Minger single-handedly. Yulin said proudly. Seems like you're not young anymore, Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Lass, I told you, it only depends on appearance, not age, Yulin protested. Boo-hoo. This girl was too evil. How could she specially sprinkle salt on his wounds? Age was his fatal injury. How can that do? If my grandfather finds out, he will blame me for not respecting my elders. You should be older than my grandfather, right? Leng Ruoxue guessed. A beautiful smile hung on her face, and her beautiful eyes swirled as she sized up Yulin non-stop. It's okay. I don't mind. Don't call me grandpa. Just call me big brother, Yulin said fearfully. In your dreams. You're from the grandfather generation. Big brother? How shameless. The freak was displeased before Leng Ruoxue could say anything. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help laughing lightly when she heard the freak's words. Yulin was indeed quite thick-skinned. Schwer, let's ignore this disrespectful old man. The freak hugged Leng Ruoxue's slender waist and said affectionately. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was very cooperative. Little Minger, they're bullying me. Yulin couldn't help complaining to his disciple as he watched them sing. Master, lead the way quickly. Lan Ming said helplessly. Several black lines involuntarily rolled down his forehead. In fact, he also felt that his master's skin was quite thick. But there was nothing he could do. Cared the most when others mentioned his age. We'll be there after taking a turn, Yulin said with displeasure. Displeasure. Yulin was depressed. He led the way with his head lowered, and Leng Ruoxue and the others followed behind him, laughing secretly in their hearts. We're here. This is it. A few minutes later, Yulin pointed at a tall mansion and said to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Master, this place is not bad. How did you find this place? Lan Ming asked with a face full of surprise. At the same time, he was a little puzzled in his heart. When did Master become so efficient? He actually found such a good house in just one night. One had to know that such a property was absolutely considered to be at an astronomical price in Carefree City. Moreover, it might not be possible to buy it even if one had money. Nonsense. Of course this place is good. This is the property of our mystic association. Yulin roared angrily. Humph. He was still angry. Is this the business of the mystic association headquarters? I thought the businesses of the headquarters were all tattered. Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. After all, the business of the headquarters where Wu Gong lived after she blew up the mystic association headquarters was an empty yard that had been abandoned for many years. How is that possible? We will always stand tall in the boundless heaven continent for thousands of years. There are many good things. Yulin's proud tail was about to curl into the sky when he said this. Oh, what about Wu Gong's yard? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Wu Gong is only the vice president. There are many things he doesn't know about the headquarters. As for the yard he lives in, it belongs to the public property of the Mystic Association headquarters. Everyone knows, but only the president is qualified to know about the hidden property, Yulin explained with a smug face. Humph. If Wu Gong thought that just because he stirred up trouble, he could take over the headquarters, then he was mistaken. There were many things he didn't know about the headquarters. Even if he became the president, he couldn't really control the headquarters. This was the main reason why he handed the headquarters to Wu Gong and entered seclusion at ease. However, he didn't expect him to underestimate Wu Gong's energy. The current situation of the headquarters was worse than he imagined. Therefore, he urgently wanted Leng Ruoxue and the others to stay in the headquarters because the headquarters desperately needed talents now. Little Lan, did you hear that? Leng Ruoxue asked Lan Ming after hearing Yulin's explanation. I heard it, Lan Ming answered without being puzzled. So what if he heard it? This had nothing to do with him. Then you have to work hard to become the president. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Alas. She knew from Little Lan's expression that Lan Ming didn't understand her at all. Master has already emerged from seclusion. I don't have to represent the headquarters anymore. Lan Ming said happily. He would wake up laughing even in his dreams thinking of this. Little Lan, he can't be the president for life, so it will be you sooner or later, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Lass, I might not hand the headquarters to Little Minger, okay? Yulin couldn't help but say. Little Minger was very outstanding, but he had a more suitable candidate now. Then who do you want to hand it to? Leng Ruoxue glared at Yulin with some dissatisfaction and asked. Humph. She didn't think anyone was more suitable than Lan Ming to be the president of the headquarters. It's a secret. Yulin smiled mysteriously, whetting everyone's appetite. Damn old man, you're keeping me in suspense. Don't tell me you really want to be the president of the headquarters for the rest of your life? Leng Ruoxue said doubtfully. Of course not. If the person I fancy is willing to take over the headquarters immediately, I'll pass the position of president to him now. However, I'm afraid he won't. Yulin said gloomily, his handsome face full of worry. You really have a candidate? Leng Ruoxue said doubtfully. She thought Yulin was lying to her just now. It seemed like he really had a successor. But who would be more suitable than Little Lan? Previous chapter. Yes, but he won't agree now, so my journey to seek talents is still very long. Yulin said pitifully with a long face. Since that person refuses, don't force him. Let Little Lan be your successor. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Little Snowy, I don't want to, Lan Ming whispered. He looked like a wronged little wife. Lass, you heard it. Little Minger refuses. Yulin sighed. Little Lan, didn't we agree? Leng Ruoxue glared at Lan Ming and said threateningly. That's because Master hasn't emerged from seclusion. That's why I agreed. But now that Master has emerged from seclusion, there's nothing for me to do. Lan Ming said matter-of-factly. Lass, don't force Little Minger since he refuses. Come, I'll bring you in to take a look at the yard. Yulin helped his disciple out of the predicament. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. It seemed like she was being nosy. Yulin led the way and led Leng Ruoxue and the others into the yard. Lass, are you satisfied here? Yulin said as if he was presenting a treasure in the yard. This was the best location and environment among all the properties in the headquarters. Not bad. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the spacious yard and nodded with satisfaction. This yard was very big and was the yard of the yard. The pavilions were exquisite and gorgeous. Moreover, there was a clear stream in the yard that ran through the entire yard. It might not be as good as the Lan family's yard, but Leng Ruoxue believed that this yard was absolutely 1-2 in Carefree City. Lass, this yard will belong to you from now on. This is the property deed. Keep it safe. Yulin handed the deed to Leng Ruoxue and reminded her. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue thanked him and then stored the deed in the bracelet. There's no need to be polite. We're family from now on, Yulin said happily. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Lass, you will be an elder of our mystic association from now on, Yulin announced. Elder? I'm not interested. I'll return this house to you if it can only be owned by an elder. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. She took out the deed and threw it directly to Yulin. Humph. Damn old man, how dare you plot against me? Lass, what do you mean? Yulin was a little dumbfounded. Did he say something wrong? He didn't seem to have said anything wrong. Damn old man, do you want to bribe me with just a house? I didn't say I wanted to be an elder of the headquarters. Leng Ruoxue said with great dissatisfaction. She originally thought that Yulin only wanted to rope her in, but now she knew that this old man wanted her to run errands for him. Humph. This damn old man's wishful thinking was really too good. However, she would not let him have his wish. Lass, don't be anxious. Listen to me. The elder I'm talking about is just a nominal. You don't have to do anything for the headquarters. Of course, it's another matter if you're willing. Yulin smiled like an old fox. He might not have known this girl for long, but he believed that as long as this girl agreed, even if she was just a nominal elder, she would definitely agree if the headquarters needed her in the future. What he needed to do now was to build a good relationship with this girl. Not only that, being an elder gives you very good treatment every month. Really, believe me, I don't lie to children, Yulin added, the smile on his face looking so pure and innocent. I don't have to do anything for the headquarters? Can't you use the rules of the headquarters to restrain me? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. She was not a child, how could she believe Yulin's words? One had to know that there was no free lunch in the world. No, I promise I won't, Yulin promised. Then what should I, an elder, do? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. The more Yulin said, the more she couldn't believe him. You don't have to do anything. Just name yourself, Yulin said with a smile, his face full of flattery. Do you want me to be a decoration? Leng Ruoxue narrowed her eyes and said with some displeasure. Humph. This old fox actually didn't tell the truth. Of course not. You can do whatever you want. Really, I promise, Yulin said very sincerely, so anxious that he was about to cry. Boo-hoo. Why was this girl so difficult to deal with? If it were others, they would probably have agreed impatiently if they knew that there was such a good opportunity. How could they ask and make excuses like her? Can I kill any elder I don't like? Leng Ruoxue asked deliberately. Of course not. Moreover, I will warn all the elders not to provoke you. That should be enough, right? Yulin looked at Leng Ruoxue like a little wife and asked very obediently. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Did Yulin mean that he could do it in secret? She didn't understand. What benefits would it bring to Yulin if he didn't follow his principles? I'm just a mystic monarch. You really don't have to compromise. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. This was the only word she could think of now. Alas. Why on earth did this old man do it? You might be a mystic monarch now, but you have potential, so you deserve to be an elder of the headquarters, Yulin said pompously. The elders of the headquarters won't agree, Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Those old men had been around for many years and finally became elders. If they knew that she became an elder of the headquarters because the president begged her, they would be so angry. Anyone who dares to object will be expelled from the headquarters. They won't dare to object, Yulin said confidently. Swear, promise him. Empty sent a helpless voice transmission from the bracelet. Alas. He felt uncomfortable seeing Yulin's current appearance. In fact, he knew Yulin's goal very well. However, he also knew that Swear would not agree with that fellow. Empty, I don't like to be restrained. Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission. If she really wanted to be an elder of the headquarters, she would directly get Baby to use mind reading to see what Yulin was planning. However, it was precisely because she had no such intentions that she didn't care too much. Previous. Swear, didn't he say that he only wants your name? I think he won't dare to cheat, Empty pleaded for Yulin. Alright then. Leng Ruoxue sighed and answered reluctantly. Little girl, promise me. Yulin couldn't help saying anxiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue not responding for a long time. It's not impossible for me to agree with you, but I have to say the ugly things first. I'm just hanging up. You can't order me to do anything, nor can you use the rules of the headquarters to restrain me. In short, you can't order me around, Leng Ruoxue said without any emotion. No problem. You can do whatever you want as long as you agree to be listed, Yulin said with a smile. As long as you can agree to my condition, I will be an elder of the headquarters from now on. I will of course be a nominee, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. What she implied was that she would not be an elder if she couldn't do it. Don't worry, I will definitely do it since I promised you. You can still do whatever you want in the future. No one will dare to restrain you, including me. Yulin promised very seriously, and he was even more relieved in his heart. Boo-hoo. He finally settled this little girl. It really wasn't easy. At this moment, he still didn't know that Leng Ruoxue agreed because someone said good things for him. That's good. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Little girl, you have to keep this deed. This house is worth a lot of money. Yulin handed the deed back to Leng Ruoxue and reminded her again. Yes, where is there a spacious and uninhabited place here? Leng Ruoxue took the deed, nodded slightly, and asked. Since she was already an elder of the headquarters, this house was considered legitimate. There's a mountain not far away. There shouldn't be anyone there. Little girl, what are you doing? Yulin asked curiously. You'll know when we get there. Bring us there now. Leng Ruoxue urged. Alas. Little Harry couldn't wait any longer. Okay, follow me. Yulin took the initiative to lead the way. After walking for about half an hour, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the foot of a mountain. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and sized up the mountain in front of her. Could this also be considered a mountain? It was really small. This mountain was about 10 meters tall, and the mountain was lush with greenery. All sorts of trees were planted, and some trees were even covered in red fruits, looking very tempting. Little girl, this place isn't bad, right? This place also belongs to you, Yulin said proudly. This is also my territory? Leng Ruoxue asked gloomily. The environment here was very good. Her heart might ache if two hair repaired Yulin here and destroyed the scenery here. Of course. That house belongs to you in a radius of 50 kilometers. Be happy. Yulin said with a smile. Is there anywhere nearby that doesn't belong to me? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. Yes, but it's a little far from here. Yulin frowned and said after some thought. He didn't know what this girl wanted to do, but why did he have a bad premonition? It's okay. Bring us there. Leng Ruoxue summoned the little peacock from the bracelet and said. Boss's master, should I bring you to the place we went last time? The little peacock suggested. It was referring to the place where they had grilled fish last time. There's no need. Just go to the place that this old man mentioned. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. The place that the little peacock mentioned was very far from Carefree City. Yes, the little peacock answered. After everyone sat on its back, it raised its wings and flew toward the place Yulin mentioned. Lass, why does it call you boss's master? Yulin asked in puzzlement after taking off. Because I'm its boss's master. Leng Ruoxue explained lightly as she leaned in the freak's arms. Then who is its boss? Yulin was a little confused. He felt that his intelligence had fallen sharply when facing this little girl. Its boss is my contract beast. Leng Ruoxue looked at Yulin like he was an idiot. Actually, she deliberately didn't say it clearly. Lass, did anyone tell you that you're a waste? Yulin couldn't help asking after being speechless for a while. How am I wasting? I'm very frugal. Leng Ruoxue said in disapproval. You're frugal? Lass, this little peacock is a level 4 transcendent divine beast, right? Yulin asked. You're a mystic supremacy. Can't you tell? Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. Of course I can see it. I mean, it's a level 4 transcendent divine beast. Do you know the value of transcendent divine beasts on the boundless heaven continent? Yulin said with some envy, jealousy, and hatred. Boo-hoo. This was a transcendent divine beast. It was actually becoming this naughty girl's beast's underling. It was really degrading itself. He really couldn't understand why this transcendent divine beast would do this. At the same time, he was a little curious about the level of Leng Ruoxue's beast. It was actually able to make a level 4 transcendent divine beast willingly be an errand boy. One had to know that transcendent divine beasts above level 4 were very precious. He might be a mystic supremacy and the president of the Mystic Association headquarters, but his beast was only a level 5 transcendent divine beast. Boo-hoo. That was only after he tried his best and finally contracted it. However, a level 4 transcendent divine beast was only an errand boy here. Alas. What a difference. Master, my condolences. Lan Ming comforted Leng Ruoxue before she could answer. Alas. He knew the strength of Little Snowy and the other beasts, so he really couldn't bear to see his master suffer a blow. Little Minger, what do you mean? Why should I be consoled? Yulin asked gloomily. Boo-hoo. Did even his disciple look down on him? We're here. Leng Ruoxue interrupted the conversation between the master and disciple and looked up at the uninhabited valley that Yulin was talking about. This valley was very desolate, the temperature at the bottom of the valley was very low, and the entire valley was not very big. However, it was enough to compete with Yulin. Oh. Yulin looked up to confirm before jumping off the little peacock's back. You can begin. Leng Ruoxue moved the 2 hairy beasts out of the bracelet and said to them. Thank you, Mississippi. Big Harry and Little Harry thanked Leng Ruoxue. Then they looked Yulin up and down with a naughty smile. Begin what? Yulin's handsome face was full of confusion, and at the same time, he was a little nervous. Why were these 2 mini bears staring at him lustfully? Miss was talking to us. Little Harry explained very kindly. Oh, why do you call her Miss? Isn't she your master? Yulin asked in puzzlement. How many transcendent divine beasts did this girl have? Both of them were actually at level 4. No. Big Harry said with a naughty smile, its pitch black and bright little eyes staring intently at Yulin. In fact, it was afraid that Yulin would run away. Oh, please don't look at me with perverted eyes, okay? I'm scared. Yulin suggested fearfully, unable to bear the 2 bears' gazes. F***CK, do you see our perverted eyes? Big Harry was even angrier when he heard Yulin's words. This annoying human said that others were bear-like yesterday, and today, he said that they were perverted. They were really bullying bears. Humph. If the bear didn't show its might, they would treat it as a panda. I saw it with both eyes. Don't keep staring at me. I'll be shy. Yulin didn't want to be targeted by the beasts because the 2 little bears looked at him with unfriendly eyes. You're not a female bear. How can we be interested in you? Humph. Don't flatter yourself. Little Harry pouted disdainfully. Then why are you staring at me? Yulin said gloomily. Of course, he knew that he was not a female bear. The two bears didn't have to tell him this fact. Because we want to beat you up. Big Harry transformed back into its original form and threw a huge bear paw at Yulin. Oh my god. Lass, your beast has gone crazy. Yulin hurriedly dodged Big Harry's attack and shouted at Leng Ruoxue. Pa. At the same time, a crisp sound sounded in the spacious valley. Ah. You perverted bear, don't hit my butt. Immediately after, Yulin's scream sounded. Boo-hoo. He dodged Big Harry's attack, but he forgot to guard against the transmogrified bear. Fortunately, that bear was transmogrified, or his butt would definitely be shattered. Humph. I did. So what? Little Harry said shamelessly, its fluffy little face full of pride. You perverted bear. Yulin roared angrily. At the same time, he stared at Leng Ruoxue pitifully. Boo-hoo. These two bears were released by the naughty girl. Would this girl blame him if he injured these two bears? He was a little conflicted. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain Leng Ruoxue from the headquarters. He couldn't let her run away in anger because of these two bears. What should he do? He was in a dilemma. Boo-hoo. Forget it, he should bear with it. He didn't know how he had offended these two little fellows, but he absolutely couldn't ruin the friendship he had with the little girl that he had worked so hard to establish just because of the two bears. Don't look at me. Be careful of your butt. Leng Ruoxue reminded speechlessly. Alas. Little Harry was really evil. You released them. Boo-hoo. Yulin said aggrievedly and kept dodging two Harry's bear paw attacks. They want to duel with you, so I can only fulfill their wish. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Is this considered a one-on-one? Yulin couldn't help asking. Boo-hoo. How can you bully me like this? It's not like I can't count. Moreover, he only knew today that the pincer attack of the two bears was called a one-on-one. Doesn't it count? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of doubts. Of course not. One-on-one is considered a one-on-one fight. Yulin was helpless. Boo-hoo. How could this girl pretend to be stupid? It was too much. He had to dodge Lao Harry's attack while he was being willy-nilly. Not only that, he had to take care of everything from top to bottom. Moreover, he didn't dare to fight back because he was afraid that this little girl would be angry if he injured the two bears. Alas. It really wasn't easy for him. A mighty mystic supremacy was actually bullied so badly by others and bears. Boo-hoo. Was there any justice in this world? They're one-on-one. They didn't attack you together. Leng Ruoxue observed carefully and then said with certainty. Hee, little Harry only attacked after Big Harry attacked. This was a one-on-one, right? Can I attack then? Yulin was speechless and couldn't be bothered to quibble anymore. He asked bluntly because he knew that he would definitely be angered to death by this girl if he continued talking. Moreover, he knew today that if the two beasts didn't attack together, it would be considered a one-on-one fight. Boo-hoo. That was obviously a tag team battle. The mystic supremacy would also be exhausted to death if there were more beasts. I didn't say you can't attack. Big Harry and Little Harry want to fight you one-on-one. Wouldn't it be one-sided if you don't attack? That kind of battle won't be good either. Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, her expression was very innocent. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Yulin roared angrily. Then his aura suddenly changed, and he directly released his might as a mystic supremacy to sweep at the two hairy beasts. I thought you knew. So you've never been challenged. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. You. Yulin was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Boo-hoo. This actually became his fault. Thinking of this, he couldn't help vent all his anger on the two bears, directly sending a dazzling stream of mystic energy at the two hairy beasts. The mystic power of a mystic supremacy was not to be underestimated. Big Harry jumped gently to the side. At the same time, an earth attribute curtain wall appeared in front of the two hairy beasts. When the two hairy beasts saw this, he directly returned to his original form and added another curtain wall in front of the two beasts. Hee, little Yulin, your mystic energy isn't good. You can't even break through our defense. Big Harry provoked mischievously and kept dancing around with a smug expression on his face. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching the commotion by the side, couldn't help laughing when she heard little Yulin. The freak naturally laughed without giving him face. Only Lan Ming was more reserved. He quietly turned his head and covered his mouth to laugh secretly. Previous chapter. Damn it, don't call me little Yulin. Don't go on the double defense if you dare. Yulin roared angrily. He was even angrier when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others laughing so happily. Boo-hoo. It was really embarrassing to be called little Yulin by the two bears. Moreover, were these two bears older than him? Why did they call him little Yulin? Not only that, they actually used the double defense to provoke him. Humph. It was really unbearable. You're small. Look at your small body. It's not even as thick as one of our legs. Big Harry raised its thick legs in a show of force. Hee, little Yulin had just reached its knees. That's not because I'm small, it's because you're too big. Yulin was very depressed and quite depressed. Boo-hoo. That girl's bear was really too much of a bully. It actually compared its big thick legs with humans. He didn't believe that there were people who were as big as bears in this world. Little you, so be it. Why be so stubborn? Hurry up and attack. Help me scratch the itch. Little Harry refused to be outdone, looking like it was waiting. Yulin was so angry when he saw two hair wheels provoking him. However, what could he do? The defense of bears was very strong, and they bullied people into having double defense. It would be very difficult to break through the sturdy defense even if he was a mystic supremacy. At this point, he summoned his beasts to help him. Little Yulin, you're a mystic supremacy. You actually used beasts in battle with us. How embarrassing. Big Harry looked at the beast that suddenly appeared, about 5 to 6 meters tall, and said with contempt. That's right. Little Yulin, do you think you can defeat us by getting a little monkey? Little Harry said confidently. You two stupid bears, shut up. Yulin's beast roared furiously. Humph. These two bears were really too much. They actually bullied its master. Miss, this thin monkey is bullying us. The two bears quickly found a backer and looked at Leng Ruoxue aggrievely when they saw that they had been scolded. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She didn't expect Yulin's beast to be a golden monkey. With her short understanding of Yulin, Yulin should have found a more beautiful and mighty beast. Why did he get himself a monkey? This monkey might be considered pretty, but it was also a monkey. Lass, the battle is only fair now. You can't interfere. Yulin reminded. How could he teach these two bears a lesson if that girl interfered? How is it fair? You are a mystic supremacy, and your beasts are stronger than 20 cents. Why can't I see fairness? Leng Ruoxue said with a calm smile. That's right, what mystic supremacy? It's too embarrassing to find help if you can't beat us. Don't tell others that you're a mystic supremacy in the future. I'm embarrassed for you. Big Harry hurriedly echoed, the contempt on his face becoming stronger and stronger, and he couldn't even be bothered to hide it anymore. Yulin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Boo-hoo. Shouldn't bears be simple and honest? Why were these two so sharp-tongued? Miss, we also request for help. Little Harry pleaded with a naughty smile on its fluffy face. Leng Ruoxue was in a dilemma. She couldn't bear to refuse. If she agreed, Yulin would be the unlucky one. She knew very well the means of her beasts. Miss. The two hairy beasts looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully, its eyes full of pleading. Alas, all right. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to move Darling and the other beasts out of the bracelet. Beloved master. Darling immediately jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her affectionately as soon as it emerged. Then it came to the middle of the field. Is this little fox the helper your two stupid bears found? It's only a level 9 legendary beast. What can it help you with? The golden monkey laughed hysterically and said with a mocking face. Me too. Me too. The dazzling beasts were unwilling to be ignored and reminded in unison. You're also level 9 legendary beasts. Did you come out to be beaten by me? The golden monkey laughed and hammered the ground excitedly with one fist. Darling, we've been despised by the damn monkey, Dazzle said helplessly. Okay, it's okay. We'll let it know later that level doesn't mean everything. Darling said very calmly, its fluffy little face full of calmness. It kept looking at the golden monkey, trying to find the weakest place on its body. This is the first time I've heard that level doesn't mean everything. Then why are we still cultivating? The golden monkey obviously didn't agree with Darling's words. However, it knew after a while that level really didn't mean everything. At least, levels are really nothing in front of these beasts who didn't care about attacking laws. Beasts with low intelligence won't be able to understand our deep words. We will prove it with the truth later. Darling sat on Big Harry's lap, crossed its legs, and said regretfully. Yes, Darling, this monkey's intelligence is too low. It definitely won't understand what you're saying, so let's demonstrate it directly. Big Harry suggested. Okay, Big Harry, Little Harry, just deal with Little Yulin. Leave this monkey to us. Darling patted its chest with its little paw and said confidently. Okay. The two hairy beasts grinned happily, their faces full of schadenfreude. Yulin and the golden monkey were not as happy as they were. In their hearts, these beasts were really arrogant. Little Snowy, get your beasts to show mercy. Lan Ming, who was watching the commotion, pleaded worriedly. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy and the other beasts were smart and cunning, not something that the two bears could compare with. Moreover, he had seen the means of these beasts more than once. They were really too ruthless. His master's tender skin would definitely not be able to take it. Your master is a mystic supremacy. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alas. Why was little Lan Lan so lacking in confidence in his master? You have a lot of beasts. Moreover, you don't play by the rules. Even a mystic supremacy will suffer. Lan Ming said worriedly. Lan Lan, you have to have confidence in your master. Otherwise, your master will be unhappy. Leng Ruoxue gave Lan Ming a look because Yulin was already staring at his disciple. Little Snowy. Lan Ming was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. Alas. How can our beast be so cute? Leng Ruoxue said with infinite emotion. Darling even cooperated and gave her a flying kiss after hearing what she said. Damn fox. I'll deal with it when I have the chance. Darling's flying kiss provoked the freak, and he couldn't help muttering softly. Freak, what are you talking to yourself about? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I wanted to say how can our beasts not be cute? The freak quickly corrected himself. Yes, their beasts are good. Leng Ruoxue agreed. Darling, you have to work hard and teach this monkey a lesson. Leng Ruoxue added. Lass, is this still a duel? Yulin asked angrily when he heard Leng Ruoxue. Yes. They won't attack together. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue comforted very kindly. Yulin couldn't be bothered with Leng Ruoxue's obviously protective and bullying behavior. Boo-hoo. Little Ming'er didn't help him either. He couldn't blame that naughty girl, so he could only blame his disciple. Little Yulin, continue fighting. Don't waste everyone's precious time. Big Harry urged with backup. I can admit defeat. Yulin said speechlessly. He really didn't want to fight with beasts with abnormal defense. Levels wouldn't be of much use in such a battle. Of course, you can't. Admitting defeat is the behavior of a coward. You are a mystic supremacy, you can't do such an embarrassing thing. Little Harry said with a naughty smile. Humph. They wanted to teach Yulin a lesson. How could they let him admit defeat so easily? You are the despising mystic supremacies. What's wrong with mystic supremacies? Mystic supremacies are also humans. Why can't you admit defeat? Yulin said indignantly. Boo-hoo. His status in the boundless heaven continent was extraordinary. Even the patriarchs of the three great super families treated him with respect when they saw him. However, he was looked down upon by the two bears today. No way. Mystic supremacy is the strongest powerhouse on the boundless heaven continent. How can others survive if even mystic supremacy admitted defeat in battle? Big Harry said in disapproval. In that case, let's continue. Yulin was helpless. He knew that he had encountered a scoundrel today. Boo-hoo. How did he offend these two bears? Okay, this is more like a man. Little Harry, let's go. Big Harry carefully moved Darling, who was sitting on its lap, to the side. Then it rubbed its palms together and said to Little Harry excitedly. Big brother, let him have a taste of our power, hee-hee. Little Harry smiled evilly and directly threw a huge palm at Yulin. Moreover, this palm was headed for Yulin's butt. You perverted bear. Yulin dodged quickly and dodged Little Harry's attack. He roared angrily. Damn it, why was this bear targeting his butt? You have a lot of meat there. I'm afraid I'll crush you if I hit other places. Little Harry smiled honestly. Hee-hee, look at how kind it was. Crush me? Do you think I'm made of paper? Yulin's anger surged to the top of his head as he roared with a flushed face. Pretty much. Little Harry looked at its huge bear paw and said with certainty. Humph. No human could withstand the might of one palm from their brothers. If those palms really hit little Yulin just now, he would at least be half dead even if he didn't die. However, they would definitely show mercy to little Yulin and the others. I'm so angry. Take this. Yulin didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. He directly gathered mystic energy in his hands. Then, the majestic green mystic energy formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool seemed to have a suction force, bringing sand and stones flying. The golden monkey jumped away from the center of the battlefield as soon as Yulin used his mystic technique to avoid being affected. Others might not be aware of the power of its master's mystic technique, but it was very clear. What a strong wind. Darling and the other beasts hurriedly jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms to seek protection lest they were sucked away by the strange wind. Is this a wind attribute heaven-grade mystic technique? Leng Ruoxue asked Lan Ming as she hugged the beasts in her arms tightly. Yes, this is one of Master's unique skills. It's called Rising Wind and Cloud. It's a very powerful offensive heaven-grade mystic technique. Lan Ming explained. Alas. It seemed like Master was really angry. He actually even used his unique skill. He didn't know if those two bears could withstand it. Little Snow would definitely go crazy if those two bears were injured. He was really conflicted. It looks pretty powerful. Leng Ruoxue praised. Hee-hee, this skill was good. Okay. Lan Ming nodded. Alas. How could it not be powerful? This skill was very difficult. Not even mystic supremacies with the wind attribute could use it. Leng Ruoxue and the others discussed softly by the side, while the two hairy beasts, which were in the whirlpool, also secretly communicated via voice transmission. Big brother, what should we do now? Little Harry asked worriedly. This skill was very powerful. It had yet to really unleash it, but it could already feel the intimidating pressure. It didn't know if the brothers could withstand it if they joined forces. Don't worry. He's a mystic supremacy. Isn't it normal to have powerful mystic techniques? What are you afraid of? We have to be confident in our defense. In Miss's words, we'll deal with whatever comes. So don't be afraid. Even if we can't beat him, there's still Miss, isn't there? Big Harry comforted very calmly. Clearly, it had already treated Leng Ruoxue as its life-saving straw. However, in fact, it thought was right. Leng Ruoxue naturally wouldn't watch Yulin kill them. Yes, Big Brother is right. Little Harry composed itself and agreed. Moreover, it added another defense to the two beasts. Humph. The mystic energy used to activate such a mystic technique would definitely not be small. Therefore, it guessed that it was impossible for Yulin to release such a mystic technique twice in a row. Therefore, as long as they could withstand Yulin's wave of attacks, it would be their turn to beat Yulin up next. While the two hairy beasts were communicating, Yulin's mystic technique had already been brewed. Moreover, it swept towards the two hairy beasts with a strong hurricane. Leng Ruoxue, the other two, and the other beasts couldn't help but gasp as they watched this exciting scene. Their gazes followed the tornado to where the two hairy beasts were. Little Harry, we have to defend. Big Harry roared and connected several more layers of defense. Seeing this, Little Harry hurriedly added a few more layers of defense. Now, both it and Big Harry were like an iron wall in front of them. Whether they could defend or not was also a huge test for them. In an instant, the tornado had already collided with the huge earthen yellow curtain wall. The curtain wall didn't budge at all after the first collision. There was still no gap in the curtain wall after the second collision. After 3 collisions, a small gap that couldn't be seen by the inner eye appeared on the curtain wall. On the 4th time, the curtain wall shattered and the tornado collided with the earthen yellow curtain wall. At the same time, the mystic energy in the hurricane was exhausted, and the entire valley temporarily returned to calm. Yulin sat on the ground while panting. He glared at the two bears, which were also very tired but refused to be outdone, and glared back at Yulin. Humph. They actually tied with little Yulin because neither of them could do anything to the other with mystic techniques. Moreover, the stamina and mystic energy of both sides were very consumed, so they temporarily didn't have the strength to launch any more attacks. How did I offend you? Yulin sighed and asked in puzzlement. Alas. The defense of these two bears was really abnormal. The mystic technique he used just now was difficult for even a mystic supremacy to defend against, but they actually defended themselves. They were very powerful even though they were working together. You scolded me yesterday. Big Harry explained while panting heavily. Then it lay on its back on all fours. What does this have to do with you? Could it be that you know Elder Wang and are here to avenge him? Yulin said doubtfully. Pfft. Who do you think Elder Wang is? Would we vent our anger for him? You can scold anyone if you want to. Why must you bring us along? Did we bears offend you? Humph. I'm very displeased. Little Harry roared like a gangster. Just because of this? Yulin felt that this battle was really unjust. He just unintentionally said, bear form. How did he really attract two bears for himself? Boo-hoo. Yes, little Yulin, don't be anxious. We'll rest for a while and beat you up properly. Big Harry pouted. Didn't we draw? Why do you still have to beat me up? Yulin said with a long face, depressed. He didn't have any strength left now, so how could he be a match for the two bears? Thinking of this, his gaze couldn't help turning to Leng Ruoxue, hoping that she could help him plead. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue turned her head to the other side, completely ignoring the anticipation in his eyes. Just as Yulin was complaining in his heart that Leng Ruoxue was disloyal, a shrill scream reverberated through the entire valley. Immediately, everyone's gazes were attracted by the voice. Tao Tao. Yulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the golden monkey that was being chased around by the little beasts. His jaw almost dropped from shock. Why did Tao Tao look so miserable now? More than half of her originally beautiful golden fur had fallen, and her body was bloody. What was going on? Could it be that the little beasts did it? Yulin really couldn't believe this terrifying fact because he was very confident in Tao Tao's strength. None of the little beasts were transcendent divine beasts, but everything in front of him forced him to believe that Tao Tao was really bullied very badly. Master, save me. Boo-hoo. The golden monkey Tao Tao had nowhere to hide and couldn't help crying for help from its master. Boo-hoo. These little beasts were really too terrifying. It regretted provoking them. Moreover, it wanted to take back its words. Level really didn't mean everything. Humph. Your master can't even protect himself now, so how can he care about you? You better be good and let us have the taste of beating up a transcendent divine beast. Hee hee. Darling said with a naughty smile, its fluffy face full of anticipation. No. How can you hit a female beast? Boo-hoo. Tao Tao wailed. It had always thought that male and female were equal, but it had to show weakness now. Are you a female? Ling asked curiously. Yes. I'm a female, so you can't bully a female beast. Tao Tao said pitifully. Its greatest wish now was that these beasts knew what it meant to be protective of the fairer sex. Otherwise, it would be miserable. So what if you are a female? In our hearts, all other female beasts can be beaten up except for the female beasts of Master and Master. Darling said without any pity for the fairer sex. Humph. Why didn't you say you were a female when you were humiliating us just now? There's no way you can pretend to be pitiful now. You're too evil. Tao Tao said with tears streaming down its face. Boo-hoo. It accidentally got another scratch on its body, and it couldn't help but cry out again from the pain. Why were these beasts so fast? It couldn't understand. This shouldn't be the case. It wouldn't have the slightest power to retaliate like this. Because it was only focused on dodging. Moreover, it could dodge to the left, and it would be hit from the back. Tao Tao. Yulin stood up from the ground with some effort, seeing his beast's miserable appearance. At the same time he stood up, the two hairy beasts also stood up. Hee, they had just secretly eaten Mrs. Pill and their stamina had almost recovered, so dealing with little Yulin would be easy. Master, save me. Tao Tao cried loudly. In just a while, several more wounds appeared on its body. Hee, little Yulin, we are your opponents, little Harry said with a smile, its expression very pure. I don't want to fight you now, Yulin said helplessly. At the same time, he was about to put the pitiful Tao Tao into the spirit beast space when a huge claw swung over and happened to slap his butt. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Aha! A scream as miserable as Tao Tao's sounded from Yulin's mouth. The power of that voice was even greater than Tao Tao's. Hee, I missed. I'm sorry. Little Harry smiled foolishly with an awkward expression on its face. However, it was very smug in its heart. Humph. It finally hit Xiaoyu's butt. It was quite bouncy. Lass, your beasts are too perverted. Yulin shouted. That hit just now hurt so much that he jumped up and down. It really hurt. Boo-hoo. Little Yulin, we've said it before. Why is your memory so bad if you aren't Mrs. Beast? Big Harry complained while slapping Yulin. Ouch. Yulin used all his strength and finally dodged Big Harry's bare paw. However, he suffered another blow to his butt. Hee, I missed again. Little Harry smiled and said shyly. It felt really good. Little Harry praised in its heart. Ouch. Yulin screamed again because Big Harry slapped his butt again just as he was screaming in pain. This slap directly slapped him to the ground, and his butt was burning with pain. He didn't even have the strength to stand up nor did he have the strength to complain about the two gangster bears. It's really not easy. I finally hit it. Big Harry looked at its huge bare paw and said sadly. Boo-hoo. It hit less than little Harry. Leng Ruoxue, who was not far away, looked speechlessly at the scarred golden monkey, and then at Yulin, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Her forehead couldn't help but be covered in black lines. To be honest, she now quite pitied this unlucky master and beast. They could have provoked anyone, but they just had to provoke her few united and especially vengeful beasts. Alas. Little Snowy, let them stop. Lan Ming pleaded beside Leng Ruoxue. Alas. Poor master and Tao Tao. He really had nothing to help them except pity. Okay, darling, Big Harry, stop. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and said to Darling and the two hairy beasts. Okay, master, Darling answered very obediently. At the same time, it gave Dazzle and the other beasts a look, and they stopped chasing and intercepting the monkey. The two hairy beasts also stopped waving their bare paw at Yulin. Master, we're finally safe. Boo-hoo. Tao Tao hurriedly ran to Yulin's side and cried when she saw that the danger was resolved. Yes. Yulin nodded and hugged Tao Tao while the two beasts cried together. Leng Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Yulin and Tao Tao crying. They only suffered some superficial wounds. Did they have to cry like this? Her beasts knew their limits when they attacked, so she watched the commotion with relief. Master, here. Lan Ming braced himself and walked to Yulin's side helplessly and handed him 2 pills. You heartless bad disciple. Yulin took the pill, ate one himself, and fed Tao Tao another. Then he roared at Lan Ming angrily. You're full of energy when you scold people. It seems like you're fine. Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked over and teased. Nothing? Who said I'm fine? My butt still hurts. Yulin glared at Leng Ruoxue angrily. Boo-hoo. It was all her hooligan beast's fault. Is that so? Big Harry, little Harry, you spanked him. He's still in pain. You have to be responsible for treating him. Leng Ruoxue ordered 2 hairy beasts directly. Yes, Mississippi. We will definitely be responsible. Big Harry promised, his fluffy face revealing a rather wretched smile. Little Jade Lin, don't be scared. We won't leave you alone. After speaking, little Harry directly carried Yulin on its body like it was carrying a sack. A huge bear palm happened to support Yulin's butt, causing great mental pressure on Yulin. You perverted bear, put me down quickly, Yulin roared, wanting to cry but had no tears. Boo-hoo. What did this bear want? Did it want to take advantage of him? Little Yulin, doesn't your butt hurt? I just wanted to carry you away out of goodwill. How can you shout at me? I'm too sad, little Harry said aggrievedly, its black and bright eyes flashing with tears. Damn it, this isn't hugging, it's carrying. Yulin was carried on little Harry's shoulder with his head facing down, so all the blood in his body rushed to his head, making him dizzy. Oh, then this should be considered as hugging. Little Harry corrected itself. After hearing Yulin's words, it immediately hugged Yulin like a princess and placed a bare paw on Yulin's butt righteously. Yulin was speechless. He realized that he was indeed not on the same channel as this hooligan bear because they could not communicate at all. He simply shut his mouth at this point. Leng Ruoxue and the freak laughed rudely when they saw Yulin's expression. Tao Tao and Lan Ming didn't dare to laugh at all. They suppressed their laughter, their faces flushed red, and looked at Yulin with pity in their eyes. Miss, should we go back? Little Harry couldn't help asking with Yulin in its arms. Okay, let's go back. Leng Ruoxue sat directly on the little peacock's back after speaking, and the others and beasts sat up one after another. Little Harry, I can't carry you in your original form. The little peacock looked at Yulin, who was in little Harry's arms, and smiled gently. It's okay. You can fly, and I can walk. Little Harry frowned in distress as it pondered. Then it looked at little Yulin in its arms. Alas. It was a little reluctant to put it down. It made up its mind after a while. You hooligan bear, put me down quickly, Yulin shouted, unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, his words were ignored by little Harry. Miss, go back first. I'll go with little Harry. Big Harry scratched its big head and said foolishly. Okay then. Little peacock, let's go. Leng Ruoxue ordered after some thought. Yes, boss's master. The little peacock ignored Yulin's pleading gaze and left directly after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Yulin's cry for help sounded from behind them. Don't leave me behind. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy, will my master be okay? Lan Ming, who was sitting on the little peacock's back in the sky, said worriedly. No, what can happen to him as a man? The two hairy beasts are also male. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue comforted, very unsympathetic. Lan Ming was worried when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Who said that nothing would happen to men? It would be more pitiful if something happened to men. Little Lan, don't let your imagination run wild. Little Harry isn't interested in men. Darling, who was lying in Leng Ruoxue's arms, said understandingly. I'm not letting my imagination run wild. Lan Ming quickly denied it, thinking, why are little Snowy's beasts so shrewd? Little Lan, your thoughts are written all over your face. My beasts can tell. Don't quibble, Leng Ruoxue exposed Lan Ming. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Lan Ming's forehead. He couldn't help thinking. Was his performance that obvious? Alas. I'm also quite worried about Master. Tao Tao, who was hiding in Lan Ming's arms, also said carefully. Damn monkey, you should worry about yourself. You don't have to worry about that man. Darling said angrily. Why don't you know how to be protective of the fairer sex at all? Boo-hoo. Tao Tao said with tears in her eyes, a little scared. TCH, I won't pity you even if I have to. Darling said disdainfully. Humph. It was a stingy and vengeful fox. It had yet to forget the humiliation this damn monkey had given them, so the feud between them was set. It would not change because of gender. Boo-hoo. Tao Tao cried softly in Lan Ming's arms after hearing what Darling said. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Master, we're here, the little peacock suddenly said after a while and descended at the entrance of the carefree hall. Okay. After Leng Ruoxue and the others and the beast jumped off the little peacock's back, the little peacock also transformed and followed them into the inn. Leng Ruoxue and the others went directly to the living room after returning to the inn. Miss, where did you go? Zheng En, who was in the living room, asked hurriedly when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others. I went out to look at houses with Yulin, Leng Ruoxue said softly. She couldn't help thinking, I wonder how Yulin is doing now. Why are we looking at houses? Aren't we leaving tomorrow? Zheng En asked in puzzlement. Is that old boy Yulin going to give you a house? The little old man sitting beside Zheng En said with a smile. Hee, that old thing Yulin was pretty fast. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was destined to be ineffective. This girl couldn't be manipulated at will. Yes, he also wants me to be an elder of the Mystic Association headquarters. I only need to be in name and receive the same treatment as the other elders every month. Moreover, I don't have to do anything. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently, her expression unreadable. Miss, there's actually such a good thing. Zheng En said in disbelief. At the same time, he was puzzled. What did Yulin want? Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. Lass, did Yulin come to the Mystic Association? The little old man looked at the scared golden monkey in Lan Ming's arms and asked curiously. Why was this monkey together with the kid from the Lan family? Wasn't this Yulin that old man's favorite? No, we're back. Little Harry's loud voice sounded in the living room just as the little old man finished speaking. The little old man looked at Yulin, who was carried in by little Harry, and was stunned. His face was full of question marks. What was going on? Moreover, this hugging posture was too. Little Harry, you're back pretty quickly. Darling jumped in front of little Harry. Okay. Little Harry nodded honestly. Then it specially found a spacious place to stand, but Yulin was still unwilling to put him down. Little Harry, aren't you tired hugging him? The little old man, who had returned to his senses, looked at the depressed Yulin and couldn't help asking. Well, he still didn't understand what was going on. No, he's very light, little Harry said and looked at the little old man cautiously, as if the little old man wanted to snatch him away. Oh. Then continue carrying him. 2 drops of cold sweat couldn't help dripping down the little old man's forehead. How was little Harry's expression like that? Miss, what happened? Zheng En couldn't help asking softly when he saw the extremely strange scene. Zheng En, I'll tell you. Darling ran in front of Zheng En again and said as if it was presenting a treasure. Then it recounted the incident to Zheng En and the little old man who didn't know the truth. After hearing Darling's words, Zheng En and the little old man looked at Yulin with incomparable pity, not knowing what to say. Alas. The mighty president of the Mystic Association headquarters. How did they encounter such an unlucky thing? Why are you looking at me like that? Yulin, who was already depressed, couldn't help shouting furiously when he saw Zheng En and the little old man's gazes. Nothing. I just want to ask you if your butt still hurts. I have pills here, the little old man said with a chuckle. His expression was indescribably happy. Hee, seeing Yulin like this, the depression he suffered from Wugong lessened significantly. Thank you, it doesn't hurt anymore, Yulin said dejectedly. Boo-hoo. His butt actually didn't hurt anymore, but the bear's palm was on his butt, making him feel very stressed. Miss, he said, it doesn't hurt anymore. We cured him, little Harry said excitedly, its smile hanging on its fluffy face. Okay, brew your relationship. I'll go back to my room to rest for a while. Leng Ruoxue nodded with a smile and said to everyone present. After speaking, she stored the beasts in the bracelet and left the living room with the freak. Leng Ruoxue returned to her room and brought the freak directly into the bracelet. Schwer, you're back. Empty sat on a stone chair in front of the purple bamboo house and drank tea while looking at the two of them with a smile. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded and pulled the freak to a seat. Previous chapter. Next. Schwer, where are we going tomorrow? Empty asked curiously. He didn't know where to go even though he had decided to leave tomorrow. Let's go back to Myriad Mountain City first tomorrow and then go to the Boundless Heaven continent to train, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. In fact, she hadn't thought too much about where to go now. She could go wherever she wanted. She could train wherever she went anyway. What do you intend to do with Cheng Wu and the others? Empty asked. They should stay in Myriad Mountain City. They can stay in Carefree City if they want. Didn't Yulin give us a house? It's big enough for them to stay in. Leng Ruoxue said. What I mean is that they might want to follow you. Seeing that Schwer didn't understand what he meant, he had to put it bluntly. I'm going to train. There's no need to do anything by myself with them following me. What's the point of training then? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In fact, she had considered this problem before. She thought that Cheng Wu and the others might request to follow her, but she didn't intend to bring them along to train. In fact, I think it's not impossible to bring them along. It's just that it will be inconvenient for us to enter the space if that's the case, Empty said after some thought. It would be much safer to bring those people on the road. However, it might also be as Schwer said, the effects of training would be much worse. Tell me more. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Okay, Schwer, rest early today. We have to travel tomorrow. Empty reminded her. Okay, we'll go and rest first, Leng Ruoxue said. Then she stood up and pulled the freak back to the purple bamboo hut. The next day. At the entrance of the Carefree City. Little Snowy, where are you going? Lan Ming looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others reluctantly. We returned to Myriad Mountain City first and then went for training, Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh, Lan Ming answered gloomily and then fell silent. Little Lan, why are you acting like this? It's not like we won't see you again. Icy, who was lying in Leng Ruoxue's arms, couldn't take it anymore. How am I? Lan Ming hurriedly denied, his handsome face slightly red. Little Lan, farewell. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Alas. She really didn't know what to say when she saw Lan Ming's appearance. Yes, I'll look for you when I have time, Lan Ming said after some thought. Boo-hoo. In fact, he also needed to train. However, his master was throwing a tantrum now and forbade him from leaving. Alas. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and stopped talking lest she became sad. Hee, little Yulin, don't miss us. After a long silence, little Harry's loud voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. I won't miss you. Yulin said through gritted teeth. Boo-hoo. He was too ashamed to face anyone now because many people had seen him when he was carried back by little Harry yesterday. Now, everyone was looking at him strangely, making him uncomfortable all over. But we will miss you, especially your bouncy little butt. Little Harry said with a wretched smile. Damn it, stop having ideas about my butt, Yulin said fiercely. So what if I hit you? Come and bite me. Little Harry provoked and winked at Yulin. You. Yulin took a deep breath and composed himself. He decided to ignore the two hooligans. Alas. They were from different channels and couldn't communicate. Everyone present couldn't help turning their heads to snicker after hearing their conversation. Of course, this was all to give Yulin some face. Lass, it's getting late. Leave quickly. Yulin flew into a rage out of humiliation and began to chase them away. He didn't want to see these people for the time being. Boo-hoo, because it would remind him of the sad incident yesterday. It's still early. There's no hurry. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and pretended to be stupid. It's getting late. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, you will be sleeping outdoors tonight, Yulin urged. Alas. Seems like we're unwelcome people. In that case, let's go. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said to everyone aggrievedly. Miss, let's go then. Little Harry transformed into a bear with Big Harry and jumped onto the little peacock's back first. Then it reluctantly turned to look at Yulin. Okay, let's go. Leng Ruoxue sat on the little peacock's back after speaking. Master, let's go. The little peacock said to Leng Ruoxue seeing that everyone had already sat down. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. The little peacock flapped its wings gently and slowly flew into the sky until it became a small black dot that disappeared from Lan Ming and Yulin's sight. Little Yulin, we will come back for you. Don't forget us. Lan Ming and Yulin were about to turn around and walk back when little Harry's loud voice sounded from the sky, scaring Yulin to the ground. Master, are you okay? Lan Ming hurriedly went forward to help his master up and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas. 2 Cent's power was really great. It seemed like they had already caused serious mental trauma to his master. Poor master. It's okay, little Minger. Let's go back to the Mystic Association headquarters quickly. Oh right, quickly send a notice after we go back that bears of any breed are prohibited from entering this city. People in Carefree City are also not allowed to talk about topics related to bears. They are not even allowed to mention the word bear. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the city. Yu Lin ordered directly. He really didn't want to see any bears anymore. He didn't even want to hear the word bear anymore. Master, this isn't too good, right? What about Big Harry and Little Harry? They belong to Little Snowy. Little Snowy will definitely be angry if it finds out that you don't allow them to enter the city. Lan Ming said with a troubled face. Alas. Master's order was really too difficult. One had to know that many mystics used bears as contract beasts. By not letting bears enter the city, I mean not letting them wander outside. Those with masters have to stay in the spirit beast space, Yu Lin explained. He just didn't want to see nor hear about bears. It wasn't that he didn't allow bears with masters to enter the city. Oh, I understand, Lan Ming answered, and the master and disciple returned to Carefree City together. From then on, there was another ridiculous order in Carefree City. People who knew the truth couldn't help laughing happily whenever they thought of the reason for this order. Half a month later, in the evening, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to Myriad Mountain City. Miss, you're back. The head butler, who was cleaning the yard on the back mountain where Leng Ruoxue was staying, immediately shouted happily when he saw the little peacock landing in the yard. Boo-hoo. Miss and the others had left for almost 2 months. They were finally back. If they hadn't returned, he would have gone to Carefree City to look for them. Yes, head butler, you've worked hard. Leng Ruoxue looked at Wang Long, who was helping them clean up the yard, jumped down from the little peacock's back and said. Not at all, Mississippi. You're finally back. I missed you so much, the head butler said excitedly. Tears welled up in his eyes and he was about to cry. Wang Long. I just realized today that you are so sentimental. Cheng Wu, who was still sitting on the little peacock's back, couldn't help teasing when he saw the butler's appearance. You. The head butler blushed at Cheng Wu's words. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a complete sentence, so he could only glare fiercely at Cheng Wu and the others. Boo-hoo. In fact, he was jealous of them. Why could they follow Miss while he had to stay behind to look after the family? It was really too unfair. Alright, stop teasing him. Everyone, rest early today. I have something to tell you tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue very kindly helped Wang Long out of the predicament and told everyone. Yes, Cheng Wu and the others hurriedly answered and jumped down from little peacock's back. However, they looked at Leng Ruoxue anxiously and expectantly after coming down. Miss, what's the matter? Tell me now, or I won't be able to sleep. Song Di mustered his courage and asked, seeing that no one dared to speak. His miss's words made them very uneasy. You will know tomorrow. Go and rest now. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. When did these people become so impatient? Miss, I don't need to rest. Tell me first, the head butler said carefully. But I have to rest. I'm tired from flying for so long. Grandpa do as you please. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. After speaking, she directly pulled the freak back to her room. In the room. The freak gently hugged Leng Ruoxue's slender waist and hugged her in his arms. He said softly, Shuer, you're so naughty. You deliberately whetted their appetite. There's nothing I can do. I'm really tired. Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Yes. Shuer, let's rest early then, the freak hurriedly said. Boo-hoo. There were more and more light bulbs around him, and he and Shuer spent less and less time alone together. Hee, freak, bully me. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Alas. There were too many things happening recently, and she didn't have time to bully the freak. Shuer, then you have to be gentler. The freak lay directly on the bed cooperatively and looked at Leng Ruoxue expectantly. Yes. Don't worry, I will definitely be gentle. Leng Ruoxue's soft hand caressed the freak's chest after speaking. Hee, it felt really good. Shuer, are you just touching me? The freak said with great dissatisfaction, as if his body was on fire. Of course. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid mischievously. Hee, the freak looked so cute now. Moreover, it made her want to bully him. Shuer, this won't do. At least. The freak pulled Leng Ruoxue's head down and kissed her pink and alluring lips after speaking. Yes. Freak, I'm about to suffocate, Leng Ruoxue whispered after kissing for a long time. It's okay. I'm here. I'll give you artificial respiration. The freak carefully tasted the sweetness in Shuer's mouth as he said, oh, it's delicious. He hadn't eaten for a long time. Boo-hoo. He wanted to eat to his full today. Freak, I'm angry. Leng Ruoxue gently pushed away the freak hugging her after a while, her beautiful face full of dissatisfaction. Then what do you want? The freak's little heart kept thumping, and his bright black eyes were full of puzzlement. I want to take the initiative. Leng Ruoxue said domineeringly. Then she pounced on the freak and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Swear, I like you taking the initiative. The freak said with great satisfaction. Then he deepened the kiss and took the initiative to open his mouth to welcome Schwer's fragrant tongue visit. Their lips and tongues intertwined, mutually helping each other. After a long while, the two reluctantly ended this sweet long kiss and hugged each other tightly to sleep. The next morning, Cheng Wu and the others were already waiting for Leng Ruoxue and the freak in the hall when they left the room. Moreover, everyone had 2 dark circles on their faces, obviously not sleeping well. It's only been one night. Why are there so many pandas? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing as she looked at everyone. I didn't sleep well yesterday, Cheng Wu said shyly. They all had insomnia last night. Alas. Oh, why don't you go to bed now? Leng Ruoxue suggested very kindly. No need. We're not sleepy. Miss, tell us quickly if you have anything. Cheng Wu said anxiously. There's no hurry. How can I bear to say it seeing your haggard appearance? Alas. Leng Ruoxue sighed heavily. Miss, we are all men. It's okay if we don't sleep for a night. Tell us quickly if you have anything to say. Otherwise, we will continue to suffer from insomnia. Song Di said anxiously. All right then. Leng Ruoxue looked at everyone in the hall with her beautiful eyes and then said indifferently, I intend to leave Myriad Mountain City. What? Miss, you're leaving. The head butler stood up excitedly and said in disbelief. Miss said that she wouldn't stay in Myriad Mountain City for long in the past, but he didn't expect her to leave so soon. Boo-hoo. What would happen to them if Miss left? Miss, you don't want us anymore? Cheng Wu looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully like a puppy that was about to be abandoned. Miss, how can you abandon us? Song Di complained with tears in his eyes as he looked at Leng Ruoxue resentfully. Miss, we are all your people. You can't abandon us. The second butler also cried, his miserable appearance as if Leng Ruoxue was a heartless man who abandoned him after he started. Leng Ruoxue was at a loss for words as she looked at the crying men in front of her. Alas. Did they have to make it sound so ambiguous? People who didn't know better would think that she really did something wrong to them. Alas. Don't be like this. You're not children anymore. Weren't you living well without me? Moreover, Myriad Mountain City is in your control now. It won't be like before. You will live well in the future, Leng Ruoxue said with a sigh. That's different. No one cared about us in the past, but we're used to listening to your orders now. If you leave, Song Di will be the first to be unconvinced no matter who becomes the boss in Myriad Mountain City. Song Di said resolutely. He would not submit to anyone except for Mississippi. Me too. Cheng Wu echoed. I'm not convinced either, the head butler said. We're all unwilling to accept this, everyone roared in unison. Don't be like this. I told you long ago that Myriad Mountain City has nothing to do with me. Have you forgotten? Leng Ruoxue reminded them. She had said that she would not interfere when they destroyed the 5 major factions even though the head butler and Cheng Wu had always wanted to be lazy. Boo-hoo. Miss, you can't abandon us. We won't be able to live without you, the head butler cried. Is it that serious? Leng Ruoxue was very speechless. Alas. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Yes, the head butler said hurriedly. Absolutely. Cheng Wu agreed very much. I am going to Myriad Mountain City to train. I didn't say I won't be coming back in the future. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to use a stalling tactic. She was not sure if she would return in the future, but looking at the current situation, she had to say this. Moreover, she had some feelings for these people after being together for so long, so she didn't want them to be too sad because of her departure. Training? Will you come back? Everyone was stunned. Could they have misunderstood Miss? Miss, where are you going to train? Cheng Wu asked very cautiously. Not sure yet. Wherever we go counts. Leng Ruoxue said. The boundless heaven continent was very big, and there were many places suitable for training. However, they would probably choose a relatively small and dangerous place. After all, the strength of her elder brother and the others were not very high. Miss, then let me accompany you. Cheng Wu said schemingly. If he followed Miss wouldn't be able to shake him off. Miss, I'll go with you too. Song Di said quickly, also reacting. I want to go too. Everyone quickly said. They were not stupid and knew that it was safer to follow Leng Ruoxue. Otherwise, they might be abandoned again. The place we're going isn't suitable for you, Leng Ruoxue said weakly. They were going to train. What was the point of bringing such a group of mystic sovereigns? Miss, we also need experience. Cheng Wu said shamelessly. The place we're going won't be very dangerous. What can you gain from training? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. Alas. They might have stayed for a few more days if Myriad Mountain City was still the chaotic Myriad Mountain City from before. However, no one dared to challenge them in Myriad Mountain City now, so there was no need to stay here. Miss, I really need your guidance, the head butler said sincerely. Boo-hoo. Miss didn't bring him along when she went to Carefree City last time. He should be included in this experience. You're already an adult and don't need my guidance anymore. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she thought, can't you not be like this? Alas. Miss, can't we go and give you a beating if you go for training? We won't attack easily even if you encounter danger unless you ask us to attack. Is that okay? Cheng Wu said as he racked his brains. No. You are all mystic sovereigns. How can I let you do odd jobs? Feng De and the others are enough, Leng Ruoxue said with firm will. She would not bring them along. Just as Empty said, it would be a little inconvenient for them to enter the space if she brought them along. In addition, Myriad Mountain City needed them more. Since Miss is determined, we won't force Mississippi. We will guard Myriad Mountain City for Mississippi. Miss has to return early. The head butler suddenly became understanding. Cheng Wu and the others glared at him angrily as if he had said something he shouldn't have said as soon as he finished speaking. Miss, we'll take our leave first, the head butler said and pulled Cheng Wu and the others out of the hall. Lass, are you really not bringing them along? The little old man, who was sitting in the hall without saying a word after the main butler and the others left, asked a little reluctantly. Alas. Lass was still amazing. She had subdued such a group of loyal subordinates not long after coming to Myriad Mountain City. Yes, they are more suitable staying here, Leng Ruoxue said. Alas. In fact, she was relatively satisfied with Cheng Wu and the others after interacting with them for the past few days. However, she couldn't bring them along because Myriad Mountain City needed them more. It was impossible for Leng Ruoxue to take all these people from Myriad Mountain City, and Cheng Wu and the others were the pillars of Myriad Mountain City. If she took them away, Myriad Mountain City would become an empty shell. This way, other forces would quickly snatch Myriad Mountain City, and everything they had done previously would be in vain. Yes, Myriad Mountain City really can't do without them now. The little old man knew the situation in Myriad Mountain City better than anyone, so he agreed with Leng Ruoxue. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss, when are we leaving? Zheng Yan asked. In fact, he could understand Zheng Yan and the others' feelings very well. Moreover, he was very glad to be able to follow Miss. The day after tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. There were some things she needed to explain. Miss, I'll go see if there's anything to prepare, Zheng Yan said. Then he stood up and left the hall. Yes, Grandpa, do you intend to travel with us or stay in Myriad Mountain City? Leng Ruoxue nodded and then turned to ask the little old man. Lass, of course I'm leaving with you. Do you want to abandon me too? The little old man asked pitifully with a bitter face. How can that be? Leng Ruoxue's forehead was full of black lines. She thought, Grandpa, why are you like this too? The little old man is Zheng Yan's master, so she can't not bring him along even if she wants to. That's good. Boo-hoo. The little old man said with a sigh of relief. Grandpa, let's set off the day after tomorrow. Do you have anything to prepare? Leng Ruoxue asked. No, I've always brought all my belongings with me. I can go wherever I want, the little old man explained. In fact, no powerhouse like them would stay in one place for too long. Therefore, many people would bring everything with them even if they had a fixed residence. Oh, Grandpa, have a good rest for the next 2 days, Leng Ruoxue reminded. There wouldn't be much time to rest after going out for training. Yes. Lass, don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself, the little old man promised. Okay, Grandpa, let's take a walk outside. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and left the hall with the freak. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the hall, they didn't disturb anyone. They quietly left their residence and arrived at the inner city of Myriad Mountain City. Walking on the streets of the inner city, Leng Ruoxue looked at the bazaar, which was obviously much more lively than before, and was very satisfied with the current situation. She knew that this was all the credit of the head butler and the others because they really treated Myriad Mountain City as their home. Schwer, where are we going? The freak couldn't help asking curiously when he saw that Schwer only looked around without any destination. We're not going anywhere. Freak, we can go back, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes, I've seen everything I want to know, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then let's go back, the freak said. A good man listened to his wife. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then summoned the little peacock. The two of them sat on the little peacock's back and returned to their residence in the back mountain. Miss, you went out? Zheng Yan said in surprise when he saw the little peacock landing in front of him in the yard. Yes, I went out for a walk. Zheng Yan, get the head butler to see me. Leng Ruoxue jumped down from the little peacock's back and ordered directly while pulling the freak into the hall. Yes, Zheng Yan answered and left. After a while, the head butler came to the hall with Zheng Yan. Miss. What's the matter? The head butler asked curiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue sitting in the hall. Head butler, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. I have something to tell you before we leave, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Miss, please instruct me, the head butler said very respectfully. Everything I want to say is in this letter. Open it after I leave. In addition, distribute the things in here to Cheng Wu and the others. Leng Ruoxue gave him a storage ring after handing him a letter. Yes, Mississippi. Is there anything else? The head butler asked. Not for now, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. What she wanted to say had been written in the letter just now, so there was nothing else to say. Then I'll take my leave first, the head butler said hurriedly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Schwer, don't you think that the head butler is a little strange? The freak sensed the urgency in the head butler's departure and asked in puzzlement. Really? Freak, are you thinking too much? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Maybe, the freak said doubtfully. Zheng En, hold a farewell banquet tonight. I'll send Feng De and the others to you later. This will be kept secret for now. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said to Zheng En, alas. Perhaps it was because she was leaving, she was actually a little sad. Yes, miss, Zheng En answered happily. He hadn't known Cheng Wu and the others for long, but they got along very well. Moreover, Cheng Wu and the others specially went to Carefree City to save him, so he was very grateful to Cheng Wu and the others. Then, with a thought, Leng Ruoxue moved Feng De, the others, and the beasts out of the bracelet. Miss, leave the farewell banquet tonight to us. Feng De immediately said to Leng Ruoxue as soon as he emerged. They had heard what Miss said in the space just now, and Qing Ju had brought them a lot of food. Okay, prepare a sumptuous meal. Tell me directly if you need anything, Leng Ruoxue ordered. Hehe, miss, just leave it to us. Feng De patted his chest and promised. Okay. After preparing for nearly an afternoon, Feng De and the others finally prepared the farewell banquet. Zheng En took the initiative to invite the main butler and the others after preparing. Zheng En, why is Miss looking for us again? The head butler beside Zheng En asked in bewilderment. Miss is leaving, of course she wants to talk to you. Why? Are you unwilling to come? Zheng En teased with a naughty smile. That's not what I mean. I'm just curious what's the matter, miss? The head butler hurriedly explained. Boo-hoo. How could Zheng En wrong him? How wronged would he be if Miss heard and misunderstood? You'll know when we get there. Zheng En said mysteriously. Don't. Why don't you reveal a little to us first? I'm nervous if you continue like this, the head butler said pitifully. I don't know either, huh? Zheng En couldn't help laughing out loud seeing the head butler's little wife-like appearance. Everyone had already arrived at the yard where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. Cheng Wu and the others were dumbfounded and they saw the table in the yard and the food on it. What did this mean? What is this? The head butler asked foolishly after reacting. Food, head butler. Don't tell me you don't even recognize food anymore, Feng De teased with a smile. I know him, the head butler said shyly. Boo-hoo. How embarrassing. Then quickly take a seat. I'll go get Miss, Feng De said not far away and left after speaking. Okay, take a seat quickly. Miss specially prepared this for you, Zheng En urged. However, no one sat down. Instead, they looked at Zheng En pitifully. What are you doing? There's no banquet that won't end. Calm down. Zheng En almost lost his composure in the face of everyone's gazes. Everyone, take a seat. This is Miss's token of appreciation. After a while, Cheng Wu sighed softly and was the first to sit down. Then, Song Di and the others sat down one after another. When Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked out of the room, they saw Cheng Wu and the others sitting in chairs with worried expressions on their faces. Don't be like this, okay? Leng Ruoxue and the freak found a seat and sat down, saying with some dissatisfaction. Alas. Did they have to make her uncomfortable too? Miss, what banquet is this? Cheng Wu asked fearfully. Boo-hoo. Hopefully, it was not a farewell banquet. Miss, as the saying goes, there are no good banquets. Just say it directly. We can bear it, the head butler said with a face as though he was facing death. You're thinking too much. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Can't I treat you to a meal before we leave? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Alas. She really couldn't say the words farewell banquet seeing them like this. Miss didn't treat us to a meal the last time she went to Carefree City, the head butler said doubtfully. Boo-hoo. This meal was definitely abnormal. The last time we went was short, but this time is uncertain. Leng Ruoxue said very patiently. Miss, we really don't want to eat this meal, Song Di said weakly. For some reason, he felt that he would never see Miss again after eating this meal. No, everything is ready. It would be a waste if we don't eat, Leng Ruoxue said with slight displeasure. Alas. She really couldn't do anything to these people. Can't we eat? Cheng Wu said aggrievedly, his expression as if Leng Ruoxue had bullied them. Then eat quickly. Zheng En and Feng De prepared this food for the entire afternoon. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Eat. Eat. Cheng Wu and the others said to each other, but none of them were happy. Everyone held food in their hands and sent it absent-mindedly into their mouths while drinking fiercely without saying a word. Schwer, did you get someone to drug the food? Look at how painful they are eating. The freak looked at Schwer beside him and teased with a light smile. Alas. No one is allowed to sleep until you finish this food today. Leng Ruoxue sighed heavily and ordered helplessly. Yes, everyone answered weakly and then focused on attacking the food. At first, everyone was very depressed. However, after a few glasses of wine, Cheng Wu and the others began to talk. However, they hugged their heads and cried after a few sentences. Alas. Freak, let's go back to our room. Leng Ruoxue couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help saying to the freak. Okay, Zheng En, I'll leave this place to you. The freak pulled Schwer to her feet and ordered Zheng En and the others. Yes, we will watch over them, Zheng En hurriedly promised. Alas. His mood was affected by Cheng Wu and the others. Cheng Wu and the others had drunk a lot. The next day, Leng Ruoxue and the others emerged from their rooms and saw them lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. They slept for a day after getting someone to send them back to their rooms. Leng Ruoxue and the others had already left by the time they woke up. 10 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at Moon-Gazing City. Moon-Gazing City was a larger city on the boundless heaven continent. The reason why it was called Moon-Gazing City was that this city belonged to the Guanyu. Guanyu literally translates to moon-gazing. The Guanyu family might not be as strong as the three great super families, but it could also be considered a top family on the boundless heaven continent. Swear, this moon-gazing city is indeed a big city. It's much livelier than the few cities we've passed these few days. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the bustling crowd on the street. Big brother, let's find an inn first, Leng Ruoxue suggested. She knew that everyone was very curious about the boundless heaven continent, so they couldn't help wanting to take a look anxiously after reaching every place. Okay, Leng Ruoxue said shyly. He actually forgot to look for the inn. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked along the streets to look for inns. However, after looking for several inns, they found that all the inns they wanted to stay in were full. This couldn't help but make her feel a little strange. Swear, this is the last inn in the Guanyu family. We will have to sleep on the streets if it's full. The freak looked at the three-story high inn in front of him with a map in his hand and said to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the tall and gorgeous inn in front of her. The plaque on the inn had the words Moon-Gazing Restaurant written in golden words. The gilded words shone with a beautiful color under the sunlight. There was a small moon in the lower right corner of the plaque, and this was the emblem of the Guanyu family. Previous chapter. Next. Swear, looks like this is the inn owned by the Guanyu family. Leng Ruoxue, who was also looking at the inn, said. Yes, big brother, freak, empty, let's go in and see if there are any more rooms. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Then she pulled the freak into the inn first. Because it was afternoon and the meal time had passed, there were not many people in the dining hall on the first floor of the inn at this time. However, after Leng Ruoxue, the freak, Leng Ruoxue, and the others walked in, they still attracted the attention and amazement of the people in the hall. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked in as if no one was around and went directly to the front desk. The shopkeeper was settling scores at the counter. After sensing that someone was blocking the sunlight in front of him, the shopkeeper looked up with slight displeasure and was about to flare up, but he was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. Miss, do you want to eat or stay? After coming back to his senses, the shopkeeper looked at the absolutely beautiful girl in front of him with a stunned face, and was indescribably shocked in his heart. Which family's young lady was this? She was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe with words. He had been the shopkeeper of the inn for many years, and he had seen many young ladies from the major families who came to stay in the inn, but none of them could be compared to the person in front of him. Stay. Leng Ruoxue said lightly, her beautiful eyes gently looking at the person in front of her. This shopkeeper looked to be around 40 years old and had a very ordinary appearance, but his small eyes were relatively shrewd. Moreover, he was also a mystic. His strength might only be an elementary mystic, but he must be formidable to be able to be the shopkeeper of such a large inn. Miss, I'm really sorry. There have been more people coming to Guanyu City recently, so the rooms in the inn are very nervous. There's only one luxurious suite in this shop now, I'm afraid it can't accommodate so many of you, the shopkeeper said with an apologetic face. It's okay. Let's get a room. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. One room was enough for them. Miss, there are only 3 rooms in the suite. What about the others? The shopkeeper couldn't help asking. 3 rooms are enough. My subordinates can find any place to sleep outdoors. There's no need for shopkeepers to worry, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly, thinking that this shopkeeper was being too nosy. Alright then. Please follow me. The shopkeeper left the front desk and led Leng Ruoxue and the others up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Then he pointed at the innermost room on the 3rd floor and said to them, this is the room. Thank you, shopkeeper. Please don't disturb us if there's nothing important, Leng Ruoxue reminded the shopkeeper. Okay. If you want to eat, you can come to the hall on the 1st floor or call me at any time. There's a voice transmission device in the room, the shopkeeper reminded. Then he bowed very politely and turned to go downstairs. After the shopkeeper left, Leng Ruoxue pushed open the door of the suite and walked in directly, and the others naturally followed closely behind. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes sized up this luxurious suite. This was the first time they were staying in the best room since coming to the boundless heaven continent. The entire room was mainly white, looking relatively elegant and unique, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Miss, this place is not bad. It's even more luxurious than the carefree pavilion we once lived in, Zheng En said excitedly, his eyes looking around. TCH, no matter how good this place is, it can't compare to Carefree Hall. Icy, which was pretending to be asleep in Leng Ruoxue's arms, opened its ice blue eyes with displeasure and said disdainfully after hearing Zheng En's words. Zheng En was speechless. Why did I wake this little ancestor up? Don't bite me. Disciple, little Icy is right. The Carefree Pavilion is the top inn in the boundless heaven continent. Moreover, in the entire continent, only the Carefree Pavilion can compare to the inns owned by the 3 great super families, the little old man hurriedly explained. Alas. He was also afraid that his good disciple would be bitten by a dog. One had to know that this puppy would not recognize anyone when it bit him. Zhengyan, we live in an ordinary guest room at Carefree Hall, but this one is luxurious. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hee, miss, I forgot. Zhengyan scratched his head shyly. Which one of you wants to stay here? Leng Ruoxue asked as she sized up Fengde and the others. Miss, I don't live here, Fengde was the first to say. Humph. This place couldn't compare to Mrs. Space no matter how good it was. He still had to return to Cultivate. Me neither. Lin Yuan and the others expressed that no one wanted to stay in this luxurious guest room. Big brother? Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to Leng Ruohan and asked. Shuer, I don't live here either, Leng Ruohan said. Shuer was already a mystic monarch, so he couldn't be too far behind his sister. Therefore, he had the same idea as Fengde and the others. He wanted to enter the space to cultivate. Grandpa Du, what about you? Leng Ruoxue looked at the little old man and asked. She had already brought the little old man into the space after leaving Myriad Mountain City. The little old man's reaction when he entered the space for the first time was similar to Zhengyan's. He looked at the precious herbs he knew or didn't know and didn't want to come out at all. Lass, I definitely won't stay here. I want to enter the space to guard those cute herbs, the little old man said excitedly. His heart was with those herbs even though he was outside now. Then go in. I, the freak, and Empty will stay outside, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Fengde and the others were now cultivating with unprecedented enthusiasm. The little old man and Zhengyan were herbalists. It seemed like no one was willing to stay in this luxurious suite except the three of them. Shuer, I don't want to either. Empty looked at Shuer aggrievely, but Leng Ruoxue interrupted him. Then there's no one in the room. I'll stay in one room with the freak, you in one room, and Icy in another. It's settled, Leng Ruoxue said without hesitation. Little Snowy, I want to go back to my space to sleep. Icy raised its eyes and protested. Little Icy, you're just sleeping. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Don't object, Leng Ruoxue said domineeringly. Little Snowy, you don't respect the rights of a beast. Boo-hoo. I'm going to sue you. Icy's blue eyes welled up with tears as it complained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Where do you want to sue me at? Leng Ruoxue asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Icy was stunned. Yes, where could it sue? Stay outside obediently. I'll let you eat the silver snow fish tomorrow. How about that? Leng Ruoxue coaxed. She believed that little Icy would definitely not be able to withstand the temptation of the silver snow fish. Okay, I want to eat one myself. Icy bargained. It almost drooled when it heard about the silver snow fish. Can you finish it? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. This foodie actually wanted to finish a few kilograms of silver snow fish by itself. Wasn't it afraid of being bloated? Of course I can. My appetite is very big. I've only been eating half full, Icy said aggrievedly, its ice blue eyes looking at Leng Ruoxue pitifully. Are you trying to say that I abused you and didn't let you eat until you were full? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead uncontrollably as she said helplessly. Icy's little stomach bulged every time it ate, and it was impossible to walk without hugging it. It actually dared to say that it was half full. No. No. Little Snowy is the best. Why would it abuse me? Icy hurriedly said with a fawning face. Boo-hoo. It just wanted to pretend to be pitiful and fight for some benefits for itself. It couldn't let little Snowy misunderstand. Is this sincere? Leng Ruoxue raised Icy in front of her and asked lightly. Yes, absolutely. Little Snowy is the best. Icy said seductively. Its 2 front claws gently hugged Leng Ruoxue's arm, and its little head kept rubbing against her wrist. Little Icy, forget it this time. I'll spank your butt if you're so heartless next time, Leng Ruoxue threatened, her beautiful face full of displeasure. Don't spank my butt. It's very embarrassing. Icy pouted pitifully. Boo-hoo. It was the famous beautiful beast of the Qilin race. How could it face others in the future if little Snowy spanked it? I won't call as long as you're good, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Little Snowy, when did I not behave? I have always been well behaved. Icy complained. I mean in the future. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. I'll be good. Icy raised its front paw and promised. Alas. It had let down the Qilin race. It didn't have the might of a Qilin at all in front of little Snow. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Then she brought everyone and little Icy into the bracelet with a thought. After entering the bracelet, Leng Ruohan and the others immediately returned to their rooms to cultivate. Zhengyan and the little old man went straight to the medicinal field, and Leng Ruoxue and the others sat down on the stone chairs in front of the purple bamboo hut. Shuer, let's take a walk on the streets of Moon-Gazing City later. Empty suggested. Okay. By the way, did you notice anything amiss? Leng Ruoxue asked doubtfully. Really? I didn't notice. Empty said with a light smile, a trace of understanding flashing in his bright black eyes. Me neither, the freak echoed. In his eyes, anything that was not dangerous to Shuer was nothing. Oh, let's go shopping now. Leng Ruoxue said. Alas. Perhaps she was being paranoid. She kept feeling that someone was tailing them in the dark. She didn't know who it was, but she shouldn't have any ill intentions toward them. Okay. The freak and Empty nodded. Leng Ruoxue walked out of the room with the two of them and the beast. When they passed the hall on the first floor, the shopkeeper saw Leng Ruoxue and the others and hurriedly walked to them and asked, "Do you want to eat or go out?" "Shopkeeper, we want to go out for a walk. Do you have any good recommendations?" Empty asked calmly. It's really the right time for you to come to our moon-gazing city. Now is the most lively time in our moon-gazing city. Otherwise, all the inns in the city wouldn't be full, the shopkeeper said with a face full of pride. Why? Could there be something important in moon-gazing city? Empty asked curiously. Of course there is. In a few days, it will be the annual Flower Appreciation Festival in our moon-gazing city. Many families will come to participate at that time, the shopkeeper said happily. What's a flower appreciation event? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Did people in this world also like to raise flowers? Famous flowers and beautiful women are considered flowers. If Miss participates, you will definitely win, the shopkeeper said with certainty. He thought very highly of this young lady. Can married women participate too? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly. What kind of flower appreciation event was this? Those famous flowers were probably just a foil. Beauty was the most important. Of course not, the shopkeeper said honestly. The main reason why Moon-Gazing City held the flower viewing convention every year was to communicate with the major families. To put it bluntly, it was a matchmaking convention indirectly held for the major families. Therefore, married women were naturally not allowed to participate. Then I won't have a chance. I'm already married, Leng Ruoxue said with regret. Humph. She didn't want those perverted stinky men to judge her. Miss is already married? Miss doesn't look old? The shopkeeper didn't believe Leng Ruoxue's words and couldn't help asking doubtfully. I've been married for several years. He's my husband. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the freak, the happiness on her face obvious. Oh, then congratulations, miss, the shopkeeper said with some regret. Alas. He had long seen that their relationship was very intimate, but he really didn't expect them to be married. However, speaking of which, these two were really quite compatible. The woman was drop-dead gorgeous, and the man was even more handsome than their young master. What an enviable immortal couple. Thank you, shopkeeper. Let's go out for a walk, the freak said in a good mood. Then he hugged Schwer's slender waist and threw Empty to the side. The two of them strode out of the inn. You two are disloyal. Why did you leave by yourselves? Empty, who was ignored on the street outside the inn, caught up with Leng Ruoxue and the freak and complained. Previous chapter. That's your problem. I don't know your young master, Leng Ruoxue said coldly after hearing what the middle-aged man said. Then she gave the freak and Empty a look, and the three of them left without looking back. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left, the middle-aged man looked at the snacks he didn't give away and sighed softly before returning to the shop to report. In a room in Fragrance Village. Young master, that young lady refused. The middle-aged man braced himself and said. Alas. He knew the young master's temper very well. He didn't do the things the young master ordered this time, and he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive. Got it. Go out, the young master said softly. Yes. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly said, the young master actually didn't punish him. It was too unbelievable. Thinking of this, he hurriedly retreated. It's so rare that you're not angry. Another young man in the room couldn't help teasing. The man who spoke was about 20 years old. He was handsome, refined, and had an extraordinary temperament. His beautiful eyes were warm like jade, and they were so gentle that they seemed to melt people. He was a mystic monarch even though he was very young. He was currently looking at another man with a spurious smile. What's there to be angry about? I'll only be angry if she takes it, the teased man said nonchalantly. The her he was referring to was naturally Leng Ruoxue. Your way of thinking is really abnormal. Which man doesn't want the woman he likes to like his gift, the young man said in puzzlement. Those are just a few boxes of snacks. They're not considered gifts. Luo Fei, it's your thinking that's strange, the man said. Perhaps. Alas. The gift from the mighty young master of the Guan Yu family was actually refused for the first time. If your admirers knew about this, they would be so sad, the man named Luo Fei teased happily. Alas. His limelight had been suppressed by Guan Yu Shi since he was young. He finally saw him embarrassed today. It was really satisfying. I told you, that's not a gift, Guan Yu Shi whispered through gritted teeth. Alas. Luo Fei finally saw him being the joke today. How depressing. 0. Find out their whereabouts. Guan Yu Shi ordered the void. However, no one answered. What answered him was a light breeze. After the three of them left Fragrance Village, they arrived at the busiest street in Moon-Gazing City. It was not evening, but the street was already crowded and crowded. As expected of the busiest place in Moon-Gazing City. How lively. Empty couldn't help exclaiming as he looked at the pedestrians walking around. Yes, Empty, let's leave this place quickly. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. There were too many people on the streets, and many people were already surrounding them and criticizing them. Wow, that woman is so beautiful. Yes, I will definitely vote for her if she participates in the flower viewing convention. Those two men are so handsome. If I can marry one of them, I can die happy. The one who said this was obviously a love-struck fool. You don't even deserve to carry his shoes. Another woman's disdainful voice immediately sounded just as the love-struck fool finished speaking. Wang Xiaohua, who are you saying isn't worthy? Am I not worthy? Humph. Why don't you take a look at your character in the mirror? The love-struck fool immediately roared like a shrew. At least I look better than you, the woman called Wang Xiaohua roared back, unwilling to be outdone. The two of them directly quarreled on the streets. Immediately, the gazes of the pedestrians on the streets turned from Leng Ruoxue and the others to the two of them and watched the commotion excitedly. The discussions of the pedestrians on the street and the argument of the two women entered Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears without missing anything. Their gazes collided, and then they turned back the way they came very tacitly. Swear, let's go back to the inn quickly. The people of Moon-Gazing City are really too terrifying. Empty said with a face full of fear, especially when he thought of the woman who said that she wanted to marry him or the freak. The hair on his body stood on end from fright. Men are really a source of trouble. However, that woman can only marry you if she wants to marry. Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. It was rare to see Empty being embarrassed. She was really too happy. Why? Empty asked foolishly. Because I'm Schwer's. The freak looked at Wayless like he was looking at an idiot, his handsome face full of pride. It was good to be a man with an owner, his safety was guaranteed. Don't be smug. Schwer is also a disaster, Empty reminded. What do you mean? Schwer is mine. I'll kill whoever steals her, the freak roared furiously. Humph. Anyone who dared to snatch a woman from him would be eliminated. The person who brought snacks to Schwer just now seems to be some young master, right? Empty asked, his handsome face full of schadenfreude. So what? My Schwer is so beautiful. It's normal to be secretly liked by some self-indulgent men, the freak said without jealousy. In fact, he had already made up his mind. It would be good if he could retreat in the face of difficulties if he dared to snatch Schwer from him. However, if he refused to realize his mistakes, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Humph. He would destroy whoever robbed him. You're actually not jealous, Empty said with a face full of surprise as if he had discovered a new continent. This was really too abnormal. A man who was even jealous of the Schwer beast actually showed no signs of being jealous in the face of an unfamiliar love rival. Was this normal? TCH, if I'm jealous of a stranger that doesn't matter, wouldn't I be jealous to death a long time ago, the freak said confidently. In fact, the reason why he was not jealous of strange men was because he knew that Schwer would not fancy other men casually. Thinking back, how many plans did he think of when he stuck to Schwer? In the end, he realized that Schwer was at her wit's end when pretending to be pitiful to the people or beasts around her. Therefore, he finally relied on Schwer without letting everyone down. That makes sense. Empty nodded in agreement. It seemed like he didn't know this freak very well. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Of course it makes sense. By the way, Schwer, where are we going? The freak asked very proudly. Let's go back to the inn. Let's eat something in the hall and then go back to our rooms to rest. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. The food in the space was incomparably delicious, but she still wanted to try the local delicacies everywhere. Okay. I'm hungry. Icy nodded in agreement. You're a foodie. Leng Ruoxue was a little helpless. Why didn't Icy eat or sleep? Food is everything to the people. Sleeping is for cultivation. Icy said matter-of-factly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with liking to eat and sleep. Schwer, let's go quickly. Wayless really didn't dare to stay on the streets anymore. Yes, Leng Ruoxue smiled and nodded. Then the three of them and the beast returned to the Moon-Gazing restaurant. Why are you back so soon? Moon-Gazing City is very lively. The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others entering the inn as soon as he looked up. It's a little too lively. It's not suitable for us. We prefer to keep a low profile. 2 large drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. Alas. They wouldn't have gone out if they knew that the citizens of Daoist Temple and Moon City were so crazy. The flower conference is about to be held. The mood of the citizens is at its peak now. The shopkeeper couldn't help saying understandingly when he saw the unnatural expressions of the three of them. Alas. With their appearance, they would definitely be surrounded and watched when they went out. He forgot to remind them just now. Yes, shopkeeper. We want to eat something. Come up if there's anything delicious, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Then the three of them and the beast found a window seat and sat down. Okay, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper said hurriedly. Then he called a waiter and ordered softly. A few minutes later, the dishes were served one by one. These are our signature dishes. Please enjoy. The shopkeeper said politely and left. Icy jumped onto the dining table impatiently as soon as the shopkeeper left. It picked up a big chicken leg and began munching on it. Leng Ruoxue took a few bites of each dish and stopped eating. The freak and Empty were the same. Doesn't the food suit your tastes? The shopkeeper couldn't help asking in puzzlement when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others casually eating a few mouthfuls of food. No, we're not too hungry. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. It seemed that in the shopkeeper's eyes, the three of them were not satisfied with the dishes of Moon-Gazing restaurant other than Icy. Oh. The shopkeeper answered gloomily. Alas. It seemed like no one was hungry except for the puppy, which was starving and eating happily. At this moment, the waiter served another plate of exquisite snacks and placed them in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. These snacks taste good. You can try them, the shopkeeper said and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others expectantly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue braced herself and took a small piece of white dessert into her mouth under the shopkeeper's hopeful gaze. Miss, how is it? The shopkeeper couldn't help asking. Very good, Leng Ruoxue praised. The dishes from the moon-gazing restaurant might seem ordinary to her, but the snacks were really good. They were full of milk fragrance and melted in her mouth, neither sweet nor greasy. As long as Miss likes it, the shopkeeper said happily. Shopkeeper Meng, didn't you say that there are no more fragrant milk cakes? Why does she have them? Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, they heard an unruly female voice in their ears. Leng Ruoxue looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in red standing at the staircase. She was very beautiful, but the angry expression on her exquisite and beautiful face ruined this beauty. Alas. They were looking for trouble again. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't understand why they would encounter trouble every time they ate in the hall of the inn. No, this is the last plate. It was specially reserved for Miss Leng, the shopkeeper said honestly. He couldn't help frowning slightly and hiding the disgust in his heart. Miss Leng? What Miss Leng? Humph. Don't think you can be related to the Leng family just because your surname is Leng. The woman in red roared at Leng Ruoxue with contempt, but the jealousy in her eyes revealed her thoughts. Did I say that I'm related to the Leng family? The Leng family is the Leng family, and I'm me, Leng Ruoxue said with some displeasure. It was very unbecoming of her to bicker with such a crazy woman. However, that woman actually involved the Leng family. How ridiculous. The last thing she wanted was to be related to the Leng family. Humph. I don't think you have anything to do with the Leng family, the woman in red said very proudly. Then she glared fiercely at the shopkeeper and roared furiously, do you know who I am? You can stay if you want to. Why should she? Miss Wu Qianer, Miss Leng is the noble shop of our inn. She lives in a luxurious suite, the shopkeeper said indifferently without even looking up. Luxurious suite? I don't believe it. Can she afford to stay in it? Wu Qianer didn't believe the shopkeeper. In her opinion, the shopkeeper was obviously making excuses for the woman who snatched her milky fragrance cake. In her eyes, Leng Ruoxue couldn't afford to stay in such an expensive guest room because she couldn't bear to. I can't do anything if Miss Wu doesn't believe me, the shopkeeper said nonchalantly. Humph. Did Wu Qianer really think that the position of the future young master and wife of the Guanyu family was fixed on the board? One had to know that anything could change at any time. Damn it, what's with your attitude? Wu Qianer said very angrily, and she couldn't help cursing in her heart. Humph. He was just a shopkeeper, but he actually dared to treat her like this. When she became the young madam of the Guanyu family, the first person she would deal with would be him. Miss Wu, of course I'm treating you like a guest, the shopkeeper said nonchalantly. You. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me as a guest? Wu Qianer asked again angrily. Miss Wu, you are the daughter of the Wu family and a guest of the moon-gazing restaurant. I know very well, the shopkeeper explained. You. Wu Qianer was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Humph. She was the future young master's wife of the Guanyu family. This damn shopkeeper actually pretended to be stupid. She was really angry. Damn it, those are my snacks. You're not allowed to eat them. Wu Qianer took a deep breath and composed herself. She was about to defend her future status and argue with the shopkeeper when she realized that Leng Ruoxue had placed another piece of fragrant milk cake in her mouth. Moreover, it was in front of her. This was obviously a provocation to her. Therefore, she was immediately angry. Miss Wu, are you talking to me? Leng Ruoxue looked at Wu Qianer with a spurious smile. There was no emotion on her beautiful face. Alas. Why did this woman have to provoke her? Who else can it be but you? Those are my snacks. You're not allowed to eat them. Wu Qianer roared in anger and embarrassment. Then she pounced at Leng Ruoxue. Get lost. The freak looked at the woman pouncing at Shuer with great disdain and kicked her away without any pity for the fairer sex. Humph. Anyone who dared to bully Shuer, regardless of gender, would be eliminated. Wu Qianer, who was not mentally prepared at all, rolled a few rounds in the hall after being kicked by the freak. Then, she rolled out of the inn's door in front of everyone. Amazing. Empty praised. He originally wanted to attack, but this freak beat him to it. Alas. Why did this unlucky woman have to touch this wife-protecting maniac's weakness? Leng Ruoxue was stunned when she saw Wu Qianer rolling out of the inn in an extremely disheveled manner with her face covered in dirt. Then she couldn't help muttering in her heart, is this a bloody case caused by a snack? The freak's kick wasn't light. In fact, she didn't take that woman seriously at all, but she was still very happy with the freak's protection. The shopkeeper, who was very close to them, naturally saw the freak's kick clearly. He rubbed his eyes, not believing the fact that he saw it with his own eyes. Wu Qianer actually really rolled out of the inn. This man was really too amazing, his idol. The few people who were eating in the hall watched as the daughter of the Wu family rolled out of the inn like a ball. Their mouths were open in surprise, and their faces were full of disbelief. Everyone, she is the daughter of the Wu family. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and reminded cautiously. We know. Didn't you say it already? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hehe, so what if she was the daughter of the Wu family? She wasn't even afraid of the Lan family, let alone the Wu family. The Wu family won't let the matter rest, the shopkeeper said helplessly. Alas. The Wu family had always been overbearing and domineering. If these people didn't have any backing, they would probably end up badly. In fact, he had a good impression of these people, so he didn't want them to become prisoners of the Wu family. Shopkeeper, is the Wu family you're talking about very powerful? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. She had heard the most from the 3 major super families and the several major headquarters on the boundless heaven continent. As for the Wu family and the like, they were rarely mentioned. The Wu family might not be comparable to our Guanyu family, but it can also be considered a top family on the boundless heaven continent, the shopkeeper explained speechlessly. Alas. So you don't know the Wu family situation at all. Is this considered being unafraid of those who don't know? What's there to be afraid of if you can't even compare to the Guanyu family? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She might not have any backing, but she was not even afraid of a super alligator like the Lan family, so why would she be afraid of a mere Wu family? Miss, you should be careful anyway. The Wu family is very despicable, the shopkeeper reminded kindly. Alas. This matter had something to do with him, so he really didn't want anything to happen to these people. Yes, we will be careful, Leng Ruoxue said very respectfully. She knew that this shopkeeper was doing this for their own good. This matter was triggered by a piece of dessert, but it was also an unexpected calamity. Miss, take care. I'll take my leave first, the shopkeeper said. He turned and left after speaking. Alas. He still had to send someone upstairs to inform the Wu family about Miss Wu's condition. Who should he send? He thought about it but couldn't find a suitable person. It seemed like he had to go upstairs himself. However, before he could do anything, the Wu family had already come downstairs to look for him. Shopkeeper, have you seen my young miss? A young woman who looked like a maidservant walked to the shopkeeper, bowed, and asked softly. Didn't see her? Did Miss Wu go downstairs? The shopkeeper lied through his teeth. He hadn't thought of what to say yet. Yes. Miss said she wants to take a look downstairs, the maidservant said shyly. Hehe, I'm sorry. I was busy just now and didn't notice if Miss Wu went downstairs. Why don't you ask the other waiters, the shopkeeper suggested with a very natural smile on his face. No one would suspect that he was lying through his teeth. The maidservant's gaze turned to the waiters in the hall. However, before she could ask, the waiters took the initiative to confess. We didn't see Miss Wu either. Oh, then where did Miss go? The maidservant murmured without suspicion. Then she walked out of the inn. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help looking at the shopkeeper and the waiters in amusement when she saw this scene. She thought to herself, alas. How unpopular was this Miss Wu? No one was willing to tell the truth. Little Snowy, I'm full. Icy lay on the table with its 4 legs facing the sky after eating. Its little stomach was bulging. Oh, it was so full, it needed someone to carry it. Let's go back to our room. Leng Ruoxue resigned herself to fate and picked up Icy, which was too full to walk, and said to the freak and Wayless. Okay. The 2 stunningly beautiful men nodded, and then the 3 of them and the beast walked up the stairs and returned to their rooms as if no one was around. Leng Ruoxue immediately brought them into the bracelet after entering the room. Miss, you're back. Zheng Yan, who was guarding the medicinal field, hurriedly greeted Leng Ruoxue when he saw her. Then his eyes focused on a pink flower bud in the medicinal field. This herb was about to bloom. He didn't know the name of this herb, but he was still very expectant. Yes, Zheng Yan. Where's Grandpa Du? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking curiously when she didn't see the little old man. Master is guarding that fire lotus. I heard from Blackie and Little Black that the fire lotus is about to bloom too, Zheng Yan said. He had seen the 10,000-year-old fire lotus before, so he was not very interested in that fire lotus. Therefore, he had been guarding here. Zheng Yan, you don't have to guard here. Blackie and Qing Ju will deal with it themselves if the herbs mature, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Alas. How tiring would it be for them to guard here like this? Miss, this is our greatest interest. Zheng Yan said happily. Boo-hoo. He really wanted to build a house in the medicinal field so that he could see these cute herbs every day when he opened his eyes. Don't be too tired. Remember to rest. Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to say. Alas. What a medicine maniac. Hehe, don't worry, Mississippi. We will take note, Zheng Yan promised. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and left the medicinal field. In front of the purple bamboo hut, the freak and Wu Zheng were sitting on stone chairs waiting for Shuer. Shuer, why are you back so soon? Aren't Zheng Yan and the little old man there? Empty asked curiously. Shuer went to see the 2 of them as soon as she returned. However, she returned so quickly. They're still here. Alas. They're alchemists, how can they not be here? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly and sat down beside the freak. Were alchemists all like that? It seemed like she was not a qualified alchemist. At least, she was not as obsessed as them when she saw those precious herbs. Shuer, I wonder how the Wu family plans to deal with us. Empty's incomparably handsome face was full of anticipation. Have you been too free recently? Do you want to exercise? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Did you have to look forward to it like this? Hehe, how do you know? I've indeed been a little bored recently, Empty said honestly. Little Snowy, leave the Wu family to me. I promise to destroy them all. Icy, which was in Leng Ruoxue's arms, raised its eyes slightly and interrupted. Boo-hoo. Little Snowy didn't give it a chance to attack in the recent activities. It was also depressed. Empty, little Icy, don't interfere. 2 drops of cold sweat hung on Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she warned. Little Snowy, how can you do this? Icy looked at Leng Ruoxue with displeasure. Boo-hoo. It had gained weight several times recently because it didn't have the chance to exercise. However, little Snowy actually wanted to deprive it of the chance to move its legs. It was too cruel. Schwer, you can't do this. Empty said pitifully. Boo-hoo. Schwer was really too much of a bully. Please don't be like this. The Wu family might not deal with us. You're thinking too much. Leng Ruoxue looked at their expressions and quickly comforted them. In fact, she had other plans. Who wants to deal with us? Leng Ruohan's voice sounded from behind them. The 3 of them turned their heads and saw Leng Ruohan and the others looking at them curiously. Big brother phone, didn't you want to cultivate? Why did you come out? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Let's take a walk and relax. Schwer, does anyone want to deal with us? Leng Ruohan asked curiously. I don't know either. Leng Ruoxue told everyone succinctly what they had encountered on the street and in the inn. Miss, what's the background of the Wu family? Fengde asked curiously. I'm not too sure. I heard from the shopkeeper that the Wu family is also considered a top family on the Boundless Heaven continent. Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh, miss, what is the flower appreciation event? Fengde continued asking curiously. To admire famous flowers and beauties, Leng Ruoxue said with some disgust. In her previous life, she was not interested in beauty pageants. She didn't expect to still encounter activities similar to beauty pageants in the other world. Isn't there a beauty ranking list on the Boundless Heaven continent too? Why is there a flower viewing convention? Feng Moran asked in puzzlement. I don't know. Leng Ruoxue didn't know much either. Moreover, she was not interested in such things. By the way, I told the shopkeeper that I'm already married. Remember to answer the same if anyone asks you, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, Mississippi. Fengde and the others quickly answered. Miss, can we see if the Flower Appreciation Festival is leaving? Lin Yuan asked carefully. Do you all want to see it? Leng Ruoxue asked everyone. Yes. Fengde and the others nodded. Then go take a look. However, the Flower Appreciation Festival seems to be starting in 3 days, so stay in the space and cultivate properly for the next few days. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Alas. It seemed like they had been bored to death recently. Such an activity could actually arouse their interest. Yes, Mississippi. We will definitely cultivate diligently and strive to advance to Great Mystic as soon as possible. Fengde and the others promised. Yes, Grandpa is out of seclusion. Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt her grandfather's aura and said in surprise. Grandpa is out of seclusion? Leng Ruohan was also overjoyed. Boo-hoo. He hadn't seen Grandpa for a long time. He missed Grandpa so much. Hehe, you stinky brats have also emerged from seclusion? You're actually all elementary mystics. Leng Qingtian had already arrived behind them when his voice sounded. He was looking at his grandchildren and the others with a face full of surprise. Alas. It was good to be young. Their cultivation speed was so fast. Grandpa. Leng Ruohan threw himself into Leng Qingtian's arms excitedly and hugged his grandfather tightly. Stinky brat, you are a man. How can you do this? Leng Qingtian said uncomfortably. His grandson rarely threw himself into his arms since he became sensible. He didn't expect to feel the long-awaited feeling again. It was really not easy. Boo-hoo. He was so excited that he was about to cry. Grandpa. Leng Ruohan glared at his grandfather with some dissatisfaction after being teased. Little Han is shy. Leng Qingtian said happily. Alas. It was really a great blessing in life to have grandchildren gathered and to be on their knees. Previous chapter. Grandpa, congratulations on breaking through. Leng Ruoxue also walked to her grandfather and said happily. Schwer, your brother gave me a hug. Why didn't you give me one? Leng Qingtian said unpleasantly. Boo-hoo. Did his cute granddaughter despise him? Grandpa, it's because I haven't seen you for a long time, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly and gave Leng Qingtian a big hug. Alas. Grandpa actually threw a tantrum. That's more like it. Leng Qingtian was so beautiful after being hugged by his granddaughter. Schwer, are those old things out yet? Leng Qingtian continued asking after being satisfied. They haven't come out yet. Grandpa was the first to come out, Leng Ruoxue said. Hehe, they're so slow. Leng Qingtian said proudly. Grandpa, I'll bring you to a place to advance first. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. Grandpa was really becoming more and more like a child. He actually compared such things. Just go to the place where you advanced last time. Leng Qingtian suggested. Grandpa, we are no longer in Myriad Mountain City, Leng Ruoxue explained. Where are we then? Leng Qingtian's face was full of question marks. He hadn't been in seclusion for long, right? Why did he leave Myriad Mountain City so quickly? This is Moon Gazing City, Leng Ruoxue said. Oh, swear, then bring Grandpa to a place to advance. Alas. Grandpa's cultivation level is much lower than yours now. Leng Qingtian pretended to be sad. He felt that his granddaughter's strength was even more unfathomable after coming out of seclusion this time, and her aura was even stronger. Grandpa, you will be like me after you advance, Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted. Swear, what's your current cultivation level? Leng Qingtian's face was full of curiosity. He should ask since he couldn't tell. Mystic Monarch. What? A Mystic Monarch? How did you cultivate so quickly? Leng Qingtian was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. This was too unbelievable. He had only been in seclusion for a while, but his granddaughter had actually become a Mystic Monarch. What kind of abnormal cultivation speed was this? It was too shocking. At this moment, he had long forgotten about obtaining the silver snow fish. Huh, Grandpa, you know how to do it too, Leng Ruoxue said mysteriously. I still have a long time, Leng Qingtian said gloomily. Boo-hoo. He originally thought that he could have the same cultivation level as his granddaughter after exiting seclusion. However, he realized that he was falling behind again after exiting seclusion. This was a huge blow to him. It won't take long. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. Hehe, looks like Grandpa has forgotten about the existence of the silver snow pill. I'll take it as a surprise for him later. I hope so. Leng Qingtian was a little down, but he still forced a smile. Leng Ruoxue looked at her grandfather's expression and knew that he was complaining again. However, she planned to give her grandfather a surprise, so she naturally wouldn't tell him about the existence of the silver snow pill now. Leng Shui brought the freak out of the bracelet and left the inn. She found an uninhabited corner, summoned the little peacock and Leng, and got Leng Ling to cast an invisibility spell on them before sitting on the little peacock and leaving Moon Gazing City. The little peacock flew for about an hour and found an uninhabited mountain in the northernmost part of Moon Gazing City and descended. Master, this should be the most desolate mountain near Moon Gazing City, the little peacock said softly. Yes, this will do, Leng Ruoxue said and moved her grandfather out of the bracelet. After coming out, Leng Qingtian looked at his surroundings, found an open space, and sat cross-legged. Then he let out his beasts. After a long while, the heaven-earth laws advanced as scheduled. About half an hour later, Leng Qingtian completed his advancement and officially became a great mystic. Immediately after, heaven and earth laws descended, and his beasts advanced individually. After a while, the heaven-earth laws slowly dissipated, and the advancement was temporarily over. Grandpa, eat this. Leng Ruoxue, who had been waiting by the side, brought a silver snow pill to Leng Qingtian when she saw that her grandfather had already adjusted his breathing. Okay. Leng Qingtian took the pill from his granddaughter and threw it directly into his mouth without thinking. Then he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. However, he felt that something was amiss after a while because the spiritual energy in the pill was really too abundant. Moreover, he even felt the precursor to advance. Swear, what did you feed me? Leng Qingtian couldn't help asking and carefully controlled the rampaging spiritual energy in his body. Silver snow pill, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Ah. Bad girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? Leng Qingtian roared angrily. He had already remembered the effects of the silver snow pill. Boo-hoo. He was about to advance again without any mental preparation. The heaven-earth laws descended on this desolate mountain again just as Leng Qingtian finished complaining. His beasts naturally obtained benefits and advanced again after Leng Qingtian advanced to Mystic Queen. After all the heaven-earth laws dissipated, Leng Qingtian and his beasts finished adjusting their breaths and looked at each other excitedly. Master, I'm also a transcendent divine beast, Thunder Knight said excitedly. Grandpa, congratulations on. Okay. Leng Qingtian caressed Thunder Knight's head and nodded happily. Thunder Knight had followed him for the longest time, and their relationship was the deepest. Grandpa, congratulations on becoming a mystic monarch. Leng Ruoxue walked to her grandfather and said with a smile. Stinky girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasn't prepared at all, Leng Qingtian said with dissatisfaction, his handsome face full of bitterness. Hehe, Grandpa, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Leng Ruoxue hugged her grandfather's arm coquettishly. Humph. You're a bad girl. How dare those stinky brats hide from me? I won't let them go. Leng Qingtian said fiercely. Grandpa, we all wanted to give you a surprise. How can you blame us? Leng Ruoxue pouted her pink lips slightly and said aggrievedly. Previous chapter. This surprise is too big. You have to give me time to digest it. Leng Qingtian's tone softened. He was very happy to advance to Mystic Monarch. It was not impossible to forgive these children even though they hid it from him. Grandpa, your cultivation level is the same as mine now. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes. Leng Qingtian nodded. Grandpa, let's go back. I asked them to prepare a silver snow fish banquet. Hehe, you haven't eaten it yet. Leng Ruoxue said ingratiatingly, hoping to divert Grandpa's attention. Stinky girl, Grandpa can't blame you, but don't even think about running away from those stinky brats. Leng Qingtian said. He couldn't bear to hit and scold his precious granddaughter, but he didn't have so many qualms about those stinky brats. Hee hee. Miss, we did it for you. You can't leave us alone. Fengde and the others hurriedly sent Leng Ruoxue a voice transmission after hearing Leng Qingtian's words in the bracelet. Why don't you let Grandpa be humble? Leng Ruoxue suggested. It was not that she was disloyal, but her grandfather was the one who was angry. She had to let Fengde and the others down. Miss, we will cry if you don't save us. Lin Yuan threatened after some thought. Then cry slowly. Grandpa might be soft-hearted. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. Boo-hoo. Miss is too evil. Fengde and the others immediately sat on the ground and wailed without caring about their image when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Leng Qingtian, who was sent back into the bracelet by Leng Ruoxue, saw Fengde and the other men crying miserably. They were a little unable to do it, and Fengde and the others escaped disaster because of this. Fengde and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Leng Qingtian no longer pursued the matter of whether they knew the truth or not. Phew, it was still the crying meat trap that worked. Miss was really smart. Schwer, are Fengde and the others okay? The freak couldn't help asking. His grandfather said he wanted to teach them a lesson, but he couldn't help being a little curious seeing Schwer snickering. It's okay. Grandpa's heart softened when he saw them crying. Hee hee, actually, Grandpa wouldn't really teach them a lesson. He just said it happily. Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Cry. That's a good idea. The freak nodded in agreement. Yes. Freak, let's go back. I just asked Fengde and the others to prepare the silver snow fish banquet, Leng Ruoxue said and ordered Ling to remove the invisibility spell on them. After all, they came out of the inn openly. Okay. The freak nodded and sat on the little peacock's back with Schwer, returning to the moon-gazing restaurant. The shopkeeper welcomed them anxiously as soon as they returned to the moon-gazing restaurant. Miss Leng, you're finally back. Alas. The shopkeeper sighed and looked at Leng Ruoxue awkwardly. Shopkeeper, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Looking at the shopkeeper, could it be that there was something difficult to say? Miss Leng, I'm really sorry. The Guan Yu family has decided to ask you to leave the moon-gazing restaurant immediately after a discussion, the shopkeeper said with a troubled expression. Alas. He was really helpless about the family's decision. However, he was only a shopkeeper. He had no choice but to obey the family's orders. Moreover, he might be transferred out of this place soon. Leave the moon-gazing house? Shopkeeper, you have to give an explanation for kicking the guests out, right? Leng Ruoxue said coldly, the cold light in her beautiful eyes flashing for a moment. The moon-gazing family? Good, very good. They had to pay the price since they dared to provoke her. Miss Leng, I'm very sorry. This is the family's decision. I'm helpless too, the shopkeeper said gloomily. Alas. He really didn't know what agreement the Wu family and the family had reached. The elders in the family were actually willing to stand up for the Wu family. Shopkeeper, I know this has nothing to do with you. I just want an explanation. We lived here and didn't owe the inn a single cent. What right do you have to chase us out? Leng Ruoxue said with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Humph. Last time, Lan Ninger rejected them outside Blue Cloud City. She didn't expect them to be chased out of the inn by the Guan Yu family again this time. Why were they so unlucky? Trouble would always find them. The family wanted to give the Wu family an explanation. Wu Qianer was seriously injured, so the family had no choice but to make this decision. The shopkeeper said after some thought. Alas. He didn't want to become enemies with Leng Ruoxue and the others because of this matter, so he pushed the blame onto the Wu family. Shopkeeper, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The Wu family's strength is far inferior to the Guan Yu family's. You said it yourself. I didn't expect the Guan Yu family to actually have to give an explanation to the Wu family. It's really too unbelievable. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of mockery. Humph. It was most likely that the Guan Yu family had some shameful deal with the Wu family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The Wu family and the Guan Yu family are old friends, so we have to give them an explanation, the shopkeeper said awkwardly. What about my explanation? This originally had nothing to do with the Guan Yu family, but the Guan Yu family insisted on getting involved. Humph. Go back and tell your patriarch not to regret it. Leng Ruoxue dragged the freak directly upstairs after leaving some warning words. After returning to her room, Leng Ruoxue moved her brother and the others out of the bracelet. Schwer, what should we do now? Leng Ruohan asked worriedly. Alas. He was really afraid that Schwer would be angry because of such a small matter. The Wu family and the Guan Yu family were really too despicable. They actually dared to bully his precious sister. What can we do? We left the inn, of course, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face unreadable. Miss, are we leaving just like that? Aren't we too cowardly? Fengde said in disbelief. When did Miss become so easygoing? We've already been kicked out. If we don't leave now, we might be chased out later, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. In that case, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing if we are really chased out, Empty said with a light smile, his incomparably handsome face without any worry. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yes, you have to be alert after leaving this place. I'm afraid the Wu family will deal with you, Leng Ruoxue reminded. It would probably not be easy for the Wu family to deal with her and the freak because their strengths could not be measured by levels now. However, Fengde and the others were a little weak. They would not have the strength to fight against true powerhouses even if they had dragons as helpers, so the Wu family might very well target them. Miss, don't worry. We know our limits, Fengde said hurriedly. Okay, let's go then. Leng Ruoxue said to everyone and moved the icy out of the bracelet to hug it. When Leng Ruoxue and the others walked to the hall on the first floor, the shopkeeper walked to them with an apologetic face. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't give him any chance to walk past him and out of the inn. At the entrance of the moon-gazing restaurant, Leng Ruoxue gently caressed Icy's soft fur and said lightly, Icy, are you having a cold again? Hee, little Snowy, how did you know? Icy opened its ice-blue beautiful eyes and pretended to be surprised. Moreover, it sneezed several times in order to match Leng Ruoxue's words to prove that it really had a cold. Humph. Bullying little Snowy was bullying it. Such a person definitely couldn't be let go. Poor little Icy. Leng Ruoxue caressed Icy's head, her beautiful face full of heartache. Little Icy, you're so pitiful. How did you catch a cold? Leng Ruohan, who didn't understand, said sympathetically. Fengde and the others also showed their concern at the right time and surrounded Icy to show their concern because they were still unclear about the power of little Icy's sneeze, nor were they aware that little Icy had a selective cold. Zheng Yan, who knew the truth, was at a loss for words. He was full of sympathy for the Guanyu family. Alas. Poor Guanyu family. Why did you have to help the Wu family bully Miss out of all the people you could provoke? Great, you've caused trouble for yourself now. Alas. He now knew why Miss was willing to leave the inn happily. She was waiting here. He knew it. How could Miss not teach the Guanyu family a lesson? Miss, let's leave quickly. Zheng Yan couldn't help reminding. He didn't know when little Icy's sneeze would be effective, but it was best to wait for it to be effective after they left. This was the most perfect. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and everyone left the moon-gazing restaurant. A few minutes after Leng Ruoxue and the others left the moon-gazing restaurant collapsed as Zheng Yan had imagined. At first, a crack appeared in the building, and then the moon-gazing restaurant shook violently. A few seconds later, it completely collapsed. Damn it, what happened? A guest who escaped death from moon-gazing restaurant couldn't help shouting. He couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat as he looked at the collapsed moon-gazing restaurant. Damn. It was too terrifying. He was almost injured. Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast enough. However, not all guests had such good luck. Many guests were injured when they ran out of the inn even though they escaped in time. That's right, shopkeeper. You have to give us an explanation. Your moon-gazing restaurant is the best inn in moon-gazing city. Why is the quality so poor? Another person questioned with a displeased face. He was also a lucky person who was not injured, but his partner was injured. Don't worry, we will give everyone an explanation, the shopkeeper comforted. He immediately sent people to report after checking the injured. Alas. In fact, he didn't know what was going on either. However, luckily, everyone's injuries were not serious. This was really the greatest blessing of misfortune. That's good. The two questioned were relieved and then returned to their companions. In the main mansion of the Guanyu family. In the hall. The waiter who came to report turned pale and looked at the patriarch sitting on the main seat with a trembling body. His little heart was thumping in fear, and his legs were a little weak. Boo-hoo. He had already reported everything that happened. Patriarch and the elders, give a reaction. Do you mean the moon-gazing house collapsed? An elder of the moon-gazing family asked in disbelief after a long silence. They were all a little dumbfounded after hearing this news just now. Didn't they just react? Yes, the waiter whispered with cold sweat all over his body. Boo-hoo. Why are the patriarch and elders still so distracted after such a big thing happened? Did I say all that just now for nothing? He couldn't help complaining in his heart. Nonsense. How can the moon-gazing restaurant collapse? The quality of the moon-gazing restaurant is also one of the best in the boundless heaven continent, the elder couldn't help roaring. He didn't believe the waiter's words at all because in his heart, it was impossible for the moon-gazing restaurant to collapse because of the quality problem. Fifth elder, it really collapsed. All the guests in the shop are sleeping on the streets now. Many people are injured, but luckily, no one died, the waiter said carefully. First elder, send someone to take a look. You have to deal with them appropriately and calm them down. The flower appreciation meeting is about to begin. Don't let them have any dissatisfaction, the patriarch, who hadn't said a word, suddenly ordered. Yes, patriarch. Don't worry. I'll handle this matter myself. First elder stood up and promised. Then he turned and left the hall. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others were already on another street adjacent to the moon-gazing restaurant. Leng Ruoxue caressed Icy's soft and satin-like fur and murmured, it should be about time, right? Hee. Icy smiled proudly. The human and beast's eyes collided, producing sparks of understanding, but it smiled without saying anything. Miss, we've been kicked out of the house, and the inns in Moon-Gazing City are full. Should we find a place to camp? Fengde couldn't help asking. Alas. He realized that Miss was actually so easygoing after coming out from seclusion for a period of time. She really left if she wanted to. She had to ask for compensation no matter what. Thinking of this, he felt a little depressed since he didn't know the truth. Previous chapter. Why camping? Let's go to the Alchemist Association and see if Shengyan's announcement has been issued. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. In fact, she didn't intend to go to the Alchemist Association at all if this hadn't happened. However, she had no choice but to go now. After all, the inn in Moon-Gazing City was full, and there were so many of them. They needed a temporary residence no matter what. Okay. Fengde and the others nodded. Then they walked in the direction of the Alchemist Association according to the markings on the map. After walking another 2 streets, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association of Moon-Gazing City might not be comparable to the headquarters of Carefree City, but just by looking at its tall and imposing appearance, it shouldn't be much worse inside. After all, alchemists were very rich. Go in. Leng Ruoxue said to everyone. Then she was the first to push open the door of the Alchemist Association and enter, the others following closely behind her. Hello, everyone. Do you need to buy pills or do you want to participate in the test? The staff on the first floor of the Alchemist Association hurriedly walked forward and asked after seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others. We want to see the president. Leng Ruoxue took out a token and showed it to the staff. Please wait a moment. The staff couldn't help widening his eyes in disbelief after seeing the token Leng Ruoxue took out. He hurriedly said without delay and turned to go upstairs to inform the president. Miss, what brand is this? It's so useful. Fengde looked at the token in Leng Ruoxue's hand and couldn't help asking with shining eyes. I don't know, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Well, she really didn't know. Renly gave this token to her, saying that it might be useful in the future. She thought about it and found it reasonable, so she kept it. That badge is the identification of the president of the headquarters, the little old man said faintly. Renly might not be the president of the headquarters anymore, but he had given the badge representing the president's identity to the girl. Well, he had good taste. Moreover, the Alchemist Association had always recognized cards but not people. Hee. What? Leng Ruoxue was stunned, and then anger surged in her heart. Damn Renly, how dare he plot against her? Lass. At this point, you should resign yourself to fate, hee, the little old man said happily. Accept your fate? How is that possible? Isn't Renly causing trouble for me? Leng Ruoxue said angrily. What do you mean? The little old man asked in puzzlement. Humph. If those elders knew that this hot token was in my hands, no matter who among them became the president, they would not live up to their reputation. Wouldn't they come and find trouble with me? Leng Ruoxue said furiously. If she had known that this lousy token was so troublesome, she wouldn't have wanted it at all back then. Lass, if this badge was in the hands of others, the new president would also be allowed to cause trouble, but they wouldn't dare to do so in your hands, the little old man teased with a smile. Hee, those elders were like mice seeing a cat when they saw Schwer. They couldn't even hide in time, so how could they dare to come knocking on their door to cause trouble? They knew what happened to Sun Wei. Are you Miss Leng? I'm Ningde, the president of the Moon-Gazing City's Alchemist Association. A short, fat middle-aged man strode down the stairs while the two were chatting. He hurriedly walked to them with a smile on his face when he saw the people standing in the hall. I am. Do you know me? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She was sure that she had never seen this president, but how did he know her? Yes, hello, Your Excellency Du Min. Ningde nodded and then bowed very politely to Du Min. Du Min was a legendary figure in the alchemist world and the god in the hearts of all alchemists, so he was very excited to see Du Min in person. Okay. The little old man nodded slightly as a form of greeting. How do you know me? Leng Ruoxue looked at Ningde and asked in puzzlement. Hee, everyone, follow me upstairs first. It's not too suitable to stand in the hall and chat. Ningde suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She really wanted to know how this president knew her. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. This way please, Ningde said respectfully. Everyone nodded and then followed Ningde to the second floor. Hee, everyone, this is my office. Come in and have a seat. Ningde said very warmly. His idol had arrived at his guild, and he was extraordinarily excited. Leng Ruoxue and the others found a random seat and sat down after entering Ningde's office. President Ning, can you tell me now? Leng Ruoxue asked after sitting down. Miss Leng, it's like this. We received an announcement from the headquarters a few days ago. The announcement said that you have the badge of the headquarters president in your hand, and we have to treat you with the same respect as the president and not slight you. Ningde explained with a smile. Can I take a look at the announcement? Leng Ruoxue asked, not knowing what the old fellows from the Alchemist Association said. Okay. Ningde took out the announcement from the headquarters and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. After Leng Ruoxue took the announcement, she opened it and took a few glances before feeling a little depressed. In addition to explaining Zheng Yin's matter, this announcement also said something about her, especially the last sentence to remind everyone from the various guilds to not provoke her. Lass, let me see. The little old man looked at the expression on Leng Ruoxue's face doubtfully. Lass's reaction was so strange. Okay. Leng Ruoxue handed the notice to the little old man gloomily. She couldn't help thinking, am I really that scary? The little old man took the notice and looked at it carefully. After reading it, he sighed with emotion and said, these elders are quite sensible. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Ningda's forehead. He really didn't know how to answer His Excellency Du Min. Ningda, hasn't the headquarters chosen a president yet? The little old man asked to confirm. Previous chapter. No. The headquarters is now jointly managed by several elders until the future president has the time to manage it. Ningda looked at Leng Ruoxue cautiously. In fact, he knew a lot about these things, but he didn't dare to say anything in front of a certain someone. I'm afraid your future president won't be free. Tell those elders to keep them in check, the little old man said with a loud laugh. It seemed like those old things had different opinions and were unwilling to let the other party be the president. Coincidentally, the token representing the president was in the girl's hand, so they stopped. After all, he had a deep understanding of their fear of Shuer. Ningda was a little speechless. How could he not agree? President Ning, we were chased out of the moon-gazing house. Arrange a place for us to stay. Leng Ruoxue was so depressed that she didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. She directly changed the topic and said to Ningda. Ningda was stunned. Did he hear it right? The Guan Yu family had always respected alchemists. How could they chase them out? Could it be that their brains were damaged? One had to know that just His Excellency Du Min alone could not be hired with money. Moreover, there was also their Alchemist Association's future president. Are you surprised? Leng Ruoxue looked at Ningda's expression and asked teasingly. It's a little unbelievable, Ningda said honestly. It seemed like the Guan Yu family's head was indeed damaged. Didn't they know that they could offend anyone but alchemists? President Ning, help us arrange a place to stay first. As for what happened, let my subordinates tell you. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. This was also a test for Ningda. Okay, please wait a moment, Ningda said quickly and stood up to leave the room. Ningda returned a moment later. Miss Leng, Your Excellency Du Min, the rooms have been arranged. Please follow me. Ningda led the way and led Leng Ruoxue and the others to a yard in the backyard. Miss Leng, this is the place. Ningda said after bringing Leng Ruoxue and the others into the yard. President Ning, thank you. I'm very satisfied with the house, Leng Ruoxue said very politely as she looked at the spacious and clean yard. The yard was not big, but the environment was not bad. There were flowers, grass, and green trees. It was small but complete. Miss Leng, there are only 5 rooms here, and they can't accommodate so many of you, so I arranged for the others to stay in another yard, President Ning explained. There's no need. They can squeeze in, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Our guild has a lot of empty rooms, so. Ningda wanted to say that there was no need to squeeze, but he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue before he could say anything. President Ning, we offended the Wu family. If they are too far away from me, I'm afraid the Wu family will find them, so it's safer to squeeze in, Leng Ruoxue explained. Oh. Ningda nodded, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart why it was related to the Wu family again. Fengda, tell President Ning what happened so that he won't worry. I'll rest first, Leng Ruoxue ordered. Then she pulled the freak into a random room. Miss Leng. Ningda couldn't help shouting. Why were they going to rest now? It wasn't dark yet. President Ning, come, sit down and listen to me tell you slowly. Fengda brought Ningda to a stone bench and sat down. Then he began to embellish the treatment they received after coming to Moon-Gazing City. About an hour later, Fengda finally finished speaking. After hearing Fengda's words, Ningda slammed his hand on the table and stood up angrily, shouting indignantly, Humph. The Wu family is too much. The Guan Yu family is too unprincipled. How can they collude with the Wu family? President Ning, you really have a sense of justice. If everyone in the Boundless Heaven continent could be like you, then there wouldn't be any cases of wrongdoing. In fact, Miss Wu's serious injuries have nothing to do with us at all. Our commander Yi only kicked her. How much can she be injured by a kick? Don't you think so? Fengda first patted Ningda's flattery and then asked. Yes, that's right. Humph. Previously, the Wu family came to purchase pills. Fortunately, the association didn't have them, and it required time to concoct them. Moreover, they lacked a very precious main ingredient. Otherwise, wouldn't the Wu family benefit? Ningda said angrily, but then he sighed in relief. Luckily, there was no such pill. Otherwise, if he saved Miss Leng's enemy, wouldn't he be going against Miss Leng? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He had heard of Leng Ruoxue's vengeful nature. Otherwise, the high and mighty elders of the headquarters would not be so careful. They would also not order them to serve her carefully. Yes, President Ning, you are a righteous person. You can't help a tyrant. Fengda reminded very kindly. Who asked the Wu family and the Guan Yu family to gang up and bully them? Miss Wu would have to suffer for a few more days without healing pills. Yes, everyone, don't worry. I know what to do. Ningde looked at everyone in the yard and promised. He stood up and left after speaking. Hee, Captain, you're so naughty. Lin Yuan said with a light smile. How am I bad? Fengde glared and said fiercely. Boo-hoo. Who was he doing this for? He actually said he was bad. He was really asking for a beating. Stop arguing. Hurry up and set up the tent. Do you want to sleep outside at night? Zheng An reminded them. His tent was already set up. He might not sleep inside at night, but he had to pretend. Okay, Fengde and the others answered and hurriedly started fighting. There was strength in numbers. After more than 10 minutes, the yard was full of tents, leaving only a small road for people to walk from the room to the door. In the room, Leng Ruoxue and the freak sat in the chairs. After hearing what Fengde said to Ningde just now, and seeing them neatly set up the tent, they couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. Shuer, why is that young lady of the Wu family seriously injured? The freak asked in puzzlement. He knew very well how much strength his kick had. Wu Qian'er would definitely be injured, but it shouldn't be so serious. I don't know. Could it be that that woman has other enemies? Leng Ruoxue guessed. Yes, it's possible. Humph. If I knew who framed me and made me take the blame for him, I definitely wouldn't let him go, the freak said through gritted teeth. He didn't care about Wu Qian'er's life or death, but he was a little regretful now. He was too careless back then, to the point that he was taking the blame for others now. Boo-hoo. If he had known that this would happen, he might as well have been more ruthless back then. That would also live up to its name. Huh, freak, you're very depressed now, right? Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Yes, it's quite depressing, the freak said honestly. Boo-hoo. He was framed. Hee, what's there to be depressed about? In fact, no matter how heavy your kick was, the Wu family won't let us go, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Even if the freak didn't kick Wu Qian'er out of the inn, Wu Qian'er would still find trouble with them. This was unavoidable. Shuer, I'm depressed because I was framed. You have to console me. The freak's bright black eyes looked at Leng Ruoxue longingly, his starry eyes full of anticipation. Okay. Call them in. Let's go eat the silver snow fish dinner, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. That's it? The freak looked at Leng Ruoxue with great dissatisfaction. What else? Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak innocently. At least a kiss. The freak pouted, his handsome face full of anticipation. Don't play the limiting role in front of me. I'm a pure and innocent child. At this moment, Icy, which had been lying in Leng Ruoxue's arms, opened its ice-blue beautiful eyes helplessly, reminding them of its existence. Boo-hoo. Don't ignore it. Sleep with you. The freak glared at Icy and said irritably. Boo-hoo. How could he have forgotten about this little light bulb? Huh, freak, quickly go and call them. Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak who was a little angry from embarrassment and said with a happy smile. Okay, the freak answered reluctantly and left the room. Little Snowy, you will spoil me. Icy looked at Leng Ruoxue aggrievedly after the freak left. Of course not. It's bad enough that you don't need us to teach you. Leng Ruoxue raised Icy in front of her and teased. Little Snowy, how can you wrong me? Icy protested. Tears welled up in its beautiful ice-blue eyes and rolled around. Damn Icy, you're pretending to be pitiful in front of Shuer again. The freak who returned after calling everyone saw Icy's pitiful appearance and exposed it rudely. Boo-hoo. Why did everyone or beasts around Shuer learn this move now? How am I? Icy glared at the freak and roared with displeasure. Alright, stop arguing. Let's go eat the silver snow fish. Leng Ruoxue sighed helplessly. Then with a thought, everyone was brought into the bracelet by her. Shuer. Leng Qingtian, who had been circling around uneasily in the space, hurriedly came forward when he saw his precious granddaughter. Grandpa, we're in the Alchemist Association. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly explained when she saw her grandfather. I know. Shuer, what happened? Leng Qingtian asked in puzzlement. He had just come out of seclusion. He knew that his granddaughter and the others had been chased out of the inn, but he was not very clear about the origin of the matter. Grandpa, don't worry. The Wu family isn't our match. Leng Ruoxue calmly told her grandfather what happened. I see. Leng Qingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing what his granddaughter said. Alas. He didn't expect the cause of the matter to be a snack. This was too unbelievable. Grandpa, let's go and eat the silver snow fish. Leng Ruoxue held her grandfather's arm coquettishly. To her, all this was nothing. Moreover, she would let the Guanyu family and the Wu family know that provoking her would result in consequences. Okay. Leng Qingtian nodded. He was never worried about his granddaughter's strength. Instead, he felt some pity for the two families who provoked his precious granddaughter. Alas. Tell me, why did you have to provoke his granddaughter? Leng Ruoxue and the others were in an incomparably good mood as they ate the delicious silver snow fish in the space. However, some people in Moon-Gazing City were not as happy as them. In the main mansion of the Guanyu family, the Wu family was temporarily staying in the guest room of Fallen Plum Garden. Patriarch, Miss fainted from the pain again. In Wu Qian'er's room, the maidservant said worriedly to a fierce-looking middle-aged man. Guards, the middle-aged man roared as his two subordinates, who had been waiting outside the door, pushed the door open and walked in. Patriarch, what instructions do you have? The two subordinates asked respectfully. Is second butler back yet? The Wu family's patriarch, who had a fierce look on his face, asked furiously. He had sent second butler to buy snake-ting flour, but he hadn't returned for several hours. It was really infuriating. Reporting to patriarch, second butler hasn't returned yet. However, I heard that there are no soaring snakes in all the shops in Moon-Gazing City, so I guess second butler went to the neighboring town to purchase them, a subordinate said. Oh, inform me immediately when the second butler returns. By the way, did anything happen in the inn? The Wu family's patriarch asked again. Humph. Qian'er was his most outstanding daughter, but now, his precious daughter was lying on the bed like a cripple. How could he take this lying down? He would definitely not let those people go. As far as I know, shopkeeper Meng has already chased them out of the inn, another subordinate said. He had just learned this news, but he didn't know if he should tell the patriarch about the collapse of the moon-gazing restaurant. Okay, get someone to keep an eye on them. Oh right, send this to the sixth elder and tell him that I'm very satisfied with his performance. The Wu family's patriarch took out a silver card from his ring and handed it to one of his subordinates. Previous chapter. Next. Yes. A subordinate immediately left the room after receiving the silver card. Get second butler to bring the snake-soaring flour to the Alchemist Association immediately when he returns, the Wu family's patriarch ordered another subordinate. Yes, the other subordinate answered, bowed, and left the room. After his subordinates left the room, the Wu family's patriarch looked at his unconscious daughter lying on the bed, and the anger in his heart gradually rose. Humph. He would definitely not let those people go. According to his investigation, Leng Ruoxue and the man named Freak were the top two in the Mystic Association competition not long ago. However, a mere elementary mystic actually dared to go against their Wu family. He really didn't know how the word death was written. Qian'er was his most outstanding daughter. He still hoped that this daughter could become the young madam of the Guanyu family. However, looking at Qian'er's current state, how could she still participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival? No, he had to treat his daughter's injuries before the Flower Appreciation Festival. Humph. If Qian'er could obtain first place in the Flower Appreciation Festival, let's see what that old thing Guan Yuelong had to say. At this moment, someone was also depressed in an inconspicuous room in Fragrance Village. Luo Fei sat in a corner and looked at his good friend who was thinking to himself. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. She was just a woman he had only met once. Did she have to look so dead? In fact, he had never seen Leng Ruoxue, so he naturally didn't find a woman rare. You don't understand. I harmed her. Guan Yueshi looked at his friend's expression and said self-reproachfully. Boo-hoo. He got the shopkeeper to specially leave those snacks for Leng Ruoxue, but he didn't expect them to be in trouble. Thinking of this, he was really depressed. What does this have to do with you? Wu Qian'er is obviously finding trouble for no reason, Luo Fei said, unable to bear watching. That's also related to me. Guan Yueshi was still blaming herself. Okay, even if it has something to do with you, they have been chased out of the moon-gazing restaurant. What do you intend to do? Luo Fei asked very curiously. I've already sent people to look for them. I have a yard in the outskirts of the city and intend to let them stay there for the time being. Guan Yueshi told her friend her plan. I just don't know if they will appreciate it. I think they probably hate your Guanyu family to death now, Luo Fei said understandingly. He would also hate the owner of the inn to death if he was chased out. Alas. This was all ordered by the sixth elder. I only found out later, Guan Yueshi said helplessly. Leng Ruoxue and the others had already left the inn by the time he knew about this. After that, he hurriedly arranged for people to find their whereabouts, not knowing if they could be found. Sixth elder is quite bold. He actually dares to chase guests out of the shop. Doesn't he know that this will have a bad effect on your Guanyu family? Luo Fei said in puzzlement. I heard that it was because Wu Qian'er was injured in the inn that the elders ordered the sixth elder to deal with this matter, so he gave such an order. Guan Yueshi told his friend simply what he knew. But isn't it inappropriate to chase the guests out? Luo Fei couldn't help asking. Yes, but this matter involves the Wu family, so even if the sixth elder has any objections, he can only turn a blind eye to it, Guan Yueshi explained. He knew the thoughts of those old foxes in the family very well. Didn't they think that Wu Qian'er had a very high chance of becoming the young madam of the Guanyu family? Therefore, they tacitly approved of the sixth elder's behavior. Alas. I really pity you. Luo Fei's clear eyes were full of pity. Alas. Young masters of noble families like them had times when they were helpless. In fact, he really didn't want to be a young master if possible. He yearned for a free and adventurous life. Master. A cold voice sounded from outside the door while the two of them were chatting. Zero, come in. Guan Yueshi said softly. A man in black who was tightly wrapped from head to toe pushed the door open and entered after Guan Yueshi spoke. Zero, did you find them? Guan Yueshi asked anxiously. Alas. She didn't know if those people would accept his good intentions. Found it, Zero replied quickly. Have you arranged everything? Guan Yueshi asked hurriedly. Master, I didn't have the chance to approach them. They lived in the Alchemist Association, Zero explained. Alchemist Association? Oh, it's been tough on you. Zero, go and rest first. Guan Yueshi was stunned and then said to Zero. Yes, I have another matter to report. The moon observatory collapsed. Zero left the room after speaking. This news exploded like a bomb, stunning the two men in the room. Fei, what did Zero say just now? Guan Yushi asked foolishly after a while. He just said that the moon-gazing tower collapsed, Luo Fei said uncertainly. How is this possible? Guan Yushi said in disbelief. Zero probably won't lie to us, Luo Fei said honestly. I know. Guan Yushi was depressed again. Alas. Leng Ruoxue and the others actually stayed in the Alchemist Association, and the moon-gazing restaurant collapsed. How? How could this be? That woman named Leng Ruoxue is quite capable. She can actually stay in the Alchemist Association. Could she be an alchemist? Luo Fei guessed. One had to know that not just anyone could stay in the Alchemist Association. I don't know either. I'll go home and see the situation first. Guan Yushi stood up. He didn't have to worry about them since Leng Ruoxue and the others already had a place to stay. I'll go back with you. Luo Fei said and stood up. Okay. Guan Yushi nodded, and then the two of them left the room. In the Alchemist Association. In the president's office, Ningda looked at the second butler of the Wu family standing respectfully in front of him without a word, thinking about how to send this person away. Since he already knew the grudge between Miss Leng and the Wu family, he didn't dare to let anyone refine the snake corral pill for their Wu family without Leng Ruoxue's permission. Second butler, to be honest, the alchemists who can refine the snake corral pill are not here now, so I'm afraid you've come for nothing. Ningda smiled amiably, his shrewd eyes full of apology. President Ning, how can this be? Weren't the masters from a few hours ago still around? The second butler thought that he had heard it wrong and said in disbelief. The snake corral pill might only be an earth-grade pill, but the difficulty of refining it was not inferior to a heaven-grade pill at all. Therefore, only alchemists above the alchemist grandmaster level had the chance to successfully refine it. The alchemists from the Alchemist Association of Guanyue City were obviously still around not long ago, but why were they all gone in such a short time? This was really too unbelievable. Second butler, you also said that a few hours ago. It's been a long time. They can't be waiting for you here forever. Who knows if you can find the snake totem flower today. Moreover, you don't understand the characteristics of the snake accumulation pill. Don't look at how many alchemist grandmasters our association has. They don't have much confidence in refining the snake accumulation pill. If you want the success rate to be high, it's best if you can find an alchemist supremacy so that you don't waste the snake accumulation flower you worked so hard to find. Ningda reminded very understandingly. President Ning, where did those grandmasters go? The second butler asked stubbornly. Humph. Didn't he know that the success rate of finding an alchemy supremacy to refine would be higher? However, alchemy supremacies were not cabbages that could be found easily. Moreover, even if he found them, the alchemy supremacy might not refine an earth-grade pill for you. At that time, he would probably have to find an alchemy grandmaster to refine it. More importantly, their young miss couldn't wait. They went to the headquarters, Ningda said after some thought. He didn't believe that the Wu family would dare to go to the headquarters to find someone. Moreover, the headquarters was far away. Wu Qianer would probably be in pain by the time they found someone and returned. The headquarters? Why did they go to the headquarters? The second butler couldn't help but roar. Damn! The headquarters would take at least half a month to reach Guanyu City, and it would take more than a month to travel back and forth. If he went to the headquarters to find someone, the old master would skin him alive. They naturally have something important to do at the headquarters. Ningda's tone suddenly became a little cold. What important matter is more important than our young Mrs. Matter? The second butler was very anxious and accidentally said the words in his heart. Humph. Second butler, who do you think your young miss is? Even the three major families probably don't dare to say anything about the Alchemist Association. It's not as important as a particular person in their family. Ningda snorted coldly and rebuked very unpleasantly. This Wu family actually didn't even take the Alchemist Association seriously. How ridiculous. Seems like he had to report second butler's words to the headquarters. In the boundless heaven continent, no one dared to offend alchemists even though the status of mystics was very noble. This was because even mystics would be injured, and injuries required pills. If you offended a certain alchemist with status, then prepare for your funeral early. That was why the major families on the continent would be very polite to alchemists. I'm sorry, President Ning. I misspoke. That's not what I meant. Please don't stoop to my level. Cold sweat instantly emerged from the second butler's back when he heard Ningda's words, and his little heart was trembling non-stop from fright. Boo-hoo. How could he have forgotten that there was a popular saying on the boundless heaven continent that said that he would rather offend the king of hell than the alchemist? Boo-hoo. Those words just now were really just his heartfelt words. Why did he say them out loud? Oh no, he was dead meat this time. If the patriarch knew that he had offended the alchemist, he would definitely not let him go. I won't bicker with a dog, but I can't guarantee about the other alchemists, Ningda said coldly, hating the Wu family in his heart. Humph. He hadn't felt that the Wu family was so annoying before, but now, the Wu family was like a nauseating fly in his heart, wanting to destroy them whenever he saw them. President Ning, I'm a dog. You can hit or scold me, but don't be angry with me. The second butler pleaded with a long face. Boo-hoo. If he couldn't coax Ningda, then he wouldn't have a way out. He knew very well how ruthless the patriarch was. I won't be angry with a dog. You can go, Ningda said lightly. Then he stood up and left the office without looking at the second butler. After Ningde left the office, he went straight to the yard he had prepared for Leng Ruoxue and the others. He saw tents full of them through the fence as he walked to the door. 2 black lines rolled down his forehead. It seemed like they really planned to camp in the yard. Ningde knocked on the door and waited respectfully. President Ning, why are you here? Fengde walked out of the room, opened the door, and asked Ningde curiously. I wanted to ask you what you want to eat for dinner. Ningde walked into the yard and said. President Ning, you don't have to worry. We've already eaten, Fengde said with a smile. Then he pulled Ningde to a stone bench in the yard and sat down. Have they eaten? Why so quickly? Ningde couldn't help but ask curiously. He couldn't help thinking in his heart. Could they have gone out to eat? However, he hadn't heard anyone from the guild say that they had gone out before. We eat food prepared by ourselves. We are used to eating what we prepare when we are out training, Fengde explained. Oh, why don't we see Miss Leng and the others? Ningde couldn't help asking when he saw only Fengde coming out. Miss and the others are all asleep, except for me. By the way, Miss asked me to give this to you. Fengde handed Ningde a white porcelain bottle. This is? Ningde took the porcelain bottle and asked doubtfully. However, when he opened the stopper, the medicinal fragrance in the bottle seeped out. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, so excited that he was speechless. Snow Spirit Pill. Ningde said excitedly after a while. Boo-hoo. It really was the Snow Spirit Pill, the legendary heaven-grade Snow Spirit Pill. President Ning, it's just a pill. Do you have to be so excited? Fengde teased softly. You don't understand. The Snow Spirit Pill is a legendary heaven-grade pill. The main ingredient is very precious, and it has to be a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. However, there are no 1,000-year-old snow lotuses in the world anymore, so I've never had the chance to obtain it. Ningde's excitement was overflowing. Boo-hoo. When he concocted the pill a few years ago, he suffered a very serious injury from the backlash. Unless he could find a 1,000-year-old snow lotus or a snow spirit pill, he would never have the chance to become an alchemist. Alas. If not for his injuries, he would probably still be receiving guidance from the president at the Alchemist Association now. How could he be the president? A guild like the Alchemist Association was very different from the Mystic Association. In the Mystic Association, the president was a symbol of the rights and status of a mystic. However, in the Alchemist Association, the president was equivalent to a handyman. The ones with true status in the Alchemist Association were alchemists who only wanted to refine the best pills, and the president was only serving them. Of course, he was referring to the various alchemist branches. The situation in the headquarters was naturally different. Why don't I understand? This snow spirit pill can enhance ice and water attribute spiritual energy, right? Our Mrs. Beasts often eat it, Fengde said nonchalantly. Beasts eat it often? Ningde widened his eyes and asked doubtfully. Fengde was right. The snow spirit pill could not only heal fire attribute cultivators from the backlash, but it could also increase spiritual energy for ice and water attribute mystic cultivators. However, the snow spirit pill was really too precious, and no one was willing to use it to increase their spiritual energy. Yes, beasts like Charm and the others eat it as snacks, Fengde said honestly, not thinking that his words would have any effect on Ningde at all. In fact, they had eaten a lot of Mrs. Pills that could increase spiritual energy. Does Miss Leng still need beasts? Ningde asked dumbfoundedly. Boo-hoo. What? Do you want to be a beast for my young miss too? Our commander Yi will be jealous if my young miss doesn't accept humanoid beast drops. Fengde teased with a smile. No, I'm just a little envious of the treatment those beasts receive, Ningde said awkwardly. Boo-hoo. He might have that idea, but he was not a beast after all. Why would Miss Leng accept him? In fact, being Mrs. Subordinate isn't an ordinary good treatment. We've also eaten a lot of Mrs. Pills like the snow spirit pill you mentioned. Fengde said with a face full of pride, the expression on his face was very smug. Really? Ningde said with a face full of surprise, envious of Fengde and the others in his heart. Of course it's true. By the way, quickly go back and take the snow spirit pill. I want to sleep too, Fengde urged. Boo-hoo. He still wanted to go back and eat the silver snow fish. Miss said that she would keep it for him, but he really didn't trust those gluttons Lin Yuan. You're sleeping so early. Ningde said in disbelief. Yes, Miss said that it's good to sleep early and wake up early. The consequences will be very serious if we fall behind. Fengde said pitifully. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Few special training sessions were really too terrifying. He didn't want to experience it again. This was also one of the main reasons why they were cultivating so hard now. Let me ask you, Miss gave them such good conditions. How could they face Miss if they didn't cultivate properly? Oh, then go rest. I'll take my leave. Ningde stood up with the porcelain bottle in his hand. He turned around and left the yard anxiously. Miss Leng Ruoxue, who had been paying attention to the situation outside, brought Fengde into the bracelet with a thought as soon as he returned to his room. My silver snow fish. Fengde shouted after returning to the space and joined the group that was snatching food. Lass, I didn't expect you to actually have a snow spirit pill. Alas. We can't find snow lotuses more than 1,000 years old now, the little old man said with emotion. He was actually a little jealous of Leng Ruoxue's good luck, just a little. Huh, the 1,000-year-old snow lotus I used to refine the silver snow pill are all collections of charm. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Mine is master's, Leng Ruoxue said elegantly as she lay on Leng Ruoxue's lap and ate the silver snow fish. Lass, I can finally tell that your beasts are very powerful and have many treasures, the little old man said with envy. What he implied was that Schwer's beasts were rich. Master, are you despising us? A snow leopard lying at the little old man's feet eating delicious silver snow fish complained. No, the little old man hurriedly comforted. Boo-hoo. How could he have forgotten that his beast was right beside him? Alas. Brother leopard, master obviously despises us. Who asked us to be poor? A golden lion said again, its golden eyes full of disappointment. Alas. It also admitted that they were indeed poor compared to Charm and the other beasts. They were once overlords of an area, so why didn't they have any valuable collections? How depressing. The little old man was speechless. Boo-hoo. He really didn't mean to despise them. He only had these two beasts. If he really despised them, he would have contracted other beasts long ago. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't encountered beasts stronger than them in all these years. However, those were not his cup of tea. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the little old man's aggrieved expression. Then she stretched out her slender jade-like hand and gently caressed the snow leopard and the golden lion. These two beasts were also quite cute. Lass, you're still laughing. Boo-hoo. The little old man's expression became even more aggrieved, and he was depressed in his heart. Bad girl, you actually laughed at me. Grandpa do, I'm done eating. Eat slowly. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she pulled the freak beside her to stand up and walked directly toward the purple bamboo hut. I'm done eating too. Enjoy. Empty stood up and left. After a long while, everyone was almost done eating. Fengde and the others consciously packed their things and returned to their rooms. The next morning. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Leng Ruoxue and the others left the bracelet and returned to their room after breakfast. Miss, what are we doing today? Fengde looked at Leng Ruoxue sitting on a stone bench in the yard and couldn't help asking. It was inconvenient to stay in the Alchemist Association now, so they couldn't stay in the space all day. In a daze. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Daze? Why are you in a daze? Fengde asked in puzzlement. They weren't bored to the point of needing to be in a daze, right? What else? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. The Wu family was in a hurry to find alchemists to refine the snake accumulation pill, so they had no time to deal with them. Miss, we can take a walk on the streets and ask about the Wu family, Fengde suggested. Oh. Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. Don't think she didn't know that going for a walk on the streets was probably their main goal. Miss, we can't cultivate during the day now. Fengde couldn't help explaining. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Gaze made him feel so guilty. Yes, that's true. Let's take a walk on the streets then. Leng Ruoxue agreed with a light smile, not exposing Fengde's intentions. Just as Leng Ruoxue and the others were about to go out, there was a knock on the door. Everyone looked out along the fence and happened to see Ningde standing outside the door with an excited face. Fengde, go open the door. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes, Fengde answered, walked over, and opened the door. Miss Leng, thank you for your snow spirit pill. My injuries are all healed. After following Fengde into the yard, Ningde saw Leng Ruoxue sitting in the yard and bowed very respectfully, his face full of gratitude. Boo-hoo. He could finally become an alchemist again. President Ning, it's just a mere snow spirit pill. It's nothing to me. However, not everyone is qualified to receive my effort. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face had a faint smile as she said nonchalantly. What she implied was that she was also looking at others to be kind. I understand, President Ning said very respectfully and took the initiative to call himself a subordinate. President Ning, we intend to take a walk on the streets, Leng Ruoxue said softly, ignoring Ningde's words. Miss, just call me Ningde. I'll go with you. No one in Moon Gazing City has dared to not give me face. You will have fewer troubles with me around. Ningde quickly said. Boo-hoo. He had to perform well and strive to become Mrs. Subordinate as soon as possible. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. Since Ningde wanted to perform, she would give him a chance. After all, she had a good impression of Ningde. Miss, please. Ningde bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture. Ningde, you have to lead the way. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a light smile. Yes, miss, Ningde said shyly. He was so excited that he forgot that his miss was not familiar with Moon Gaze City. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked side by side with Ningde, while Fengde and the others followed behind them. Everyone left the Alchemist Association. Ningde, bring us to some less crowded and very representative places. Forget about crowded and lively places, Leng Ruoxue ordered as soon as they exited the Alchemist Association. Yes. Ningde looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others' stunning appearance and said in realization. Miss, the flower viewing convention in Moon Gazing City is in a few days. I've received an invitation. Are Miss and the others interested? Ningde asked as he walked. In his opinion, he would accompany Leng Ruoxue and the others if they wanted to see the commotion. If they didn't want to see, then he wouldn't go either. Is there anything interesting about the flower viewing convention? My subordinates want to take a look, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Miss Wu Qian'er originally wanted to participate in the flower viewing convention, but now that she's seriously injured, I'm afraid she won't have the chance to participate. It's said that this year's champion has a chance to become the young madam of the Guan Yu family, Ningda explained. Oh, then didn't we ruin the Wu family's plan? Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. No wonder Wu Qian'er was so arrogant. It seemed like she was very confident in winning the championship. Yes, so we are bound to have a feud with the Wu family, Ningda said with certainty. What a stunning beauty. Guards, take this beauty away. Suddenly, an uninvited voice interrupted Leng Ruoxue and Ningda's conversation. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the frivolous man in front of her with her beautiful eyes and said with a spurious smile, where do you want to bring me? Bring her home to be my concubine, of course. Hee hee. The man smiled wretchedly, his eyes shining with lust. You? Leng Ruoxue looked the man up and down with her beautiful eyes and said mockingly. The man in front of him was about 20 years old. He had a greasy head and a pink face. His eyes were dull, and his handsome face was dull. His figure was slightly chubby, and he was obviously a person who had indulged in too much. Moreover, this person's strength was not high, and he was only a mystic. Beauty, do you know who I am? Follow me and I will guarantee you a good life, and a good life. So, don't hesitate. Hurry up and throw yourself into my arms. I will definitely love you well, the man said with slight pride. He almost drooled as he looked at Leng Ruoxue's beautiful appearance. Hee hee, I really don't know who you are. Why don't you introduce yourself? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face full of undisguised disgust for the man. I'm Guan Yu Lai, the most favored 9th young master of the Guan Yu family. How is it? I scared you. Guan Yu Lai said with a face full of pride. In his understanding, as long as he announced his family, all the women he liked would take the initiative to enter his arms. Guan Yu Lai? I've never heard of him. Have you heard of him? Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly and turned to Ningda. No. Guan Yu Shi is the most famous among the young masters of the Guan Yu family. I don't know who Guan Yu Lai is. Ningda said very disdainfully. Previous chapter. How dare you humiliate this young master? Guards, take these people down. Guan Yu Lai immediately roared mightily after hearing Ningda's words. Humph. This man absolutely couldn't let go of anyone who dared to humiliate him in front of a beauty. Didn't you say that no one dares to not give you face in moon-gazing city? Then what happened? Leng Ruoxue looked at Ningda in puzzlement, her clear eyes were pure and kind. In fact, she had been laughing in her heart for a long time. Hee hee, she was thinking about how to cause trouble for the Guan Yu family when a fool came knocking on her door. There will always be fish that escape the net, Ningda said shamelessly, but he hated Guan Yu Lai to the core in his heart. Damn it, he actually embarrassed himself in front of Miss and the others. It was really unforgivable. At this moment, a huge cross was drawn on the Guan Yu Lai family in his heart. Oh, what do you intend to do with this fish? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly, completely ignoring Guan Yu Lai and the others who were watching her drool. Do whatever Miss says. I have no interest in either steamed or braised, Ningda said very respectfully and handed the decision to Leng Ruoxue. Alright, then listen to me. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Ningda nodded slightly. That Guan Yu Lai, right? Do you intend to snatch me away? Leng Ruoxue turned to Guan Yu Lai and asked after communicating with Ningda. Of course there's no need to go through so much trouble if you're willing to take the initiative to come home with me. However, don't blame me for not being protective of the fairer sex if you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hee hee, I love beauties the most, Guan Yu Lai said with extreme confidence. Of course not taking the initiative to follow you home. Snatch it if you dare. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Guards, kidnap this beauty. Guan Yu Lai ordered the guard without thinking after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Young master, what about the others? A guard couldn't help asking. In fact, what he wanted to say was that the other party obviously had more people than them. It would probably be difficult to snatch them by force. However, he also knew that young master was already blinded by beauty and would definitely not listen to him, so he didn't dare to say it too clearly. Kill the others to avoid trouble. Leave the beauty alone. Guan Yu Lai was not stupid and naturally would not leave any trouble for herself. Are you sure you can kill them? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face revealed a breathtaking smile as she said lightly to Guan Yu Lai. Of course, Guan Yu Lai said very confidently. Humph. His subordinates were all the elites of the Guan Yu family. It would not be a problem even if they had twice the number of people compared to them, let alone deal with them. Don't kill us. Take our young miss away. Feng De couldn't help but interrupt, his handsome face full of fear. That's right. You can snatch our young miss as long as you don't kill us. Moreover, we are willing to go with you. Lin Yuan also hooted. Ningda couldn't help but be at a loss for words when he heard them. He couldn't help but grumble in his heart, how can you be my subordinates? How can you hope that my young miss will be snatched away? Huh, your subordinates are wise. Guan Yu Lai became even more smug after hearing what Feng De and Lin Yuan said. Yes. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help rolling her eyes. She was sure now that this Guan Yu Lai was really a fool. Ordinary people would probably be suspicious if they heard what her subordinate said. However, that fellow was actually still smug. He was really of the best quality. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and snatch this beauty away from me. Oh right, and her subordinates. Guan Yulai turned to his guards and ordered. He didn't believe that the beauty wouldn't be obedient with these subordinates of the beauty. He thought self-righteously. Yes. The guards hesitated, not knowing whether they should go forward or not because they could see that these people were not to be trifled with. However, the young master, who had been blinded by beauty, obviously did not see it. Hehe, you don't have to be troubled. Just lead the way. Our miss won't run. Fengde said with a smile. Fengde. Ningde looked at Fengde and hesitated. Boo-hoo. He could finally tell that this boy didn't have good intentions. But could he not go to the Guan Yu family as a guest? It would be very embarrassing if others knew that he was actually snatched back by Guan Yulai. Boo-hoo. His good reputation. Old Ning, our young miss has been snatched away. How can you not follow as a subordinate? Aren't you too disloyal? Fengde hugged Ningde's shoulder and said with slight disdain. What he implied was that they had to face difficulties together if they wanted to become the young miss's subordinate. Fengde, pay some money and let him go. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Fengde was stunned and didn't understand what Miss meant for a moment. What did she mean by paying Ningde to leave? Why did she have to pay him? He's our tour guide. How can we let him suffer with us? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Fengde. Oh, that's true. Since you're only our young miss's temporary subordinate, you should go first. Fengde said hurriedly and took out a few purple coins from the bracelet to hand to Ningde. Yes, I'll take my leave first. Ningde played the role of a tour guide very responsibly. He accepted the purple coins happily and then turned to leave. Young master, we can't let that person leave. A subordinate couldn't help but remind Leng Ruoxue when he saw that the young master didn't react and was just looking at her foolishly with drool flowing down his face. They didn't dare to leave her behind without the young master's permission. It's okay. It's just a tour guide. Let's go. Guan Yulai said nonchalantly. He didn't care about the others as long as the beauty didn't leave. Let your people lead the way. Leng Ruoxue looked at Guan Yulai and said very coldly. No, my people have to watch you from behind. Otherwise, what if you run away? Guan Yulai was no longer stupid and thought he was very smart. Previous chapter. Next chapter, aren't you going to snatch me by force? How are you going to snatch me from behind? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows curiously. That's true. You guys lead the way while the others watch them from behind. Don't let any of them go. Guan Yulai ordered loudly. 2 drops of cold sweat involuntarily dripped down the forehead of his guards after hearing Guan Yulai's words. They thought to themselves, we've already let one of them go just now, so what's the use of looking at him now? However, they were not too worried about the person who escaped. After all, Moon-Gazing City was in the territory of the Guan Yu family, so they didn't think anyone would dare to cause trouble for the Guan Yu family. In this way, Leng Ruoxue and the others followed Guan Yulai's guard and swaggered into the main mansion of the Guan Yu family. Instead of saying that Guan Yulai robbed them, it was more like Guan Yulai sent people to protect them from behind. Hehe. They had guards in front and behind them. On the way to the Guan Yu family, Guan Yulai kept wanting to talk to Leng Ruoxue, but Leng Ruoxue couldn't even be bothered with him. She was annoyed by him, so she directly summoned Charm and Darling and covered her ears with their fluffy big tails. In a side yard of the Guan Yu family. In the yard. Beauty, how dare you ignore me? Guan Yulai roared furiously after sneaking Leng Ruoxue and the others to a yard that had been abandoned for many years. He gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw the 2 foxes lying on the beauty's shoulder. Why should I care about you? Leng Ruoxue couldn't even be bothered to look at Guan Yulai. She directly pulled the freak to a seat and leaned comfortably in his arms. Who is this man? Guan Yulai couldn't help asking with some jealousy when he saw that the woman he liked was actually leaning on another man. The beauty was snatched back by him, of course it belonged to him. How could it be taken advantage of by another man? My fiancé. Leng Ruoxue kissed the freak's beautiful face a little provocatively and then said to Guan Yulai. Damn it, I snatched you back. How can you kiss another man? Guan Yulai was about to explode from anger. She immediately jumped and roared furiously as if her tail had been stepped on. He's not another man. He's my man. Leng Ruoxue stretched out her arms to hug the freak and said with a blissful face. I'm your only man. I must kill him, Guan Yulai said with some jealousy. He took out a weapon from his ring, injected his meager mystic energy into it, and slashed directly at the freak. Calm down, hear me. The freak hurriedly said as he hugged Schwer and easily dodged the attack. What do you want to say? I'll give you a chance to say your last words, Guan Yulai said very kindly because the freak was already a dead person in his eyes. You can't kill me, the freak said bluntly. Why can't I kill you? Guan Yulai asked in puzzlement. Because Schwer will hate you if you kill me. Moreover, you snatched Schwer first and then snatched me at the same time. Do you want to be irresponsible? The freak reminded and said matter-of-factly. What responsibility should I bear? Guan Yulai asked foolishly. I'm useless. I can't protect my woman, so Schwer was snatched away by you. However, I didn't expect you to snatch us away too. Since you snatched us away, we're yours. Tell me, doesn't that mean you have to support us? The freak explained with a naughty smile. That's right. You have to support us. Young Master Guan Yu, you said that we won't have to worry about food and clothing if we follow you. You can't go back on your word. Feng De hurriedly echoed. That's right. Young Master Guan Yu, we'll rely on you to support us from now on. Lin Yuan and the others also said cooperatively. Humph. At least you have eyesight. There's definitely no mistake following this young master. I guarantee that you will live in the lap of luxury from now on. Guan Yu Lai was a little lightheaded by the reliance in the eyes of the freak and the others. Well, the feeling of being admired was really good. In that case, get some food for my subordinates and beasts. We're all hungry, Leng Ruoxue said with dissatisfaction. Her beautiful face was calm and without any emotions. Hehe, Beauty, please wait a moment. Hurry up and get some food for Beauty and the others. Guan Yu Lai ordered his guards while saying to Leng Ruoxue with a perverted face. Yes, the guard quickly replied and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Alas. The strength of a beauty was so great. When did young master become so easygoing? However, he had to obediently arrange food for these people no matter what. Beauty, suffer here for a few days. I'll marry you as my concubine in a few days, Guan Yu Lai said with anticipation, and he began to daydream happily again in his heart. Concubine? I won't be a concubine. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. The women she hated the most were mistresses in both lifetimes, so how could she be a concubine for any man? Beauty, could it be that you want to be the rightful wife? But I don't have the final say. How about this? Marry me first, and I'll take you in as the second wife after I marry the rightful wife. Don't worry, no matter how many women I have, you will be the one I love and love the most, Guan Yu Lai said with a face full of affection, not realized how disgusting his current expression was to the people around him. I'm the only woman who you can marry. Otherwise. Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak first, then at Guan Yu Lai, but she smiled and didn't say anything on purpose. Otherwise, what? Guan Yu Lai's heart trembled as he asked carefully. At the same time, he kept comforting himself in his heart. It's okay. All beauties had to have some character. Otherwise, wouldn't they be a piece of wood? And he liked women with character. Otherwise, I'll castrate him and make him unable to touch any woman in his life, Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile. Her beautiful eyes swept lightly below Guan Yu Lai's abdomen. Guan Yu Lai's entire body trembled under Leng Ruoxue's gaze, and he subconsciously covered his precious life root with his hand. Boo-hoo. He couldn't be castrated. He was still counting on this treasure to have fun. What would he do for the rest of his life if it was broken? A beauty with character was really too terrifying. Beauty, stay here for the time being. I have something on now, I'll visit you tomorrow. With that, Guan Yu Lai rolled and crawled out of the yard in an extremely disheveled manner. However, he still didn't forget to instruct his guards to look at them after leaving. Boo-hoo. Beauty might be a little fierce, but she was a rare beauty after all. It was forgivable. Schwer, you're too evil. How can you watch him? The freak complained aggrievedly after Guan Yu Lai left. What did I see? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Schwer, don't look at other men's bodies anymore. You're only allowed to look at mine, the freak said domineeringly. I didn't. Leng Ruoxue continued to pretend that she didn't see it. She just glanced at it casually to scare Guan Yu Lai. It didn't count. Miss, that Guan Yu Lai is so timid. She actually dared to rob an innocent woman. It's really too unbelievable, Feng De said in puzzlement. Miss scared Guan Yu Lai witless with one sentence. Where did he get the guts to snatch a woman? It's possible that Guan Yu Lai is exploiting the might of the tiger, or someone is cleaning up his mess behind his back, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. Guan Yu Lai was in the territory of the Guan Yu family, so naturally no one dared to provoke him in his own family's territory, so it also created his lawless character. However, that fellow was indeed quite timid, so she suspected that someone was backing him up. Miss, what should we do next? Feng De asked excitedly with a curious face, his eyes full of anticipation. Hehe, something was about to happen again. He was so excited. You were the ones who asked him to snatch me away. Why are you asking about me instead? Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, her beautiful face full of bitterness. Boo-hoo. Feng De and the others actually sent her into the tiger's den. However, she wanted to come too. Miss, we did it for you. The Guan Yu family came knocking on our door. What a good opportunity this is. It would be a pity if we don't grasp it properly. Feng De coaxed softly eloquently. He knew that Miss definitely had plans, but Miss refused to tell him. Boo-hoo. Feng De, you're really becoming better at talking. As a reward, you can eat and drink whatever you want here. Don't stand on ceremony. Whatever the Guan Yu family has is money, Leng Ruoxue said lightly as if she was the master of the Guan Yu family. Miss, don't worry. We will definitely complete anything, Feng De promised immediately. Humph. It's just eating. What's the difficulty? However, he wouldn't think like this after eating for 2 days. Yes, very good. Your mission is to eat. As for me and the freak, we have to take a good look at the Guan Yu family. Alas. Since we're here once, we can't leave any regrets. I don't know when we can come again, Leng Ruoxue said with infinite emotion. She heard that the threshold of the Guan Yu family was quite high, so she had to seize the opportunity. Swear, when are we going on a tour? The freak asked expectantly. People who didn't know would definitely think that he admired the Guanyu family very much, seeing his anxious expression. At night, of course. There are many people in the day. I don't like it, Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. It's still early. What should we do now? The freak looked at the sky. It was not noon yet. Let's go take an afternoon nap. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak into the dusty room after speaking. It's not even noon yet, but Miss is taking an afternoon nap? Lin Yuan couldn't help muttering to himself. Pa! A knock landed on Lin Yuan's head. Can our Miss be like others? She can take an afternoon nap whenever she wants. Feng De said matter-of-factly. Oh, I know. Lin Yuan covered his aching head, pouted, and said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Miss was bullying others without the captain. She was really too evil. Shoo, the food delivery is here. Feng De heard footsteps from afar and said hurriedly. Everyone quickly fell silent when they heard that. A few minutes later, Guan Yulai's guard walked into the yard, took out food from his ring, and placed it on the stone table in the yard. Then he prepared to leave. Boo-hoo. This place was really too shabby. No one was willing to guard here, so they still hid far away even though young master ordered them to watch these people. Wait. Feng De hurriedly urged when he saw that the guards wanted to slip away. What else? A guard asked impatiently. Hey, your young master said that he wants you to serve us well. What's with your attitude? Feng De roared for no reason. Lin Yuan and the others also surrounded him cooperatively to boost the captain's prestige. I'm sorry. May I ask if there's anything else? Another guard asked very politely and gave the guard a look to signal for him to calm down. Boo-hoo. These people were really too mistaken. They thought that their young miss was about to soar into the sky, but they actually shouted at them. Even though the young master didn't explicitly say that he wanted to serve these people, he knew very well that if they neglected these people and displeased that beauty, they would have to go to the suburbs to feed the mosquitoes without her blowing the pillow. Therefore, he really didn't dare to offend Feng De and the others. This big brother guard has a good attitude. Learn from him. Feng De nodded with satisfaction and then said to the guard from before threateningly. This bit of food is too little. It's not enough for us. Feng De said to the guard with a better attitude after demonstrating. These aren't enough. How big an appetite do you have? The guards with better attitudes couldn't help widening their eyes in disbelief. There are many of us. Feng De said shyly. That's enough. We prepared according to your number, the guard with a better attitude explained very patiently. Boo-hoo. It couldn't be helped. She had a drop-dead gorgeous young miss. But we still have many beasts. We're full. We can't leave our beasts alone. Feng De said with a smile. The amiable expression on his face was like two different people compared to his fierce appearance just now. How many beasts do you have? The friendlier guard asked. A lot. Prepare according to the appetite of 1,000 beasts, Feng De said after some thought because he had already seen Silver Wing's fluffy little head sticking out of the room. Could Miss have released all her beasts? 1,000? The guards immediately lost their composure after hearing Feng Da's words and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off their foreheads. They couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. It shouldn't be so scary. They didn't believe that there were so many beasts among these 30-plus people. How was this possible? One had to know that beasts were not easy to contract, especially high-level beasts. It was even harder to obtain, so it was very difficult for them to imagine the spectacular scene of having 1,000 beasts. Silver Wings, don't be shy. Come out and meet people. Feng De knew that they wouldn't believe him, so he shouted directly into the room. Oh. Silver Wings swaggered out of the house with its subordinates when it heard Feng Da's call. Hee, Miss asked them to come out and let the wind blow. This is a silver wolf pack. The guards present were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat when they saw at least 1,000 imitated little silver wolves. Boo-hoo, a silver wolf pack. Oh my god, it was really too terrifying. They might not take a single silver wolf seriously, but they couldn't ignore a group of silver wolves because the group attack of the silver wolf pack was really too powerful. Yes. Silver Wings is the king of the silver wolves. Its subordinates naturally follow Miss because our Miss contracted it. Hee, I'm not lying, right? Big brother guard, quickly prepare food for them. Feng De said with a happy smile. Hee, they had known Silver Wings the longest, so their relationship was the deepest. Yes, we'll go and prepare now, the guards answered hurriedly. Under the fierce gazes of thousands of silver wolves, they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, and their legs were a little trembling. However, they still forced themselves to leave the yard to prepare food for these fierce carnivores. Boo-hoo. What a group of perverts. This was the first time they heard that contracting with the Silver Wolf King could buy a free meal. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Moreover, there were many people who contracted with the Wolf King in the history of the Boundless Heaven continent, but no one could obtain the entire wolf group. Silver Wings, looks like you are still the most deterrent. Look at how scared they are, Feng De couldn't help laughing hysterically seeing the guards fleeing the yard in fright like Guan Yulai previously. Hee, when fighting, as long as Miss lit these beasts up, no one would dare to attack. It was really too satisfying. Of course. We might not be strong now, but the power of the Silver Wolf Pack is something that even Icy has to consider carefully if it wants to teach us a lesson. Silver Wings said very proudly, its fluffy little face full of cockiness, looking especially cute. Hehe, what about Feng Zhan? Feng De asked curiously. That's with wings. We won't fight with them. Silver Wing said fearfully. Boo-hoo. Among Master's beasts, the little red bird that was the greatest threat to them was the one that could breathe fire because the little red bird was also a large group of subordinates and could breathe fire. They couldn't afford to offend it. Feng De laughed heartily after hearing Silver Wing's words. His Mrs. Beasts were really too cute, and they were especially self-aware. As the man and beast chatted, the guards who went to retrieve the food returned. The silver wolves didn't even look at the food in the ring when the guards placed it in front of the silver wolves. They all turned their heads with disdain. Why aren't you eating? A guard couldn't help asking. Damn, how dare you let us eat this rubbish food? Are you feeding the dogs? A silver wolf with a fiery temper roared angrily. Our patriarch's beasts also eat this. The guard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead fearfully and whispered fearfully. Boo-hoo. This was food specially prepared for the beasts by the Guan Yu family. How could they not be satisfied? The guard couldn't understand. The beasts of the patriarch and elders loved to eat. Their beasts couldn't eat it even if they wanted to, but they were actually not satisfied. So what? We won't eat such trashy food. Hurry up and pour it away. Silver Wings also said. Humph. A top-notch family actually abused beasts like this. It was too much. Fall. Fall? We can't fall, a guard said in shock. Boo-hoo. These beasts were really too difficult to serve. The food was obviously very good. Were they deliberately finding trouble? He couldn't help thinking in his heart. Why can't it fall? Silver Wings asked with its beautiful silver eyes widened in dissatisfaction. We haven't fed our beasts yet. It would be a waste if we pour them away, the guard said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. If others knew that they had thrown away all the food they fed the beasts in the mansion, their end would be very tragic. One had to know that they had secretly taken out these foods. Oh, then feed your beasts. Silver Wing said generously. Yes. The guards braced themselves and summoned their beasts. The guards' beasts were not of a high level. After coming out, they saw the fierce silver wolves and were so scared that they did not dare to move, let alone eat in front of the silver wolves. Don't be scared. Hurry up and finish this food. Otherwise, let your master throw these things away, Silver Wing said with a smile. In his heart, he despised these cowardly beasts. They were really too useless. Back then, when their levels were low, they were not afraid at all when they saw beasts stronger than them. Yes. Yes, the few beasts answered with trembling voices. Then they walked to the food with their weak forelegs and began to eat it very slowly. Eat big. Are you male beasts? You're so embarrassing. Little Silver Maple looked at their elegant table manners and scolded very unhappily. Previous chapter. Next. Yes. A few beasts answered and then began to eat heartily. Even the female beasts were the same. Boo-hoo. They wanted to say that they were not a public drip, but they didn't dare. That's more like it. Feng Feng nodded with satisfaction. Little Feng Feng, you're becoming more and more like a wolf king. Feng De couldn't help but hug Feng Feng and sighed with emotion. Hee. Back then, the reason why they could form ties with Miss was also related to these silver wolves. Of course. Big sister often says that you shouldn't lose to others. Even if the other party is stronger than you, you absolutely can't be weaker than the other party in terms of aura. Hee. Feng Feng said with a face full of pride. Its admiration for Leng Ruoxue was like a raging river, flowing endlessly. Yes. Feng De nodded in agreement. Then he ordered the dull guards, go and get some delicious food. Remember, these silver wolves will eat whatever your patriarch eats. The guards were still stunned. Boo-hoo. These silver wolves were treated a little too well. They actually wanted to eat like the patriarch. What? Is there a problem? Let me tell you, no matter what my young miss eats, her beasts will also eat with her. The Guan Yu family is a top family in the boundless heaven continent. If you can't even support a few beasts, then please tell Guan Yu Lai not to have any ideas about our young miss, Feng De said with slight dissatisfaction. The guards looked at each other with bitter faces, and no one said anything. Boo-hoo. How could they dare to tell young master this? They would have to feed the mosquitoes directly if young master knew. Please wait for a moment. We'll go get some food, a guard said helplessly. Boo-hoo. They were really too much. Okay, go quickly. Feng De urged. Yes. The guards nodded in unison and then escaped. They slipped away quite quickly, Feng De said with a light smile. Then he turned his gaze to the few beasts fighting with the food. He really wondered if these beasts could destroy all these food. Moreover, Silver Wings kept urging them. Hey, you have to eat all this food. Silver Wings ordered the few careful beasts. I can't eat anymore, a beast that was so bloated that its stomach was about to burst said softly with courage. You still have to eat. Look at how thin you are. How can you not eat more? Silver Wing said with seeming concern. I really can't eat anymore. The beast sobbed with tears in its eyes. Boo-hoo. It didn't want to be the first beast to be stuffed to death by food. Oh, take a rest first then continue eating later. Silver Wing said after some thought. Was this a good idea? It was so smug. The poor beast, which was about to explode from being stuffed, rolled its eyes in fright after hearing Silver Wing's words. It kicked its 4 hooves and fainted. Its mental endurance is really too weak. It's just letting it eat something. Is there a need to do this? Silver Wings complained. Boo-hoo. It hadn't had enough fun yet. How could a toy faint? With this in mind, it produced a pill from nowhere, pried open the beast's mouth, and threw the pill in. A few minutes later. Silver Wings, what did you feed it? Why isn't it awake yet? Fengde couldn't help asking curiously, seeing that the beast didn't wake up immediately. Hehe, it's medicine that can help it digest food. I'm kind, right? Silver Wings said proudly, its expression seemed to be saying, praise me. Fengde was speechless. Medicine that could help digest food, wasn't that a leak? Silver Wings was really ruthless. The medicine refined by Miss had extraordinary power. Alas. He now felt a little pity for this unconscious beast. Tell me if anyone else feels stuffed. I have pills here that can help you digest. You won't feel bloated anymore after eating. Silver Wings said to the other beasts who were still fighting with their food with a smile. There's no need, the few beasts said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. This Wolf King definitely didn't have any good intentions, so they would rather die from overeating than eat the pills it gave. Oh, then quickly eat. There's still a lot of food. Silver Wings said without being angry or angry. Its good intentions might have been misunderstood by the beasts, but adults didn't take offense. It wouldn't bicker with these beasts. Yes. The beasts didn't even dare to raise their heads and just buried themselves in the food in front of them. At this moment, the unconscious beast woke up and clearly felt uncomfortable. It ran directly toward the straw hut of the Guan Yu family without thinking. Look at this speed. Mrs. Pills are so useful. Silver Wings praised, its fluffy little face full of a naughty smile. At the same time, the guards who went to steal the food from the patriarch and elders returned. They sneakily took the food out of the ring and placed it in front of the silver wolves, and hurriedly said, eat quickly. We spent a lot of effort to obtain these foods. Hee. You've worked hard. Fengde said with a smile. He glanced at those things at the same time and couldn't help but praise in his heart. The food the patriarch ate was really good. Alas. Your patriarch really doesn't eat much. Forget it, let's eat. Silver Wing picked up a fish with its claws and tasted it before saying with dissatisfaction. A certain beast's opinion was obviously different from Fengde's. Silver Wing's words almost made the guards vomit blood. Damn it. The patriarch didn't eat well? Then who ate well? They couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Boo-hoo. The food they spent so much effort to get was actually despised again. Now, they really wanted to know what these silver wolves usually ate. Why were they all so picky? Big brother guard, it's also quite tiring for you to prepare food for us. Let's eat together. Fengde smiled and tried to smooth things over. He knew very well that he should stop while he was ahead. He knew that he couldn't let these guards suffer too much of a blow. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The guards looked at each other and communicated with their eyes slightly. Boo-hoo. They worked hard to get these food. The patriarch and the elders would definitely punish them severely if they knew. They would be punished anyway, so they might as well eat enough now. Otherwise, how wronged would they be? You're welcome. Let's eat together. Fengde and the others were very hospitable. They didn't feel the pinch at all because these foods were not theirs. The guards nodded and then each found a seat to sit down. Boo-hoo. They had to destroy the evidence. They couldn't let anyone find these food, or the consequences would be very serious. Just like that, the guards colluded with Fengde and the others in a sorry state. They ate, drank, and chatted happily. The earth beast that had eaten the medicine that could help its digestion stayed in the toilet for the entire day until its master found it. Only then did it bring the unconscious earth beast back. In the fallen plum garden. The patriarch of the Wu family kept pacing around Wu Qian'er's room, feeling abnormally annoyed. Moreover, he couldn't help cursing softly, damn it, why isn't the second butler back yet? Old master, second butler has been to the Alchemist Association for a long time. He should be back soon. Don't worry, the maidservant braced herself and comforted. It's almost a day. Does refining a pill take so long? The Wu family's patriarch said very displeased. Patriarch, I'm back. The second butler's voice sounded from outside the room. Patriarch, second butler is finally back, the maidservant said happily. Boo-hoo. She didn't have to worry anymore now that second butler was back. It was great. She had been in a nervous state since yesterday because Miss and the patriarch were time bombs. Patriarch. The second butler pushed open the door anxiously and shouted with a self-righteous face. Why did you take so long? The Wu family's patriarch asked fiercely with a stern face. Humph. What trash. He couldn't even do this little thing. Patriarch, when I went yesterday, the alchemist grandmasters of the Alchemist Association happened to be not around, so I could only wait for them to return. I immediately got them to concoct the pill for Miss as soon as I saw them today. I returned immediately after the pill was concocted without any delay, the second butler hurriedly explained. He didn't know why President Ning changed his mind and arranged for an alchemist grandmaster to concoct the snake accumulation pill for him, but as long as he could obtain the pill and treat Mrs. injuries, it would be a meritorious deed. Boo-hoo. He couldn't let the patriarch know that he offended President Ning yesterday, so he was chased out of the house. Now, he was very glad that his wise decision yesterday was to wait outside the Alchemist Association. Alas. Hard work paid off. He finally obtained the snake accumulation pill. Of course, it was also possible that President Ning was touched by his sincerity, and the alchemist grandmaster happened to return, so he got those arrogant grandmasters to help him refine pills. He daydreamed happily in his heart. Oh, second butler, you did well. I will remember your contribution. The Wu family's patriarch nodded with satisfaction after hearing the second butler's explanation. Thank you, patriarch. The second butler quickly thanked him and took out the snake accumulation pill from his ring and handed it to the patriarch. Second butler, you've worked hard. Go and rest. The Wu family's patriarch took the snake corral pill and said to the second butler. Yes, the second butler answered and left after speaking. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the patriarch accepted his explanation. Otherwise, he really didn't know what kind of punishment he would have received. How dangerous. In the room, the Wu family's patriarch looked at the black pill in his hand that was emitting a faint stink and frowned slightly, but he still sent the pill to Wu Qianer. He had heard of the snake accumulation pill, but this was the first time he had seen it. Therefore, it was not unacceptable as long as he could cure his daughter, even if the taste of the snake accumulation pill was a little strange. Why isn't Qianer awake yet? After a while, the Wu family's patriarch couldn't help being a little anxious seeing that his precious daughter still didn't show any signs of waking up. In fact, he didn't necessarily care about his daughter. After all, the Flower Appreciation Festival was about to begin. Even if he could wait, the Flower Appreciation Festival couldn't be postponed for his daughter. Patriarch, don't worry. Miss has already taken the snake accumulation pill and will wake up soon. The maidservant standing by the side had to console him. It's been so long. She should be awake by now, right? The Wu family's patriarch said impatiently, his heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. Wu Qianer finally reacted and slowly opened her eyes as the Wu family's patriarch was pacing around anxiously. Father, are my injuries healed? Wu Qianer asked in disbelief after opening her eyes. She actually didn't feel the pain that tore her lungs apart. Yes, Qianer. Do you still feel pain now? The Wu family's patriarch nodded and asked very concernedly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Wu Qianer exercised her arm and then said happily. She was finally sure that her injuries were really healed. It seems like the snake accumulation pill is indeed useful. The Wu family's patriarch was also very happy. His daughter's injuries were healed, and she could participate in the flower viewing convention as scheduled. That old man Guan Yulong would have nothing to say now, right? Because he was very confident that his daughter would definitely be able to obtain the champion as long as she could participate in the flower viewing convention. Father, I won't let those people who injured me go, Wu Qianer said fiercely with a fierce gaze. Yes, Qianer, don't worry. Father has already asked the Guan Yu family to chase them out of the inn and has been sending people to monitor them. You can deal with them however you want. However, now is not the time. The most important thing now is the flower viewing convention. You have to obtain first place. Only then will you have the chance to become the young madam of the Guan Yu family, understand? The Wu family's patriarch reminded very seriously. Alas. This daughter was good in every way, but she was too impulsive. Yes, father, don't worry. I know, Wu Qianer promised very obediently. Qianer, have a good rest for the next 2 days. Your main task now is to recuperate and prepare for the flower appreciation meeting with all your might, the Wu family's patriarch reminded her again. He ordered his daughter to have a good rest and then left the room with ease. After the Wu family's patriarch left, Wu Qianer lay on the bed gloomily. She hated Leng Ruoxue and the others to the point of gritting her teeth. However, she didn't dare to disobey her father. Moreover, she knew very well the importance of the flower viewing convention to her, so she could only temporarily bear this grievance. Humph. She would slowly deal with those people after the flower viewing conference ended. Time passed slowly. Night fell quickly as Fengde and the others feasted. Leng Ruoxue, the freak, and Empty emerged from the bracelet and saw Fengde, the beasts, and the guards lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Hehe, swear, they really ate a lot. Empty looked at the leftovers on the ground and sighed. Okay. Leng Ruoxue stored the drunk silver wolves into the bracelet. Then she summoned Fengzhan and piled the trash in a corner with the tornado technique. She ordered Fengzhan to destroy the corpse to prevent the Guanyue family from discovering it because she knew very well how these food came about. She didn't care what the consequences would be for the guards, but she couldn't let her subordinates cause trouble. Therefore, she would benefit the guards along the way. Master, it's done. Fengzhan immediately flew to Leng Ruoxue's shoulder to report after burning all the food and equipment clean with the southern spirit flame. Okay, let's go out for a walk. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly at the freak and Empty. Swear, what about Fengde and the others? The freak looked at Fengde and the others lying on the ground and asked worriedly. They should stay outside for the time being. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Fengde and the others were not suitable to be stored in the bracelet, so they could only suffer. Swear, where are we going? Empty asked curiously. Just walking around and recognizing the way, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she summoned Ling and ordered her to cast an invisibility spell on them. Hehe, she wanted to watch the commotion. Master, let's go that way. Fengzhan suggested. That was the main house of the Guan Yu family. The patriarch lived there. Hehe, who knew if the Yu family's patriarch had eaten today? Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly in agreement. She also wanted to take a look there. After speaking, the three of them and the two beasts walked toward the main room. Before they entered the yard of the main house, Leng Ruoxue and the others heard the roar from the yard. The three of them and the two beasts smiled evilly as they strode into the main yard and walked directly into the hall. They found a random seat and sat down, preparing to watch a good show. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the main yard, be it the patriarch of the Guan Yu family or the elders, they were all sitting in their chairs gloomily and sulking because their and the beasts' food had all disappeared. They had not eaten for almost a day, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. What was even more infuriating was that the people the patriarch arranged to go out to purchase food had actually not returned until now, and they did not know where they had died. Moreover, the little thief who stole their food had not been caught, alas. Tell me if any of you have any objections, the depressed Guan Yu Long roared furiously. They had discussed for a while but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Patriarch, I think we still have to strengthen the guards. Why would there be thieves out of nowhere? Moreover, not stealing money, not stealing things, and only stealing food. This is really too despicable, an elder said indignantly. Boo-hoo. He really hoped that the thief was here to steal money. At least in that case, they wouldn't have to starve because the feeling of being hungry was really uncomfortable. Fifth elder, isn't this as good as not saying anything? Our Guan Yu family has many guards already, but there's actually still a theft incident. Humph. As an elder in charge of safety work, shouldn't you take full responsibility? The sixth elder, who had always been at odds with the fifth elder, hurriedly added insult to injury. I admit that I'm responsible for losing something, but now is not the time to pursue the matter. The patriarch is asking which of us has a good way to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Moreover, I agree with the second elder very much. I also think that the face of a family thief is very big. The fifth elder was not flustered and said calmly and nonchalantly. Humph. He just lost some food. He didn't believe that the patriarch would punish him for losing something to eat. Therefore, he was not afraid of the sixth elder's provocation at all. Shut up, all of you. I didn't ask you to express your opinions to watch you bicker. Humph. I want to see that thief now, no matter if it's a family thief or an outsider thief. Where is he after so long? Guan Yu Long roared angrily. He was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the elders because they had not found even a trace of the thief after nearly 10 hours. Patriarch, please calm down. The guards are searching every yard. They will definitely find it, the first elder comforted very helplessly. Alas. He knew that the patriarch was anxious, but how could he not be anxious? Because he was also hungry. First elder, how is Wu Qianer? Guan Yu Long took a deep breath and calmed himself down slightly before asking about the Wu family. I heard that Wu Qianer's injuries have already healed. According to the Wu family's patriarch, she should be able to participate in the flower viewing convention as scheduled. The first elder told him everything he knew. In fact, he had something else he didn't say, which was that the Wu family's patriarch shouldn't worry. He knew that the patriarch would definitely go crazy if he heard this, so he didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. Oh. Guan Yu Long answered lightly. Patriarch, Miss Wu's injuries are all healed. This is a happy matter. Hee, congratulations, patriarch. Suddenly, the sixth elder said very tactlessly. Wu Qianer isn't my daughter. Why are you congratulating me? Guan Yu Long glared and said fiercely. Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the sixth elder immediately felt cold sweat forming on his back. Boo-hoo. He just wanted to flatter the patriarch. After all, Wu Qianer was the patriarch's future daughter-in-law. However, why did it seem like the patriarch was very angry? Compared to the sixth elder's puzzlement, the other elders were clear in their hearts. They knew very well that the patriarch didn't want to become related to the Wu family. However, everything would be set if Wu Qianer obtained first place in the Flower Appreciation Festival. Therefore, they were also very conflicted in their hearts because they knew that if Wu Qianer participated in the Flower Appreciation Festival, unless some unexpected accident happened, there was a high chance that she would be the champion. Boo-hoo. They were really in a difficult situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned a blind eye and watched the sixth elder curry favor with the Wu family's patriarch. After all, they were unwilling to offend people who might become the future mistress of the Guan Yu family. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission to the freak and Empty after watching the commotion. Leaving so soon? Empty couldn't help asking. What? Haven't you seen enough? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Empty had become naughty and actually wanted the world to be in chaos. Yes. Empty replied with a chuckle. Hee, those people were so hungry that they cried out. This place is boring. Let's go to other places to take a look, Leng Ruoxue suggested. Swear, aren't we going to attack them? Should we snap them now? The freak's dazzling starry eyes emitted a cold glow as he asked fiercely. Freak, calm down. We are good children. We can't be so violent. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she hurriedly said. Oh, then let them go for now, the freak said very kindly. His bright starry eyes were pure and innocent as he looked at Leng Ruoxue, as if he was saying, I'll listen to you. Okay, let's go. The 3 of them and the 2 beasts left the main yard and began to wander around the Guan Yu family. Moreover, they discussed as they walked. Swear, is this Guan Yu family really a top family in the boundless heaven continent? The freak asked doubtfully after circling around for a long time. Yes, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking doubtfully when she saw the dissatisfaction on the freak's face. I don't think it can compare to our home in the Ling Feng continent at all, the freak said with some disdain. In his opinion, this Guan Yu family was only slightly larger than the Leng family's general's mansion, but the interior decoration was completely inferior to the exquisite general's mansion. Of course. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of pride. After she redecorated the general's mansion, the decorations inside were not something any family could compare with. Don't forget, she was an artificer. No family was willing to use a holy artifact as an ornament. Say, do you too have to be like this? If the Guan Yu family knows that their home has been despised by you, they will definitely vomit blood from anger. Empty said very helplessly. Hee, freak, we don't live here, so don't express your opinion, Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Okay. The freak nodded in agreement. Well, he had to listen to his wife. Master, the Fallen Plum Garden is up ahead, Feng Zhan suddenly reminded. Fallen Plum Garden? It sounds so familiar. Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement, momentarily stunned. Shuer, Fallen Plum Garden is the Wu family's temporary residence. Empty knew from Shuer's expression that she didn't remember at all, so he had to remind her. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded understandingly. Shuer, I'll go kick her twice more and send her straight to hell, the freak said lightly, his beautiful face unreadable. Don't. I'm still counting on her to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly stopped him after hearing the freak's words. Shuer, why did you get Ningda to refine the snake accumulation pill for her? Empty asked in puzzlement. He knew that Wu Qian'er's injuries could only recover because Shuer's permitted it. Otherwise, Ningda would not dare to refine pills for Wu Qian'er at all. I want her to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face full of mystery. Shuer, Guan Yulong doesn't seem to want Wu Qian'er to be their daughter-in-law at all. Could it be that you want to help Wu Qian'er fulfill her wish? Empty's beautiful face was full of curiosity, and his pitch black and bright black eyes were even more dazzling and intimidating under the moonlight. How can I be so kind? You'll know then, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Shuer, aren't you going to tell me? The freak pouted with slight displeasure, his bright starry eyes looking at Leng Ruoxue resentfully. Tell. The freak's innocent gaze made Leng Ruoxue's hair stand on end. She hurriedly accepted her fate. Boo-hoo. Why did the freak always like to use this move to achieve his goal? What made her even more depressed was that she couldn't refuse at all. Shuer. Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue. Tears slowly welled up in his pitch-black eyes and rolled uncontrollably. Come closer. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said helplessly. Boo-hoo. Nothing was like that. Okay. The freak and Empty hurriedly gave their ears. Leng Ruoxue whispered a few words in their ears, and then the two handsome men's faces revealed enchanting naughty smiles. Shuer, Wu Qian'er is really unlucky. Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue with admiration after hearing Shuer's plan. This is called striking first to gain the upper hand. Anyway, we've already formed a feud with the Wu family. Can we still count on getting along peacefully with them? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Since they had already become enemies, unless she didn't attack, she would definitely cause the enemies to die without a burial ground as long as she attacked. Of course not. The Wu family won't let us go. Empty said understandingly. Yes, that's why I have to prepare early. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The expression on her beautiful face was very pure and innocent. Shuer, let's go in and see Wu Qian'er, the freak said impatiently. He also wanted to add something to that annoying woman after hearing Shuer's plan. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. The three of them and the two beasts walked into the Fallen Plum Garden with evil smiles on their faces. At this moment, the Fallen Plum Garden was abnormally quiet. The guards and maidservants in the yard didn't dare to make too much noise when they did things because Wu Qian'er's injuries had healed, so as to not affect the young Miss Rest. Master, the guard guarding the door should be that woman's room, Feng Zhan said after sensing with his divine sense. Okay, let's go take a look. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After speaking, the three of them and the two beasts walked toward the room. Leng Ruoxue saw Wu Qian'er sleeping on the bed through the window. She was only covered with a thin blanket, and her two snow-white arms were exposed. Freak, what are you doing? Leng Ruoxue unintentionally turned her head and saw the freak throwing trash into Wu Qian'er's room, so she couldn't help asking. Nothing. I'm just adding some material to her. Shuer, let's go. The freak clapped his hands gently. The mission was completed, so when should we leave if not now? Oh, Empty, what did you throw? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking speechlessly when she saw Empty throw a white pill into Wu Qian'er's room. I'll add something for her too. Empty said self-righteously. Shuer and that damn freak had tampered with it. How embarrassing would it be if he didn't do anything? Let's go. Leng Ruoxue helplessly pulled the two of them away. Well, she felt a little pity for Wu Qian'er now. She didn't know what the freak and Empty were made of. Shuer, where are we going? Empty couldn't help asking. Let's go back to sleep. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She planned to stay in the Guan Yu family until the opening of the Flower Appreciation Festival. So how could she finish circling this place in one night? Shuer, we haven't gone there yet. Empty pointed at the northernmost corner of the main mansion. Let's go tomorrow. I'm sleepy if I go back to sleep now. Leng Ruoxue said and deliberately yawned to prove her words. Okay. The freak and Empty nodded. Then the three of them and the two beasts returned to the abandoned side yard where they lived. After entering the yard, the three of them found Fengde and the guard sleeping soundly, so they gently passed them and returned to their rooms. After entering the room, Leng Ruoxue brought the freak and Empty into the bracelet with a thought. Grandpa, you're not asleep yet? Leng Ruoxue saw her grandfather and brother sitting on the stone chairs in front of the purple bamboo house, drinking tea and chatting as soon as she entered the bracelet. Swear, we can't sleep. Leng Qingtian looked at his granddaughter. Leng Ruoxue was slightly stunned. Could it be that her grandfather and brother had insomnia? Swear, Grandpa and I aren't sleepy yet. Leng Ruohan couldn't help laughing when he saw his sister's slightly stunned expression. Grandpa, are you missing Grandpa Lin and the others? Leng Ruoxue asked in realization. Alas. Grandpa had been with them for a long time, but he was the only one coming out of seclusion now. It was inevitable that she was a little uncomfortable. After all, no one bickered anymore. Yes, I don't know when those old things will come out of seclusion. Leng Qingtian didn't intend to hide it from his granddaughter lest she worry. Grandpa Lin and the old man should be here soon. I'm afraid the others will have to wait for a while. Leng Ruoxue contacted Qing Ju in her heart and asked about Grandpa Lin and the others' recent situation. Then she said to Leng Qingtian. Yes, I think so too. Leng Qingtian nodded. Grandpa, when Grandpa Lin and the old man come out of seclusion and see that you are already a mystic monarch, they will definitely be jealous of you, Leng Ruoxue reminded. In fact, it was good to have those old men bicker every day. Yes, swear, don't remind them of the existence of the silver snow pill. I want them to be jealous for a few days too, hehe. Leng Qingtian said with a naughty smile. He couldn't help wanting to laugh whenever he thought about those old fellows seeing his cultivation level after coming out of seclusion. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas. Grandpa was becoming more and more like a child. Swear, what do you intend to do with the Wu family and the Guanyu family? Leng Qingtian couldn't help asking when he thought of their current location. Grandpa, the Wu family will definitely not let us go. As for the Guanyu family, they don't seem to care about us, so I'm not sure if the Guanyu family will become our true enemy now. However, we still have to teach the Guanyu family a lesson, Leng Ruoxue explained. Humph. How dare they chase them out of the inn? It would not be her style to let it go like this. Swear, do you have any good plans now? Do you need Grandpa's cooperation? Leng Qingtian asked expectantly. Boo-hoo. He wanted to do something to exercise. There's already a plan, but it won't start until after the flower viewing convention begins, so Grandpa, wait patiently for 2 more days. Leng Ruoxue comforted. The Flower Appreciation Festival was about to begin in 2 days, so she wouldn't attack for the time being. Okay. If there's anything you need Grandpa's cooperation with, just tell me. Grandpa should move his old bones. Leng Qingtian reminded again, afraid that his granddaughter would forget him. Grandpa, don't worry. If there's anything fun, you and Big Brother will have a share, Leng Ruoxue promised. Alas. It seemed like Grandpa was really bored. Yes. It's good that you know. Leng Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. Grandpa, it's getting late. Go and rest. Leng Ruoxue looked at the time and urged. Okay, swear, rest early too. Leng Qingtian and his granddaughter stood up and said to Leng Ruoxue. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After watching her grandfather and elder brother return to their room, she greeted Empty and pulled the freak into the purple bamboo hut. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue left the bracelet with the freak and saw that Fengde and the others had woken up after exiting the room. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use Miss, Commander Yi. Fengde hurriedly went forward to greet Leng Ruoxue and the freak after seeing them. He scratched his head shyly. Boo-hoo. They were actually drunk yesterday. Yes, where are the guards? Leng Ruoxue asked as her beautiful eyes swept the yard. She didn't see Guanyu Lai's guards. I asked them to get food. Fengde said with a smile. The Guanyu family is investigating this matter now. Letting them go and retrieve food at the peak of the storm will implicate us if we are discovered, Leng Ruoxue pretended to be displeased. Hehe, miss, don't worry. I got Ling to cast an invisibility spell on them. They won't be discovered, Fengde said with a smug face. The guards were actually afraid when he asked the guards to retrieve food in the morning. They didn't dare to steal anymore even if they said they would die. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask Qing Ju for help to let Ling out. Then he got Ling to cast an invisibility spell on them before they dared to go. Yes, well done. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. In fact, she had pretended to be angry just to see Fengde's adaptability. However, the result of the test satisfied her. Miss, we have an important plan. Hehe, it's confidential now, Fengde said mysteriously and kept her in suspense. Even I can't know. Leng Ruoxue said doubtfully. Could they have some trick up their sleeves again? Hehe, miss, you just have to wait and see our results, Fengde promised with a naughty smile. Alright, I won't ask then, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She really wasn't that curious. We're back. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Leng Ruoxue summoned Ling and ordered her to dispel their invisibility spell. The guards then appeared in front of everyone. Miss Leng, we've brought breakfast, a guard said very respectfully. Their attitude toward Leng Ruoxue and the others had changed drastically in just one day. Moreover, they knew very well that their young master had kicked an iron plate this time. Moreover, it was a piece of 10,000-year-old black iron. Moreover, this iron plate did not intend to let them go easily. Boo-hoo. Therefore, they had better be good. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Her beautiful eyes glanced at them casually and stopped talking. She was not even interested in the change in their attitudes. A few guards took out breakfast from their rings and placed it on the table before standing respectfully at the side. I've eaten. Eat. Leng Ruoxue looked at the food on the table and said to Fengde and the others. Yes, Mississippi. Where are your silver wolves? The guard asked. They had brought all the food that the Guan Yu family had just cooked, including the silver wolves, of course. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly and moved the silver wolves out of the bracelet. After seeing the silver wolf, the guards hurriedly took out a lot of food from their rings and placed it in front of them. Then they beckoned Fengde and the others to sit on the ground and took out a lot of things. This was their breakfast. Huh, Big Brother Zhao, you're really interesting. Fengde laughed loudly and patted the shoulder of one of the guards as if they were good brothers. Brother Fengde, our family's kitchen is now heavily guarded. It will probably be difficult to steal food in the future, a guard said with a troubled face. What's there to be afraid of? We're not afraid of thieves stealing, but we're afraid of thieves thinking about us. If we want to take it, we'll think of a way. Fengde said nonchalantly. Well, was he being a bad influence by saying that? It probably won't be so easy to take it again after this time, another guard echoed. Boo-hoo. Why did he seem to fall a little in love with this feeling of taking things? This was not a good sign. Don't be scared. We will cooperate with you next time. Fengde promised while patting his chest. Yes, yes. Brother Fengde, you're really loyal. You're much better than some people in our family, Guard Zhao said very touched. Boo-hoo. This was what was meant by sharing fortune and difficulties together. Of course. If everyone bullies the weak and fears the strong like Guan Yu, then there's no justice in the world, Fengde said with a face full of contempt. Young Master Lai is spoiled. In fact, he never really touched the women he snatched back every time, Guard Zhao said softly. Well, this was a secret. Could there be some inside story? Fengde asked curiously. Hehe, I guess so. In fact, young Master Lai is quite pitiful. He spent a lot of effort snatching a woman back each time, but they were all released by the young master before he could touch them. Bodyguard Zhao lowered his head and whispered. No wonder Guan Yu is still alive and well. It turns out that she didn't succeed. Fengde said in realization. He knew it. How could the cowardly Guan Yu not encounter any trouble when she forcefully snatched a young girl from a good family? It turned out that she was killed in the cradle before trouble came knocking. Shoo, this is a secret that even young Master Lai doesn't know. Commander Zhao looked around and reminded. How could he not know? Fengde found it unbelievable. How could his master not know that the woman he snatched back was released by someone else? Our young master doesn't have a good memory. He might have snatched those women back, but he usually can't remember their appearance, so he doesn't know even if young master dropped a bag for him. Commander Zhao explained, his face full of sympathy for Guan Yu. Substitute? Are you saying that your young master used other women to replace those snatched women? Fengde asked uncertainly. He didn't hear it wrong, right? The young master of the Guan Yu family let go of the women snatched by Guan Yu and actually got him a substitute. No wonder that fool didn't notice. Yes, young master used some women who volunteered to be concubines to exchange for the women he snatched. Young Master Lai's memory isn't good, so he can't distinguish which one was snatched by him and which was not, hee. Commander Zhao couldn't help laughing softly at this point. Previous chapter. Your young master really has ideas, Fengde said with a face full of admiration. However, he couldn't understand why the young master of the Guan Yu family did this. Of course. Young master is very smart. In fact, he's doing it for the family's reputation. Young Master Lai was born by the patriarch's most beloved woman, so he has been spoiled a long time ago. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. He even revealed the secrets of the Guan Yu family. Since you value the reputation of the family so much, why didn't you stop Guan Yu Lai's behavior? Fengde asked in puzzlement. Could that young master have other motives? Young Master Lai won't listen to young master. In fact, sometimes young Master Lai is so willful that he won't even listen to the patriarch, so young master has to think of another way. Commander Zhao couldn't help speaking up for their young master. Boo-hoo. If it wasn't for the patriarch's orders, they would want to follow the young master even more because they were not stupid. They knew very well that only by following the young master would they have a future. Alas. It's not easy for your young master either, Fengde said politely. In fact, he was not very interested in the secrets of the Guan Yu family. However, he did not mind learning more about the Guan Yu family. Yes. It's really not easy for the young master, Guard Zhao agreed. He and Feng De seemed to have found a resonance, and the more they chatted, the more opportunistic they became. They even waited for their ancestors 8 generations clearly. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng De, who was trying to wring information out of her, speechlessly. 2 drops of cold sweat couldn't help dripping down her forehead. Feng De was addicted to wringing information. He even asked about her ancestors. Swear, shall we take a walk somewhere else? The freak looked at Feng De and the others, who were chatting very amiably. Alas. They were really becoming smarter. They were chatting privately with another guard each, haha. Okay. Leng Ruoxue ordered Ling to cast an invisibility spell on the 2 of them. She was about to leave this lousy yard when a voice without any hidden bitterness sounded in Leng Ruoxue's heart. Swear, how can you abandon me? Leng Ruoxue let go of the impossible bracelet speechlessly and couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Can you not say it so ambiguously? Fortunately, the freak couldn't hear it. Otherwise, that jealous lover would be jealous again. Without Leng Ruoxue's instructions, Ling took the initiative to cast an invisibility spell on Empty. Then he said to Leng Ruoxue, Master, it's done. Yes, good. Leng Ruoxue caressed Ling's soft and tender scales. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue said to the freak and Empty. The 3 of them left the remote broken yard. Swear, the Guan Yu family seems to have twice as many guards as yesterday. The 3 of them walked all the way to the vicinity of the main house. After seeing a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, Empty said in disbelief, wasn't this Guan Yu family making a mountain out of a molehill? They only lost some food, was there a need to be so nervous? It seems like they didn't eat breakfast today again, Leng Ruoxue said in realization, her beautiful face full of a naughty smile. Hehe, the people sent by the Guan Yu family to purchase food yesterday seem to have returned this morning. Moreover, she heard from Qing Ju that they should have gone to other cities to purchase food because there just happened to be no more food in the shops of Guan Yu City. Alas. To say that the Guan Yu family was really unlucky. How did they manage to sell all the food in Guan Yu City just in time? In fact, if they really wanted to pursue the matter, it was all the trouble caused by the Flower Appreciation Festival. As the Flower Appreciation Festival was about to begin, many inns had a large stockpile of food to prevent a shortage of goods by then. The food in the shops of Guan Yu City had already been sold out, and new food had not arrived. Therefore, it created the predicament of the Guan Yu family being unable to buy food everywhere. However, what was even more unlucky was that the food in the shop of the Guan Yu family had already been supplied to the moon-gazing restaurant, but the moon-gazing restaurant had collapsed. Otherwise, the Guan Yu family would not be hungry collectively. Hehe, of course. Empty smiled mischievously and said in realization. At this moment, Guan Yu Long was sitting on the main seat with a black face in the meeting hall of the Guan Yu family. He was cursing in his heart non-stop. Damn it. Who on earth was messing with them like this? It was fine that they didn't get to eat yesterday, but they couldn't find anyone. They finally got some food from other cities this morning, but it was gone again before they could eat. It was really infuriating. Patriarch, this matter must be investigated and punished severely. The people who stole our food are really too despicable, the 6 old men said abnormally angrily. Boo-hoo. Several shops under the Guan Yu family had to suspend their operations because of the lack of raw materials. One had to know that those were very profitable shops. Their family's losses every day would be considerable if they stopped their operations like this. 6th elder, isn't it obvious? Is there a need for you to say it? The 5th elder pouted and said lightly. He was obviously not interested in the 6th elder's hindsight. You. Shut up. Guan Yu Long roared with a slight headache. He was annoyed enough. These elders still didn't let him worry. He was really angry. The 6th elder was about to flare up when he was scared speechless by the patriarch's stern shout. Patriarch, the Wu family's patriarch is here. Suddenly, a guard walked into the meeting hall and reported. What is he doing here? Guan Yu Long frowned and said with some displeasure. I'm here to deliver food to you. The Wu family's patriarch laughed and entered uninvited. Wu Ming, what are you doing here? Guan Yu Long asked with a very cold tone. The expression on his face was obviously not welcoming him. Humph. He was already annoyed enough, but this annoying fellow actually came to cause trouble for him. He was really going too far. I came to deliver food to you. Didn't I say that just now? Wu Ming said with a face full of pity. The expression on his face was obviously saying, you're old, can't you understand me? Thank you for your good intentions. We don't need it, Guan Yu Long said without gratitude. Humph. Eating people's mouths was short. He didn't dare to eat anything from Wu Ming. Really? But I heard you've been hungry for a day. Wu Ming gloated. Who said that? We're not hungry at all. Don't listen to the rumors outside, Guan Yu Long roared angrily. Damn it, Wu Ming actually saw his joke. Moreover, his stomach made a disappointing sound as he said this, making him blush. Previous chapter. Oh, forget it since you're not hungry. Wu Ming said with a slightly smug smile. He turned and left without hesitation after speaking. Patriarch Wu. Seeing Wu Ming leave, the 6th elder mustered his courage and stood up, unable to help shouting. 6th elder, sit down. If you dare to ask for his food, you can forget about being an elder of our Guan Yu family in the future, Guan Yu Long said fiercely. He really hated Wu Ming, who came specially to demonstrate his might. Patriarch Wu has good intentions too. The 6th elder couldn't help defending Wu Ming softly. Boo-hoo. He was so hungry. He really didn't understand why the patriarch was so against the Wu family's patriarch. Good intentions, my ass. Sixth elder, I'll give you that damn thing if you admire it so much, Guan Yuelong roared furiously. I don't admire him. I admire the patriarch more. The sixth elder hurriedly expressed his opinion in fright. Boo-hoo. The patriarch was so ruthless. He actually threatened him like this. Don't mention him in front of me in the future, Guan Yuelong warned. He stopped when he saw that the sixth elder was afraid. In fact, how could he give the elders of his family away? The other families would laugh at their Guan Yu family to death if they knew. Patriarch. The Wu family's patriarch, he. The guard's voice sounded again just as Guan Yuelong finished speaking. Seeing this, the elders hurriedly turned their heads to the side and pretended not to hear. After all, the patriarch had said not to mention that person in front of him just now. Alas. They couldn't help sweating for this guard. They really didn't know how the patriarch would deal with him. They were thinking in their hearts. Is that old thing demonstrating again? Guan Yuelong asked with an angry face. No, Patriarch Wu. The guard hesitated, finding it difficult to say. What happened to that damn thing? Don't hem and haw. Otherwise, I'll punish you according to the family law. Guan Yuelong threatened, his anger rushing to his head. Patriarch, the Wu family's patriarch fell into the toilet. The guard hurriedly replied clearly when he heard that he needed to be punished. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to be punished. What did you say? Say it again. Guan Yuelong was stunned and couldn't help asking again after hearing the guard's words. Patriarch Wu fell into a latrine pit, the guard hurriedly replied without delay. I'm really too happy. Guan Yuelong laughed hysterically in a good mood after confirming it. The depression in his heart was finally released, and his chest was not so stuffy anymore. Patriarch, calm down. The first elder sighed and reminded. Alas. He was one of the few people who knew about the conflict between the patriarch and the Wu family's patriarch. Therefore, he sympathized with the patriarch and knew that the patriarch had been depressed for so many years. Is that fellow still staying in the toilet now? Guan Yuelong asked gloatingly. The expression on his face seemed to be saying, whoever dares to save him will be going against him. Yes. He's still inside, the guard replied loudly. Boo-hoo. He didn't dare to save the patriarch if he didn't say anything. Therefore, the first thing he thought of after seeing the Wu family's patriarch fall into the toilet was to report back. How dare you? Why didn't you fish the Wu family head up? Do you want to die? The sixth elder couldn't help but scold Wu Ming furiously when he heard that he was still in the toilet. He even ignored the patriarch. I can't save him alone. The guard was so scared by sixth elder's words that his entire body trembled, and he even stammered a little. Boo-hoo. Did he do it right or wrong? Sixth elder, you're the bold one. I'm still here. How can you speak here? Guan Yuelong reprimanded, his handsome face full of displeasure. Patriarch, I'm doing this for the family too. We can't explain it to the Wu family if anything happens to Patriarch Wu in our Guan Yu family. The sixth elder was so scared that his heart trembled as he hurriedly explained. TCH, he fell into the toilet himself. What has it got to do with us? Moreover, do I need to explain to the Wu family? Guan Yuelong narrowed his eyes and questioned lightly. Patriarch, the Wu family head is yours no matter if you're willing to admit it or not. The sixth elder said. However, he was interrupted by the first elder before he could finish speaking. Sixth elder, pay attention to your words. Don't say what you shouldn't. The first elder raised his eyes and warned indifferently. Upon hearing the first elder's words, sixth elder tactfully shut his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. Patriarch, what should we do with the Wu family's patriarch? Should we inform his subordinates? The first elder looked at Guan Yuelong for his opinion. No need. His subordinates will naturally come out to look for him when they find that he has disappeared. Let's not meddle. Alright, everyone, disperse. Guan Yuelong began to chase them away. After speaking, he took the lead to leave the meeting hall. He had to admire the dead appearance of that stinky bug Wu Ming. He strode in the direction of the toilet, but after taking a few steps, Guan Yuelong realized that a few tails were secretly following behind him. When he turned his head, the tails hurriedly hid. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help shouting, "Come out. Why are you following me like ghosts?" Patriarch, we also want to see the commotion. The first elder walked out of the dark awkwardly with a few elders. Everyone had two red clouds hanging on their faces. Obviously, they felt very embarrassed because they rarely did such things after living for so long. Go see it openly if you want to. Why are you sneaking around? This isn't something embarrassing. Guan Yuelong said in disapproval. Anyway, he wasn't the one who was embarrassed. It would be better if all the citizens of Guan Yu City came to see. What the patriarch says is reasonable, the first elder hurriedly said. Then he brought the elders beside him and followed Guan Yuelong. The group walked majestically toward their toilet. Leng Ruoxue and the others had seen enough of the commotion when Guan Yuelong and the others went to the toilet and returned to the remote yard. Miss, where did you go? Fengde looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others who suddenly appeared and couldn't help asking curiously. Looks like Miss and the others went invisible to do bad things again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. I went out for a walk. Oh right, the Wu family's patriarch fell into the toilet. Leng Ruoxue naturally wanted to share this news with her subordinates on the principle of sharing blessings. Ah. Really, Mississippi? I want to take a look, Fengda said hurriedly. Miss, I want to see it too, Lin Yuan said, unwilling to be outdone. Yes, yes. Go. Leng Ruoxue said and ordered Ling to cast an invisibility spell on Fengda and the others. The purpose of telling them was to let them watch the commotion. You should go too. Leng Ruoxue said very openly as she looked at the guards with interest in their eyes and some excitement. Miss, we'll be going then. The guards bowed respectfully and left the yard immediately after speaking. Seeing that only the three of them and the beast were left in the yard that was still crowded just now, the freak couldn't help suggesting, Shuer, let's go take an afternoon nap. Okay. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the sky and nodded in agreement. It was still a distance away from noon, but she could still take a nap now. I want to sleep too. Empty rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Why did these two sleep for no reason? He really didn't understand. Could it be? He couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue didn't know the dirty thoughts in his heart. Otherwise, she would definitely be anxious with him. After all, the relationship between the two children was very pure. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and then brought the two of them and the beast into the bracelet. After entering, Leng Ruoxue and the freak immediately left Empty and entered their purple bamboo hut. These two fellas. Empty glared at their backs and complained through gritted teeth. Then he entered his room. Time passed quietly, and a day passed quickly. Leng Ruoxue and the freak had been cultivating in the purple bamboo hut, so they didn't pay much attention to the situation outside. When Leng Ruoxue and the freak emerged from the bracelet and came to the yard, they saw Fengda and the others lying on the ground with their limbs facing the sky. Moreover, their stomachs were bulging. Fengda, what are you doing? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. They were lying on the ground when they were drunk, but why were they lying on the ground when they were sober? Miss, we were too full and couldn't stand up, Fengda said shyly. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but drip 2 drops of cold sweat on her forehead when she heard Fengda's words. She thought, are you children? You actually overeat. If you can't eat, then don't eat. Why are you so full that you can't even stand up? Upon seeing this, she helplessly took out a jade bottle from the bracelet, poured out a pill, and threw it into Fengda's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Fengda felt that his stomach didn't swell so much after taking it for a while. Boo-hoo. Mrs. Medicine was so effective. Open your mouths. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Then she released several mystic powers from her fingertips and threw a pill into everyone's mouths. After a while, Fengda and the others, who felt much better, hurriedly got up from the ground and looked at Leng Ruoxue very shyly with red faces. Miss, we promised you that we would definitely complete the food mission, so we accidentally ate too much. Fengda scratched his head and smiled foolishly. A bunch of idiots. Don't force yourself if you can't eat. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of disapproval. Hee. Fengda and the others only smiled foolishly. Did anything happen yesterday? Leng Ruoxue asked casually. Nothing big, just a little small. Fengda suppressed his smile. What? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked very indifferently. After the Wu family's patriarch was fished out of the toilet by his subordinates yesterday, he locked himself in his room and showered non-stop. Also, I heard a very strange sound coming from Wu Qian'er's room last night, hee. Fengda hurriedly reported. A very strange sound? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Yes. Fengda stammered, not knowing what to say. Did those guards steal food again? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic seeing Fengda's awkward expression. No, they were called away by Guan Yulai, Fengda reported. That fool didn't come yesterday, right? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. He didn't come. I heard that he was temporarily grounded by Guan Yulong. He said he would let him out after the flower viewing convention, Fengda said with slight pity. Alas. Poor Guan Yulai. She had only snatched the young miss back for a day and never had the chance to see her again. Seems like Guan Yulong is afraid that he will cause trouble, Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Miss, when are we leaving the Guan Yu family? Fengda couldn't help asking curiously. The Flower Appreciation Festival was tomorrow. Miss should have some plans, right? Ningda will fetch us out today, Leng Ruoxue said calmly, a subtle smile flashing in her beautiful eyes. Miss, are we going out so easily? Fengda said indignantly. They couldn't snatch the drip just because they wanted to. They had to be responsible for snatching it. Do you think that's possible? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Definitely not. Fengda said with a naughty smile. He knew that Miss would not let the Guan Yu family off so easily. However, the Guan Yu family had also been hungry for 2 days. Would anyone faint from hunger if they starved for a day today? Fengda, someone should be here to tour today, so quickly destroy the evidence. Leng Ruoxue ordered. In fact, she felt that it was quite strange. They had been here for 2 days, and the Guan Yu family had been looking for thieves, but why didn't anyone come here to search? Miss, don't worry. We've already cleaned up. We won't let anyone find any evidence, Fengda promised. Okay, then let's wait here for Ningda to come and ask for her. Leng Ruoxue said lightly with a malicious smile on her beautiful face. Miss, is there anything we need to prepare? Fengda asked again. Previous chapter. There's no need to prepare. We are victims. We just need to be of our nature, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes. Fengde understood. They were the victims, so they just had to pretend to be the victims. At the same time, Ningde, who had been restless for 2 days in the Alchemist Association, came uninvited after breakfast. In the Guan Yu family's living room. Guan Yulong looked at Ningde sitting beside him with a face full of smiles and was very happy in his heart. This President Ning was a rare guest. He couldn't invite him casually. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to visit today, haha. President Ning, why are you here this time? Guan Yulong asked politely with a smile on his face. There's a small matter, Ningde said calmly. He had also heard about what had happened to the Guan Yu family these 2 days, so he was still quite sympathetic to Guan Yulong. Unfortunately, sympathy was sympathy. They had provoked Leng Ruoxue after all. Therefore, he could only express spiritual sympathy for the Guan Yu family. President Ning, don't stand on ceremony. Just say it, Guan Yulong said very readily. President Ning took the initiative to beg him. If they owed him a favor, their Guan Yu family's pills would not have to worry in the future. He thought happily in his heart. It's like this. A guest from our Alchemist Association was snatched away by your 9th young master, so I'm here to ask for someone. Ningde said with a faint smile, his expression unreadable. What? There's such a thing? Guan Yulong was shocked and cold sweat couldn't help flowing down his back. Could it be that Patriarch Guan Yu thinks I will joke about this kind of thing? Ningde's face became stern and said somewhat coldly. President Ning, that's not what I mean. It's just that liar was grounded by me yesterday. He shouldn't have the chance to go out and snatch the esteemed guest of the Alchemist Association, right? Guan Yulong hurriedly explained. He didn't want to ruin the friendship with the Alchemist Association because of something unnecessary. After all, the consequences would be very serious if his relationship with the Alchemist Association was bad. Moreover, their Guan Yu family didn't have an alchemist, so he needed to establish a good relationship with the Alchemist Association even more. We snatched it the day before yesterday. Someone saw with their own eyes that our guild's guest was snatched away by your 9th young master, Ningde said calmly. Who saw it? Guan Yulong couldn't help asking. Do you think I'll tell you who it is so that your Guan Yu family can silence me? Ningde said very rudely, his expression becoming colder and colder. How can that be? I just wanted to ask that person to confirm. Guan Yulong said a little embarrassed. Boo-hoo. In fact, he was thinking about how to push this matter away. He really didn't want to offend the Alchemist Association. He couldn't help cursing in his heart when he thought of this. Damn, what a worrisome thing. How could this have happened if Shi'er hadn't been at home for the past 2 days? Patriarch Guan Yu, there's no need to confirm. I believe that person won't say that he's panicking, Ningde said confidently because the person who saw it with his own eyes was him. He would have killed his way over on the same day if Miss didn't ask him to come today. Oh, someone, bring young Master Lai here, Guan Yulong ordered. The guards outside the living room immediately went to look for him as soon as he finished speaking. Soon, Guan Yu Lai was brought to the living room. Father, you're finally willing to let me out. I knew you wouldn't bear to lock me up, Guan Yu Lai said confidently, her greasy face full of pride. Vile being, kneel down. Guan Yulong roared, a trace of imperceptible disgust flashing in his eyes. Father, why? Guan Yu Lai asked in disbelief. Kneel. Guan Yulong roared again and added a little pressure. Plop. Guan Yu Lai's knees softened and she couldn't help kneeling on the ground. Father. Guan Yu Lai looked at his father, who had always loved him with aggrieved eyes, his face full of disbelief. Boo-hoo. He couldn't believe that his father would actually shout at him in front of outsiders. This made him very embarrassed. One had to know that he was the most favored 9th young master of the Guan Yu family. Let me ask you, did you snatch someone again the day before yesterday? Guan Yulong ignored Guan Yu Lai's pitiful appearance and asked bluntly. No. Guan Yu Lai quickly denied, its eyes rolling around in panic. Boo-hoo. Could it be that the beauty had been discovered? Impossible, no one would go there at all. You still dare to deny it? How can it be fake if someone saw it with their own eyes? Guan Yulong glared and roared very angrily. Father, I really didn't. Who saw it? Let him out. Guan Yu Lai was not stupid when she was stupid. He knew very well that if he did something bad, he needed conclusive evidence. He believed that the matter with the beauty was very secretive, and no one would discover it at all, so he felt that he just needed to deny it. Patriarch Guan Yu, since the 9th young master refuses to admit it, why don't we call the guards beside him and ask him? Ningde suggested with a spurious smile. Okay. Guards, bring those guards here. Guan Yulong ordered loudly for the second time. At this moment, the anger in his heart had already risen to an unprecedented height. He was already very hungry after not eating for 2 days. Now, the Alchemist Association came knocking on his door to ask for them. He felt that he really had no face left. Yes. The guard outside the door immediately left the living room after hearing the Patriarch's order. After a while, the guards were all brought to the living room. Greetings, Patriarch. The guards bowed respectfully. However, their faces turned pale in fright when they looked up and saw the person sitting beside the Patriarch. Boo-hoo. Wasn't that person a tour guide? Why was he sitting beside the Patriarch? One had to know that not just anyone could sit beside the Patriarch. Did the 9th young master snatch someone again the day before yesterday? Guan Yulong didn't beat around the bush and questioned directly. Yes. Yes. The guards looked at each other, nodded in unison, and said honestly. Don't spout nonsense. I didn't. Guan Yulai couldn't help reprimanding when he heard the guard. Shut up. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me? Guan Yulong was furious. The guards and the family were really looking down on him even more. Patriarch, we were arranged by young Master Lai to watch over those people and couldn't leave at all. After we were transferred back by young Master this morning, we stayed in the Lai yard to play with him and didn't have the chance to leave. A guard composed himself and explained. He knew that they were now considered locusts on the vine with Fengda and the others, so what couldn't be said would definitely rot in their stomachs. Fortunately, they had discussed the excuse beforehand. Where are those people? Guan Yulong asked while suppressing his anger. However, a big question mark couldn't help surging in his heart. What do you mean by those people? They were locked in the side yard that our family abandoned by young Master, the guard replied. Release those people immediately. Remember, don't slight them. Guan Yulong hurriedly ordered and glared at Guan Yulai, who didn't dare to make a sound because of his roar. Yes, the guard said quickly and left the living room. Hehe, President Ning, this matter. Guan Yulong turned his head and looked at Ningda carefully. He stopped mid-sentence. Alas. He knew that it was impossible to minimize this matter since Ningda had found the door. Patriarch Guan Yu, I can't help you with this matter. Do you know who your son snatched? Ningda said with an expression that said, I can't help you. Who is it? Guan Yulong was shocked. From what Ningda said, could it be a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend? His heart turned cold at the thought of this possibility. The woman that the 9th young master snatched is the future president of our headquarters. One of his subordinates is His Excellency Du Min's beloved disciple. You do know Excellency Du Min, right? He's famous for being protective of his loved ones. Do you think I can help you? Ningda said with a very regretful expression, but he was laughing in his heart. Hehe, this feeling of bullying was really good. I know. Cold sweat broke out on Guan Yulong's forehead after hearing Ningda's words. Boo-hoo. Why was their Guan Yu family so unlucky? They actually offended His Excellency Du Min and the future president of the Alchemist Association. If other families knew that their Guan Yu family had offended the Alchemist Association, which family would dare to be on good terms with them in the future? Wasn't this the end of the world for their Guan Yu family? By the way, His Excellency Du Min is currently giving pointers to those alchemist grandmasters in our association. However, he was furious after knowing about this, so your Guan Yu family can only count on yourselves. Ningda said helplessly, the expression on his face so helpless. President Ning, you can't leave this matter alone. Can you help me plead with His Excellency Du Min? My Guan Yu family is willing to come personally to ask for forgiveness, Guan Yulong requested with a pale face, his attitude very humble. Patriarch Guan Yu, don't you understand what I'm saying? That young lady's subordinate is Du Min's beloved disciple, so the root of the problem isn't His Excellency Du Min, Ningda reminded. In fact, His Excellency Du Min had said that he would listen to the young lady when he came to the Guan Yu family. I understand. Guards, invite that young lady here. Guan Yulong hurriedly nodded and ordered. Yes. The guard guarding outside the hall nodded and was about to leave to find someone when he was stopped by the patriarch. Wait, I'll go personally. Guan Yulong had already stood up after speaking and turned to Ningda beside him. President Ning, can I trouble you to accompany me? Yes, but Patriarch Guan Yu, I have to let you know in advance. Don't count on me to help you. I'm really helpless in this matter. Ningda said with a troubled face. I know. I just need President Ning to accompany me. Guan Yulong said with a bitter smile. Alas. Why was the Guan Yu family so unlucky? They actually provoked someone from the Alchemist Association. Then let's go. Ningda nodded. Take the young master away and lock him in the cell. No one is allowed to let him out without my orders. Otherwise, the family law will serve him. Guan Yulong ordered as he looked at the guard standing in the hall before leaving. Yes, the guards hurriedly said, heaving a sigh of relief at the same time. It seemed like they were safe for the time being. None of them had expected Miss Leng's identity to be so noble. Young master, please, a guard said. Father, you can't do this. How can you treat me like this for a woman? Guan Yulai hurriedly shouted in fright when he heard that he was going to be locked in the cell. Obviously, he didn't understand the importance of Leng Ruoxue's status. What are you waiting for? Bring him there immediately. Guan Yulong roared at the guards with some annoyance. Yes, the guards replied. At the same time, they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Who would dare to bring the young master down without your permission? He was your son after all. They were also afraid that the patriarch would settle the score later. Guan Yulong turned his head to Ningda and said, President Ning, let's go. Okay. Ningda nodded and prepared to watch the show. The two of them strode toward the side yard that the guard mentioned. They smelled a strange fragrance entering their mouths and noses when they were far away. This fragrance was really too lethal for Guan Yulong, who had been hungry for 2 days. What's that smell? How can it be so fragrant? Ningda took a deep breath and couldn't help asking. He looked at Guan Yulong as if he was saying, what good things did your Guan Yu family hide? I don't know either. Stop, where are you going in a panic? Guan Yulong said in puzzlement. Coincidentally, he saw another clansman passing by them and stopped that person. Patriarch. The person bowed very respectfully when he saw Guan Yulong and Ningda. He might not know the person beside the patriarch, but those who could walk side by side with the patriarch were definitely not ordinary people. Where are you going? Guan Yulong asked in puzzlement. Several more clansmen ran past them while asking this clansman. They even ignored him, the patriarch. Previous chapter. Someone seems to be grilling there, so let's go take a look, the clansman hurriedly explained. Boo-hoo. They had been hungry for 2 days, and such delicious food was not something they could refuse, so they wanted to see if they had the chance to buy some food. Patriarch Guan Yu, let's take a look too. Ningda said with great interest. President Ning, let's go see that young lady first. Guan Yulong suggested with some difficulty. He also wanted to see who was grilling and deliberately seducing them, but asking for the young lady's forgiveness was the most important thing for him now. Okay, Ningda answered understandingly. Thank you for your understanding, President Ning, Guan Yulong said gratefully. Then the two of them continued walking toward the side yard. However, they couldn't help but slow down because the smell was really too alluring. As they walked, they realized that the smell was getting stronger and more people were gathering around them. Patriarch Guan Yu, is this the side yard where Miss is locked up? Ningda couldn't help asking speechlessly when he saw Guan Yulong stop and frown. Alas. He knew it. The Guan Yu family couldn't even lift the lid. How could they make such a beautiful smell? So it was Miss who did it. Mrs. move was really too ruthless. How could people who had been hungry for 2 days stand it? Yes. Guan Yulong nodded uncomfortably, wanting to cry but had no tears. Boo-hoo. This was a coincidence. Patriarch Guan Yu, there are so many people surrounding the door. It seems like it won't be easy for us to enter. Ningda said as if it was difficult. No, I'll get them to disperse. Guan Yulong shouted, disperse. However, no one bothered with him. Family head Guan Yu, I think your voice is too soft. Ningda reminded. In fact, he had long been laughing in his heart. This was the power of food. Disperse. Guan Yulong roared furiously. Boo-hoo. It seemed like he couldn't get his face back. However, the response was still in the dark heads of the people behind him. Family head Guan Yu, forget it. Stop shouting. They will naturally disperse when the smell is gone. Ningda couldn't help being comforted. He even felt some pity for Guan Yulong now. Alas. This family head status in the hearts of his clansmen was actually inferior to food. Alas. That's the only way. Guan Yulong sighed heavily and said helplessly. Ningda found a random place to sit down and stole a glance at Guan Yulong, whose face was a little dark. Apart from pity, he was also sympathetic. In the yard. Leng Ruoxue, the freak, and Empty were sitting on the stone chairs as handlers. Zheng En, Fengde, and the others handled the food nimbly. The onlookers at the entrance of the yard and the angry old man in front of them were naturally ignored. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The sixth elder roared furiously, cursing in his heart non-stop. Damn, these people actually dared to not take him, the sixth elder, seriously. He would definitely not let them go. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't even look at him. Guards, arrest these thieves who stole our Guan Yu family's food. The sixth elder roared at the people behind him without any face seeing that he was ignored. However, no one bothered with him at all because almost everyone was drooling and staring intently at the food in Fengde and the others' hands with shining eyes. Nothing was more important than the delicious food in front of them now. First elder, are we just going to let sixth elder do this? The fifth elder asked the first elder beside him softly in the crowd. He couldn't help being surprised. Where did these people come from? Can you stop him? The first elder sighed softly and said helplessly. Alas. The sixth elder was already going crazy from hunger. The three people sitting there were obviously not to be trifled with. He was experienced and knowledgeable, and had seen countless people. He knew very well that the Guan Yu family was probably in trouble this time. First elder, I think I heard the patriarch's voice just now. Fifth elder said uncertainly. Go out and take a look. If not, go find the patriarch yourself, the first elder said after some thought. He had only been paying attention to the food just now and didn't hear anything at all. However, now that things had come to this, he felt that it was better for the patriarch to come personally lest things couldn't be sorted out in the end. Yes, first elder. Don't forget to buy some for me if they are willing to sell these food. The fifth elder didn't forget to remind him before leaving. Yes, go quickly. First elder urged. Alas. At this point, how could he be in the mood to eat? He wanted to know more about why these people appeared in the Guan Yu family. However, he wouldn't directly say that they were thieves like the sixth elder. I'm going. Fifth elder slowly arched out of the crowd like a snail after speaking. Yes, sixth elder. First elder nodded and then said helplessly. First elder, you're here. I found the thieves. Hurry up and send people to capture these thieves. The sixth elder was excited as if he had seen help after seeing the first elder. These food was finally going to belong to them. Shut up. The first elder couldn't bear it anymore and scolded. He glared fiercely at the sixth elder and turned his head to Leng Ruoxue and the others and said very politely, I'm sorry, everyone. Our Guan Yu family has been rude. May I know why you have come to our Guan Yu family? The sixth elder instinctively shut his mouth after being roared by the first elder. You are the first elder of the Guan Yu family? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyelids slightly and said very coldly when she saw that a heavyweight was finally willing to appear. Yes, hee. May I know why Miss and the others came to our Guanyu family? The first elder said very amiably, a faint smile hanging on old Song's face the entire time. After all, he would absolutely not act rashly without knowing these people's identities. First elder, they're obviously here to steal from our Guanyu family. They're the thieves we've been looking for 2 days. We finally found them today. The sixth elder said anxiously after resting for a while. Previous chapter. Shut up. First elder roared with a black face. First elder, you should send people to arrest them, not ask me to shut up. The sixth elder's anger rose and he directly roared at the first elder. He would not dare to speak so loudly in front of the patriarch and first elder usually, let alone shout at them. However, he had been hungry for 2 days and had almost lost his mind, so he had to obtain these food. Hee, the Guanyu family really doesn't differentiate between seniors and juniors. I only found out today that the first elder of the Guanyu family can be shouted at by anyone. Leng Ruoxue said mockingly with a light smile after looking at the crazy sixth elder. Miss, don't misunderstand. Sixth elder's mental state has been a little abnormal these past 2 days, so I won't take it to heart with him, first elder explained without anger. First elder. You're the one with abnormal mental health. You actually didn't arrest the thief when you saw him. You're really too useless. The anger in the sixth elder's heart surged when he heard that the first elder actually embarrassed him in front of outsiders and even said that he was mentally ill. At this moment, whatever he was afraid of had long been thrown to Java. Hee, first elder, right? Seems like this crazy sixth elder doesn't appreciate your kindness, the noble and elegant Empty said with a faint smile. You said we are thieves. Do you have any evidence? After speaking to the first elder, Empty turned his head and stared at the sixth elder with his pitch black and gloomy eyes as he asked calmly. Of course there are. Firstly, this is the territory of our Guanyu family. Why are you here? Secondly, these food you're grilling now are obviously our Guanyu family's things. 2 days ago, our Guanyu family was robbed. Now that the evidence is conclusive and the stolen goods are all here, what else do you have to say? The sixth elder didn't give the first elder any chance to speak at all. The expression on his face became more and more smug as he looked at these food that emitted an alluring fragrance in front of him. The first elder sighed and fell silent after hearing what the sixth elder said. Alas. He knew that things were not under his control at all. Patriarch, I've tried my best. Come quickly. He prayed silently in his heart. Sixth elder speaks clearly. Seems like he's really not sick. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Even pigs took the initiative to fall into a trap. Of course I'm not sick. Humph. You thieves dare to steal our Guanyu family's food. You're dead meat. The sixth elder became even more smug. Sixth elder, you said that we grilled the food of your Guanyu family. Do you have evidence? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In fact, the sixth elder was right. The food that the Guanyu family had lost these 2 days was indeed eliminated by her subordinates and the beasts. Of course, there was also the traitor of the Guanyu family. However, he didn't have evidence. She knew that the sixth elder's goal was only for the food in front of her. He didn't care if it was the Guanyu family at all. What she wanted was this effect, so she was very grateful for the sixth elder's cooperation. Yes, that sixth elder, do you know what we grilled? Fengde, who had been cooking, couldn't help asking. Actually, he had been suppressing it for a long time, but Miss hadn't said anything yet. He couldn't ruin Miss's plan. Roast meat. What else can it be? The sixth elder said with certainty. Even though this meat smelled very fragrant, meat was meat, not something rare. It was also used to test him. He really despised his intelligence. Miss, take out the food and let the food tell us for yourself. Are they from the Guanyu family? Fengde suggested with a smile, already overjoyed in his heart. He had already foreseen the expression of the sixth elder when he saw the food. Humph. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? How can food speak? The sixth elder roared in disbelief, but he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. He couldn't help shouting, take it out quickly. This bit isn't enough. Then let the food speak for itself. Leng Ruoxue moved the food from the bracelet with a thought. They occupied the entire yard as soon as they emerged. What do you want? Do you want to fight? I'm warning you not to do anything rash. This is the territory of our Guanyu family. The sixth elder looked at the dozens of giant pythons that suddenly appeared and occupied the yard and surrounded him. His face was pale from fright, and he stammered a little as he spoke. His entire body was trembling non-stop, and his legs were so weak that he could barely stand. Boo-hoo. He was most afraid of snakes, and each of these snakes was so huge. However, he forced himself not to faint because he was afraid that he would become food in their huge mouths after pressing down on these giant pythons. The first elder also looked at the giant python not far away with his mouth agape, thinking to himself, could those delicious food be python meat? Boo-hoo. No one dared to eat snakes in the boundless heaven continent. It was not that they didn't want to eat them, but they couldn't afford to offend them. Because the pythons on the boundless heaven continent lived in groups. Similarly, the people from the Guanyu family, who had been watching by the door, were also scared. Some people who were afraid of snakes even fainted from fright after seeing these pythons that gave off immense pressure. Sixth elder, don't you not believe that food can talk? I've brought the food out. Ask them yourself. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the pythons and urged the sixth elder. They are food? Who are you lying to? The sixth elder stammered, his face full of disbelief. Boo-hoo. He would not believe that these snakes were food. He would rather believe that these snakes were the beasts of this woman in front of him, that she deliberately let them out to scare him. If you don't believe me, let them say it themselves. Leng Ruoxue shrugged and said helplessly. We are the food raised by Mississippi. The highest level black python among the pythons complained with tears in its eyes. Its demeanor and expression looked so pitiful. Boo-hoo. It was a level 7 transcendent divine beast. However, it could not become Mrs. Beast. Moreover, Miss always threatened these poor snakes, saying that whoever had the lowest level would eat it the next time they wanted to eat snake meat. They were so scared that they did not dare to delay at all and cultivated diligently. Previous chapter. However, after following Miss for so long, Miss treated them really well and often gave them delicious things. Therefore, if Miss really wanted to eat them, they were also willing to be eaten by Mississippi. After all, Miss had long been the master in their hearts. This was absolutely the thoughts of the pythons. Sixth elder, did you hear that? Leng Ruoxue ignored the python's pitiful gaze and said directly to the sixth elder. I don't believe it, the sixth elder roared in disbelief. In fact, he wasn't the only one who couldn't accept it. Many people from the Guanyu family also couldn't accept it. However, their thoughts were different from the sixth elders. They just felt that this fact was too unbelievable. Sixth elder doesn't believe you. Leng Ruoxue looked at the pythons with a spurious smile. Damn it, how dare you doubt my words? Are you tired of living? The black python roared furiously. Humph. How dare you not believe me? Do you think I would lie about something like this? I can be as obedient as a kitten in front of my young miss and the others, but there's no need for me to swallow my anger in front of this damn old man. Moreover, this damn old man provoked my young miss, so it's even more unforgivable. Big brother, kill him, a blue water python suggested. It rolled up the sixth elder with its thick tail, and its cold blue eyes stared at the sixth elder like it was staring at its prey. Ah. Help. The sixth elder was enrolled in the semi-high school. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. He couldn't help screaming loudly as he looked at the pythons with fierce eyes below him. Boo-hoo. He wanted to faint now, but he was very energetic. Moreover, he didn't feel anything except fear at this moment. TCH, coward, what a useless thing. If you can be an elder at your level, then I can be the patriarch, the blue water python said with contempt. First elder, save me. The sixth elder pleaded again. Boo-hoo. He was really scared. However, the first elder didn't even raise his head as if he didn't hear it. He only looked down at his new shoes. Humph. Save you? You can count on yourself. I can't save you. How could he dare to snatch someone from the python's tail? Big brother, do we do it? The water python asked after the sixth elder asked for help. Kill, the black python ordered coldly. Humph. It was a level 7 transcendent divine beast with strength equivalent to a mystic supremacy. That damn old man actually dared to doubt its words. He had really lived enough. Okay. The water python was about to attack when it was interrupted. Keep your men. Guanyu Long, who had squeezed into the yard with great difficulty, said loudly. He also glared fiercely at the sixth elder, who wanted to faint but couldn't. Moreover, he was so scared that he peed his pants while foaming at the mouth. Who is it? The water python roared in displeasure. I'm the patriarch of the Guanyu family, Guanyu Long. Please show mercy and spare his life, Guanyu Long pleaded. He hated the incompetent sixth elder to the core, but the sixth elder was a member of the Guanyu family after all. It would be a great humiliation for their Guanyu family if they were killed by a snake in front of him. Therefore, this kind of thing absolutely couldn't happen under his nose. Oh, so you're the boss of this coward? Humph. This coward actually dares to question our big brother's words. Tell me what to do, the water python questioned unforgivingly. Guanyu Long was at a loss for words. What could he do? Helpless, he couldn't help turning his gaze to Ningda, hoping that Ningda could put in a few good words for him. However, the words helpless were written in Ningda's eyes. In fact, he was quite curious about these pythons because he just heard them calling themselves food. Miss actually raised powerful pythons as food. It was really too awesome. Guanyu Long knew that he couldn't say anything when he saw Ningda's expression. Therefore, his gaze couldn't help searching the yard. His eyes couldn't help lighting up when his eyes moved to the three people sitting by the stone table because the three people in front of him were really too outstanding. The man was incomparably handsome, and the woman was drop-dead gorgeous. They were all of heaven's charm. The man and woman leaning against each other were mystic monarchs, and the other man's strength was unfathomable to the point that even he couldn't tell. He sighed softly and carefully passed through the huge python group that occupied the entire yard to arrive in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. He bowed slightly and said, Miss Leng, I've neglected you. I'm really sorry for making you suffer. Family head Guanyu, is it? I'm not the one being wronged now, but my food. How dare you question the words of a level 7 transcendent divine beast? Your family's sixth elder is quite bold. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. I'm willing to apologize to Miss Leng and your food on behalf of the Guanyu family. I hope Miss Leng will spare the sixth elder's life, Guanyu Long requested very kindly. However, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. How could anyone treat a level 7 transcendent divine beast as food? It would be strange if anyone believed it. Patriarch Guan Yu, the Guan Yu family is a top family. There's really no need for a powerless little girl like me to bow and scrape. I can't bear it. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of fright. This matter was originally our Guan Yu family's fault. Therefore, you can completely bear it. 2 drops of cold sweat couldn't help hanging on Guan Yuelong's forehead. He thought to himself, who dared to say that the future president of the Alchemist Association was a powerless little girl? He was the first to be anxious with that person. Boo-hoo. In the boundless heaven continent, the only ones who could be compared with the 3 major super families were probably only the 4 major guilds. Even though the Guan Yu family was a top-notch family, they were not even a fart in front of the 4 major guilds. Patriarch Guan Yu, some things can't be treated as if nothing happened with an apology, Leng Ruoxue reminded kindly, seeing that Guan Yulong's attitude was still considered sincere. Miss, feel free to request anything. Guan Yulong said very humbly. He knew that it was probably impossible to resolve this matter peacefully after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Alas. He only hoped that this woman's request would not be too ridiculous now. After all, he was unwilling to fall out with the Mystic Association. Previous chapter. Requirement? What does Patriarch Guan Yu mean? Do you think I want to take advantage of you? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said very displeased. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that our Guan Yu family has let Miss suffer. I'm willing to compensate Miss on behalf of the Guan Yu family, Guan Yulong hurriedly explained. Boo-hoo. He didn't understand. He didn't say anything either. Why did he anger Leng Ruoxue? Miss, the meat is grilled. At this moment, Fengde deliberately walked to Leng Ruoxue and the others with a few pieces of grilled meat and handed them the meat. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue took the delicious and greasy meat, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. A unique fragrance of meat drifted into Guan Yuelong's nose along the breeze. It smells so good. Guan Yuelong couldn't help taking a deep breath and muttering in his heart, boo-hoo. Eating it in front of me is obviously deliberately craving me. It's too much. Patriarch Guan Yu, would you like some? Leng Ruoxue looked at the few pieces of grilled meat left on the table and asked politely. However, before Guan Yuelong could answer, Empty said, swear, Patriarch Guan Yuelong is experienced and knowledgeable. What good things have he not eaten before? Why would he want a few pieces of grilled meat? Yes, that's true. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly and stopped giving in. However, she couldn't help laughing secretly in her heart when she saw the constipated expression on Guan Yuelong's face. Boo-hoo. Guan Yulong was so angry seeing the 2 of them echoing each other. He was really angry that they seduced him but didn't let him eat them. Evil people. Miss, I'm very sincere. What's your opinion? Guan Yulong turned his gaze away from the alluring food and asked again. Patriarch Guan Yu, you should coax my food first. I've raised them for so long. If their mood affects the quality of the meat, then there's nothing to talk about. Leng Ruoxue didn't directly answer Guan Yulong but didn't refuse his suggestion. Alright then. Guan Yulong couldn't help saying gloomily. Boo-hoo. Not only could he not eat those food, he actually had to coax them. What was this? Then go quickly. We'll have a chance to talk after coaxing them. Otherwise, I won't let anyone who dares to bully me off. Leng Ruoxue half urged and half warned. Alright, please wait a moment, Mississippi. Guan Yulong smiled bitterly and came to the highest level black python and said, may I know your name? How can anyone tell me my name? The black python raised its head high and said arrogantly, its cold eyes not even looking at Guan Yulong. Then how should I address you? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Guan Yuelong's forehead. This python seems to be very angry. Look at this attitude, it's not friendly at all. Up to you, the black python said coldly, its expression still cool. Then I'll call you Brother Black. Brother Black, can you not let your brother let go of the 6th elder? Guan Yulong probed. Alas. The 6th elder was already foaming from being hung. Wouldn't he vomit blood if this continued? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I won't let the 6th elder drip. I think he likes to swing like this. Don't worry, I'll let my brothers take turns to play with him. He promised not to be lonely with us, the black python promised. Guan Yulong was helpless. Why was this black python so stubborn? He looked at the 6th elder and couldn't help but sigh. Alas. Forget it, it was fine as long as the 6th elder didn't die. He shouldn't care about the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him. We don't eat raw meat now. The black python saw through Guan Yulong's thoughts and comforted him. Hee, they wouldn't attack before Miss said anything. They just wanted to scare them just now. Oh, thank you. Brother Black, I apologize to you on behalf of the 6th elder. You're a magnanimous person, so don't be angry with him, okay? Guan Yulong coaxed very nicely. Oh no, he's just a mystic sovereign. How dare he doubt my words? He deserves to die. The black python said without giving him any face. Then what will make you not angry? Guan Yulong asked implicitly. Boo-hoo. He almost said, what are the conditions again just now? However, he didn't dare to say that anymore with Leng Ruoxue's example. Let me think. The black python frowned and began thinking. Okay, take your time thinking about it. Guan Yulong hurriedly said happily when he heard that there was a door. Then he stood to the side and didn't disturb the black python. The first elder quietly walked to Guan Yulong's side with slight suspicion. He was about to say something when Guan Yulong stopped him with a look, indicating that it was not the time to speak. After receiving the patriarch's hint, the first elder also stood to the side tactfully, not disturbing the black python's contemplation. However, he had many questions in his heart because the patriarch's attitude toward the young girl was really too strange. Moreover, the patriarch didn't even ask about their identities but was so polite to them, which couldn't help making him very curious. The black python not far away was frowning in thought. However, it couldn't think of anything after thinking for a long time. Moreover, it was a little tired from thinking. It lay on the ground and closed its eyes. A few hours later. The black python still didn't open its eyes. Not only that, but the sound of snoring came from its body. This couldn't help but make Guan Yulong and the first elder's faces blacken, and they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts in unison. They had been standing there foolishly for several hours, but not only did the black python not give them any answer, it even fell asleep. Boo-hoo. They were so depressed. How could there be such a top-grade snake? What they didn't know was that the beasts beside Leng Ruoxue were all smart even if they didn't have a contract. How could they let them succeed so easily? Moreover, Guan Yulong found that no one on Leng Ruoxue's side was waiting at all except for him, the first elder, and the clansmen of the Guan Yu family who were waiting eagerly. They were doing what they should be doing. As for Ningda, he had long found a sunny place to bask in the sun because he had eaten too much grilled meat. He didn't intend to pay attention to the trivial matter between them at all. Anyway, he had already said what he wanted to say. As for the outcome later, it was not up to him to decide, so he naturally didn't have to participate.